Well, good morning, everybody. As you might have noticed, it's a little quiet here this morning. It was a long day yesterday, and production, they've been working tirelessly on this event. So I told them, hey, take the morning off. I could probably get the show started. I mean, how hard could it be, right? So that's what we're gonna do. Just gonna wander back here, and oh Lord, okay, that's a lot more buttons than I thought there would be. But okay, all right. I know that the director's usually sitting here. Okay, so this is probably a good place to start. I'm gonna go with, that button right there, that says casters. That feels like an obvious choice. Let's go. Oh dear God. Oh no, that's not correct. Okay, let me try and put that back in that. Nope, not that one. Okay, I'm starting to freak out a little bit. We do, oh no, okay, more colors. It's just getting from one color to more colors, 7 colors. Nope, that's the same colors. Okay, how about here? Well, 24 is a good number. All right, 1. Well, that's my favorite number. Now I'm back to this. What's going on? Okay, I'm starting to freak out a little bit, everybody. Okay, we do have a show that has to start in just about 5 or 10 seconds, and I'm gonna get. You know what? I gotta find somebody who knows a little bit more than me. Okay. Welcome, everybody, to day 3 of the Noble Apartment Cup. I got to tell you, T. West, I was freaking out there. I thought I had ruined the entire
glad
show.
you figured that out.
Well, I didn't. That's the thing. As you saw, I ran to go find somebody who knew better than I, and I was very lucky that DauT was here early this morning. Everyone knows him as a technical savant, and he came to my rescue. So, lo and behold, DauT's running the show right now while we wait for production to
Let's
arrive.
hope that works out.
I hope it works out, too.
I don't know if you've ever heard about this, but one time DauT missed a tournament game because his son ate his internet cable. And literally ate it and knocked out his internet.
I've never heard that story before. I'm worried medically for his son, but I take it worked out in the end. Either way, we've got the show up and running, and it's T. West and I who are kicking off the day. For the first set, we are going to be treated to Hart versus Dogao. This is an all-important matchup because, as we've talked about all group stage long, stakes, securing a top 6 position, and the importance of that to book your trip into the playoffs and keep your tournament hopes alive. For Hart, lucky enough to have 1 win in the win column. Dogao still yet to find one. Pressure is on for both of these players. Dogao's only option is to win over the next 2 days, and even then, his destiny is not fully in his own control.
But at least Dogao had a very competitive set against DauT yesterday. Finally managed to get a couple of game wins on the board, and he looked pretty good in that set. We had a very entertaining Game 5 that could have gone either way at the end, but sadly for Dogao, he's in that 0-3 hole, and maybe if he wins out, he might have a shot if some other things go his way, but it's looking very tough for him.
Absolutely. Now, on the other side, of course, we have Hart, who does, again, sit at a 1-2 scoreline. And we were taking a look at the standings, taking stock of the field a little bit earlier before the broadcast started, T. West. And it's just incredible how many players are sitting at 1-2. But that also makes it, in a way, not such a dire position. Since so many people share a similar scoreline, right? Again, you continue to win out, you end up in a 3-2 scoreline, you're through.
It's a very competitive position to be in. Right now we have TaToH, Yo, Hart, ACCM all sitting at 1-2 and all looking to get into that top 6 position.
All right, so let's talk a little bit about this matchup, or as we take a look at the standings and get a refresher. Hera, of course, up top the table, but did suffer his first map loss just yesterday to the likes of Vinchester, who is sitting in the 4th position currently. Liereyy and ViPer will round out the top 4 along with them, and Yo and TaToH currently holding down playoff positions. But as we said, that's 1-2 score lines in terms of sets. So Hart, ACCM, DauT, any of these guys could very easily usurp them and take their spot today.
Yeah, and this is a very important matchup for Hart, who, sitting at 1-2, is looking to move to 2-2, and has a very good matchup here against Dogao, a player who's not seen much success so far. And Hart, his first 2 matchups were really difficult against Liereyy, and then against Yo, he lost, but he'll have a good boot gold score at least.
He definitely will. That'll bring us to the schedule of the day. We can see what our 5 sets will be. As we mentioned, we're kicking things off with Hart versus Dogao. We're going to follow that up with ACCM versus DauT. I'll wait till the schedule comes up so I don't cite anything incorrectly going on from there. I believe it's Hera Liereyy as our 3rd middle matchup of the day. That's going to be an exciting one.
That'll be our matchup between our 2 undefeated players so far. Hera only lost that 1 single game. Both these players winning all of their sets, and probably all of us casters had them 1-2 in all of our predictions for winning the tournament. This will be a great matchup.
Yeah, from there, if I can recall correctly, I'm going to try and do this from memory as we wait for the graphic to come up. ViPer versus Vinch, and then we close it out with Yo versus TaToH. There you have it, friends. I cannot believe that Yo and TaToH again, speaking to the number of players that are sitting at 1 and 2, like the caliber of those two players to be at 1 and 2, and the fact that one of them will move to 1 and 3 at the end of day 4, never would have been on my bingo card at the beginning of the tournament.
Well, TaToH had one matchup against Hera that looked pretty convincing for Hera. Then another set against Viper where Viper still looked pretty good against TaToH. TaToH didn't really manage to get his A game going. Yo's going to be another tough matchup for him. I mean, TaToH, maybe he's going to look and think, I'll have a good boot cult score, but he needs to step it up today.
Yeah, and we constantly talk about Yo, right, being a slow starter in tournaments, but this is about the time that I would both expect him to turn it on and that he needs to turn it on, right? And that's, I think, the thing. You know, you can only be a slow starter for so long until you just become slow, right? And then people are going to start to call him.
He looks really good in that first day against Vinchester, and he finds ways just to hold on in games and come back. He's going to need to do that in the overall tournament now.
Yeah, we'll see, though, because TaToH is the kind of player who can still throw some pretty wonky strats at you while keeping up the pace and the pressure of the game. Vinchester, TheViper, I mean, that's third and fourth sets of the day. I mean, obviously, as you mentioned, the two undefeated players in Hera and Liereyy at the top of the table. And then, of course, Viper, Vinch. I mean, Vinch has looked phenomenal in this tournament. At least to me, one of the only players that he feels can contest against Hera, and we even saw still how good Hera was.
We did.
In that series yesterday.
And that was a very impressive series from Hera. Just took everything Vinch threw at him and managed to find ways to counteract it, do it better. Other than maybe a Civ win on Copenhagen where he still tried to go for that King Snipe, Vinch looked... he looked like he could compete, though. He looked like he could compete.
Now, those are the series that will conclude the day. We're going to kick things off with Hart versus Dogao, so we'll refocus in towards that series. We'll pull up the draft to let you guys know what each player has to work with. We're going to kick things off on Dry River. The other 4 maps available to us are going to be Pacific Isles and Tiergarten over on the side of Dogao for home mats, and Citadel and Arabia for Hart. No real surprises there, I think. When we take a look at the civs, Georgians secured once again, and Dravidians the first pick on the other side. A couple interesting civs, I think, making their way in, such as the Vikings, right? Haven't seen a ton of that. Of course, you're looking immediately towards Pacific Isles, I think, for a pick like that.
Yeah, and same thing for the Dravidians here for Hart. I wonder if he's going to use them for Pacific Isles or use them for Dry River, where we saw them effective the other day. Italian's another pick for him for Pacific Isles. Even Berbers or Saracens there are good water civs. He does have a couple of those camel civs there. Saracens, Berbers for Tiergarten, which can be very effective. We saw that Hindustanis matchup the other day between the Poles and the Hindustanis, where the Hindustanis eventually could just hold on and use their camels.
Yeah, one of the things I'm wondering is where that Bohemians pick is going to go, right? Because notably, there's no bypass in the pool, and that would have been the first thought. I think there is still potential that Bohemians, for example, could even be played on a map like Tiergarten, right? Where in a sense, you're set up with a good amount of distance between you and your opponent in a way that enclosed is. And if you're able to control the sides of the map and create a single corridor with which you want to fight, that Civ could be rather effective. At the same time, if your opponent's able to open the map and run you around, it becomes a disastrous pick all of a sudden.
Right. One thing they have is a very good halberdier line, so those cav civs we've seen so effective on that map might be countered by them in some ways, and also that Castle Age chemistry giving them the very strong crossbow line could, if you really value the middle gold, the middle where that victory column is, and want to push that in the Castle Age, you could have a really strong push there with that extra attack on your crossbows.
Yeah, I think stylistically it's going to be no surprise that Hart did reach for the Arabia as one of his home maps. It's a map that obviously perfectly suits him, as we've talked about him being a very meta-driven player, execution-focused, right? You're not going to be surprised by too many of his strategies, but you might be surprised by his ability to hit timings, execute in a near-perfect manner.
Right, and I wonder where he's going to use the Georgians. Arabia could be a great option there. Tiergarten could also be another option. Similar Georgians and Magyar as both those cav civs, kind of interchangeable on those maps a bit.
Yeah, without a doubt. And we'll see if he can use those scouts to great effect. Hindustanis, Ethiopians. I love watching Ethiopians play, not just for their crossbows, the power of their crossbows, but because of the extra resources that you get in reaching that next age, right? And how even that can work into specific timings, maybe beating your opponent out to the castle age if you do attempt to go for a fast castle, and or just further feudal age aggression, getting a quicker upgrade into fletching or a few more military units out onto the field to overwhelm in numbers.
Right, and Ethiopians, usually not a civ we see in 1v1s all that often.
Right.
You have all of these admin bans, so you get to the end of your draft, and Hart's thinking, you know what? I'll try them out, see if I can fit them in somewhere. There's no really particular map where they really shine. Usually you see them as the team game flank civ, where they can really focus in on their archers, use those extra resources you mentioned to get their archery ranges out and get their production going, get that crossbow upgrade when you get to the Castle Age. And 1v1 is a bit trickier because you can't focus so much on only one unit line.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so let's try and put some civs to certain maps. Dry River, that's where we kick things off. You already called out Dravidians, which we saw played on this map yesterday. What do you think then the answer is on the side of Hart? If you're making the assumption that Dogao is going for the Dravidians, how do you want to respond to that pick?
That's a good question. He doesn't have the Romans, the other civ that we've seen here. He doesn't have.
Right, he banned it out himself.
Right, he doesn't have the Goths that we'd seen TaToH play here earlier. So how do you deal with all the skirmishers of the Dravidians? I don't see Byzantines as a pick either. He banned that out himself.
Is this Magyars? Just so you go early scouts, make use of that free forging and just try to overwhelm early?
And if you get control of those shorefish, you'll have the food ego to pump out the scouts.
Yeah, I wonder if that's the play, because in a lot of senses, Dry River can be played like in Arabia, in the sense that it is a fairly open map. Yes, we see a lot of people trying to get those walls up at home, but in the process of doing so, the fish will remain exposed, right? And so it's a lot about military control, and any civ that can utilize mobility, I think, can definitely pack a punch on a map like Dry River.
And because you get that free forging with the Magyars, you're getting the better timing advantage on your scouts, so you're not as afraid of early spears or men-at-arms.
And even your spears are better too, right?
Exactly. Your spears have that free forging they benefit from, so in that spear versus spear fight, they can even take some wins.
Now, Tiergarten, as I look back at that map as well, I'm looking at maybe a Slavs pick for Dogao. Again, I think a lot of people will kind of approach that map in a similar way that they would approach Enclosed. Slavs, of course, could also go over to Arabia. Berbers, though, a very similar civ, right? In cheap, stable production, a slightly worse farming economy than the Slavs, but a number of options there. Saracens is always one of those picks that I feel like, due to their versatility, makes a draft difficult to predict, right? I think one of the values of a Saracen pick in your draft is just the fact that it makes it harder for your opponent to figure out where any of your civs are going to go.
Yeah, exactly. They can't be played on water maps, too. And looking at this, we have Pacific Isles and Citadel as the two water maps.
Right.
And if Dogao does want to use Dravidians on Dry River, then that fits Italians into Citadel, and what does he then use on Pacific Isles?
Yeah.
Probably one of Berbers or Saracens.
Yeah, absolutely. Vietnamese, then, where is that going? Is that your Arabia pick?
That could be the Arabia pick.
Hindustanis, where is that going?
Hindustanis. We saw them played on Tiergarten the other day.
We did.
Be effective there. They could be the Arabia pick.
So then Georgians gets pushed to Arabia, if we're thinking Magyars is Dry River?
And then Hindustanis, Georgians, Tiergarten, Arabia then.
Yeah, okay, you've got plenty of options there. The countdown has started, friends, and away we go into the first set of the day. It's Hart versus Dogao. Hart in the blue, Dogao in the red, and we're on to Dry River to kick things off. It is going to be the Magyars pick over there for Hart up against, correct me if I'm wrong, that's the Saracens logo, correct?
I don't think that's the Saracens logo. I might be wrong. Is that the Dravidians logo?
Oh, it might be. Which would actually go back to our initial prediction.
We're anticipating production filling in that name.
We didn't know ahead of time that the casters would be tested on their on their crests. Yeah, knowledge.
We're eagerly anticipating our production team filling in that one line of text. Saracens, okay. It is Saracens.
I was right.
Woohoo!
Right. I passed the test.
Yes.
I passed the test. All right. Okay, so not necessarily what our prediction was, right? We did call the Hart civ. I think the Saracens at least went counter to what we thought in considering that the Dravidians has been used here before, and it would be a very powerful pick possibly on this map. Let's talk about the matchup then and how Saracens obviously happy to go into camels. I'm looking at Magyars, happy to go into cavalry. It's starting to feel actually pretty decent for the Saracens once we reach the Castle Age.
If it goes late game, Saracens with all that extra HP on their camels now, they no longer need that zealotry tech at the castle to get the extra HP. They get it for free. And also Mamelukes as a late game option for countering Cav Archers. It's tricky because the Cav Archers have extra range, but if you close the distance and you manage to trap them and take a fight, Mamelukes are going to absolutely massacre them.
I think one of the keys here, though, is we're talking about how the Saracens excel as the game goes later.
right? And this is a very aggressive map. So for Hart, it's about applying that pressure, getting damage done early, create at least an economic and military advantage before we make it to the Castle Age, so that you might be able to close it out before the Saracens really start to come into their own power.
Yep, and we see both players moving out into the middle, taking that shorefish. Again, the shorefish are the fastest source of food in the game, so you want to stay there and contest the middle as much as you can. And continue adding more mills around the middle as you add probably towers. You might see a forward barracks, a forward archery range, a forward stable. Sometimes you're putting all of your military buildings right in the middle just so your reinforcements are exactly where you need them to be to enter the fight.
Yeah, that is absolutely the way we've seen the meta develop on this map, and I believe Hart's already throwing down his barracks in the middle of the map. There we see it now. Hart with a slightly faster feudal age timing, 1 vil less, of course, to work with. I would expect to see the scouts come out as quickly as he can, just hunting for a little bit more wood here before we can place that stable. There it is. 2 vils working away on it, and feudal age will come in for Dogao. I would venture to guess we'll see the stable in response, although
I would think so.
It's back at home. So that is a difference in placement between the two players.
Maybe recognizing he's up slower, wanting to be a bit more defensive. Maybe recognizing he can try to use the market, and maybe isn't going to contest the middle as heavily as he would with another civ.
Yeah, absolutely. Stable's up. We've got the scouts on the queue. Spears on their way out. And now it's just about who can find the damage. Walls coming up here for Dogao, so a much safer approach, playing directly into the way that we would expect this matchup to go, realizing that with that early forging, he's going to have a military disadvantage, and with the slower timings. So just needs to protect his fish. Got the walls up already against those melee units. Sitting pretty for the time being.
And maybe he's thinking he can wall up and try to force this game to go to that late game stage where his camels start to come into play.
All right, so Hart, though, still going to force out the repairs, the extra buildings, and things like that. Looking for damage, testing the waters here. Scouts in through the walls and towards the wood line. It's just 2 scouts, but again, with forging already. So they can still find a vil snipe if left entirely unattended.
We see Dogao rearranging the vils on that wood line so they're easier to wall in if he needs to.
Spears were in pursuit, but they actually now get distracted by the spear itself of Hart, and Hart is going to loop around to the other wood line. Dogao will have to be sharp here, either on the quick walls or on the vil pole. He is going to look to fight it, but again, these are forging scouts with a third one coming in. This looks to be the first vil snipe of the game.
On down he goes.
He can get one more.
Down.
Ooh.
Vil.
I will take 2 vils for 1 scout any day of the week.
And he might get a third.
A third
vil here.
even. Oh, no. Okay, now I start to worry. Now I start to worry immediately that the game is going exactly the way that Hart wants it to. Now, he did lose 2 scouts through all of this, so Dogao does now have the military advantage, but he's going to have to make use of it to strike back.
Yeah, and he was trying to wall up and play very defensively and not have to use that military advantage right away. Now he's forced to find some damage and find some vil picks with his own scouts.
Yeah, and again, we're right back up to 3 scouts on the side of Hart. Still a very dangerous grouping. He's making his way back over to the eastern side of the map. The walls are trying to come up. We'll see if Dogao is able to get them down. Needs to have micro on this villager before the scouts find their way around. I think he realizes it. He can sense it, and beautifully done. Does get the walls up. Just needs to make sure that he pulls an extra vil. Fantastic. We're not going to be breaking through just now. We're stopping the bleeding. That was a close one. Uh-oh.
Here come the spears, at least.
I spoke too soon. The scouts are in. Oh, but great damage found by the spears here, eliminating one of those scouts. And in the meantime, we did find the counter damage.
And he's getting the pokes on the scouts as Hart has to pay attention to microing his own spears to protect his villagers from Dogao's scouts.
Yeah. All right, so in the end, Dogao salvages a little bit here, and the walls are nearly complete. Done on the eastern and southern sides of the map. Still needs to close the northern side of his base, but with those spears back at home, he's going to be able to push the scouts away, and one more villager comes out to complete those walls.
It's a really big area for him to wall. He has some wood lines that are very far from the TC, and even though they're kind of clumped up, there are big spaces between the wood lines and the edge of the map that need to be filled.
Yeah, 2 scouts rounding the corner here, but 2 spears in response. Isn't going to find the damage that he's hoping for. Another spear coming over to protect the gold. Again, if he ever loses track of these 2 scouts, they could find one more vil snipe, but I think at this point, he's locked them into his own base, and we see there in the video on the left-hand side of your screen, we still have the 4 scouts of Dogao roaming around looking for more damage. 2 Vils behind in total. I think the scary thing for me here right now, T-West for Dogao, is the food count and the number of villagers on food for Hart.
And Dogao already sold his stone at the market as the Saracens, so those food counts are when he's already used the market.
Exactly. 500 food in the bank here for Hart. Already has the gold to click up. He's got more villagers in the center of the map working away. Nice poke there from one of the spears. This villager is going to look to find himself a fight against this mounted man. And now we have an archery range coming up here for Dogao. I think recognizing that he's got to get more done in feudal. I wonder if he knows how close Hart is to clicking up.
He can probably feel it. He knows he's going to be behind from all that damage he took from the scouts. And yeah, he's gotten that counterattack damage, but it's counterattacking someone who's been taking that shorefish the entire time. And we can see that in the resources collected. Hart's up by about 500 resources there, or 500, 600 plus resources, and he's still in the middle. He's still in the middle. He's still getting that fish.
Yeah, it looks good if you're only to isolate the KD, right? The overall KD, 9-4 in favor of Dogao, but most of the kills he has found have been military units while trading out for eco units on the other side for Hart. Hart with the click up to the Castle Age. We've got 5 red scouts still in the center of the map looking for damage. Just kind of playing ring around the rosy, attempting to lose the spears. And then if you find that moment where the spears get left behind and some villages are left unattended, just like this, what we're seeing now, this could be a couple more kills here for Dogao.
Oh, and that Vil is on the backside of the water, so he can't go back to the mill and run to his friends to fight. And he will be picked off, but that's 2 dead scouts.
There's 2
I think
dead
there's
scouts.
2 Vils there, but you see the effectiveness of those spears. If you're trading villagers for scouts, eventually you're going to hit the point where you no longer have enough scouts to continue hitting villagers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 3 kills apiece when it comes to the villagers, and a 36 to 33 villager count. But Hart is a minute away from the Castle Age. And as soon as he hits it, I would expect to see knights flooding the field. I'm looking for a second stable, perhaps, and maybe a second TC.
He hasn't really committed to blacksmith upgrades yet, though. We see the free forging he has, but nothing else. So he could still go Cav Archers as an option as the Magyars. He has lots of different ways he could play this. And now, finally, this is Dogao's archery range transition. I've seen Dogao do this a lot. He really likes still adding in the archers on the way up to the Castle Age, gives him a bit of army to upgrade to crossbow, and lets him apply some pressure here. And here, it's a great pressure as the Vils have to run off of the shorefish.
Well, and it's at least a second Vil kill here. Already got one with the scouts, going to find another with the archers, possibly a third as the Vils are in full retreat. And crucially, this is pulling Hart off of all of that food economy that he had, right? Yes, 250 food in the bank. He is going for fletching as well as bloodlines, but all of a sudden the resources aren't looking as nice as they were before. It's going to be Bacanero, so as you mentioned, a little bit of a transition into range for our Magyar player.
Yeah, and we saw those 2 ranges as this army walked past them. This isn't double stable knights where immediately the knights could come out with that free forging and blast furnace or not blast furnace, the iron casting and clear up the feudal age army. Here the Cav Archers, they need to be massed a bit. You need a good 4 to 6 of them before you can really think about fighting the archers in earnest.
Yeah, I'd say this is a beautiful recovery though for Dogao. Those initial kills found by the early scouts from Hart as the Magyar player, I thought that was going to spell absolute disaster for Dogao, but he finds the counter damage and finds enough of it, I think, to sort of stabilize this game, just about to hit the Castle Age, and crucially kept the pressure over on Hart's side. So Hart had to react, right?
Right.
First, as opposed to sending those initial Cav Archers directly across the map.
Right, and even here, he has to micro down those archers, and Dogao can get a couple of kills.
Yeah, trading out on the Archer lives. We do have Bacanero coming in, so this is another good find here, I think, for Hart. In the end, whittling down what would become crossbow numbers in just a bit. But yeah, only working with 3-4 Cav Archers of his own at the time being. We also had Vodka earlier show us that there was an overchop on that right-hand woodline, and it's still there. So that's crucial for us to be aware of, and it's also crucial for Dogao to become aware of, because that could hurt later on in the game.
Definitely, but Hart needs to apply some pressure there, and so far Dogao's crossbows have stopped those Cav Archers, as you said, from getting that early Castle Age aggression, and Dogao has the score lead. He has a 3-villager lead. He's in a decent spot here despite that early pressure from the scouts.
Yeah, and now the clock is ticking, right? We mentioned it at the beginning of the map. the Saracens are going to scale better and better and better in this matchup as time goes on. And so once again, the onus is on Hart to find the damage, to create enough of an advantage here in the Castle Age, that whether or not he ends it in the Castle Age, at least he'll have a resource advantage and a military advantage going into Imperial, adding that siege and closing out the game. For Dogao, it's all about stemming any bleeding, or rather just maintaining your position right now.
Yeah, and here's where it gets tricky with the crossbows. You need to make sure they're not caught out of position. The Cav Archers have a lot more mobility. If they get into a bad spot, they can run away from it. Dogao has to be so careful to keep his crossbows and take good fights.
I love the early ballistics, though. I think that this is a fabulous tech, especially on a map like this, where you can still, even with walls being up, you can find damage onto vills over wood lines. You can harass those farms. Definitely don't want to be diving TCs, so let's avoid that. But a big fan of the early ballistics tech when it comes to raiding or even trading out against those more mobile Cav Archers, right, who are going to have an easier time microing against non-ballistic crossbows.
Right, and we did see, it looks like that's where the hole was earlier, that the Cav Archers can't get through. Dogao recognized that, became aware of it, and added the houses. And here we see those vills needing to run off of the wood line. Crossbows, they can at least hit the villager. They didn't kill him, but there's that ballistics, at least able to do some damage.
Yeah, and forcing, Hart off of an entire wood line when he's playing into a wood-gold composition, I mean, that's massive. That's good damage.
And also forcing that workshop and the mangonel out. That's a lot of wood he's spending that he's not using to add TCs.
Yeah, and as you mentioned that, it's Dogao on the other side who reaches out for a second TC first, right? He's going to keep the attention here forward, forcing Hart to respond. We see Hart isn't knocking on the doors of Dogao's base at the time being, rerouting those Cav Archers back as we speak. But with a second TC going up and already a Vill lead, I'd say Dogao is very happy with his position.
And we see no ballistics yet on those Cav Archers. They can't hit those lumberjacks.
Nope, not at all. Okay, moving out for a TC, but those spears, they're going to see it.
Well, they will on the left-hand side.
I don't know if 3 spears alone is going to be able to deny this. There is a weak
though.
villager. There are weak spears. Now it's up to Hart to recognize this and take the fight with the villagers. He will. The micro isn't there for Dogao to find even one Vill snipe. If the crossbows were still around, he could come deny this. Unfortunately, they've run back home to try and corner these Cav Archers. Remember, ballistics crossbows. So could find a couple good kills here as long as he's able to track them.
This will be a great fight if the crossbows can get there in time.
And they have gotten there in time. This could be every single one of the Cav Archers going down in the end. He's got 2 groups of crossbows. It's great perspective here from Hart, trying to outmaneuver this with the mobility, and he might get a couple of them away. But that's a phenomenal trade for Dogao.
And that's what we were mentioning earlier. You need your crossbows in the right spots, and there Dogao had them beautifully positioned to take out those Cav Archers.
In the meantime, mobility playing its part in all of this. We do have Hart taking a second group of Cav Archers over to the left-hand side or the northern side of the map, finds one Vill snipe over the wood line, forcing those Vills off of wood and onto gold for a short period of time. We have a third TC now going up for Dogao, so trying to maintain his 1 TC lead over Hart in the end.
But still, we see no ballistics on those Cav Archers. They only got 1 Vill on that wood line. Dogao's not really taking much damage here. You might need to re-wall that, but there is the TC there.
Yeah.
Don't know if Hart wants to risk diving in.
I think it's tougher to dive in underneath a Bodkin arrow ballistics TC, right? Then you are actually taking a significant amount of damage.
Especially when you don't have armor.
Right, when you don't have armor as well. Look at this. Okay, we do have the mango here, so we got to be careful. Dogao takes a massive hit to the face.
Oh, that was a perfect mangonel.
That was the perfect mangonel shot.
Right there as he was breaking in. That's the hard thing. When you're Dogao, you don't have that line of sight inside of the base when you're going with the crossbows. It's always a risk.
Yeah, great response there from Hart to push the crossbows away. If not for that mangonel, could have been a disastrous moment with 10 crossbows entering with ballistics and Bodkin. Taking a look at the numbers as well, we've got 32 crossbows on the side of Dogao. We've got 17 Cav Archers on the side of Hart. Both of these players, right, looking to find that mass, harassing over wood lines continuously. The Vill count still very close between the players. We're in a pretty dead even game state.
And look at that, 4 mangonels there from Hart.
I love the slow-moving box formation, Cav Archer, double mangonel push. Oh,
this feels like the army the AI makes in the campaign.
It's so picturesque, though. I feel like
Cav Archers at the same speed.
We should. There should be a tournament at some point where you're forced to always have your military fully grouped, so they always move at the slowest speed.
I'll have to set that up sometime.
All right, so the crossbow's still looking for some harassment. The Cav Archers have been pushed away in the north, but right as I say that, the Mangonels and the Cav Archers are arriving towards the center of the base. They batter down that gate, have found their way in. We have the Siege Workshop up now from Dogao, a Mangonel on the way, but it's still going to take some time for that one to pop out.
And Dogao also has to be careful of that Mangonel coming forward.
Good reaction.
Paying attention.
Great reaction. Let's check back in on Dogao's base, though. Let's see. He's been pushed off of gold there. Cav Archers are looping around the back. They're just going to run into another TC, though, so it might be difficult for them to find some damage on that wood line. We've got 2 groups of crossbows being microed here for Dogao. One on the left, one on the right.
And
We are in a
Mangonel.
Yep. That's a 1-for-1 trade, though. And generally, 1-for-1 trade, good for the defensive player. All that said, Hart still the one with the Mangonel in your base, but you're typically happy to trade 1-for-1 if you're defending.
He doesn't have that many Cav Archers there either. It feels like he can micro down the Cav Archers and, yeah, use the Vils on the Mangonel.
Love to see that. Now the crossbows come in. Just wants to avoid a big mango hit. Oh, okay. That's some good damage still to be found by a Mangonel. That was almost certainly going down. Now the crossbows with ballistics still need to micro down these Cav Archers. Another Vil kill has been found here for Hart, keeping that Vil count very, very even between the two. Military numbers, I think I would consider this relatively even because Cav Archers, right, a slightly stronger unit, 1-for-1 than a crossbow. So crossbows typically needing to be a bit more in mass, while both ultimately would love to get to that point where you have 60 ranged units in a tight ball.
They would. That's where the Cav Archers really shine, when you can get that huge mass of them, and especially with the extra range of the Magyars. But here, the Saracens, they have a really good Arbalest line. It's a lot cheaper for them to eventually turn them into Arbs, get Bracer, and get all of their upgrades. And especially with that attack bonus against buildings, they can go for that early imp push really effectively.
Okay, we've got Elite Skirmisher coming in. We also have the University coming up back at home there for Hart, so thinking about ballistics himself. Important to note, neither player close to Imperial Age resources. Looking to be a very extended Castle Age as even another TC.
Well, you say that, but Dogao's the Saracens. He's never that far away if he has
I guess that's true.
He can always decide if he wants to sacrifice that military and go up.
But I think the fourth TC kind of tells me, once again, that we're not trying to race to the Imperial Age. Like you say, though, you can sell the stone that you have. You've got 900 gold in the bank. Even sell a little bit of wood. And jet on up to the Imperial Age. We did have that Elite Skirm Tech finish for Hart, so he's moving off of the Cav Archers for the time being and onto the Elite Skirms. Another great mango shot. He's found a lot of damage from mangoes against crossbows.
Oh, and it gets the crossbows on the retreat too. But at the same time, there's another fight going on, and that mango should go down to the crossbows.
Can I get one more hit? Oh my God, he's finding great mango shots.
That felt like that shot could have been a bit better, though. It hit 1 or 2 crossbows and didn't really get the splash on all of them that he wanted.
Yeah, the animation definitely lied to us a bit. But either way, still was able to remove a couple of them from the map. We do have mangoes on the other side as well, though. And this is a good find here from Dogao. Solid split to avoid too much damage. Also was able to pick off a Vil. The Elite Skirmishers are in defense. We're back to Cav Archer production as well here for Hart. So he's kind of mixing the two together. At what point do you reintroduce cavalry to the fight?
For either player, I think it has to do with the Mangonels. If you want to clear Mangonels, you could go for a small number of Cav. Otherwise, it feels like it might just turn into a Skirm War. Both these really good archer saves. If you're the Magyars, you're afraid of the camels. If you're the Saracens, you're kind of afraid of the Cav archers until you get your Mamelukes out. And if you're the Saracens too, you only have knights. You can't upgrade them to cavalier. It's not a long-term solution. Yeah, second archer armor coming in. That's going to make these elite skirmishers, very, very strong against the crossbows. Still, such annoying, groups of 4 Cav archers over the wood line there for Dogao to have to continually deal with. Hasn't moved on to the elite skirmishers himself, so still largely producing mangonels and crossbows into what is now becoming an elite skirmisher army of his opponent. There's those resources you talked about. And there he goes up to Imp. He added the second stable, but not producing anything from it yet. I wonder if he could just go for the light cav line, or if he's thinking of a camel transition to deal with cav archers long term. Yeah, either way, crossing the 36-minute mark of the game.
I continue to think that this game is looking better and better for Dogao, right? Equivalent villager numbers, still a very solid mass of crossbows, and honestly, not a good enough forward position here for Hart to make him think twice about clicking up to the Imperial Age.
Exactly. And again, he doesn't necessarily have to transition. He can stay on the crossbows and use Siege to try to deal with these skirmishers. And once he gets the Imp, you get Bracer, you outrange the Mangonels, you do Bracer, Arb, and Chemistry, and all of a sudden you're doing a lot of damage overcoming the Pierce Armor of the Mangonels.
Yeah, I've got to be careful not to lose your numbers before you hit the Imperial Age, though. Does trade out for one Mangonel, loses a couple crossbows in the process. Okay, a couple more crossbows go down. At this point, I think you go full retreat back to base. You got 1 minute and 30 seconds left to wait. We do have a defensive castle coming up. And so you want to make sure to defensive for both.
Right. He gets that castle, he can go back to the castle, keep the numbers alive, and wait for those upgrades.
Another archery range being dropped here for Hart.
And I like the walls. I like the stone walls, keeping the entire back portion of that map safe, where he'll have the wood long term, and any gold or stone that's back there he'll be able to take for free.
Well, and it's good recognition of the strengths of the Magyars, right? And the fact that, you know, while yes, he's producing a lot of elite skirms, he still has those cav archers running around. If you can completely deny, you know, a point of entry, let's say, to your base, cav archers, they can bust through a palisade wall pretty quickly. It's going to take them years to get through a stone wall. And so an incredibly effective defense against a unit like that. We do have husbandry now on the way. Elite skirmishers spot the castle just as it goes up, so they'll be pushed back. And now we have even more investment into archery ranges. Thumb Ring coming in as Imperial Age arrives. Would expect to see. There you have it. Bracer and Chemistry on the way
right
for our Saracen player. Things are looking good for Dogao in Game 1.
And once those upgrades come in, he can even take a fight against the skirmishers. He needs to wait for them, but even once Bracer comes in, you're doing so much more damage compared to the Pierce Armor that they have. You actually can kill them pretty effectively. Okay.
Imperial Age on the way here for Hart, though, so not to be completely outdone. He's 1 minute and 30 away from it himself. Thumb Ring to match the Thumb Ring that Dogao already has, but he'll be in the deficit of Bracer and Chemistry. I like the conscription play as well, nice and early. If you have the ability to squeeze that in, it just makes the military production all that much better. Even when you're taking even trades, now you're reinforcing that much quicker.
And this is where we've seen the map usually be over in the early game. Now there's so much shorefish in the middle that isn't important anymore. You don't care about that as a food resource. You just kind of have this dead space in the middle of the map that you can get your military production buildings there, and it's important for your map control, but there aren't any golds or stones there that you're going to be trying to control long term.
Yeah, Dry River becomes a no man's land. Exactly. World War II style, you got to run across no man's land to get to your opponent's trenches and try to break through. And here we have, as you mentioned, the crossbows with just Imperial Age upgrades, making quick work of skirmishers that aren't even reacting.
And then looking at the eco upgrades, handcart for Dogao versus not even wheelbarrow. Wheelbarrow just coming in there for Hart. And looking at the res collected, Dogao up by about 2,000 resources.
Yeah, no, I mean, everything looks good here for Dogao. At this point, it would be his game to lose, I would say. Another defensive, and I think he recognizes that with yet another defensive castle back at home, right? He knows he's got the better civ the later they go. He knows in a post-imp situation that if both players even play perfectly, he will be the one who comes out on top. So he's not taking any chances. He's not going to go forward with 20 vills and end up getting mangonelled or something and throw the game. He's going to approach this safely, and I like to see that from a player who desperately needs to find a set victory today.
And if you were to do that forward castle, it would have to be really far forward because you don't want to do it in the river where your enemy has the hill on their side of the river to trap it down from.
All right, here we see the tech switch as well. So already prepping to get some camels or some light cav out onto the field.
Those walls are great. Those walls are absolutely perfect.
Yeah, what do you do? What do you do as Hart? I think this is where things start to feel a little hopeless, right? Because you're running into stone walls and you're going, oh my god, I gotta find that damage, I gotta get in. And even if I tech switch at this point into the cav, of course he's the Saracens, he's got the answers to me.
He does, and of course the Magyars don't have great siege either. If you could get some workshops forward, you could maybe get cap rams to try to go through the walls, but that's about it.
He just sold 1,000 stone. No, I'm sorry, I'm just looking at the market usage from them. Again, this is Saracen's strength here. He's just sold 1,000 stone.
It's like having extra gold.
It's incredible, and look at all the techs, again, that continue to come in. Arbalest, Elite Skirm, Heavy Camo, we got the second armor upgrade. I mean, he's just absolutely gapping Hart in every respect.
Yeah, and with that stone, in the long run, it feels like you have more gold. as the Saracens. You're going to get to the late game and run out of gold much later than your opponent. Still, no one went for the relics on this map. You see all those white dots on the mini-map.
That's a really good
the
point.
Dry river, but
I don't even know if either player has a monastery, right? Let alone, yeah, the attempt to go for the relics. The techs continue to roll in. The players are both building up the ranged militaries. No siege for either player, though. So that's the other thing to consider, is that you need siege to end the game. And so we're still a ways away from seeing this game conclude, I think. And that's really the onus again on Dogao now at this point, after putting up these stables, to maybe start investing into either trebuchets, rams, whatever his choice of siege unit. Unfortunate losses here for Hart.
The speed of the skirms.
Yeah.
But as you say, no siege, because what are you going to hit with your siege? If you're going to make the siege, you don't want to run it across the entire riverbed.
Right.
You want your workshops forward, and you need map control before you can actually invest into those workshops.
Yeah, waiting for the correct military composition to come forward and establish a forward operating base, if you will. Now we have plate barding on the way. The heavy camel production has begun. We've got 9 on the field with 4 more in the queue. Both players up over 130 villagers apiece. We got Parthian tactics coming in there for the Magyars. Again, their cav archers scale incredibly well. I believe recurve bow did come in earlier as well already.
Yep, we do have that 7+5 attack, 4+4 range. And this is where the Magyar cav archers, they're just better than Arbalests at this point. They have the range to match them.
Now they have the hill.
They have extra attack. They have the hill here, and they have so much more HP. If you're the Saracens, you now need to make that transition. You don't want to be 200 pop Arbalest against 200 pop Magyar heavy cav archer.
Right, so here come the camels, looking to find some snipes, push those cav archers away, but the numbers aren't big enough just yet to make too much of a difference. Look at the castle positions for Hart as well, right? So he's, I mean, again, we might be locking in for a long one here, folks.
And Corvinian army, there he goes for the Magyar Hussars to make them cost only food. And if you have a lot of castles up as the Magyars, you can drag the game out because your unique unit is a trash unit that's good at sniping siege. And all of a sudden, needing to come from all the way from the other side of the river across to have any chance at hitting castles just to be sniped off by your opponent's light cav unique unit can be really demoralizing, and it just drags the game out so long.
Yeah, so what are we looking at as we see the camels come forward, run into castle fire, have to retreat? We're looking for 50-ish heavy cav, 15 Magyar Hussar, and some siege. Is that the final army composition for Hart?
I think the army composition for Hart is just heavy cav archer with some Magyar Hussars.
A little bit of Magyar Hussar.
See him doing the elite upgrade there. We see him investing into the farm upgrades now. He has handcart. He's doing the eco upgrades, and he's preparing for a long game.
So then is it just camel skirm on the other side? Or do you need to mix in enough Arbalists to deal with the Hussar themselves?
I mean, camels themselves should be able to deal with the Hussars. I wonder if we will see that Mameluke transition. Again, it's a unit a bit better at fighting the cav archers in these choke points if you can close the distance. But it's all about closing the distance with your camels and managing to take fights against the cav archers. Hart's going to be spending the entire game just microing one group of cav archers, trying to keep it alive and take good trades.
Now, we've been waiting for one of the players to start to reach towards a siege, and it will be Dogao who goes there first. 2 trebs onto the field, 2 more in the queue. We saw Cap Ram tech come in already, investing more into that archer armor. The camels continue to run into castle fire, and that's why we need the siege so desperately.
Yep, and the Saracens do have a great siege workshop. They have access to siege onagers, which can be a counter to cav archers, but again, especially on this map, vulnerable to being sniped off by the Magyar Hussars.
Yeah, the skirm numbers look good, though. 21 here with 34 camels as a front line. Here come the Magyar Hussars, though, making their first appearance in the match. They are going to have to engage against some of the camels as well. Like you said, a counter unit, but those heavy cav archer behind will make quick work of those camels. And it's just two Magyar Hussars to force all those skirms away, but it looks like the heavy camels are in here on the bottom side of the map, and there aren't enough cav archers to deal with it. This is going to be a great little win here for Dogao, pushing his opponent off of some gold, pushing his opponent off of some stone, and keeping a very crucial point of entry here for him into his opponent's base.
Yeah, and Dogao, meanwhile, is fully stone-walled, so he doesn't have to worry about that counterattack. He can just kind of skirmish that army in the middle while doing this damage.
Yeah, normally I would be thinking it's the Magyar Hussars that are doing the raiding, but it's the heavy camels that are doing the raiding here. And while Hart has to try and stem the bleeding, we do have another big fight occurring in the middle of the map, but the Camels make quick work of the Hussar. We still have plenty of skirms there to deal with the heavy Cav Archers. While the overall trade might be pretty even, I'd say Dogao is happy with that, since he's the one who has some Camels running around in the back of Hart's base.
It's just so tricky to deal with those Cav Archers in the long run. Yeah, Camels are an option, but they also die to the Cav Archers. It's all about whether you can get the engagements, and those Camels have been doing damage, but Hart continuing to queue villagers and recover the economy behind these raids.
Yeah, both players essentially popped cap, but now the Trebs arrive to the fight. And this is going to change the makeup of how the players are approaching it. It's going to force engagements. And ultimately, Hart is going to have the control over the Magyar Hussar to go and snipe those Trebs, not lose them too quickly to the Camels like he's doing just now. Right, and that's going to hurt just a little bit as Dogao is setting up to put pressure on the first of the 3 castles that are defending.
I think Hart pulled way too many Cav Archers back to deal with 4 or 5 Camels in his base. Those Trebs now have an avenue to hit that castle if the Cav Archers can't take the Camel numbers down enough for the Hussars to engage on the Trebs.
Yeah, I actually really like this position that Dogao has set up as well.
He's on the hill. He's on the hill, so he's not going to be trebbing it from down in the riverbed.
Yeah, he's on the hill. He's also made it so that there isn't as much of an ability to flank with those Hussars, right?
Right.
Now, by pushing himself up against the side of the map, it's kind of forcing a front on engagement. So there we have 4 Trebs working away. The repairs are coming in from the villagers. It's diving in now for Hart, looking for the snipes onto the Trebs, but the Camels find a great meat shield in front of it. Yes, a couple of those Trebs will go down. In fact, 2 of them do. Maybe a third will fall, not to be seen, and one of the castles already crumbles to dust.
And that opens up that gold mine on the western corner of the map. Now the Camels can run in and raid that too as the skirms move in. And that was a great fight from Dogao. He has a few Camels clean up his other castle. Does he see that gold? He should have info. Yeah, there go the Camels.
And we've gotten to the stage of the game where
too.
the Saracens should be feared here as a Magyar player. More Camels diving onto villagers here on the left-hand side of your screens. We got this skirmishers making quick work of heavy Cav Archers. Yes, a couple Magyar Hussar trying to play defense. Another castle goes up, so Hart's not ready to tap out of this one just yet. Waiting to see, oh my goodness, look at the idle villagers here for Hart. That's looking pretty disastrous.
He's got 80 idle villagers. I've never seen that many idle villagers before.
That's an incredible number of idle villagers. He's got no one working on gold, no one working on stone, only 34 on food and 8 on wood for the time being. He did take a pretty decent trade here underneath the castle fire, but the military count is still amazing for the Saracen player in Dogao. 64 on the field. More Camels come forward. The Trebs are repositioning. Only 2 Trebs, though, so it's going to be harder to pressure castles if a couple more Magyar Hussar get back there and look to snipe the Trebs. I'm looking to see if the queue picks up here. Doesn't have enough gold at the moment, but plenty of resources in the bank. Could continue to make use of that Saracen market. He comes forward now, looking to pressure the second castle of the game.
And that castle, only 2 Trebs, so Hart has an opportunity to repair. But I love this army composition from Dogao. You had mentioned maybe going for Arbalests earlier to snipe off the Magyar Hussars better, but he was able to protect the Trebs just with the Camels. And the skirms themselves, yeah, Arbalests might overall be the better unit, but specialized at dealing with those heavy Cav Archers, the skirms they fill that role so well.
One of the Trebs goes down. The second one on fire. We'll see if the shots are there from the defensive Treb of Dogao. The repairs are coming through like you mentioned, but the big snipe comes on the side of Dogao. 1 Treb. This will take a while when your opponent's got 850 stone in the bank to repair with. So again, I'm looking for more siege to hit the field, and Dogao hasn't thought of that yet.
He still has that 1 Treb, and he's going to be taking this 1 fight underneath the castle. Even with skirms, you don't want to fight underneath the castle. The Hussars should pick off that Treb there.
Yeah, 1 Treb, not enough. Easy snipe there for the Magyar Hussar, and now they look to lead the Camels on a wild goose chase. I'm starting to see those elite skirm numbers dwindle, but we do have 19 in the queue, producing out of 8 archery ranges. Siege ram tech on the way, so a transition away from Trebs and into the siege rams and onto Hussars as opposed to Camel.
So this is where he's starting to run out of gold a bit, so he needs to make that transition to the trash unit. And if you're no longer having those Camels out to deal with the Hussars, all of a sudden your skirms are much more vulnerable.
Yeah, definitely. So this could be a moment where Hart finds an opening, right? He's gotten at least a second to breathe while the Camel mass is still very large and is finding purchase onto villagers on the left-hand side of the map. It still feels like Dogao has major control over the course of this game. 100 villagers there for Hart, so the economy might start to suffer as the game goes on. Again, crucially, no villagers on gold. So for him, The number of cav archers that he currently has is as many as he will find, unless he can find a way to get more gold in the bank.
And he's trying to run off the edge of the map there and try to find some more gold with those camels, I think. But those cav archers will be chasing him down and running right into more skirms. That's a good fight for the Hussars there when the camels weren't engaged.
Yeah, very solid find there. Reducing the number of skirms on the map. We got 2 more trebs out onto the field here for Dogao. I'm going to call into question going for a siege ram tech and then never producing a siege ram. I would like to see those siege workshops be put to use. Ultimately, I do think it will be the more effective siege unit, especially when you're playing against a heavy cav archer. There is a hole there.
Oh, no,
oh my goodness, what a wall!
How is he even paying attention to that one spot? That was a beautiful quick wall, and that's going to keep him safe. Only a few Hussars, but still, we've seen so many times this tournament. One cav unit gets into your base and suddenly kills 20 vills if you don't notice it.
All right, here comes the siege rams. Here comes the killing blow, or at least Dogao's attempt at a killing blow. We'll see if Hart has the ability to stave it off, but I'm worried with the resources in the bank that if he takes one bad fight, he won't be able to replenish the military numbers, and it could spell the end of the game for him.
And that's what the siege rams do. They force you to fight. The only counter to them right now are the Magyar Hussars, your melee unit, and that's going to force the camels to take that engagement. The cav archers will be in the back hitting the camels, but here we go.
Yeah, all that said, the Magyar Hussar numbers are decent. He's got 20 out on the field. He's microing them around, looking to target the trebuchets first, then likely the siege rams to follow. The camels are trying to push back the heavy cav archers. They're also trying to defend at the same time for the siege. Both of the trebs crumble to the ground, and the siege rams continue to push forward.
A great use of that pond there, looping around the side, trapping the camels so that he could find that line, that avenue to get to the trebs and not take much damage. He still has the Hussars alive to protect the castle.
Yeah.
And the thing with the Rams is they have to come to the castle. Your Magyar Hussars don't need to run out into the open, face the camels for a long time. They can face the camels directly underneath the castles while they try to snipe the Rams.
Yeah, clearing up no man's land there, just removing the remaining structures that Hart had standing from earlier in the game. From there, he'll have no choice but to push up this hill. And that's one of the aspects of Dry River and the difficulty in closing out a game, is you essentially at some point have to commit to attacking uphill into your opponent to close it out.
That you do uphill and making your siege vulnerable as they go under all of those Hussars that we're going to see right here. Probably all 4 of those Rams go down. See how well the Hussars do. Ooh. He didn't engage.
Yeah, and the camels made that messy. The camels made that messy. They're playing a decent front line to the Rams. I kind of like this move from Dogao. The expectation is that he would push right up the center there, and he's actually saying, no, again, I'm going to be the one who dictates the positioning of the next fight with my Rams and forcing it. So I'm going to go to the southern side of the map and maybe target that castle. Now, all of a sudden, you have a wall of camels you have to run through in order to get to these Rams. That said, the numbers of military still look really good here for Hart as the Magyars. And ultimately, it's easy for him to throw these food units away and replace those. So you're happy to do that all game.
Exactly. In this setup where the Saracens player is using their gold units on the front line, so the camels are the ones that are dying and the gold is being spent. The Magyar player just keeps their cav archers in the back. They're saving all of their gold for the long run.
And it's a rarity that somebody has 9 siege rams on the field and still doesn't feel like they can push.
Because of those Hussars.
Yeah.
They're so good at sniping them off.
Yeah, this is such a difficult position. We talked about how I would, we maybe prefer the Saracens at this stage of the game, but you can even see, while maybe having the benefit of the better Civ in the matchup, it is still incredibly difficult to close out against a player who's using their army composition to its fullest.
Yeah, as long as you have gold and you have the camels, you feel like you're okay with the Saracens, but eventually, even though Dogao does have that 6-2 relic lead, that gold supply is going to start running out.
Yeah, thank goodness he's got that 6-2 relic lead, because that will aid him tremendously as the game continues on. We're looking for some raids as well with the Hussar, always asking questions of his opponent, always forcing reactions. You never know, you catch somebody off guard, and that could be it. Maybe it's not about killing the castles, maybe it's about killing 30 villagers, right? So there's a couple different ways that you could ultimately end this game. I actually really love the extension of that stone wall, right? Just creating more of a choke point for Dogao to have to push through if he wants to ultimately take this. The cav archers still playing from the top of the hill. Now we have another engagement. Hussars dragging camels back, looking to get kills onto skirmishers and siege. Good micro here from both players, though. The camels always making sure they come back to defend those siege rams, but at some point we've got to commit to a push.
And this siege ram push will probably be what decides the game, if the Rams are useful or if they just get picked off by the Hussars.
What's he waiting for? That's the thing. I mean, and the answer could just be the right micro, right? The right situation, the right tactical situation for him to actually bring those Rams in. But at this point, the army compositions aren't changing, and I'm not seeing either player look to change their army composition.
No, and right now, look at the resources collected. Dogao is so far ahead, but he's falling behind in the KD. And over time, your KD difference will make up for that res difference as your opponent is spending all those resources, but then losing them as their army dies.
Yeah, we got one Magyar Hussar over there looking to take out a Siege Ram, but the Siege Rams are only moving further back across the map. They're moving in the wrong direction.
Yeah, and there's nothing to ram back there. We talked about this earlier. That middle river has nothing in it. It's just those ponds of shorefish. At this point, if you're a Hart, you're content. You're just going to sit there, wait for the gold to start to run out, and then hope that your Cav Archer army still is alive while you're spending your Hussars in the KD.
How about this? Yeah, we're making use of that Saracen market still. Thank you for pointing that out, Vodka. How about this? Well, as he invests all of his gold, I was about to say, at what point do you buy all of the stone to place a forward castle, and then you have a position to treb from? You have a little bit of a safer position to actually launch your push from.
Could be an interesting strategy for Dogao, or even just stone for towers to make a safe spot forward.
Right, because I think that's the thing. Right now we're seeing the indecision, right, that he's facing, not having, or rather not finding his window of opportunity to ultimately push up that hill. So how can you create that window of opportunity? Yes, it would be a massive investment of gold to buy 650 stone, but at a certain point, you're now the one getting pushed back. You're going to have to look for a different answer. What you're doing is not working.
And it feels like the Rams were a wasted investment now. He wasn't able to really do anything with them, take out a few production buildings on the front, but that was it. Sometimes you want to use those Rams to soak up the Cav Archer fire, but you can't do that against the Magyars with all those Hussars.
He is, at the very least, with that extra gold and, of course, the relic gold that's coming in, still able to keep camel numbers at a decent level. We have 17 in the queue with 15 on the field, also mixing in Hussar of his own. Not able to raid too effectively with them because of the walling that has come up here from Hart at this point. So again, it's pretty much about, oh my goodness, 110 kills from the heavy Cav Archers.
That's the Magyars. That's what he does. He's going to micro those Cav Archers. He's not going to lose any of them. He's going to keep them in the back. And in this matchup, I wouldn't even be surprised to see Herbal Medicine from the Magyars if you ever want to garrison them and heal in your castles if you get pushed back again.
Ooh, how about this? Okay, we finally brought a couple Siege Rams over to the side, but that needs to be supported by some Hussars. I think we see them moving forward now. Can look for more raiding. A hole in the wall there for the Magyar Hussar to find, but a great response here from Dogao already, catching it, using that monk to great effect, gets the conversion.
And unlike the normal Hussars, the Magyar Hussars do not have conversion resistance, so the monks are effective against them.
Okay, but we're in on the left-hand side of the map. Hart realizes he's sending Magyar Hussar over there to deal with it now, but of course, he will have to protect this TC and all of the villagers' farming economy, wood economy over on this side. I think the numbers are high enough, though, for him to respond.
Yeah, that's not a problem for him. The great thing about the Magyars is that your entire army is mobile, so if you get raided, you can just break off a few Hussars or a few Cav Archers and go deal with it, then come back.
All right, so the Siege Rams didn't work. The Trebs didn't work initially. Dogao's thinking bombard cannons. Maybe that'll work.
Maybe it will. He's looking Siege Engineers too. I think the Trebuchets were a lot more effective than the Rams.
I think they were much more effective than the Rams. Again, that's where I bring up, or continue to bring up the idea of buying stone for a forward castle position, because I think that then that makes Trebs an incredible choice. At least you're forcing Magyar Hussar to run underneath castle fire as well as camel defense in order to take those Trebs out.
Yeah, but even then, it's tricky because you don't really care about losing the Hussars. They're only your food unit.
Right.
You're going to run them under any castle you want just to snipe Trebs.
We do, of course, see the Halberdier tech coming in as well for Hart, so thinking about mixing in yet another unit onto the field. Of course, skirmishers are already in play, so those are pretty effective against Halberdiers, but it'll make it even more difficult for camels to find good fights.
It'll help him keep his numbers up, and sometimes it's useful just to make sure that you have all of your trash unit upgrades for the long run before the gold runs out. So prepping for a long game, we saw him do crop rotation earlier. And now those Trebs can move forward, and it's hard for the Saracens to deal with them. Bombard cannons can be very defensive against Trebs, but again, those Hussars are there. They can run under those skirms, under those camels, under that castle, and just try to snipe off the bombard cannons and think Hart has this at this point.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a way for Dogao to stop those Trebs unless he brings the Rams in. Here come the Rams.
I mean, yeah, Hart's only built 3 Trebs this game, and all 3 Trebs remain alive. And now he's the one who's wrestling back control of no man's land here. Uh-oh, the skirmishers found themselves in an undesirable position, getting absolutely melted by the Magyar Hussars. Here come the Siege Rams, a lot of them already going down to the Magyar Hussar. A couple of them will make their way, though, to the Trebs, and all 3 Trebs going to go down in the end. The Bombard Cannons helping as well from afar. We do have Siege Engineers in as well, so 1 extra range there. This could be the moment if Hart can't get his numbers back up. 38 military count, but we do have plenty in the queue. With a couple good raids there as well from Camels. Not the best raiding unit, but if left unchecked, they will find a lot of kills.
Yeah, and great defense there, using those cannons to snipe off the Trebs along with the Rams, and just goes to show how hard it is to push as the Magyars when you don't have great siege. These Magyar games can drag out. You have a unit that specializes in sniping siege. You don't have your own siege. And we have a map that's set up so that your castles are so far apart, you have to cross that great no man's land in between before you can take a fight.
And the really difficult thing there for Hart, right, is the lack of gold. There's no gold on the map, so it's all down to relic and market usage. And unfortunately for him, he's got the worst end of the relic trade, again, only holding 2 to the 6 of Dogao, and he's got the worst market prices by virtue of not being Saracens. So replacing those Trebs is incredibly costly.
Now, we don't have the chat on the screen, but we can still hear the taunts. I heard the players laughing in the game about something. I don't know exactly what that was, but, I mean, we might be here for a long one. We're already an hour and 20 minutes into the game. And, well, what do you think if Dry River gets completely dried up and becomes a wood game?
I think, well, that's, again, where I'm going to go ahead and give it back to the Saracens because of a couple things. I mean, once again, while, yes, you can produce Magyar Hussar to, the day's end, unfortunately, look at those heavy Cav Archer numbers. Sitting at only 23 and not able to get that group back up to the amount you want. You know, you want to sit more closer to 40 or 50 to actually deal with the Hussar and the Camels on the other side. Good rating still being found, though, here from Hart, and not willing to give it up. But the Siege Rams now coming forward. The numbers looking pretty good for Dogao. We have equivalent military counts, 72 to 74 on either side. But Dogao thinks he's found an opening. He's bringing the military in. It's 2 Siege Rams, Skirms, Hussars, and Heavy Camels up against the Magyar Hussar and the Heavy Cav Archers. A few Halberdiers being mixed in now. We'll see how each of the players micro through this. Unfortunately, we're out of siege again, so we can't really push anything.
The Rams are down immediately. Those Hussars, he focused the Rams, didn't care about losing the Hussars to the Camels. And yeah, he's on 23 Cav Archers, but after that entire fight, still on 23 Cav Archers, didn't lose a single one.
Yeah, this is difficult. We do have 800 gold in the bank on the other side. So again, I'm going to keep leaning towards the Saracens, but this could be a game decided by a simple execution decision or mistake.
It could be a game decided by the Relics, 6-2 there in favor of Dogao. Having that early map control with the Saracens could be what gives him the Relics and the eventual long-term gold income.
Okay, so another big engagement here. We've got the Heavy Cav Archers firing downhill. They're going to find a solid number of kills, but plenty of Magyar Hussar go down in the process. We do have Dogao coming out to even make use of that shorefish. Unfortunately, all of those vills getting sniped by the Magyar Hussar on the left side of your screen. Hoardings coming through for Hart as well. So again, trying to lock in for a long one here.
Those cannons sniped off by 1 or 2 Hussars.
Oh, that's brutal, but again, at least those can be replaced. As a Saracen player, you're a lot less sad about your siege going down than if you were in Hart's position right now because you got 74 gold in the bank.
Right, and at this point, I gotta ask, do you even consider adding in more siege? It feels like it's all being ineffective. You're not really killing buildings. Do you just focus fully on army and focus on taking the best KD fights that you can?
Yeah, I mean, I think for the most part, like I would not go back to the 9-10 Ram position, but I think you have to have at least some siege. Again, 2 Trebs, 2 Bombard Cannons, right? Maybe that alone, because you still need to force fights, and you still need a way to take down castles, break open the walls, get onto TCs, and start killing villagers.
Right, and it's hard because you need to get that mass, as you said, 4 or 5 Trebs before you can take a castle, but that's a big gold investment that can't just be picked off by trash units.
Yeah. All that said, Dogao sitting at 106 villagers. Now, some of those were Vil snipes. I think some of it as well is his recognition that he's got a lot of resources in the bank, and that maybe investing into a slightly higher army count, now up to 83, might be the way to take that better trade. Might be that way to just barely overwhelm your opponent and find the killing blow.
And as the resources run out, you start to delete Vils because you don't have as many places to put them.
Mm-hmm.
You have your wood lines that you need to chop, and we see him, he's even going back to the shorefish in the middle of the map at this point.
Yeah.
He's trying to get everything he can.
Well, the players continue to dance in the middle of the map. We take a look at the queues. Once again, it's 35 hussars in the queue here for the Saracen player. On the other side, it's primarily halberdiers and Magyar Hussar. As we mentioned, look at that Cav Archer count. It's been 22, 23. Oh, drops just a little bit. But yeah, really finding it difficult to whittle those numbers down is Dogao.
Yeah, and here's where Hart needs to use the market to sell to get more Cav Archers. That food count, that wood count he has to be turned into gold. We see him selling there 1,000
That's
food.
brutal prices, though.
And just he queues up, what, 2 more Cav Archers.
Yeah, so from 22 up to 24. He does have 1,600 food in the bank, 2K wood in the bank, so he can continue to produce hussars to the end of time.
And
I think it's just going to be about one player making the perfect decision to capitalize on their opponent's perfect mistake.
Right. And here we see the score. Hart's way ahead in score, but that doesn't really tell the story of the game. It's about that tells what the KD is.
No, not
basically.
unless we're playing Empire Wars.
Yeah, not unless we have a score
time limit.
We're past the 75 minute time limit of that.
Exactly.
All right, but here it's all about how do you make that transition as the resources run out and take effective fights going forward.
Alrighty, well this is, I'd say, a decent fight here for the Magyar player. A bunch of skirmishers losing their lives, and with those halberdiers in tow, the camels don't want to commit to a fight against the Magyar Hussar. They'll do it for a moment, but as soon as those halberdiers arrive, great, now we've got to retreat just a little bit more, eventually making our way back underneath the safety of our own castle. Again, important to recognize, no siege on the field for Hart. So while he keeps pushing this army back, the game's not ending. He's not winning this game until he finds a way to push up that hill and take those castles off the map.
And we see Dogao, look at that, about 30,000 more resources collected, but still feels like he's kind of being pushed just because of all that extra KD that Hart has keeping those Cav Archers alive.
Yeah, pushed at times. He does do a decent job, though, of microing his Cav units. He's got Hussars coming in behind those heavy Cav Archers. Now Hart has to retreat there. He gets cleaned up on the front. Again, the military numbers still look good for both players, but right now we're in a situation where the attacking player ends up losing out on the fight because of the quickness of the reinforcements arriving.
Exactly.
Right? It's not even a matter of taking a bad trade. It's just if you have an equivalent trade, the guy who can replenish quicker gets the initiative. Now we're going back to the other side of the map, but I would look for the same exact thing to happen, just in the other direction now.
I mean, here's a question. Do you even want to attack at this point? Do you want to just camp your base, maybe let the enemy player just come forward? You know, still want to control the middle, not let them get those forward military buildings, but there's really no need to fight under the castles if you're not going to have any follow-up to push through them.
All right, well, here's where I go back to your question about this becoming a wood game, and I think Vodka's already thinking about it. I want to know what the resources... We know what the resources collected for both players are. The resources remaining is very important. And since Dogao has ultimately collected more res, I would venture to guess that if this game goes to full resource depletion, Hart's in a really good position because he has more left to collect.
Right, but remember, Saracen's market for Dogao, you kind of hit this weird point where you have the relics, you can start buying wood.
True. That's a good point. And but then strategically, your opponent is selling wood because you're increasing the prices. It could be a difficult one to play out. Hart as well, though, has 120 villagers working away to the 102 of Dogao, and there's still a decent amount of wood on the map. So we're not in danger of hitting that, complete resource depletion point just yet, but it's something that I'm certain both players are considering.
It's definitely on their minds, and you can see the Vil count, I think you mentioned this earlier, for Dogao, down to 100 Vils. He's trying to keep that army number up now that he has fewer tasks for the villagers to be performing.
But like you said as well, bringing villagers out for the shorefish, not going to leave any resource uncollected if he has anything to say about it. This isn't looking like a great fight, though, and only for the fact that he's got all that pop space, he's only got 60 military on the field, and now a couple more villagers go down below 100 for the first time ever in the game since we've reached the Imperial Age. 97 to 116, 72 military to 64 as a whole bunch of military units pop out. He's got to look to push up this hill, and there's still no siege on the side of the Magyar players. So winning the fight, pushing across the map, but now finding a reason to retreat.
Yep, this is one of those games where Heart's playing the long game. As we saw, when you do crop rotation, you're thinking this game's going to last for a long time, and all of his fights are now geared towards getting the best KD he can, keeping those Cav Archers alive, and just dwindling the Camel numbers as the gold's running out.
Yeah, just under 20k wood left on the map. When it comes to food, yes, there's plenty, but it's a difficult resource to take because you'd have to do it in the midst of a battlefield. And so we're not going to pay too much attention to that food count. It's all about the wood, and it's all about the military control.
Yeah, and here Hart has a really big stockpile of wood. He's got 4.5k wood, and Dogao is spending all of his wood. He's at 100 left.
Yeah, this is actually starting to look like a very scary position here for Dogao. He's almost completely depleted in his resources across the board. He's not producing any more villagers, so while he does have 75 on food, his wood count is looking pretty abysmal with only 17 villagers bringing that resource in, and like you mentioned, just worse economy upgrades across the board.
Yep, that crop rotation now is going to make your farms last so much longer. It means that in the long run, you have so much more wood to work with because you haven't been spending as much on your farms.
Yeah, I think Dogao is going to start feeling the pressure to make something happen, and he might start taking more risks. Now, that's an overchop. That's an overchop, and we do have Hussars on that side of the field. So how quickly here does Hart respond to the raiding? It's 115 villagers. Let's see what happens to that number over the course of the next 20 seconds here. Already dropping to 108. These are good kills to be found. Up to almost 100 military here from Dogao. This could be one of the moments where he feels like he can push for the win. Still no siege, but if you do enough economic damage, you might be able to find an opening where it's hard for Hart to replenish. That said, with all of that wood in the bank, I have to imagine that he can just keep spamming the Hussars. Just keep pushing you back with the Hussars.
Yeah, and here it's tricky because now the Hussars can come from the back and force the Camels to go outside the walls and force the Skirms to come in, which are much less effective at raiding.
Yeah, overall, though, looks like a decent push here for Dogao, and he's still keeping those military numbers high. He's idling a lot of farms over here, down to 54 working farmers on the side of Hart and no food in the bank. He does have 14 Hussars in the queue, but crucially, no more Magyar Hussars in the queue either. I want to see maybe that Treb start to move forward. Plenty of Hussars in the queue here for Dogao. Now that you've gotten him to react to your push on the side of the map, maybe you refocus back in towards the middle. We've got idle military as well that needs to be used here by Hart. We're pushing back through this choke point. The skirmishers firing away. The Hussars tanking a lot of the fire. The heavy Cav Archers have done incredible work throughout this entire game. At the end, I'd love to see the kind of damage that 184 kills for 21 heavy Cav Archers. That's incredible.
That's incredible. And remember, some of those Cav Archers have died, so that's an even higher kill count among all of them. But finally, Dogao, it's just so hard to continue your push. Your opponent stabilizes. You're so far away from your production. And I know Vodka's been looking at those siege workshops on the eastern side. I don't think there's any Vil actually actively going to build them. Just a bit of wood there. Maybe in the long run, you delete them for wood.
Absolutely. That would be something that you'll look towards later in the game when you're trying to find solutions to the rapidly depleting resources on the map. Now, if anything, though, what's important here, while we do have 3k wood in the bank, at the very least, you've kept Hart from getting this wood on these wood lines. And maybe that's Dogao's idea, right? Is I know it's a wood game. If I can just control your remaining wood while making use of my remaining wood, maybe eventually I get you to a place where you just can't produce anymore.
Maybe, but you need to be really far forward consistently to take that wood. You can push someone back for a good 5-10 minutes, but eventually they'll get back. Once you start losing a fight, you can re-wall in front of it as he's doing there, eventually get the Vils to chop those forests again.
And just as you say it, Hart makes it a reality. He pushes Dogao back, 66 military for himself to the 46 of his opponent. Look at the overall populations as well. Much healthier here for Hart. Having a tougher time replenishing his military is Dogao. Only 4 camels remaining on the field, only 18 skirmishers. It is purely Hussar production at this point.
And remember, Dogao was up at around 100 military just a few moments ago. Finally, Hart was able, just with his reinforcement advantage, to win that fight. And all of a sudden, Dogao doesn't have the resources to keep his population up at 200 anymore.
Yeah, more Hussar coming into raid. Running underneath the castle. We're down to 13.7k wood on the map. How much do these Hussar get done? They'll find a couple kills, but the response is great here from Hart. Now we're looking for a raid of our own on the other side of the map. and you're at 93 villagers. If 20 vills go down, that could be the end of the game right there.
It could be. It could already be over with the pop difference. Dogao just can't replenish it. He's getting a bit more food and wood at this point. But now that blue blob, finally, his base has been safe this entire game. Maybe a couple of holes here and there where 1 and 2 cav got in. But finally, it's a big raid, and he no longer has the gold for camels to clean this. On the other side, the heavy cav archers can always
unprotected vills here. Unprotected vills here.
Everywhere.
Yeah, this is going to be a lot of deaths here if he doesn't respond properly. And like you say, vills now stretching out to find the last bits of wood on the map. I think there's definitely more wood available for Hart as well. And ultimately, it's going to feel a lot better to be producing Magyar Hussar than it is to be producing regular Hussar.
Yeah, 6,000 wood left in that corner over there for Hart, and that's, I think, most of the wood that's left on the map. A few straggler trees in the middle. If Dry River comes down to a game where you're chopping stragglers in the middle, that's going to be crazy.
Now,
but
repairs.
You see the Treb now. Finally some siege. That can't be sniped off.
If this game is going to be won with 1 siege unit. That's what it's looking like to me right now. Hart, he's going to protect this Treb with his life. We do have bombard cannons tucked away in those siege workshops, but I think Dogao realizes that he just doesn't have it in him to keep this one going. And what a lengthy game one. The exhaustion you can see for both players already, how difficult that was.
I am so bad for throwing this game. What the fuck? I won the whole castle age, but you're always waiting here, you know?
So Dogao views it as a throw.
I wouldn't view it as a throw.
I think it's tough. Yeah, I think it's tough. I mean, you and I both felt, at least, perhaps, the Saracens should be favored.
I feel like as long as they have gold,
right,
they're favored. And I wonder if Dogao maybe long-term, we liked that camel skirm push in the early Imperial Age. Was that the best long-term army for him? Could he maybe have gone instead for the unique units for the Mamelukes, maybe found more success at their ranged unit? They don't close they have a very short range. They need to close the distance on the cav archers.
Yeah.
But might be a bit more effective at killing them, just keeping that mass down.
Yeah, I think it's easy to get stuck into the idea that the camels, being such a great counter to the Magyar Hussars is all you need to deal with them. But the problem is the Magyar Hussar only need 2 seconds with a Treb to kill it.
Exactly.
Right?
So hard to keep your siege alive. And without the siege, you can't push.
And if you're defending melee against melee, they're going to find that 2 seconds with the Treb. But if you have the Mamelukes, right, that are at least able to fire on you on the way in, or you have even Arbalest, right? Again, not necessarily your best or favorite unit in that situation, but actually the range might be useful to protecting the siege that you needed to close out the game.
And we saw just on that map how hard it is actually to finish someone off. Hart had, 80 idle villagers at one point. He had no economy, but just enough to keep the military on his side of the map when the production was so far away for Dogao to continue getting military there. It just wasn't possible.
Yeah, but again, credit to Hart for sticking in it, and credit to him for finding the solutions and having the unit control, because I think it's also easy, it's easy for us to criticize the army composition there from Dogao and how maybe he could have closed it out by making 1 or 2 different decisions. By the same token, if Hart doesn't find those necessary kills on the Trebs in the initial push, and then masterfully stonewall, and I mean that more figuratively than literally, but masterfully stonewall the siege rams out, right? 9 siege rams. That's a deadly composition if they find, just 10 seconds alone.
If you're against any composition other than Magyar Hussar, that's a deadly composition.
Exactly.
But against the Magyars, just the Rams, you can't use them.
And the ability to keep those heavy cav archers alive. I would be curious. Obviously, like we said, a lot of cav archers went down throughout the course of the game. But the total number of kills in that KD that came from heavy cav archers is incredible.
And the other stat is, how many cav archers did he actually have to train throughout that game? You're seeing the Hussars and the Camels from Dogao. He's constantly adding more and more of them. We had that 23 cav archer group that basically stayed at that same number. It's not like Hart was constantly spending gold producing those cav archers. He had that mass, and he just kept it there.
Well, a near 2-hour game to kick things off here on day 4 of our group stage. We're going to take a quick breather. We're going to let the players take a quick breather, maybe rehydrate, and gear up for game number 2. We'll be back in just a bit to bring you through it.
And now, a word from our partners.
Have you heard of the 21st century?
Why settle for clacks clunks and jams. Say goodbye to sticking keys. And welcome to the ultra-responsive, quiet precision of the Liereyy Exodus 760 mechanical keyboard. With our Temu red switches for ultra-silent key presses, anti-ghosting with N-key rollover, and 1 millisecond response time, this keyboard will keep up with your fastest moves. Whether you're gaming or working, you'll enjoy precise control at the speed of light. Get yours on mueller.de. In case you rage, we do not cover costs for damaged screens or unfinished castles.
Welcome back to the Noble Apartment Cup for Game 2 of the first set of the day. It was a long one to kick things off, and Hart will be happy to have wrestled control of that one and ultimately the win. But I think it's also important to note, if we refresh our minds with the draft, that Saracen's was a late pick, Magyar's was a second pick. So pretty high priority in those picks, and so important to get those wins with the civs that you're investing early picks with.
Right, and if you're just going to waste one of your end of the draft civ picks, you're not too worried about having used them.
Exactly. So let's go ahead and think about where Dogao goes next. If we could pull up the draft to refresh the viewers, because it's been quite some time since they've seen it. We have Pacific Isles, Tiergarten, Arabia, and Citadel left to be chosen between, and it will be Dogao who gets to decide where we go. I would typically expect in the second game of a set that you go to one of your own home maps, but we have been surprised by players in the past.
Here, I think Dogao, I'd expect him to pick Pacific Isles.
Okay.
I would expect him to go to the water map against...
Is that
Hart.
just because it's drastically different and you need like a change of pace?
Drastically different, and again, you expect Hart to be a focused Arabia-style player. And Dogao, very experienced over the years at playing hybrid maps like Pacific Isles, very experienced at playing water maps, and I expect his micro to be really on point for that map.
Okay, so it seems pretty obvious to me on Pacific Isles that Vikings would be the play. I think the question becomes, since you didn't use Dravidians on Dry River, do they go to Pacific Isles or Citadel? Because you also have Italians to work with.
Both of them, you could go either way, I think. But I think Italians, maybe you have a slight preference for Citadel just because of how it hinges on that fast uptime for feudal and getting those early fire galleys out. And they're also great, not to say you don't do this on Pacific Isles, but on that fast imp Trub War. We saw that the other day in that Italians-Byzantines matchup in that Liereyy set, how the Italians have just such a smooth build to getting those Trebs out, raiding on land with the Condottieri, and the cheap bombard cannons too.
Okay, so let's continue working with your assumption.
Okay.
Dravidians, Vikings now. Talk to me about that matchup.
Vikings, you always worry about the Longboats. You get to the Castle Age, the Longboats come out, and there really isn't another ship that deals with them in the Castle Age.
Right.
But early game, Dravidians, they have a good galley rush. They save the population space on the dock, so they have more wood to work with, and they get all that free wood from aging up. They can get good initiative, take the islands in the middle.
Okay, so Castle Age going to work out in favor for the Vikings on the water at the very least, but possibly Dravidians getting out to a hot start, hitting the feudal age, taking control of one of those central islands. This also brings me back to the map itself. We've seen many different styles of generation, you know, in terms of those central islands. Mem calling it the Banana Island just the other day. I think that as well puts a high priority on scouting. Obviously, you start with that transport ship. And so where do you send the scout from the beginning, I think, is very important, and getting that information so you know where you want to prioritize your initial landing of villagers, where you want to build up in the Castle Age, and whether or not you want to secure an island separate from your opponent or together and create more of a clash early on.
And if you're the Dravidians or even the Italians or potentially even Berbers on that map, another good water save with the faster moving ships, you probably want to be on the same island as the Vikings player. I think you want to make it messy on the land and not just leave it up to the longboats.
I agree. I like that idea, and so we'll see, in the end. Well, again, all assuming Civ picks here, right? We could always be throwing a wild curveball, and Vikings doesn't get played on Pacific Isles, but I would be pretty flabbergasted if that were to be the case. Players just now having an opportunity to sit down, even still sharing in some conversation.
And not like Hera and Vinchester. They're not typing to each other.
Right. I'm wondering just, oh my goodness, where your head's at after playing a game like Game 1.
Like, what's the longest 1v1 you've played in Age of Empires?
I don't know, half that.
Half that.
Like,
I've gone to a good 3.5 hours.
Have you
before.
really?
Yes.
Oh no, I think I've had like a Nomad game that was very extended. I was getting beat for the majority of the game, but just decided to. I was playing Ethiopians randomly and decided to just see if I could get to Arbalest, get to 60, and out micro my opponent, and that's what extended the game pretty long. But ultimately,
do it.
at my level, somebody's making a game more than likely making a game losing play than making a game winning play by that point in the game. So I don't think games extend nearly as often in kind of the middle elo portions of Age of
It's an
Empires.
interesting aspect to playing Age of Empires that at the high level, everyone's had a number of games like that.
Right.
And you start to learn how to manage your eco as the map runs out of wood. And as you stop playing a map and just start playing a blank slate.
Exactly. So, again, continuing to learn about elements of my game that I need to level up by watching the best of the best do it. But pretty soon we'll be in to game number 2. Of course, TOS and I going to continue to take y'all through it. Hopefully y'all have been enjoying it because I think these players are feeling the pressure of the moment. Again, Hart happy to have the 1-0 lead, but I don't want to forget how important this matchup is to both players. Dogao cannot afford to lose this set if he wants any opportunity to make it into the playoffs. He has to win today, he has to win tomorrow, and even then he needs a number of things to break his way that are fully out of his control. For Hart, a little bit more agency in controlling his own destiny. With one set win already, he wins today, he wins tomorrow, 3-2. Much better position to guarantee yourself a top 6.
Exactly. And even if he ends up in that 2 and 3 position, if he wins today and loses tomorrow, he's going to have a good boot cult score from having played against Liereyy and against Yo. So the better your opponents are, the better your position will be in the standings. And Hart, a couple of disappointing losses, but he was still so competitive in those games. And I think he's looking to really make it into the playoffs and maybe shake stuff up when he gets there.
Largely been the story of the tournament. Again, we've got, I think, 4 or 5 players. As I flip on over here just to double check myself on this. 1, 2, oh, this hasn't been refreshed since yesterday. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 players sitting at 1 and 2.
Yo, TaToH, Hart, ACCM, and DauT.
Again, if I had told you that at the beginning of the tournament, you probably would have slapped me in the face and said, "Wake up, you fool." There's no way some of those names are going to be sitting at 1 and 2 at the end of day 3. And the idea that a couple of those names, right? Yeah, not just that all of them are sitting at that scoreline, but a couple of those names are not going to make it to the playoffs where we would have wholly projected them to be. That's pretty wild. That's pretty wild to think about.
And especially Yo, who was invited to the tournament and didn't have to go through the qualifiers.
Exactly. But, of course, when we talk about the different players' strengths and weaknesses, Yo will continue to be cited as the kind of player who ramps up throughout the course of the tournament. Now, of course, he's playing against TaToH today. Absolutely no slouch of a player, and one of them will end up in a 1 and 3 position and be staring down a maximum scoreline of 2-3, which is exactly what we said these two players want to avoid.
Exactly. And, I mean, Yo and TaToH, that matchup is... We've seen that in tournament finals before. It's a big changing of the guard now to see how the success of Hera and how dominant he is, that he's always going to be at the top, and we're all expecting him to be there.
Right, so we've had that changing of the guard at the top, and these are two players who are trying to initiate a bit more of a changing of the guard, right? Insert themselves into that top 10 more often. Dogao looking for a resurgence in his Age of Empires 2 career. Hart, having impressed many with his last NAC appearance, is still trying to find that next gear in his game, right? And prove that he can start to compete against the top 4, top 5 in the world. But away we go on to Tiergarten of all maps here for our second game of the day, and it will be Hart in the blue playing as the Georgians up against Dogao in the red as the Slavs.
Two very cap-focused civs, as we talked about on this map. Georgians healing scouts, that's the first thing you think about them. Get to that initial feudal age scout fight. As long as you're microing and pulling them back, you're healing them and saving them for later. But then you get to the unique units. The Manaspa for the Georgians, the Boyar for the Slavs. I don't know that I've ever actually seen that matchup. The Manaspa are so strong, but the Boyar with a ton of melee armor, maybe they could be useful against them.
There's a break point. Somebody's run the math. There's probably a break point of number of Manaspa where they start to overwhelm. But like you say, I think the Boyar in a 1v1 situation, obviously with that incredible melee armor, would come out on top. Either way, we're a long way away from having a unique unit versus unique unit battle. It's going to be all about the scouts in the early game, and then maybe some archers or some skirms kind of woven in there in the feudal age. Of course, we'll also point out again to everybody that the primary source of wood comes here in the center part of the map with 2 big rings of a wood line. Both players going to make efforts to chop their way through so as they don't get, towered out and kept away from the central gold. But at the same time, I think sometimes it can be a bit of a bait to over-focus on the center of the map and over-focus on that gold. There's plenty of resources out and around the edges of the map, and we've seen a number of winning players elect to, concede the center of the map while they expand their ecos in maybe a safer way even, and then ultimately find their way to push in the end.
We do also have those berry patches on the outside, and you have your outpost near them, so you always have vision of them. And it's kind of a weird thing. Usually you think of berries as this early game food source. You mill them, you take them, and that's it. Here we've seen that it's so vulnerable and far away from your TC, you don't take it early. But if you're pushed off of the middle and onto the outside, as you said, we can see TCs out there in the long run delaying your farming eco as you can take the berries.
Yeah, very much like bypass, right? A similar setup where you can choose to go kind of out to the wings to expand your eco. And like you say, maybe avoid hopping onto farms as quickly as other players might need to, if you can get the extra food income from making use of those berries. Here we have both players making their way to the feudal age, 18 vills apiece, but it is a faster click up here for Hart in the end.
Let's see, does Hart have Loom there? Hart's a player, I think, let's see, we have 50 gold for each, so I think he did do Loom. So yeah, it's always the struggle to figure out
how
where
do we have a 20-second difference then? Because it's only...
It's something that's very obvious once you see it, but then you feel silly not seeing it. Does he have Loom? No, he doesn't have Loom. How does he have 50 gold then?
He's got Loom queued after feudal.
Oh, okay.
So he clicked, but he queued it. That's what it'll be. There it is. Right. So Loom is on the way, and that's how he will have the faster click up. Of course, he is going to have to invest the time into Loom now, but that means that the stable comes up faster for him. That means the scout production starts sooner for him.
And also he's getting the wood upgraded right away, so great build from him. Georgians have a really smooth build with that wheel cart they start with. Ooh, looks like Dogao didn't grab 2 of his goats.
Didn't grab 2 sheep, and I'm also almost surprised to see the horse collar coming in, because just what we talked about, right? There is some extra food on this map and the opportunity to forgo early farms. Now, in the long run, this will work out for him. We do see horse collar matched now on the other side, so both players are going to be investing into those farms. The walls come up around the wood lines as well to prevent too much damage coming in from the scouts. Almost about to break into that first ring of the inner side, but Dogao will be the first one to get through.
Yeah, and we're not going to see that very quick chop forward tower strategy we'd seen a couple times on this map. It's just going to be calmly chop your way through, get your second lumber camp on the next ring eventually, and probably do that defensive tower. Yeah,
I wonder if the players kind of almost handshake and agree to make their way towards the castle age at this point, right? Because scout v scout, Georgians is generally going to take the better of the trades by trading out a little bit of health and then healing back up, and ultimately looking for the kill engagement a little bit later on. No walls yet here for Hart, so maybe more damage to be found for Dogao if he can find an opening. But with spears on the field, in defense, I think it's going to be difficult for either player to ultimately lose. Any villagers, I say that, and all of a sudden, yeah, okay. Hart's thinking about it.
Run back to the TC. Hart really was not prioritizing chopping through that wood line. He has not liked with those vills to get through quickly at all. He's just content to leave the mule cart out there, let them chop, and let Dogao be the first one to enter the middle.
Yeah, but like you say, no one's thinking about a tower just yet, so he's not going to ultimately be punished for that decision. From here, it's just about taking stock of the army count. And crucially, Dogao has stopped production of scouts at 2. Continued production on the side of Hart. About to hit 5 scouts, a much more deadly army. While, of course, going to require a lot more resource investment.
And Dogao should have the faster castle time along with the Slav farms that work more effectively. He should be up faster. He just needs to avoid taking damage, and it might require more investment into the spears in order to keep himself safe. But again, you're so far apart. As long as you're not making mistakes, you feel like you should be safe from the scouts.
A half-completed wall here. 2 scouts making Dogao aware of it, looking for our first Vill snipe of the game, and we get it. And honestly, you're happy to trade out that health, because once again, the usefulness of the Georgian scouts over time, you're going to see that health ticking up.
And it ticks up really quickly. We can even see it healing on the overlay as he has the scout selected there.
Yep.
And it's really surprising how quickly they actually heal.
Well, and with their mobility, right, you can opt to not take a fight for a very long period of time and come back with 4 full health scouts.
Absolutely. And finally, we have both players chopping through to the middle, but Dogao's the first person to move that lumber camp forward. As the Georgians, it's nice. You don't need to build another one. You can just take your first mule cart and move it directly to the next wood line.
Yeah, 2 spears on the chase, 4 scouts. Continue to loop around. Honestly, he's just going to probably move in a counterclockwise motion like he's done this whole time and continue to force Dogao to react if ever he's left with for a moment where the spears are caught too far behind. Maybe he can find another Vil snipe underneath the TC. Thinking about diving right now for it. Splits the scouts even.
He's looking for it. Yeah, not enough. Not enough there. It's tricky when you start double layering those farms. Your Vils are a bit farther away. The scouts, if you're not paying attention, they get inside the Vils, attack them, and if you don't micro the Vil immediately, the first movement of the Vil is away from where it gets attacked, so you have a bit more space to finish off the Vil.
Right, position yourself between the Vil and the TC, making that a difficult run to make. So here we have 3 scouts diving in on yet another Vil. He gets trapped and unfortunately goes down in the end. That's another wonderful Vil snipe here for Hart as the Georgians. The Eco KD up to 2-0 now and still hasn't lost one of those scouts. We do see the scout numbers climbing again. As I say it, the first one goes down, but we do see the scout numbers climbing again for Dogao. So while he stopped production very early, he has eventually decided to catch up and even surpass in the scout numbers. Now 6 on the field.
I wonder how good his scouting is of that right side of Hart's base where he sees that there's, or if he has scouted, he'll see there's no wall yet. Hart's just now adding in the wall.
Yeah, he did come from that side as he looped around, so he's probably somewhat aware of it, but still very much focused on getting his own walls up at home. You know, as much as he can provide safety to those Slav farmers, right, he's going to start to develop a bit of a lead, at least in the food eco of all things. Right. Of course, Georgians can really start to turn their eco on as they get to the castle age and start dropping fortified churches. Good damage found on that scout, but no kill to follow. Wheelbarrow now being vested in here for Dogao. Hart, though, looking really good in the food count and the move towards the castle age.
Yeah, and he's doing bloodlines even on the scouts. Ooh, that is a big feudal investment into those scouts. He has 7 scouts doing wheelbarrow bloodlines. And is he going to look to push in the middle? Is he bringing that wolf in the gate with him?
I mean, tower dropped on both sides for each player, so a little bit of safety provided. But honestly, not enough to deal with this many scouts. They're going to freely dive underneath that tower.
Those spears, too. If he brings his own scouts over to fight, the spears are going to be there. And it's tricky to quick wall when that rocky terrain is behind you.
This could be bad. This could be really, really bad for Hart. We're looping the scouts around with the spears. Right now, he's sending his own army forward. It's just 1 tower in defense. No other military here.
1 spear.
Aside from 1 spear. You commit to the spear, you dive under the tower. This could be a quick work of all these villagers. You're up to the castle age for the Georgian player, but unfortunately, while all that's happening, you're going to start losing your eco. 1, 2 villagers found. A couple more will die as they look for the retreat back to the base. Spears making their way over, trying to play defense, but this is going to be multiple villagers going down, and just like that, the Vil counts are evened up.
And 2 more low HP Vils. Down they go. Those spears could go down 2 to the scouts. It's a little bit of a hill for them to fight on. And all of a sudden, it's a 5-2 eco KD. Hart's taking some damage here. And Dogao, just like we saw in that previous game, later up to the Castle Age, but able to do damage in that feudal transition by investing a bit more into that feudal age army.
Yeah, it's almost like it's following the script of the first game, right? Hart's the one who deals the initial damage, and with that initial damage, feels like, okay, maybe I can make my way up to the Castle Age, take advantage of the small, eco lead that I have. But that, again, makes, or rather puts the importance on defending, right? Not taking that counter damage, and Dogao masterfully finds it again.
Yeah, and now we have that small wall. Imagine if that wall were just up right away, preemptively. And it's always something you can think about. Hey, I have my villagers. Let's just wall them in and keep them safe. You don't need to take that damage.
Yeah, not just that. You could have a couple spears there, right? The couple spears that had to rotate over if they were there to begin with. Now, this is another good look, though, here from Hart. Trying to find some damage of his own. Forging just about to complete. He's going to go ahead and tuck these scouts underneath that tower. That's idle villagers, soon to be dead villagers if there's no response.
Yeah, and that's Dogao. All of his spears are forward, right? He could have left 1 or 2 of those spears back by that tower. Could have had the Vils walled in a bit sooner.
Oh, Vils are fighting. That's not a good sign. You don't want to fight against forging scouts, especially scouts that are ultimately healing as the game goes on. He doesn't even trade out a single scout life there, loses a couple villagers, and now the tower's back under threat. We're still waiting for spears to come through. We got to get through that gate. It's 2 scouts, 1 spear. I think in the end, he might be able to push this away.
Yeah, and the spear should push that away. But a lot of damage, a lot of idle time there.
Okay, even repairing the tower, I'm fine with that because he had 75 stone, right? You weren't going to be able to do anything else with that stone necessarily. And if you're going to buy stone to drop TCs, you're buying 100. So Castle Age in here for Hart. We do have Husbandry and a couple of knights coming forward.
And the knights are scary because in that feudal transition, they can clean up the spirits. And I think that's what happened at the forward base, and now it's going to happen underneath the tower too.
Yep, looking to take out the spears, but a good number of scouts, and we do have that tower providing some fire. The walls went up, so the villagers are at the very least safe, aside from the 2 that were just sent to their doom.
Against the knights, though, the tower isn't enough. They have armor.
Exactly.
Tower doesn't have fletching.
All right, tons of spears coming back, though. This will be the answer, at the very least, here from Dogao. So should be able to keep the tower alive. Pikemen now even coming in, so most definitely will be pushing these cavalry back before the tower ultimately goes down. Can they trade out the knight before they go? No, they can't. There's the retreat there from Hart. And Dogao, once again, is going to have to start rolling forward and maybe look for some damage now, finding himself in a 4-villager deficit.
Oh, if those knights come from the opposite side, they could jump those vills.
True, you got the overchop, and those 2 knights are thinking about it. Okay, we've deleted the wall, so the defense will be there in time.
Will it, though? It's light cav against knights.
Pikes arrive. We're fine.
And Hart's trying to take the fight and loop from the other side, too, and try to go for the tower, maybe?
Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about this fight, and yeah, he thinks better of it as well. Just passing, just passing.
And now that middle gold is accessible to both players, and we see Hart moving for the TC in the middle. So not going to opt for a TC on the outside, not going to take the food initially, going to opt for the wood TC.
Yeah, and I like this TC placement. It's more conservative, right? Again, you don't have to worry about this gold yet. There's so much gold available on this map that it can be such a disastrous decision to overcommit to the central gold, thinking that you need to control that in the long term. It's not relevant yet. It's not going to be relevant for a while. So play it more conservatively, get that TC up, continue getting your eco rolling. Hart will be the first one to 2 TCs with already a small villager advantage.
Right, and I like that gate. Keeps the vills safe just in case any knights were to run in and try to snipe them while it's going up.
A beautiful play here so far from the Georgian player. Also going to look to see where those fortified churches start coming down, right?
Indeed, they do provide a boost to your eco, and you want to see them everywhere eventually. But right now, it's a big investment into wood that you're kind of competing with for your TCs. But
yeah, he's got one up somewhere because we got monks on the field. So I imagine that's back at home. There it is, hitting the farming eco and maybe just barely touching that gold.
It should be hitting the gold. But if you've already spent your stone on the tower, it's a nice investment into the churches because you're not immediately going to use your wood for the TC, and you can save it for the churches.
Yeah, also just an incredible defensive structure, which is kind of why you see him place it where it is, up against his own walls. Can always garrison in there, and it acts like a mini castle.
Another skirmish of knights on the side, and I feel like the numbers are pretty similar, but again, that healing cavalry from the Georgians, you're never going to want to take a fight if you're Dogao, unless you're sure that you're going to be able to kill units, because they can just run back, and not only will they heal, but now they have monks on the field to heal them too.
Yeah, particularly considering the military upgrade deficit that you're in, right? Lacking that armor upgrade for your own cavalry. Now, at the same time, you do have the counter unit in the pikemen on the field, and that's why you can see it's very difficult here for the knights to find any damage as they look for raids. Unfortunately, housed is Hart, but how about this? The fortified church forward. This is, I think, again, another very smart, conservative way to start controlling that gold. You're not committing to a full castle drop where you have to build up the 650 stone. You're doing it with just a wood building. It's a lot easier to get up, builds quicker, and you have the military there to defend it.
And you can put your mule cart there, and if you ever do get pushed off of the middle, you're just running back with your mule cart. You're not really committed to that middle yet.
Very, very good point. So here we go, though. Dogao looping his knights around. He's going to find these vills on stone. An immediate reaction, though, from Hart means that he's going to take as little damage as possible from this raid. 2 villagers going down, a 3rd one, 4th one going down. Actually, still a very good find here from the knights. And unfortunately, never closing those walls means the knights are in and maybe into the back of the economy.
And on the other side, Dogao's walled. Those knights from Hart can't get in. Those vills have to run. The mule cart has to run.
Well, one of the places they can run is to that fortified church. We have 1 monk in defense looking for a conversion. The knights are going to go ahead and tuck themselves away into the back of the base and maybe make a reappearance later in the game. Now you can see on the left side of your screen a bit of an engagement. This one also working out in Dogao's favor as he's got the pikemen up against the knights. Knights in full retreat. We've got some military coming home to try and deal with the knights, and they're going to look to batter their way outside of the walls.
Yeah, but those are knights that now need to be home. They're not forward. They're not controlling the middle, and Dogao's able to get that TC up. And Dogao also has a TC on the right-hand side on those barriers on that food area we talked about.
Monk gets sniped, but 4 more monks on the field, all looking for conversions. How many come through? That's 2. Looking for a third here. Will he find it? Not sure he did because he decided to look for that garrison instead, but still a couple of knights picked up, and the rest of the knights pushed away. Very low health there for Dogao's army in full retreat. End of the day, Dogao, though, with that raid, actually builds a bit of a villager lead and has moved out to a 2nd and 3rd TC while all of that was happening.
Yeah, and I'm interested to see... Ooh, he has a castle. He has a castle right there. And I was going to say, what move is he going to make to take the middle? The move is going to be a castle.
And since he's kind of leading the rest of Heart's military away there on that, outer ring, if you will, should be relatively safe getting this castle up, even going for some stone walls just in case. Hart was thinking about diving and trying to deny that. So villager lead now here for Dogao. I think things are looking pretty good when you start to consider that more farms will go down and the Slavs can build out their food economy and maybe now look for the Imperial
he's doing
Age
some
and push it back.
anti-castle houses, maybe? He's just trying to push that castle a few tiles back and get a wall up.
Yeah, not bad, not bad. You buy yourself a little bit of space. You're not going to be able to deny it in the end. So now, while fletching is being invested in here for Hart, I think Dogao should just produce a few more villagers, drop a bunch of farms, and then idle and go up.
Well, that's one option, right? You can go up and try to force a Treb war. You could also commit to the Castle Age and try to fight in the Castle Age if you add in a workshop and go for a Ram and Petard push.
We'll see if that's what he decides to do then, as we see the 3rd TC now being dropped on those berries there. For Hart, again, another good food option without having to invest all the wood. And since Hart has a total of 3 villagers on wood, I'd say he needs to make use of those berries.
He definitely does need some more wood. At least he has the mule carts he can move around in the center and essentially just whenever he needs wood, he suddenly has a lumber camp. He doesn't need to worry about not having the 100 wood to build one.
But resources are climbing for Dogao. So it's clear to me that with nothing in the queue and idling the TCs, he's 100% looking to go up and start that Treb battle in the center of the map.
And he already has the eco lead, so he can afford to idle. And he has the stone, where he can get that 2nd castle and get 2 castle Treb production in the middle, or do a defensive castle at home to protect against these raids like the ones coming in here from Hart on the outside.
Yeah, perfectly fast reaction there for Dogao. Means he gets 1 conversion, gets a 2nd conversion with the 2nd monk, gets all the villagers into the TC, so no lives are lost. Overall, phenomenal defense. There's the click up to the Imperial Age. 3 minutes and counting till he gets there and the Treb production begins. Side of Hart, he's recognizing the same thing, but unfortunately a little bit later. So while the food and gold count is climbing, it's still going to be some time until he can get the click.
And I think Vodka keeping an eye on that converted knight and seeing that it's still healing even for Dogao.
That's pretty awesome. That is pretty awesome. Pike's looking to push the knights away. Both players not going to find too much economic damage at this point since we have TCs for safety. And in the center of the map, we have the castles. Ooh, a 2nd castle attempt here from Hart. There are going to be some conversions coming through. But I'd say that's not too much of a problem. It is a little bit of a Vill swing, as now those Vills are going to die to the castle fire. But 2 castles to 1 and the quicker Imperial Age timing, I would much prefer to be in Dogao's position.
And he's really looking to take the middle, and he has the army on the outside. We see on the minimap those red dots pushing the blue dots away, that the raid is repelled, and he's not going to need to get that castle to protect that extra TC of his. He can go directly to the commitment for the Treb war.
Also investing in that armor for his pikemen, devotion as well, given the number of monks that have been produced by his opponent. Needs to get back onto gold and wood, though, in order to get multiple Trebs out as soon as he hits the Imperial Age. He does have a minute lead. That's enough to get 2 Trebs out onto the field and immediately start working away on that castle.
He does. And it's always tricky to look at the blacksmith and see what upgrades he does on the way up. He's doing that melee armor upgrade, so he's thinking of going for a halb transition and doubling down on that pikeman line he's already invested in.
Yeah.
2nd castle also for Hart, though, but he's at that timing disadvantage now.
Very much so. 20 seconds to go. Then we'll see the Trebs in the queue. Another investment into armor for the pikeman and or eventual halberdier. I think it looks pretty damn good for the Slav player that both players are trying to focus on the same part of the map, and you just have the timing advantage.
That you do. The monks there are kind of scary, and I'd almost like to see Dogao also do fletching. I mean, maybe even a double blacksmith on the way up. Just the more you get the fletching and bracer on your castles, the more room you have to operate around them.
Yeah, there is a point where Castle Fire is pretty underwhelming against cavalry in particular if you have no upgrades.
And here we have armor, we have imp, and we have 2 trebs queued. 3rd and 4th trebs. Trebs are popping, and castles there to defend them.
Yeah, some extra fortified churches going down. Both players are into the Imperial Age at this point. But again, 2 trebs on the field while the trebs just go into production on the side of Hart. We've got 2 more on the way here for Dogao. So there's going to be repairs required, and there's going to have to be an attempt to snipe those trebs, I think, if Hart ultimately wants to stay competitive in the center of the map. He's still looking for raids, and he is going to be diving underneath that TC, but we have pikemen in response on the chase there on the left side of your screen. Back towards the middle of the map, we can see 1 castle under fire, but the repairs have begun. Has 200 stone in the bank, is looking for block printing. I really like that for the 5 monks that he has at his disposal. Now the Manaspa come forward looking for snipes onto the trebs. There's a lot of pikemen there. This is where you're hoping or wishing you had fletching for sure. 1 treb goes down, but that will be it. And one of the castles goes down in return. That's a trade I'll take any day of the week.
Absolutely. And now we see Dogao doing what he probably should have done earlier, getting that gate up, just a bit of walling there so that the cav have to run farther around, maybe around the farms or around the side of the castles to get to the trebs. But absolutely wonderful for him to clear that first castle, and I don't think Hart's going to be able to repair this next castle against 3, now 4 trebs.
No, and I think Hart perfectly understands that, which is why he's going for chemistry of all things. If you're going to lose your castle and you need to have siege, it's going to be bombard cannons that you go to next. It's 5 trebs now on the field, though, here for Dogao. It's equivalent economies, but the military lead in terms of numbers for Dogao. Granted, most of those are pikemen, but they're the perfect unit to be playing into right now when you're up against the Georgians.
Right, and now with the castles down, the pikemen even can think about coming forward, and they don't do much damage to trebs, but they are a melee unit. They will take them out eventually if they can close the distance and fight them.
Yeah, this is looking very, very scary for Hart. He's going to go for as many conversions as he can. He does get 5 conversions across the board. Now the monks will do some healing. The Manaspa and the pikemen turn around to take the fight against solely pikemen. The trebuchets are under fire here from Hart. Can he keep them alive? What's the accuracy of Dogao's trebs? Okay, one of those shots lands. The repairs aren't there, so I think eventually these trebs are going to go down. Wow, that is some horrible accuracy
Trebs are not
from the Slav trebs. Okay, 1 does go down in the end. The other 2 are in full retreat. So go the villagers. So go the mule carts. So go the monks. Look, we have a mule cart party back here in the.
Oh my gosh!
What is this? 6 mule carts at this point.
That
you can use those to do some blocking, I guess. Retreating underneath the tower. I don't really know what the options though are here from Hart, as you have to evacuate the center of the map, and your military's just not there. Hand cannons looks like what he thinks might keep him alive.
And it looks like this is gonna. If Hart has a way to win, it's gonna be another long game like we had in that first one. He's gonna have to hope that the Georgians might be able to outlast the Slavs, but the Slavs, with those ability to go for Drazina Halbs, a very good civ to play against a cav civ in the long run.
Yeah, good against a cav civ. Not good against hand cannons, though. So what do you?
They need some siege.
Exactly. That's what I was going to ask. What do you do once you get that? Once those hand cannons are revealed to you? Because I don't think he's caught wind of it just yet. This would be his first opportunity to see it, and now I'll look to see whether or not he decides to switch anything up. He of course is going for Cavalier and beginning the Cav armor upgrades. That could also be a relatively effective unit against low numbers of hand cannons, for sure.
Even against high numbers of hand cannons don't really have the greatest fire rate. They do a lot of damage, but you can overwhelm them with Cav. Siege and Cav, both strengths of the Slavs, options for dealing with the hand cannons, as long as, well, bombard cannons can deal with some of the siege components, but the cavalry always are a good option.
Well, this is always such a tough position. Having to micro villagers to constantly repair trebuchets that are under fire. Yes, you're targeting the castle because you're just you're hoping to push back a little bit, maybe garner a small advantage for yourself, but just the upkeep of your attention on these trebs, right? And you need to do other things as well. You need to get those upgrades. You need to expand your economy, and boom, okay, I got to come back, start repairing again.
Yeah, but it's the hard thing. You click the vills on the castle, and they're going to repair the castle forever.
Yeah, easy.
Click the vills on the trebs, they fully repair it, and then you got to go back 5 seconds later and repair it again.
Exactly. But we just have the hand cannon numbers are starting to increase. We do still have those monks there to at least threaten the cavalry when they come in, but we have light cav as well. Those are going to try.
And there's the GG.
Okay.
He's not going to wait for it. He's just going to call it.
This was just about the timings, you know. You came to attack me, I was walled, I managed to get to your wood line, then to your base as well.
Yeah, the raid killed me.
Could read a lot.
Too much idle time.
What a treat. They're doing the analysis for us.
They are. They're not typing to each other.
No, not typing to each other, but it's amazing to me, kind of the attitude of the players here, right? And to have that openness with each other right after a game in the middle of a set, trying to figure out where it went wrong, trying to figure out what either of them could have done a little bit better. Dogao kind of citing what we did, which was in the mid game there, finding that opening on the front of the base, diving in, killing a couple vills underneath the TC, killing a couple villagers on gold as well. That's exactly what he needed. This is the kind of opening he needed. Just extend the eco advantage a little bit and therefore be the first one to the Imperial Age with the double castle in the middle. And if you're both going to approach the strategy in the same exact way, the person who's got the better timings is going to win.
Yeah, and that's something, if you watch Dogao play a lot, as I mentioned during that game, he's the player who likes to add that army during that feudal transition, and here it really paid off for him getting that timing, as he said. All those scouts underneath that tower, when the vills, they had nowhere to go, they tried to run, they weren't walled. Maybe a bit of better walling preemptively from Hart could have staved that off. Maybe some better army positioning, being aware that the middle was opening could have helped. It's a tricky map to play, and players, if they're not used to that corridor down the middle, that's kind of unique to this map. They don't see that in all of their other maps at the same time, so you have to get used to it and prepare for it.
Yeah, super difficult. If anything, this might be one of the maps where it feels the least decided in terms of a consensus on how to play it by the players, right? We've seen some players fully commit to the middle from the beginning, right? They hit the castle age with 650 stone, and they're trying to control it from the get-go.
Exactly.
That's not even what happened here, right? Both players were dancing a bit in the castle age, and then eventually looking for control. We've also seen players completely concede the middle, expand outward, and then maybe with a stronger late game, return to the middle and look for the push. And so it definitely doesn't feel to me like this game, or this map in particular, is figured out. But either way, hopefully a confidence-building win here for Dogao as he evens the score up at 1-1, and we're at least going to a game 4 in this set.
At least that'll be a good confidence boost for him, as you say, after having a good set against DauT yesterday. Wasn't able to finish that one off, but still, even that Dry River game, how long did that last? An hour, 30 minutes plus. He's had 2 very competitive games. He's 1-1, and I'm sure he's going to look to improve on that after our ad break.
And now, a word from our partners. Are you looking for true surround sound? Well, you're in luck, pal. The Liereyy Sound Zed 400 gaming headset gives you real 360-degree surround sound. With features like pinpoint precision, crystal clear bass, and immersive audio quality, you can end your losing streak. Get ready for sound so lifelike you'll swear you're on the battlefield. With this headset, you'll hear every enemy approach, every call, every detail, only without the clamor of villagers. Gamers, listen to you rage. Get yours on Müller.de.
Welcome back to the Noble Apartment Cup in Game 3 between Hart and Dogao. Things are all tied up at 1-1, and it's Hart who now gets the choice of where we go next. We've talked about him very much, an Arabia-style player. Arabia is in the pool. One of my concerns, though, as we take a look at the Civ draft and the map draft again, is which Civs have already been used. And the fact that now that's the first and second picks off the table here for Hart. And importantly, it's his first pick in the Georgians that ends up taking a loss.
And civs that we thought might have been used on Arabia, Magyaras and Georgians. So maybe Hindustanis are an option. Maybe Bohemians? Maybe Bohemians?
Maybe Ethiopians.
I'm wondering what he now uses if we go to his other home map of Citadel. He doesn't have one of those fast, aggressive water civs. Other Vikings are for Pacific Isles?
Vikings or Pacific Isles, I think we're 100% settled on that. Then, yeah, Citadel, I could see a couple different options. Funnily enough, I could also see Bohemians played there. Because as you mentioned before, sometimes that map ends up getting reduced to that quicker, like the quick Imperial Age. Right. And then again, just dealing with a siege and kind of a singular push, because you only have half of the total map width to work with when it comes to pushing, and everyone always gets their walls up on that map. And so that could be rather effective for a Bohemians push. At the same time, I could also see Hindustanis end up there, and then maybe you go for a bit of a curveball pick like the Ethiopians on Arabia.
You could. I feel like Vietnamese for Arabia now match up really well against all these civs. Hindustanis, the camel civ, hand cannoneers, but going to the great archers and imperial scarms of the Vietnamese. Ethiopians and archer civ should be countered by the Vietnamese. Same thing with Vikings or even Bohemians.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, now you got me worried.
I'm liking Dogao's civ draft here. I think Vikings are going to be really hard to deal with on Pacific Isles.
I think they will be,
but
yes.
the other two maps, Italians, Dravidians, Vietnamese.
And to end up in a situation where you feel maybe disadvantaged on your own home maps is not a position I envy.
Right, and Dravidians, Italians, so early in the draft kind of blocked some of the more aggressive water civs from Hart's access there.
Yeah. Well, again, we don't know which map we're going to just yet. Ultimately, Hart gets the choice, and it's down to those 3 maps. He could go to his own opponent's home map in Pacific Isles. He could go to his comfort pick of Arabia, or go ahead and bring us to Citadel for something that's very much more of a hybrid approach to the game. Even Citadel itself, I think, has shown kind of 2 very interesting ways to play. We've seen players like Liereyy, who typically invest in much safer docks and therefore galley play coming into the feudal age, versus shorter dock positionings for players that are looking for fire galleys and maybe to create a little bit more action early in the feudal age and ultimately a win. But with that, we are on to our 3rd map of the day, and it will be Arabia that Hart goes to, that comfort pick. There's the Vietnamese pick that you were asking for, and it looks like Hindustanis on the other side here for Hart.
Okay, so a civ matchup where you have the camel civ for Hart, but the archer civ for Dogao. Dogao not going to be looking to go into the night line probably in this matchup. Just going to be pure archers. I guess somewhat similar to that first matchup we had where it was the cav play from one player and the crossbow play from the other player. We might be seeing a repeat of that.
Absolutely. Vietnamese, of course, get the benefit of knowing where their opponent's starting TC is right off the rip. And it's Hart who's actually coming forward for some pretty early scouting while he gets the barracks up, and he's 3 seconds away from the feudal age.
And let's just note that we are about 6 minutes into the game. It took production a couple minutes to get us in, so those barracks, it's not an immediate barracks.
Yeah, this isn't a militia rush or anything like that, which would be a very interesting choice, to say the least. Loom on the way. We've got the first eco upgrades coming in as well. We already saw the stable going down here for Hart, so playing into his classic preference of the scouts. On the other side, as feudal age arrives, it will be scout play as well. Spears already in production here for Dogao, being the second one to the feudal age, probably recognizing that he's going to be in a bit more of a defensive posture, at least initially.
Yeah, and if we could look at the scouting information of both players, it'd be nice to see what they were able to come up with as they were in the Dark Age. We see Dogao notes that Hart has that gold on the back of his base and just now finding his secondary gold. Hart, on the other side, has found that front gold in the berries of Dogao, but hasn't found the main gold of the woodline yet.
Yeah, doing the big loop. We've got walls already starting to come up across the front of the bases. Good walls around the woodline as well. I mean, one scout's not going to threaten those villagers, but the scouting information would maybe allow you to target them as the second scout arrives to the scene. Do need to make sure that we get the repairs on the wall, and we will get that repair. Palisade walls will complete, villagers will get back to working, and now it's about placing those farms and making sure you don't get behind in the race towards the castle age.
Yeah, placing those farms, but going to be better for Hart as he did manage to fit in horse collar. Dogao adding farms before he clicked that.
Yeah, we got walls up around the berries. We got 3 scouts on the field for each player and more in the queue. Who's the first to put up an archery range? That's my question.
You'd think it's probably the Vietnamese player, but I mean, this is a matchup where we might end up seeing both players going cav archers. That's just the meta these days sometimes. I know it's not DauT playing, but as Mem's saying, eventually we're going to see Aztec cav archers.
Dear God. Dear Lord. That'll be the day. That'll be the day for sure. All right. We got walls continuing to come up. Scouts are looking for damage where they can, just looking to harass different areas, force reactions, spears out as well for both players. Taking a look at the food count, Hart has a few more on farms than Dogao does, and like you said, he's working with horse collar on top of all of that. Still haven't seen an archery range go down for either player, so there could be a bit of a hand. There we go. Making me a liar. As soon as I
There we
say
go.
it, Hart decides to make me a liar and actually goes counter to what we were thinking. It's actually the Hindustanis that is going for the archery range first.
And we'll see if he goes for archers or skirms. Looking at the minimap, I don't think he's on his gold yet, so this is probably just going to be a scout skirm composition from him. You do, in the long run, probably want the skirms against the Vietnamese anyway, so you can start adding them in with your scouts to pick off some spears and be ready to anticipate. Maybe he's seen Dogao go for that feudal age archer transition before. He might be thinking, okay, I need to be aware of it this game too.
Now, we did have 2 fights going on simultaneously there, and Dogao did manage to pick off 1 villager while losing 1 extra scout, or 1 military unit more overall. But this is a great find here from Hart. 5 scouts finding the walling villager. Means the wall will be delayed, and it's a nice little eco kill.
Yeah, poor timing for Dogao. He sent the Vill out, but he wasn't keeping track of the scout location, and he didn't know that it was safe to do so.
Yeah, so 1 archer in the queue with the gold that he had remaining as he reached the feudal age, and he is moving 5 villagers to gold. I actually wonder if Hart's thinking it's going to be an archer investment as opposed to skirms.
Is that Vill going to go down?
Ooh, 1 more hit. Doink!
Again, 2 walling Vills for Dogao, just not knowing where his enemy's scouts were and not having the spears in position to protect the walls.
This is where Hart thrives as a player. Hart absolutely thrives as a player in a scout war on a map like Arabia, where, yes, eventually you can get your base walled, but it's going to take time, right? And so in that time, he's going to make your life literal hell.
And this feels almost like a repeat of that game Dogao played on High Tides against ACCM, where all of a sudden the scouts were picking off his dock vills left and right. And it feels like he shouldn't be taking this eco damage, and yet we find him down. It's that 2-to-1 eco KD for just those 2 vulnerable walling villagers.
Just now, working on his archery range. I think back at home, too, we might already even have blacksmith investment. Yep, there it is from Hart. So waiting for the fletching to come through. He's got the resources for it. 2 archers on the field. No more in the queue, though.
And he will be going archers, not for the skirms, just straight for
Exactly.
the archers.
All right, coming forward with those archers. Not going to be too threatening until they get fletching. They'll still be decent against the spears. We do finally get that portion of the wall up, but we're going to loop around and still plenty of openings here for the scouts to get in. We do have some defensive scouts posturing around this wall, but with the spears and the archer coming forward, Hart can ultimately win out in this battle, but he's got to wait for his military to arrive. Not an ideal fight for him to take. He loses 3 scouts in that.
That was not the start to the engagement he wanted, and there are more spears there, only 2 archers.
Yeah, 2 archers, no fletching. So, I mean, they will, obviously, with their range, be able to take the spears out eventually. It's going to take some time, and that's just enough time for the walls to come up here from Dogao. You got to make sure you keep them up. House walling behind. Love to see that.
But no
fletching on the way for both players.
No fletching yet, though, and that's going to let the houses go up.
Yeah, houses up, walls complete now here
But
for
no,
Dogao.
it's not. It's not complete. It's Hindustani scouts. They have an attack bonus against buildings, and they're through.
What happened? He had a second villager there.
Hindustani scouts, they get through those houses. They don't have armor. They don't have the same armor they have in the later ages in the feudal age now, and they are through right away.
Yeah, this is a bit of a mess here. Obviously, he does have a decent number of military to defend and will ultimately be able to push this back, but it's just not the kind of thing you wanted to have to invest in, right? You felt like you had the walls up. Everything else is complete there. He's bringing up a blacksmith for himself at home. Or brought the blacksmith up, maybe even a second archery range, yep, to match the numbers. But there you have it. Hart behind all of this has invested in the farms. He has 18 working on food, and Castle Age is on the way.
Yeah, and there he goes. Dogao going to be a bit farther behind, and he opened the wall to let the army through, but that's just going to let the scouts get right in.
Yeah, scouts get in, but there are spears there. As long as he chases, should be fine. Does have an
So
opening on
annoying,
that
though.
wood line, but it is very annoying because now you will have to chase these scouts for the next 5 minutes.
And that's going to take so much of your attention, and you're going to be chasing not just with your spears, but also with an archer or 2.
Yeah, looking for maybe a snipe onto a farming villager, at least going to harass, then run away.
That hill by the farms is tricky because the scouts can stand on top of it and snipe down on the Vill.
Yep. Archer armor coming in now for Hart as well. He's indexed into skirms, right? He sees that his opponent is onto archers after he created a few archers himself. Now he's going to invest in the skirms, making his way to the Castle Age 1 minute away. Not too far behind is Dogao, as he also matches archer armor for archer armor.
I'm just keeping my eye on that Bloodlines icon there for Dogao to see if he decides he's going to go for that Cav Archer switch or might just play crossbows again.
Oh, stand ground. Loses a scout. Low health scouts at this point aren't going to find any more damage, but they can continue to find information.
And we see skirms being queued there also for Hart. So just those couple archers initially to apply some pressure, and now he's going to go for scout skirm. And probably camel skirm as he goes up.
Oh, good wall attempt, but doesn't find
quite
it.
there.
Doesn't get the tap on the house to ultimately turn those scouts around and get the damage. I think one of the important things for Dogao is that his walls actually extend to the edges of the map, right? Versus the egg walling that's happened on the other side, and forcing Hart to at least place his second TC outside of his initial walls, while it will provide decent safety to the villagers on that wood line.
Yeah, won't be too hard for Hart just to extend the walls to that wood line, or to the south of the map even. But I think he's going to be safe enough for that TC. What I'm seeing on the minimap is all of the gold locations for these players, aside from their main gold, are all
Very
forward towards the middle of the map. Even the extra golds, just all right in the middle.
Well, here come the Hindustani Camels. Here comes a very early university upon reaching the Castle Age here for Dogao, along with Bodkin and Crossbow. Means that these range units are going to be near peak power in the Castle Age, but Elite Skirm is the response. Bodkin Arrow on the way there. We've got Wheelbarrow coming in to match the Wheelbarrow that Dogao's had for a short while. But all of that results in a TC advantage here for the Hindustani player. And obviously, slightly cheaper vills. They're going to have a very easy time keeping up that vill production and ultimately extending an eco lead.
Right, and now here's the fight with the skirms as Dogao adds in a TC. Elite Skirm's going to come in just a moment.
There it is, and we have the hill, if we want
Hill. And ballistics, the university's up, but no ballistics yet. There, it's clicked.
Sniping away a scout.
So the difference between the first game and here was that initially Hart was going for the cav archers, and he didn't open with the skirmishers. Here he's going to have a much earlier counter to the crossbows, and now we see the positioning on the map. He's the one who's forward controlling the location of Dogao's crossbows.
Yeah, and with this control, he's now going to reach for his third TC. So as the second completes for Dogao, the third one's coming up for Hart. Feels like he has just the slightest edge throughout the course of this game. He's just sporting 3 more villagers and an equivalent army number. He's going to harass over this wood line. Of course, the crossbows can take this nice hill in defense, but they are playing against their own counter unit in the skirms, so the micro's got to be on point.
And with ballistics, he can still take this fight. The skirms only have +1 armor, so crossbows, especially if they're on a hill, still can do a decent job of killing them.
Yeah, for the investment into that early university, having no ballistics yet is a little bit rough. Obviously, he doesn't have the resources to do it.
Wait, he clicked it earlier. He must have canceled it.
Did he cancel it then? Okay.
Cancel it.
Now he has the resources for it again. I wonder if he will attempt to go for it this time around, because I agree with you very much. I mean, ballistics, especially when you have another score, aids the Scorpion as well, right?
I mean, where has he spent his wood so far? University, Workshop, Scorpion, and TC. Hart has just done 2 TCs. And the just the Elite Skirmisher upgrade has bought him all this time to invest into those TCs. His military numbers are much lower now, but so far he only sees 1 unit from Dogao, and he has the counter unit.
And guess who's getting ballistics first?
It's Hart.
That's pretty wild. That's surprising to me, and speaks to maybe a little bit of a mismanagement or a misread here from Dogao, right? To go for the immediate university on reaching Castle Age, and then to forego the very investment that you built it for, right? And then inevitably delaying your second and third TC rather to be behind that of Hart. Now, it's just a 6 villager advantage. I don't want to paint it as the end of the game, but it is an advantage. And ultimately, now the skirms are going to have ballistics first in this battle up against the crossbows. Crossbows retreating for the next 30 seconds until they get the ballistics of their own.
And look at the resources collected. Already 800 ahead, 900 ahead for Hart. Maybe the advantage for Dogao is that ballistics will apply to that Scorpion now.
Exactly. No, and Scorpion, a really good response here to the skirms. Does need to keep it alive, of course, and I'm not sure he will. Finds a couple of shots onto the skirms, but the skirms in a solid formation ultimately take the Scorpion down. I'd say right now, Hart is very happy with his position here on Arabia as the Hindustani player.
That Castle Age transition was just so much better for him, and now we see Dogao cav archers.
Cav archers into skirms. I mean, again, the mobility is great, and the unit is great in mass, but once you're just producing into the counter unit.
It felt like the crossbow was a reaction to go against the potential camels, avoid needing for the cav archers. Here,
Mango.
He's a good Mango shot there.
Mango's a no-go there. as the skirms will turn tail and run. And so we continue to look at the ecos and how they develop. I think importantly, still no horse collar on the side
Still
of the
no
Vietnamese
horse collar.
player.
Heavy plow there for Hart. And horse collar, it's cheaper. It's cheaper for Dogao and the Vietnamese.
Right, it's cheaper. Of course, he's not investing into too many farms since he's playing a wood gold composition for now. But ultimately, you are going to want to get at least horse collar as you look to replace those farms a second time and ultimately work your way towards the Imperial Age. I mean, I'm looking at the food count for Hart right now, and it's looking absolutely stellar. He's already got the buildings to click up, maybe a market. You sell some wood, you sell some stone, you go to the Imperial Age, and you just win by out-teching your opponent.
I mean, you're the Hindustanis. Your villager is going to be so cheap. You get Imp anyway. It's not like he
We're
needs
27
an Imperial
minutes
Age
in.
and an early push.
Yeah.
He can do pretty. It feels like he's just so far ahead. He can do whatever he wants at this point, as long as he's not suddenly going to take a whole bunch of damage from Dogao. Yeah, it's a small Cav Archer raid, but he'll be fine.
Yeah, you lose a Vil, that's all right. You still have a Vil lead. You still have the majority of the initiative, keeping most of the military of your opponent back at home.
Yeah, and
Still looking for the gold to come through. I want to see the market usage. We're floating 900 wood. We're well over 1,000 food. We've got the stone for a castle, so maybe thinking about a forward castle. But yeah, only 4 on gold is obviously not enough. Oh, there's the market. We didn't have the market.
And where does the castle go? He could put the castle anywhere. He could do it defensively on those 2 goals to the south. He could try to take maybe that hill between them to the north in the middle, kind of focus on Dogao's gold, or he could just go forward and put it directly on Dogao's face with his army control.
Okay, market's up. Heavy market usage immediately clicks to the Imperial Age. We do have 850 stone in the bank now. Where would you put the castle?
Depends on how you feel about your army. If you're confident, you go forward and do it on that hill. Right there, and it gives you that access to those 2 golds of Dogao. It's not too far forward.
I was going to say,
too far back.
I think
But he's thinking better of it now. He sees those mangonels and decides.
If you could guarantee its placement, it probably goes on the hill that the skirmishers were just on. Obviously, you couldn't guarantee that placement. You go for the next most aggressive castle position, and then when you see the 2 mangonels, you go, actually, no. Let's go fully conservative. Let's not throw this game. I definitely am in the lead. And so he goes for his first castle placement a little bit closer to home.
Could snipe those farms. I would love to see that.
That actually would be
He's not going to
wild.
pay attention to them anymore.
No, Monk gets sniped, so the relic gets dropped, but it will be...
He's going for it. He was too late.
Ah, bummer. And they have not enough health to really contest any of those villagers and no upgrades. So there we go. The villagers turn on them, clear that up, and they can get back to farming. All right, now Dogao's aware of the castle because of the fact that the mangoes took that fire. Look at all the eco upgrades that just came in. First stone, first gold, and first farming upgrade here for Dogao. But he's sitting on 170 food, and he's got 30 gold in the bank, and his opponent is 1 minute away from Castle Age. Ooh, I think this is actually somewhat a disastrous castle position.
If he commits to it and then Hart gets Imp, he's going to lose a Trebor. And once Hart gets Imp, if he can get his upgrades, he can secure 1 more hill and 1 more forward castle to get the Treb location.
Yeah. Now, of course, it will buy you a little bit of time as Hart is trying to work through that castle to eventually turn on to your main base. But like you say, it's a massive investment of resources that you will ultimately lose, and then set your opponent up in the position to now turn that hill into their very own castle position.
And Dogao losing the crossbows there, that's the army he would have been using to contest that hill. That crossbow trying to run off the edge of the map but can't escape the skirms. And, Hart even going to find that TC.
Finds the TC, might be able to deny it, but it is just 5 skirmishers, and he has to actually micro them in order to deny. I think the TC goes up regardless. My fear here is the long-term gold options for Dogao. Yes, right now he has access to those 2 forward golds protected by the castle, but like we said, with Trebs already on the way, I don't think he's going to have many gold options for much longer.
And that's what that TC was for. It was for securing that extra gold. Now Hart doesn't deny the TC, but at least is aware of it. He's
Ghulam's on the field. They're going to make quick work of that mangonel. Actually, it's the skirmishers who do it first.
And now you can see the Ghulams just getting ready to raid. There's a blue blob on the minimap going to the north of that castle, just looking to...
That's all. You can just run in, my friend.
That's a lot of skirms. Skirms that now have Bracer, they're going to kill villagers.
Yep, these are very deadly. They're pushing him off of gold as well. And now we have one Treb on the field. We are going to have to keep that Treb protected because it will have to extend. Oh, look at that. Another castle placement just to make it easy for those Trebs to sit atop that hill and work away on the Vietnamese castle. These are Vietnamese castles as well, right? Not very strong. So in the end, I think it's going to be difficult for Dogao to find his way out of this one. Needs 2 minutes and 35 seconds to get to the Imperial Age. And he knows it. He knows it. He's going to call it right there. 2-1 now for Hart, taking the lead.
See if he has anything to say after that.
I host and go to the bathroom.
All right. So
A lot less to say.
A lot less to say.
I think it's
you
a
knew
lot.
what
You have a lot less to say when now you're staring down a single loss. You know, that could bring an end to your tournament run. Right. I think this is where potential realities are setting in, and now you really got to do the mental gymnastics, the mental work to push yourself through that. I mean, that's one of the tests of being an elite athlete in any sport, right?
Keeping your mentality going. We see that. No, we talked about ACCM and Yo holding on forever in their games. Dogao's going to have to do that now in this tournament.
Right.
And if we think about his positioning in the draft, his home map, maybe not the best Civ matchup with Vikings available for Hart on Pacific Isles. But on the other hand, if he goes to Citadel, he does have Italians or Dravidians available, and we don't know what Civ Hart's going to play there.
No, that's a complete gamble.
But I think Dogao, if you're Dogao, what map do you think? Do you go your home map, or do you try to go where you might have the better Civ matchup?
That's a really good question, because at this point, if you had asked me this yesterday, I probably would have followed the logic of Mem, which I really like. In a Swiss format, I think you go for your home map because you want to get at least the map wins. Right. You know, if you're going to work your way through all the universal possibilities for tiebreakers, getting games does matter. At this point, though, when you have to get the set win to even keep your tournament hopes alive, I think maybe you go back to the previous logic that a lot of people follow, which is win on your opponent's map, to your point, maybe with a better Civ matchup, and then end on more of a comfort pick, and hopefully with a strategy that you have in mind for your own home map.
I feel like in this map pool, you're playing all the maps all the time anyway.
They should all be considered somewhat home maps.
Exactly. You should be familiar with them. You should have strategies for all of them. They're in the back room playing these maps every single day.
Yeah.
I think looking at the Civ draft and seeing where you can find the Civ advantages, taking that first could be a better strategy than just taking the map you're more comfortable on.
Yeah. Well, either way, not an easy decision to make, as you can see by our discussion here. So we're going to give Dogao a little bit of time to make that decision as we head to a quick commercial break. We'll catch you just on the other side for Game 4 of the series.
And now, a word from our partners.
Eek! A mouse! A mouse!
What is it, dear? Why you rage? Oh, honey. That's no ordinary mouse. It's the Reaper 250. With this mouse in your household, you never have to be scared again.
Yes, the Reaper 250, featuring DPI control, advanced ergonomics, RGB lighting, and customizable buttons, is the perfect addition to every competitive household. Why Rage? It's all good. Get yours on mueller.de.
Welcome back to the Noble Apartment Cup. It is do or die time here for Dogao. He's got to put 2 wins together in a row to take the series and to keep his playoff hopes alive. We've been asking ourselves the question, which map do you go for? Again, we can see arguments either way. Ultimately, it's Dogao's choice, and we'll find out soon enough what he's going to go for. But like we said, I think now it's about the mental game. It's even in some ways less about, that decision alone. And
you need to win 2 games no matter what. And they're both very different than what we've seen before. They're both going to be water maps. Mm-hmm. Whether it's Citadel, you open water and transition, or Pacific Isles, well, maybe that's a transport map, maybe more than a water map these days, but we're still very afraid of those Viking longboats.
And you know what? If anything, maybe that's where you draw some of your confidence from, this will be a very distinct stylistic switch up in going to these other two maps, right? Okay, I've been playing on maps that maybe are a little bit more favored towards my opponent in Hart, where he is quite classically known for being good on land maps, fairly open maps with a lot of scout play. Either way, away we go. It will be Pacific Isles, so it's his own home map that we're going to go to. It's Dogao in the blue. It's Hart in the red. We have Dravidians as the pick for Dogao. We were wondering what the answer might be.
And part of me was kind of curious, maybe he'd be thinking to play Berbers the way Yo played the Spanish yesterday, trying to go for those conquistadors. You could do something similar with the Camel Archers, but that's not really Dogao's style. He's going to go for the Dravidians, play this like a standard water map, the type of water map he's been so comfortable playing for however long he's been playing Age of Empires, since the 2005 or so.
Yeah, we're also not going to get any transport-ville forward dock shenanigans like we did in that Liereyy game. Both players opting for, yes, forward docks on their own islands, but going to invest into those fishing economies, going to look to scout those extra islands. We can already see Heart's scout over here on the right-hand side. I'm looking for the red dot, which I don't seem to see. Might still be on his home island. Oh, he's transporting over now, so he's going to the left.
Yeah, and two very equally sized islands here.
It's a yin-yang.
We're not going to have that crescent hatch.
Yeah, no, it's very even, like you say. So pretty similar generations. You'd pretty much be happy to secure either island. Now, earlier we were talking a little bit about, though, whether or not in certain civ maps you want to split islands or you want to match your opponent, in the Castle Age island for island. What are you thinking here?
I feel like if you're the Dravidians, you want to be on the same island as the Vikings.
Okay.
You want to make sure that you're not going to lose to longboats on the water, and then suddenly you're on one island, the Vikings have the other, and you can't get back because they control the water with the longboats. You want to constantly be fighting them on the land.
All right, well, Hart's scouted the right. He's comfortable with the information he's gathered. Now he's going to move his scout back over to the other side and get a little information over here. As has been the case in every single game so far, he will be up to the Feudal Age first.
Hart is very clean on his build orders. He's going to go up as fast as he wants to, and look at that idle TC time, only 3 seconds.
Yeah, and also major Ville investment here from Dogao. Is this a fast castle now?
It could be. It could be some type of fast castle play to control the middle.
Yeah, it's an extra fishing ship. Extra fishing ship. Already we've got 3 vills more. Now loom on the way.
And the good thing about Dravidians on this map, too, is their fishing ships carry more fish.
Yeah.
So there are so few fish on this map, they end up being very far from your dock. The Dravidian fish will be more effective than the Viking fish will be.
That's a really good point. All right, well, it's Hart who moves villagers out first, and he's chosen his island. It's going to be the Eastern Island on the right-hand side. We still haven't had that decision made just yet by our Dravidians player, but like you said, maybe hoping to end up on the same island as his opponent. Here come the villagers forward now. We'll look for them to load up and see which direction they go.
And you don't have much resource on your home island. You have that gold, you have that stone, but everything else will be on those 2 islands to which you have to migrate.
Yeah, barracks on the way. 5 more villagers arrive to the wood line. Here comes the first eco upgrades. A minute away still here in the Feudal Age timing for Dogao. I'm taking a look at what's in the queue. It's a galley play as opposed to a fire galley play, but still working with just 1 dock, it looks like.
It looks like it. We'll see if the second dock is maybe... You have the villagers on the middle island. You can't do another dock on the middle island. Maybe give you, if nothing else, more fish access.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we did end up on the same island. Take a look at that. Just now landing there on the southern part of the right-hand side. So the Dravidians gets what they want, at least the way we're playing it out in our brains. Here comes the barracks as well. A little bit late to get that second military building down right when you hit the Feudal Age, but not going to be too much worse for wear. We do see the archery range almost completed already here for Hart. It's going to be fire galley defense while we've got galleys coming forward, maybe looking to snipe those fish.
Yep, but of course the Vikings are going to go for those galleys, and eventually you can go for longboats, or you can just upgrade to war galley and keep pumping out the war galleys with how cheap they are. Depends on what you have left over.
Okay, here comes the mill. Going to make use of those deer on the central island. Good defensive structure, though, I think, here for Hart, protecting a little bit of a gold and a stone.
You want your military buildings in front of your gold, usually, just to make sure your production is in front of them, and you have the military in the position to defend it.
Yeah, it's 1 archer into skirmishers and spearmen, it looks like. The scouts find each other in the center of the island. It looks like, though, it's going to be a win here for Hart. What?
Nope.
Hart had more health.
It's a win for Dogao. You know, sometimes having more health doesn't matter if like it doesn't line up.
If the
properly.
timing isn't right,
Yeah,
but that's pretty wild, man. That is pretty wild.
And meanwhile, that one galley that was forward on the fish gets pushed away by Dogao, so that fiery defense working out. And again, we're just seeing the distance between the two players and how far you have to sail to harass the fish. Lets Dogao play more defensively.
Okay. Forward to harass the wood line. 1 spear, 1 skirm, 1 archer. No fletching, though, so the villagers can sit here and withstand the harassment for quite some time.
And we've seen this in games before, Dravidian skirmishers. They shoot faster, and against this composition, skirm, spear, archer,
Ooh,
the skirm just wins.
Don't want to lose that Vil, though. And it looks like it will go down in the end. So by a commitment of the military for it, you do lose the archer, you lose the spear, and might end up losing this skirmisher as well.
Now, if you're Hart, in other situations, you might want to go for a stable and a scout transition against skirms, but you're the Vikings.
Yeah,
you really
that
don't have a
sucks.
good stable.
Yeah, that's not going to feel good, but like you say, it might be a necessity.
Against Dravidian skirms, skirm versus skirm, the Dravidians are going to win that.
Right. So we have the blacksmith coming up, but it's already been completed, and fletching is already in here on the side of the Dravidians. Dogao getting housed for the time being while he looks to trade out against that archer. More skirmishers joining the fray. The villager is trying to do what he can to help out. But Dogao's going to be pretty happy with those skirms now, even threatening the villager life.
Yeah, and that villager, he gets the trade down on the Vils. And I'm liking this position here for Dogao, at least on this land. The big question is just going to be these players. They're not going to kill each other. They're going to get to the castle age. What happens with the longboats?
Yeah, definitely. And they're not even really focused on water for the time being. Hart, of course, continuing to do what he does best and invest in that food economy. 18 on food to the 5 on food of Dogao. So while he's taking the worst end of the military trades on land, which is what we had mentioned the Dravidians definitely want to take advantage of, he's already making his way towards those castle age resources. Way more farms.
And look at all that gold that Dogao has too. Once he gets a market, he can just buy his way up. Buy his way up and still have that skirmisher advantage on the middle island.
Not just a huge food lead, he's got wheelbarrow with the similar Vil counts here. I mean, Vikings, of course, right? But is what I mean is like this is just going to work wonders for him.
Yeah, and Dogao's going to have to rely on that market. And I wonder if that's his plan, just go heavy on gold and rely on the market, knowing that the Viking player probably will have that better farming eco, so you can match the timing.
Yeah, but now don't you feel like you need to do more damage than what you're doing right now?
I feel like as long as you're maintaining, like, at least control with the skirms, you're fine. The one thing you don't want is to get picked out of position by the scouts.
Yeah, control with the skirms is going to be key, but here comes those terrifying Viking scouts. But honestly, in the feudal age, they're perfect. They're as good, right? In this moment, they're as good as any scout against a skirm.
They're perfect. But, I mean, look at all the skirms that Hart lost while he was trying to chase that. Now, Hart will click up, but Dogao, only 4 on food. Dogao should not be far behind if he has a market, but that's the big if. He went double ranges.
Uh-oh.
Double range skirm commitment. There's the market, but he's going to be so late in clicking up compared to what he could be.
Yeah, those Vils got to get out of there. All right. Unfortunately, the Vil does go down in the end. The skirm count, though, is still pretty solid here from Dogao. But the hill is being held by Hart, and he still has those 2 scouts.
And remember, Hart can always go to the other island. He doesn't need to commit to staying here. If he feels like this becomes a land war, maybe he can get the water, just move his eco to the other island, and then do his TCs over there where he feels safer.
Yeah, minute and 30 to the castle age already. You can see Dogao now using the market. Like you had recommended, he bought 300 food for 500 gold nearly. And he still doesn't quite have the resources to click up just yet. Now, of course, Hart's going to dive in on the wood line. Not going to find any kills. Is going to look for more trades. Targeting the skirmishers with his scouts, but now on the retreat. Just buying himself some time, buying himself some space while he waits for that castle age to come in. He's got phenomenal resources banked up. I still haven't seen any more docks being dropped, so maybe both players are resigned to this being a land war more so than a water battle.
It feels that way, but I think we're going to see a transition as we get up to the castle age, like we've been thinking about the entire game with the longbows. There's armor on the
Scale
scouts.
barding, let's go. Viking
now
scouts, Viking knights, let's go.
I actually got to think, does armor actually matter against the skirmishers for the scouts? I don't think it does.
Yeah, but it will matter against those 4 spears.
Yeah, spears have bonus attack. It doesn't stop that.
Yeah, but it's minorly effective, okay?
I think he could have probably gone for forging to clear the skirms faster, but
Yeah, he follows it up in the Castle Age with Bodkin and an attempted TC. Of course, Dogao does see that TC going up, but it's harassment on both sides and more villagers going down. And actually, this is where the scale barding, it can matter because now the vills have a much harder time fighting
against
back.
the villagers. There's so many vills going down. That's a disaster.
That is actual disaster right there for Dogao. He's going to lose almost every single villager on the center island.
And, well, what did we say going into this match? Hart was faster to the feudal age every single game.
Every time.
Felt like he also had the much cleaner feudal age build order this game. As you said, getting those farms added in, getting up to the castle age much more cleanly, not needing to use the market like Dogao did.
Yeah, and do we still have those longboats coming out? Well, granted, it's only out of 1 dock. Eventually, he's going to take control of water. He's got 3 knights on the field, 2 more in the queue. And honestly, even these knights will be pretty effective against those 4 spears. And we have a few skirms still left alive. Knights are going to quickly make work of those spears, and then from there, turn their attention onto the skirmishers.
Well, spears still pretty effective.
Yeah, got to get the rest of the knights forward.
Maybe some forging there might have helped against the spears a bit better, but the same principle applies. Dogao has the score lead, but doesn't feel like he actually has the lead in the game.
No, not at all. Just now going for Bodkin himself, but we've got 4 longboats, 5 longboats now out onto the open oceans. They're going to start rolling forward. The 1 villager TC on the central island. More villagers coming over to help. The knights are going to rotate around. They're going to maybe spot this right as it happens. How many vills go down? The military has moved away. There's no military here. There are no walls for Dogao either. He's got to retreat back into the transport ship. Honestly, the best option he has at this moment. But 2 villagers go down on top of the villagers that have already lost their lives. Brings the whole military back to deal with these knights and give himself the opening to maybe get in. But look at the longboats. Are they going to rotate around? This could be the end of the game right here. If you there it is.
There it is.
Wow. What a showing from Hart.
What a showing after a really long game on Dry River to open it.
Appreciate it.
Afterwards, falls behind on Tiergarten, where we were concerned looking at the civs.
Unfortunately,
That's just, I mean, it's the cleanliness of Hart's play. It's exactly what we said he excels at, right? Which is the execution of strategies. He's not necessarily going to do anything mighty fancy. Maybe the fanciest thing he did here was go for scouts and knights as a Viking player. But for the most part, he never did anything that was super out of the ordinary for the Civ or the matchup that he found himself in. He just had faster timings every single step of the way.
Yeah, even the game he lost was pretty clear as they were talking about. Dogao just said, hey, the timing wasn't there for you that game.
Yeah, exactly. Well, there you have it. I mean, Hart with a 3-1 victory moves himself to 2 set wins, now sitting at 2-2 in the tournament, staring down a possible 3-2 if he can wrap it up tomorrow.
And what a great comeback for him, going down 0-2, but it was Liereyy and Yo.
And I think a lot of people can reflect on those first 2 series losses and see that the play was there, that the level of play was there, right? To put together 2 victories just like this.
Right. And, well, now he has to be happy about himself, and we're going to interview him in just a moment.
I guess I'll go talk to him in just a moment. I'll wait until it looks like he's just about set up. So I'm going to go ahead and jump off the desk and go get ready to talk to the man himself.
All right, and we're going to have a short ad break as Dash gets ready, and we'll get back to that interview right after this.
And now, a word from our partners.
Look, you know how exhausting it is to control all our fine electronics at home? Well, I think I found the perfect solution. Elmo, come here. Come here, boy. Sit. Hey. That's a good boy. You're fine. Sit. More. Couch lamp. On. It's a good boy. Come here. Hey. You're fine. Elmo. Couch light 2. On. Good boy. And more. Couch light 1. Off. Couchlight 1, off.
Maybe it's time to try something smarter?
Say hello to smarter lighting. Hammer Smart Lights bring voice control, energy efficiency, and 16 million vibrant colors right to your fingertips.
Oh my, what a terrific alternative.
More smart, more home. Hammer. The rise of modern technology takes its toll on all of us. Hours and hours at your desk leads to stiff necks, aching shoulders, sore lower backs. But there is a solution. Back Force. The Back Force 1 Plus doesn't just stand like a rock on the digital battlefield, it transforms the way you sit. With Gamer Pulse LED lighting lasting up to 20 hours, this chair is more than just a seat. It's a throne. Personalize it with patches for your nickname, clan tag, or any custom text. Because your chair should be as unique as you are. Every Backforce chair comes in a wide variation in colors, including this noble white and gold or black and gold colorway, and the GamerLegion Special Edition. Sit like a king with Backforce.
Welcome back to the Noble Apartment Cup, where myself and Hart are sitting in these very comfortable Backforce chairs following a very impressive victory from you over Dogao to open the day. 3-1 in the scoreline, moving you to 2-2. Talk to me about just the recovery, will be the word I use, for yourself in the tournament in terms of mounting these set wins and putting yourself in a position where you very much control your own destiny going into tomorrow and looking to finish in a 3-2 fashion.
Yeah, I finally feel like at least I'm at a decent score, you know. Tomorrow's do or die, I think. Well, actually, I think depending on my book holes, I might, even if I lose, I might have a chance. I don't know how it works really, but yeah, either way, I'm happy that I recovered from being down 0-2. So yeah, it feels nice to start the day with a win, and you know, just optimistic from here, right? Like 2 wins in a row, it makes you more confident for sure.
Now, talk to me about the setup towards this series. How do you feel you and Dogao stylistically match up against each other?
I would say he's more like a strategic player in hybrid maps. I would say that's where he excels at the most. Meanwhile, I'm a bit more land aggressive kind of player, I think. So like I didn't really necessarily pick towards my strengths. I just picked some like what I thought was good overall. But I think I did pull ahead in the land-oriented maps.
Yeah, speaking of, right, of course, we go to game number 1. One of the longest games, if not the longest game of the tournament so far on Dry River. And nearly became a wood game as we continue to check in on the resources. Magyars versus Saracens. How do you evaluate this matchup? Because it seems there are advantages for either Civ at different times. But were you confident in a late game setup against a very versatile Civ like Saracens?
Like I just messed up the early game so hard. Like I started the game with a nice lead. I killed 2 or 3 vills, but I think the first 2 games I was very sloppy when it comes to attention to detail. I was losing units left and right, like just some basically unnecessary mistakes, non-force mistakes, just not the best play. And then he picked off villagers from me, so he made it even. And after that, he moved out with archers, which I really wasn't expecting. Like I thought he was gonna go CA or something like that. So he kind of caught me off guard because I saw the archery range very early. I just didn't think he was making archers. I thought it was gonna be for CA. So that caught me off guard. I lost more villagers there. I got taken off the shorefish, which was my like supposed to be advantage, right? Because he's falling back to his base. But yeah, eventually I recovered.
Talk to me about the way your approach to the game develops and shifts as the game reaches like a post-imperial situation, right? Because obviously the focus comes, I would imagine, more towards military control and overall unit composition. But when you're in a situation where neither player necessarily feels like they can make progress and you're both just taking trades, losing 50 units apiece, you know, what did you see as the win condition? Was it just outlast him, or did you feel like at some point you actually had to deliver a killing blow?
Well, first of all, I didn't know the map had like 8 relics, I think. So I thought I had 2, and I thought he had 3, but he had 6. And I was wondering where the hell are these camels coming from? No way the Saracen markets that OP, you know. So my approach to the fight was basically just try to lose as few CA as possible while killing as many camels from him. And then eventually, I was hoping that he would run out of gold. I'm not sure if it was even the case with that many relics and the Saracen market, but I think eventually the Magyar Hussar really carried a lot of weight there and allowed me to get some snowball fights.
I gotta be honest, I wish we had a way to get a statistic for all, like the total number of kills that all of your cav archers had. We did check near the end of the game, and like the 22 cav archers you had live had like over 200 kills. It was absolutely incredible.
Yeah, I was naming all of them, like Pepito, Juan, like they all had a name.
It must have hurt then to lose one.
Yes, I was healing them in some of my castles with herbal medicine because I cared that much about them. I couldn't really afford to make more.
There you go. Don't sleep on that upgrade then. Herbal medicine in your late game games. But from there we go to game number 2. We're on Tiergarten. I think this one, obviously, it became all about the central control with both of you opting for castles in the middle. I think this was one of the few timings where it felt like Dogao had better timing than you in getting to the Imperial Age and making use of the trebs.
Yeah, so what happened there is he went for a raid and I was open at home, and it just it completely destabilized my economy. I had a lot of idols, and I pretty much at that point I knew he would be faster to imp than me. But I still had to try to go for it because that was my only shot. I was hoping that maybe the Jordan repairing would help a little bit, but I just didn't have enough time. And I think if we reset armies or reset castles, like he lost both castles and so did I, then maybe I could do something with Han Cannoneer. But that wasn't the case. He was just in a much better position after that. And yeah, that was a bit of a disaster game. Like I feel like Georgians should just kind of stomp Slavs on a map like that. That was my first pick, so it was a bit demoralizing to lose that one because I really needed to win with my first pick, right?
Right. Either way, you would ultimately take the next 2 games, and we jump to that third game in Arabia, Vietnamese, Hindustanis. This one, I think, obviously, this is how we think of you, a classically an Arabia player. And in almost all cases, it just felt like you were in total control here, having the initiative and ultimately having the better timing, better castle placements, and better trades.
Yeah, Arabia's like my home map. Always, I think. I don't actually home map it except for this time, but yeah, I feel very comfortable on it, and maybe I should home map it more often because I do feel quite comfortable on it. Yeah, the game just went as planned. Everything went my way, I think. I just pulled ahead in economy, got some aggression at the right times in the game, and then I think I have a save that controls the tempo of the game better if they get initiative early on.
It also just felt like, too, right, being able to so easily go into skirmishers, counter unit to everything he's making, whether it be archers or those cav archers, and unfortunately not able to use the mobility of the cav archers to punish you in any way. We did see initially there was a thought to put a more aggressive castle forward. You opt for the first one. When you know that you're in control of a game, how does the decision tree for you change? Is it more about finding the winning moment or avoiding all of the possible losing moments, the throws?
I placed the castle there initially, and then when I realized, like, no, you're being an absolute animal. Go back, put it in a safe spot, and just like think a little bit, don't throw an already won game being an animal. So I stepped back a little bit and played it safe. I knew I should be ahead to imp.
Okay, so Vikings, obviously, it felt like an obvious choice for us here, for you, and naturally you go for it. It felt like he had the option of either the Dravidians or the Italian. First question, did you expect Dravidians, or were you thinking as well it could have been either?
I expected Dravidians. That was his first pick, and he also home at Pacific Islands. So, and Dravidians are like one of the best, if not probably one of the best cities on that map. So yeah, I was expecting that.
Obviously, in this map, the players have choice of either island to go for, right? You were the one who landed first. You chose the right side island. Dogao chooses to match you. Obviously, when you scout that out, that has to affect your decision-making moving into the feudal and the castle age. But of all things, I think one of the pleasant surprises for us was kind of how both players, recognizing that, opted to completely ignore water. and instead focus on land, and if anything, go for Viking scouts, which I think some people would see a little bit as a surprise, and even investing into that armor, where long-term, maybe, cavalry is never going to be an option for you.
Yeah. So like on land, Dravidians just have the better skirmishers, right? And better siege. So I kind of don't want to get into a unit composition for both of us that favors him. So I was trying to make the game a bit tricky. Like baiting him into trying to attack me and then coming out with scouts, hopefully getting a clear up or at least gain time so I hit Castle Age. And that's where Vikings really shine, right? Like in Castle Age, they just have their bonuses come together, they get the longbows and stuff. And I played towards it and I got a nice counterattack on his woodline, killed a lot of villagers, and from there it was just kind of over.
Now, so viewers won't know this, but you and I had the pleasure of being at least halfway home travel buddies last NAC. We made the first leg of our flight together before parting ways and going to our respective countries. But in that time, it was actually such a treat for me to get to talk to you about where you felt like you were in your Age of Empires journey and in your career at the time, maybe your dissatisfaction with your ultimate placement at the last NAC, but reframing and focusing on your goals going forward. So nearly a year later, hit me. How do you feel now? Where are you at?
That will be decided tomorrow.
Okay.
I think I need a good result tomorrow for me to feel good about my placement in this tournament. Last NAC, I was happy just to be there. But now, almost a year later, I feel like I'm more demanding of myself and I have higher expectations. I will be happy if things go my way tomorrow. Otherwise, it hasn't been too bad either. But yeah, tomorrow defines whether it's at least a successful start to the event for me.
I think the important thing is that by putting yourself in a 2-2 position, right, you're in control of your destiny, in that if you win tomorrow, you go to 3-2, and there's almost no scenario where a 3-2 player gets pushed outside of the top 6. I guess my final question for you would be, on that journey, where do you feel you've made the most progress in your game? What has been the element of your game that's leveled up the most in the course of that 10, 11 months?
I think experience mainly. I've been around the scene for a long time, but I haven't really played many tournaments. I think I'm one of the people who have played the least amount of tournaments, even comparing to newer pros. I've been around, but I didn't play tournaments. So I've been just acquiring experience tournament by tournament. And I think every time I play a set or in a tournament, I just make progress because I learn something new. I add more things to my memory, basically, things to look back on, what works, what doesn't, how to come back from positions, and so on, so on. And also, when it's a LAN event, this is my 3rd LAN event this year. I've been lucky about that. And I don't feel nervous going into a set or anything. So I guess that's also, I've matured when it comes to the mentals too.
Sweet.
So that helps.
Well, that's awesome to hear. I'm very happy to see you performing as well as you are in this tournament so far. I'm going to congratulate you again on this victory. I wish you the best of luck tomorrow. You're done set 1 of the day. Now you get some time to rest, recover, or maybe practice and work up some crazy strategies for tomorrow. Either way, I'll see you around, and I'll see the rest of you around in just a bit as we head to a quick break. But when we come back, we're diving into set 2 of our day 4 of the Noble Apartment Cup group stage. See you soon.
Yeah, I got some good stuff for sure. I did with Sebastian. The guy is always there with me, and I think we got some amazing strategy. But we'll see. We'll see if I can use now. It depends on your score, right? In your first round, if you win, it's really easy for you to hiding something, right? But if you lose, it's gonna be you keep losing and you are out. So it will depend on the first round. If I win, I will got some stuff. Yeah. Before I didn't focus too much, but I think it's really important. So before I didn't bring my vitamin coffee, but now I bring my vitamin coffee because I think I need the coffee, real coffee in my country, and I think it's really important. So I think I will bring a little bit of coffee and then maybe exercise a little bit to get warming up. So it's really, I think it will be good. I will say Hera. I don't want to versus Hera first round. I think it's really really bad for me if I versus Hera first round. I think he's still the favorite for the tournament for sure. I think Hera really strong.
Red Bull is different. Like qualifiers, like stakes are way bigger, and then I'm a person that get burned out easily, and there I practice actually way too much. Like for me, middle ground, practice enough, but have the desire to play. Like I cannot wait for my match to start. I want to have that feeling, then I play the best. But if I do like 5 sets per day, it's tournament day, I don't even care. I'm exhausted, right? So I was very well prepared. I practiced so much, and yeah, ACCM beat me in the end. Was again few throws there, but yeah, I was definitely ready for that event. Well, that's Hera, right? That's obviously Hera. Not only because Hera is the best right now, but his style just counters me as well. I'm not a micro guy, and he controls every single unit. Like, they are his kids. He doesn't let anything go wrong with them, and for me, that consumes a lot of APM that I don't have, and I turn out into more and more problems as the game goes on. So hopefully I don't get him soon.
All right. For ACCM to get back here, I'm T West. I'm here with Memb, and DauT's ready to draft. ACCM is returning and running down the hallway right away. And welcome Memb to our second set. We have ACCM and DauT both 1 and 2, looking to move up into that 2 and 2 tier and not fall down to 1 and 3.
Okay. I didn't know that we were here already, you know, because we were talking about some of the stuff.
We were waiting for ACCM to get back.
Because he's not back, as you can see there. But here we are, live already. And about this series with a 1-2 for both, we could say that the loser here is virtually out.
Well, depends on the Blue Colts. They could still win tomorrow. Get into that 6th slot with a 2 and 3 record, but
the problem
it's going
is,
to be difficult.
Yeah, and the problem is, since you are already at the bottom of the brackets, your bullhold is not going to be good even if you win tomorrow, because you will face someone also very at the bottom. So it's very complicated.
Exactly, because your matchup tomorrow is not going to be as beneficial to your tie-breaking score, and that's why DauT has been watching Viper's games very closely, because he lost to Viper, and he's relying on Viper for that blue.
He wants Viper to win for the first time ever.
For the very first time ever.
But this is crazy, you know, because we're talking about teammates, and he always wants him to lose. You know, he always wants Viper.
It feels like even when they're playing a team game together, he still wants Viper to lose.
Yeah, he doesn't care, and then he say, "I carry, no worries," you know. For your information, as you can see, Pacific Island is going to be the first map. And in that map that is, well, definitely it's a water map, but at the end, the most important moves are usually being on the land. We saw in the previous series that you casted.
Right.
That on the land was the decided there.
And I'm looking at ACCM Civ Draft now, and I'm just now seeing he has that random pick at the end with the Huns. So he might just feel confident with his first 5 Civs.
That's weird, right? Maybe it's a bug or something.
I mean, it's not like he should run out of time. They're in the same room drafting with each other.
Well, I was checking the draft live there with them. They were taking basically the 30 seconds for each pick.
Okay.
They were really going at the limit, even for banning the maps. You know, I was behind DauT when he let Pacific Islands to be there, and he just banned the last moment Arabia, and it was give me the Arabia for the first DauT.
And he didn't want to play Arabia.
He didn't want to play
ACCM.
Arabia against ACCM. Is that a signal of less confident? Because I'm telling this because at the end, Arabia is the map that everyone is playing in the daily basis.
I feel like if you are confident, yeah, you go for Arabia. We saw that with Hart in that last series, picking Arabia, being very confident on his home map.
Feel good, so and do the job. And he was at some point behind, but still, he came back thanks to his beautiful gameplay. Okay, civilizations for Pacific Islands. I'm checking. Could be several, right?
ACCM has a lot of good water civs. Malay, Armenians, even Saracens, even Huns could be used there.
Could be good. And same way for DauT.
Persians, Japanese, Lithuanians.
Japanese. It's a little bit closer. Lithuanians in Pacific Islands, you think will be good? Because
I mean, they're an option, right? But probably we're seeing them more on High Tides or on Citadel. Also, DauT picking 2 of those very hybrid, aggressive water maps.
Yeah.
Where it's not completely a water map, but you win the water initially, you have that fish, you have that eco boost, and it really gives you a benefit into the late game. And in some sense, Citadel and High Tides are similar in that regards, and you pick similar civs for them.
What about Sunburn? Because we have been seeing pick, but not yet in the tournament, right?
I have no idea. I have no idea. It's the map we've played, I think, the least. We don't know what civs they're going to pick.
I think he's going to go, I mean, this might sound weird because you want to have the farms safe. Well, poles can be nice in Tiergarten, but because of the tower rush, poles could be good here also in Sunburn.
You are very close to each other, and towers can be effective. But it's also tricky because you can tower rush one side, and then your opponent they goes to the other side, and they're safe.
Yeah, but the good thing with poles is that if you are mining a stone, it's not like with all the saves that you basically harm your own economy. Here, I feel that is benefit. Why? Because you get gold for free, and then you can secure those farms that are being exposed, doing towers defensive yourself. Well, let's see what is going to be. A lot of questions, but I think we're going to focus in Pacific Islands already because it's about to start, and they have the mode of starting the game, right? That face gaming mode.
They do. They have that mode. They have that mode where they're looking at the game, clicking the buttons, and I think Malay or Armenians for ACCM, as we mentioned, DauT. Japanese could be played here, but again, not the map with a lot of fish on it. Maybe you want to go Persians instead.
I prefer that for High Tides. Japanese,
I do too, but I feel like this is a map...
Or even Citadel.
Or on Citadel, but I feel like this is a map where you can go really late game on water, where you might not want to stick with the Persians long term.
Where, for example, I know that is the last pick, but sometimes the last pick is like a mine pick. And Gurjaras, that you can carry some of the fishing ships on the dock. To see Gurjaras, potential good civilization in a water map here.
I feel like Gurjara is more or a pick for Tiergarten.
Right?
Right, where you can use those camels against potentially a Magyar or Hindustani matchup.
Okay. Okay, I think we are analyzing absolutely everything then. We're going to start then the game. We have nothing to say, huh?
I know, the players took a nice break before the game, and we're just waiting for them to get launched and have our production crew get the map selected for us.
Yeah. Remind guys that we have a brutal amount of cities today. I don't know if we can check the schedule of the day. If we can, it will be great to see, and then we can comment on those while we're waiting. If not, we can, because I think I remember the next series is going to be Hera versus Liereyy.
It's going to be a big one.
Okay.
Hera and Liereyy.
It's okay.
It's okay. The two players who are undefeated so far. And looks like we are transitioning to the schedule here. And we just had Hart winning over Dogao there. Now we're having ACCM and DauT. And then coming up in the later matches, Hera, Liereyy, Viper, Vinchester, and TaToH.
Who's winning Hera, Liereyy?
I'm going to go Hera wins 3-2.
Okay. 3-2 for Liereyy.
Okay.
So now I cannot say the same, so I'm been letting you say the same.
Okay, were you going to say the same before I said that?
Okay, okay. The Viper Vinchester.
Viper Vinchester. I'm going to go Vinchester. I'm going to say 3-1.
I go Vinchester too. Okay.
Give me a score, though. Give me a score.
3-0.
3-0? You're really...
Nah, I'm joking. I'm joking. It's not going to be 3-0.
It's not...
Viper Vinchester.
I don't know. I felt like Viper Liereyy
no,
could have been 3-0 on
I think Viper.
that.
I think Viper will take it.
You think he will?
I think Viper will take it. Yeah.
I mean, Vinchester has looked very well prepared so far.
Yeah, gonna be 3-2 series. Let's say.
Okay.
Can be either way.
Okay.
I think it can be either way. And
then
the series Mr. TaToH is one that you guys have to really pay attention, because one of those two beasts is gonna end the day with a 1-3 score.
That's
which is
not
something
where they want to be.
No, and nobody will think about that. With a 1-3 score, they will still have chances to qualify.
We have 10 players, and 6 of them go to the playoffs. If you're 1-3, you still have to win that final game, and you have to hope you have a good Buchholz score for the tiebreaker, but you still can make it. And here we have Viper.
Practicing,
man. He's practicing. He's practicing for
He's committed,
Vinchester.
He want to be in a good position in. Well, he want. Let's remind. Not a good position. If you are top 2, you are in semis. You avoid one playoffs, you know?
The top 2 players get that first round bye. So he's competing for that spot, competing to stay in the playoffs. And having lost to Liereyy already puts him in a bit of a tricky situation where he now has to rely on Liereyy also losing or something happening in the top of the bracket so that Hera and Liereyy are not themselves the top 2.
Yeah, but they are facing today, and then depending of those results, Viper has played with Liereyy, as you mentioned, then it can be tomorrow Viper Hera. Depending on the result today.
Could be Viper Hera.
It's most likely, if both win, it can happen. If Hera lose and Viper win, it happens also. So there's Well, if Viper win, I think it's Hera Liereyy tomorrow.
Because we're not repeating matchups.
Hera Viper, sorry.
Yeah, we're not repeating matchups, so we could also end up seeing Vinchester and Liereyy tomorrow.
Yeah. And that's Vinchester also practicing. Can we zoom more to see who is playing against? Can we go zoom with the camera to the score?
Yeah, we always
These
have
cameras
the
are
purple
amazing.
hoodie.
So we're gonna see. We're gonna see, but fast, and then we go back to let them their privacy with the.
Well, we can't actually see who that is. We
Yeah,
can
but
tell that Vinchester is.
So you can.
Sebastian, he's not even here.
Is he here?
He's not here.
Sebastian.
Sebastian's not here.
Oh my God,
He's playing
Sebastian versus
online.
Vinchester.
He's playing
Okay.
online with a practice partner.
Well, Sebastian wanted to be here, and he's here definitely. You know, in some way, in a way, he's here. Ladies and gentlemen, Pacific Islands is going to be in a moment with you. As you can see, this is the countdown. 10 seconds. Looking forward for this match a lot. And then before it starts, score fast. DauT, ACCM. Who's winning?
ACCM.
Fast.
3-2.
seconds. 3-2 ACCM. 3-2 DauT. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, game number 1, ACCM versus DauT. ACCM is as a blue, DauT as a red. And the civilizations are Saracens and Japanese?
Saracens and Japanese, I believe so. This is where we have to test our knowledge of the Civ icons again.
I think it's Saracens and Japanese. I mean, we are not.
I saw Saracens earlier today.
We are
I
not
recognize that icon
professionals.
now.
Yeah, we are not professional guys with the icons. So just to let you know, I'm not feeling
I use the mod with the letters
I'm always
on it.
use the same mod, you know. And something happened.
Oh, and we have a
Let us
pause.
know. It's Saracens and Japanese. I feel proud about myself now, you know.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
And we have a pause here. Maybe the map is bugged. Maybe they're having a hotkey issue or something. They'll figure that out. And, well, at least this spawn, if this indeed is our map, it's not that small crescent island with a large island. I think
that is a sad doubt face.
I think we have to read the players' expressions just to figure out what's going on there. I wish we could be in that room with them and just see what's.
You usually see DauT
happening.
smiling a lot. Not this time.
Well, this is a big game for him. He's got to be focused here.
It is. I love, by the way, this scene. This scene is amazing. Not this one. If we have some information, we will let you know, guys. We don't know yet.
And we don't
have
some
sheep or something missing, probably, right?
I don't know if we have the microphone in that room.
No. But the microphone is after the games, not in these situations. Microphone only after games happen.
Well, DauT is talking to someone, and he's probably trying to argue that his map is bugged or that he should just get an extra 10 sheep or something because he's DauT. Well, ACCM smiling. There he's smiling finally.
I like them smiling now. Now I like this, you know?
Yeah, I mean, we've been seeing DauT's a very chatty player. I wonder if he's going to be talking to ACCM between the games or if it's just going to be like Vinchester, Hera just typing to each other again.
Well, I'm going to tell you what, because we have been here in some other events, you know. I was in NAC2, in NAC5. Yeah, it was a bug map. Not don't know the reason, but it's a restart. And because of the increase of the prize pool and also how it has been changed a little bit the community into a more professional way, it's more professional now. Like, there was also a lot more jokes that probably people is missing, you know, some of those jokes, but at least during this group stage, everyone went to qualify and it's 6 spots. So the jokes can probably come later, but now they are super focused in the games.
Yeah, DauT is getting right back into it. As you said, we had a bug map and they're restarting. And, well, we saw the Civs. What do you think of this Civ matchup? The Saracens actually being played on this map.
Saracens is like having a wild card, you know? You don't have your best game, then you still have the market.
You have the market, and on a water map, you have those faster firing galleys.
Correct.
That if you get to the late game, they have a really, really strong navy with those galleons. And with how important the water is, I know the land in the central island also plays a factor, but if you control the water, you can get those cannon galleons out, start controlling the outsides of the islands, and also, probably the most forgotten about bonus in the game, their transports have extra carry capacity.
Oh,
they want to go for a landing.
And in these maps can matter a lot.
Can matter a lot. They can put more units on their transports.
But I will, with how the shape of this map is and the islands, I wouldn't mind to see the full upgraded Japanese towers. Those Japanese towers can help also a lot. And then you might say, okay, you can have traps or you can have those cannon galleys that you are mentioning just to take them down.
It takes a long time to take them down.
take them down, because you're also going to be fighting with galleys yourself, so you can also snipe those cannon galleons. But we're back into the game, into game number 1. As we said already, is the Japanese and Saracens. SW ACCM on the right, DauT on the left. And looking about the shape of the islands, TaToH looks a little bit bigger, the one in the north.
Yep, a little bit bigger and a little bit shaped where it kind of cups the outside of DauT's island there. He has to sail a bit farther just to get to the fish on the outside if he wants to do his dock in that spot. Looks like they're both docking towards the front, though. So it could be pretty potential for an aggressive galley opening with the docks right by the passage. And they're not too far apart. It's not like a big island in between them. They can sail right down that passage if they want to harass the fish.
Yeah. I like when they send the belay in the transport and then dock forward, but it's true that you do that at a cost that is going to be building later than your opponent. We see how DauT is already, sorry, ACCM. It's spawning on the left. I say DauT because I think DauT usually picked the blue. So I got kind of confused because now it's red, you know, and DauT is with the scout in the other one, which I think I prefer, actually. It seems a little bit bigger.
It feels like it's
and more resources.
Yeah, it feels like you have more resource access on that.
Yeah, well, I see 5 gold, for example, in that island.
Compared to 4 on the south.
Yeah.
But all in all, the total number of gold on the island doesn't always come into play. It's usually about the timing and getting the Trebor, and as long as you have access to your hunt, it's okay to go on either island.
Yeah, but after the first game of the previous series, you know,
first game
every resources has been played,
That's
right?
true.
So we can have all the resources played as well here.
I mean, if we see players building lumber camps on the mangrove shallows for the wood on the outside, then we know it's a long game.
Yeah, let's see. As you know, guys, only one stone and 1 gold in the starting island. So you have to migrate, let's say, and to the big one. I say that the shape is similar to migration, but with the big difference that you start with a transport ship and that the island is scooting too, right?
Exactly.
So it's make the game completely different.
Right. Well, if you remember some of those old migrations, sometimes the island would be cut in 2.
Yeah, that's true. With a different generation, you know, a weird generation, could too. Anyway, but there is a lot of more resources starting in the starting island. For now, is standard start, but we have already ACCM on the way to feudal age with 20 villages, 3 fishing ship, much faster than his opponent.
That's going up fairly slow on 22 villagers. Do you think that there's room to try a fast castle with the Japanese? Again, your fishing ships, they have more HP. It's harder to harass them. Maybe that buys you the time when you're this far apart to get up to the castle age directly.
It's 23 villages, 3 fishing ships, might have the potential to go. If we go to red base, please, and then do we see how many buffaloes also he has? I guess he might have the same.
It should be the same.
Yeah. Okay.
Don't check, man. We don't want to restart again.
No.
Yeah, he's
21. Okay. You got them already, you know. Well, this also has more villages, so it's normal that he has less left as well. His build order is completely different, as you can see. I mean, DauT has 12 on foot right now, while ACCM has only now 8, and it was 6 till seconds ago. So.
And going after the gold, this indicates ACCM probably wants to open with some type of ships, whether it's galleys or fire galleys, as DauT is just transporting now to the middle. And he's going to have a completely different build, going to be up over a minute later, and needs to make sure he can protect his fish long enough that he'll be able to go up safely.
Okay. He's sending more villages. This is 5 villages landed by DauT. It was going to make the barrack. Why the barrack when you have not explored yet?
Well, he lost his scout in that scout fight because he was so slow up to feudal, and he's just going to do the barrack because the barracks because he needs a building. He's going to need that building, and he's probably going to want to go for scouts on the island anyway. Scouts or archers.
But the problem with this build is that now he's kind of improvising.
Right, he doesn't have the scouting information.
Yeah.
He doesn't know exactly where ACCM is, and ACCM is on the other island. And if he wants to attack that island, he's going to need to transport. And that will be hard with ACCM taking the galleys and the water control initially.
2 galleys already there. Now DauT is doing fire galleys. It's definitely not a fast castle. It's a slower uptime. We'll have a little bit more resources, as you can see in resources collected. Archery range here, and ACCM know everything is happening. He's doing a building at home, and I don't know if he's a blacksmith. I believe it's a blacksmith or market. It's a market.
Market.
Whoa.
Oh, the Japanese player doing the market against the Saracens. Okay. And this just indicates the fast castle. Maybe he's going to sell that stone to try to click up quickly.
Yeah, and if he's doing that, at least he's going to take away a bit of that market, Saracens market, you know. Not a lot, but well, if you are using the market quicker, it's always effect.
Yeah, and ACCM now has 75 stone. Did he do a tower somewhere? Maybe on his wood line on the other island?
Yeah, because you see the archery range. Don't you think this is a little bit of overreaction?
I mean, he sees the archery range on the other island, right?
But you need to make 4 archers, you know, 3, 4 archers to transport. I mean,
yeah. maybe it's a
wait
bit early.
bit.
And especially since he still has that scout alive, he can see if the transport's going to come in.
Maybe use an outpost just to know, okay, he's going to come, outpost, tone watch. Because right now, you are losing the power of the market, right? It's true that 1 fishing ship is down already. It's going to be probably the second, so it's already a scout loss and 2 fishing ships. So 3 units are going to be down already, doing the market now. And this is what is really disgusting, because the Saracens market is just too powerful, Mr. West. Too powerful.
It is in DauT. Looking at DauT's build, he's not quite ready to click up to the castle age yet.
Oh.
He has a spear and 3 archers, but he's not going to hit anything with the archers. Oh, maybe he's going to try to transport to go to ACCM's home island.
Yeah, if that transport survive, oh man. The transport is going to be there, the archers are there, the galleys are there as well, the transport might be faster, but you need to react. DauT with a great and amazing reaction. Oh my god!
Ouch.
The transport ship is going to be down, and he almost losing with all the army inside. What's going on, Mr. West?
Well, you said before this series, DauT needed to play 100%
I told you.
to win, and he couldn't play DauT. That's a very DauT play right
It
there.
was off camera. Don't tell the secrets. Eh? Well, we were talking, and I was telling that if DauT want to advance today, in my opinion, has to play 100%. If he play DauT, he's not going to advance, because ACCM is so consistent.
He is. And a bit of a tricky situation the other day against Hart, but he's a strong player and definitely a player who can win against DauT.
Yeah. Okay, Fire Galleys, resources for both very similar. He's using the market. DauT didn't sell the stone. I like it, because he's going to go up and then he will keep the stone to make extra tone centers. But the KD, it's ugly right now for the Lord.
5-1, including 2 fishing ships already destroyed and another one going down. Wasn't able to get any kills with his own fire galley. And ACCM's just been microing 2 galleys this entire game. He's 7 total, so it's not like it's a huge investment. And we saw DauT aiming for that castle age right from the start. ACCM just clicked castle. He's not going to be that far behind him.
I don't remember. It was Dave 1490 who told me before this series. Now that I listen, that ACCM said something to DauT yesterday, last night.
What did he say?
I want to send you tomorrow to Shisha Bar. With his smile, you know, when they told me, I was, what? What is this, man?
ACCM trash talking.
Yeah, man, ACCM, dude, you are a cool guy, man. Anyway, look at those ACCM galleys. You're going to take another fishing ship. And right now, he's kind of on the way to make that promise true, a reality, man.
Yeah, I mean, this game's looking good so far for ACCM. He's gotten the uptiming he wanted against DauT's more fast castle-oriented strategy. He stopped the transport and DauT's sneak strategy, going for the home island. And now he just needs to make sure he doesn't die to the fire galleys in time, that he can do his own war galley and bodkin arrow upgrades. And actually, he's done this all without even investing into fletching. Those galleys have done so much damage just as standard galleys.
I mean, when he's also against almost no army, it's fine, you know. And then what he's doing, 9-1 into the KD. Why he's also that behind DauT? IDLTC 54 seconds, ACCM only 24, so he's not only behind because he has no fish, he's also behind in villas with 4 villas behind. And he's up quicker, yes, but look at the population. Not looking good for the Lord, Mr. West.
Definitely not, and he's even losing these fires during this transition. He's up, but what does he really gain now from being up? ACCM will be so close. Ooh. There he is. He made another transport, and he moved archers to the other island.
Yeah, we need to check that area with those archers, but he's going to the towers. I think ACCM see it. Oh, wow. He has Stonewatch, it seems, right? Because he has a lot of view with those buildings, but he's reacting accordingly. He has to wall probably between that barrack and the palisade. He's not doing. He's going to go around with those archers. And for now, ACCM is still fine. And check ACCM stone even.
He's almost ready for a castle. He could go for Mamelukes, which against the Japanese, they can go monks. But other than that, the Japanese like their cav archers. Mamelukes do a lot of damage to cav archers if they can close the distance and take the fight.
People underestimate how tanky and strong can be those units. But the archers are there. It's going to be annoying. It's going to deny that woodland. But when he's doing that, you see, he can move to the north. And then he's going to be absolutely fine. 2 tone centers for both players, but he's 6 villages ahead. Resources collected for ACCM a lot more. for now, looks smooth for ACCM. Not decided the game yet.
No, but it is looking really smooth for him as both players add their TCs. But I just think ACCM is in such a nice spot so far.
Yeah.
I think he's gotten past the point where the Japanese might have somehow gotten a fish boom advantage and gotten the eco advantage. Now, as the Saracens, he still has that market.
He's doing cav arches, right? And with those cav arches, I want to see a landing. He has a transport, and he's gonna land maybe the starting island. The castle is happening already. The castle is happening already, and if he noticed that castle, then, well,
castles control the middle passage, right? It's going to be harder for DauT now to sail back and forth through the middle.
Yeah, but look where's there.
There's the landing.
He's on the starting island, and now those cav archers can do the job. He's with Botkin. He's going to take village now. He's going to take 1 village down, 2 villages down. You need to micro DauT. You need to micro. 2 villages down. Need to move really quick. Going for the goal. It's only 3 cav archers. That's the problem. If it was 5, you know, it would be a lot quicker. But he's creating the chaos he wanted to get the game closer right now. I like this. He's attacking in 2 spots. And it's not that smooth anymore for ACCM.
Yep, and also no ballistics yet for DauT, so he really has to pay attention to the Cav Archer micro and line up those shots on the villagers.
Okay. All those Cav Archers going around all over. You can see how DauT has recovered a lot, West. Look at the resources collected. Even ahead.
Even slightly ahead, yeah. Well, part of it's that Japanese fishing ship, and part of it's just having a bit more villagers in that Dark Age eco. Since he went up later, he had more vills for a while gathering resources.
Yeah, I mean, and it's the good thing when you are attacking, right? Your economy keep completely safe, and then even if you don't kill, you know, you are disturbing. You're disturbing.
You're causing them to idle.
Yeah. Okay. Bozo now already. He got wheelbarrow also. Long time ago. That matters.
Oh, he did.
It's effect for the farmers. He doesn't have yet a lot of farms, but still, wheelbarrow is solid.
Yep, and he's DauT doing wheelbarrow and now bowsaw. We have horse collar in there for ACCM. How many farms do the players have? If that's something maybe Vodka could check. How much have they invested? Quite a bit. Quite a bit.
Right, so
yeah, because again, you don't have much fish on this map, so you have to invest into those early farms, even though it is a water map.
Yeah, but those cav archers in the starting island from ACCM are doing a ton of damage. He's buying food, so he's balancing his economy, doing now the horse collar. And I think the score is going to make you feel bad, but they have the knowledge, right? They have the knowledge of how the game is going. Right. And he's definitely okay right now, in my opinion.
And again, all that damage, that tower, that idle time in a workshop and a scorpion, all just to clean up 3 to 5 cav archers.
What I would like to know is, if we go to DauT point of view, if he knows that he has a castle there. I think when we see this scorpion going down, we can check the fog of war and see if he has... No, he doesn't know yet. He doesn't know yet. He has an archer there. What is he doing with that archer? Well, he has 3 archers, actually. Well, I don't think he's controlling that archer anymore.
Well, ACCM isn't paying attention. There he goes.
There you go. Archer in the hell. Going around with those cav archers. The scorpion is still alive. And, well, 64, 70 population. Are we going for a late game here? Surprisingly?
Maybe not that surprising considering the map, right? It's hard to kill someone right away if you land on different islands.
I was sarcastic. Surprisingly, because we're getting crazy.
Well, we did just see a game that was over in Feudal Age on this map. It can be played different ways.
Okay, you got a point. You got a point there. He's doing the dogs here now. All right. I still think that he still didn't see the castle.
It's a tricky dock location because the castle's not going to let him sail forward with the docks there.
But I think he's doing there because he didn't see the castle yet.
And he needs to protect his own island against those galleys too.
Okay. Well, 500 stone more for ACCM. I mean, with Saracens it's okay because you can sell it. You can sell it if you want to balance the economy, but he want to make a second castle?
Where do you think he does the Does he transport and do the castle on the other island? I mean, he probably doesn't have the scouting to see this, but we can see DauT has no military. Other than those cav archers.
He has a couple of Mamelukes. I mean, if you have few Mamelukes, you can definitely counter it. It's coming, and we might see if you are right, because he's going to send many. Remember what you mentioned about the transport for the Saracens. He's sending now already. Whoa.
10 villagers, they'll fit.
There you go. 10 villagers inside, going with the transport. And it's going to go where? It's not going to go to DauT Island. It's going to go
sailing up
to the starting island, right? It feels like this. Because if he wanted to go into his island already, he will transport already. Ay, ay, ay.
Yes, the Mamelukes there. Can we check what ACCM is scouting?
Oh! But he see it. DauT see it already. And then you don't want to be there anymore, but send the Mamelukes. If you send the Mamelukes, those Mamelukes gonna eat the cav archers,
but here come fires. Here come 2 fire ships. That castle makes it tricky, but if DauT can get forward, maybe find an area to deny the transport.
I want to see the transport. It can be denied by the. No, it's not. He's gonna make a castle here, an outpost here.
But if he kills the transport before the Moblux get over, then the Cav Archers kill all the vills. DauT's walling that off.
This is so stubborn by ACCM. He's gonna lose all those villages. Why he's doing this? He's so trapped. Look at DauT. He's doing a quick wall. DauT trapping him. Now he's coming with few galleys. He's gonna lose one village. He's gonna lose. This move by ACCM is so tricky, T-West.
And now look at the vill counts. DauT's gonna pull ahead as those vills die.
Okay, he kind of saved more than I expected, to be honest, you know? But those Mamalus are so tanky.
Look at the repairs on that fire. All those galleys, ACCM never upgraded to War Galley, never did Bodkin Arrow. And now DauT, oh, he's going for the tower. He's going for the tower to deny the castle. This never works, man. This never works.
Usually never work. And it's gonna work even less with those Mamalus so tanky. They're eating completely those Cav Archers. The tower is going to be up, yes. He has Bodkin, no ballistic though. You need to put villagers there and now fight with villagers. He will.
Fight with villagers.
You don't want that castle in your base. And we need to see the percentage of that castle build.
I think he's gonna deny this. It's gonna be close. It's going to be close.
ACCM is a DauT fanboy. He's doing a DauT castle.
ACCM's playing DauT this series, and DauT's going to wall it in.
Oh my god, what a game now. Walling that castle now with 2 gates. He's going to make a stone walls. You need to do it quicker. DauT, come on. Use all the villages, man. Use all...
Oh.
And he's doing on purpose to provoke a heart attack to us. In the meanwhile, DauT, if he's doing buildings, he can go up to Imperial.
He has to go for it. He has the resources.
Yeah, 1,200 food, 1k gold, 0 buildings.
ACCM's going to get this up. He has more vills. He's transported again. He has the Moblux there. And this castle is going to be finished.
But then explain me one thing, T-West. How is it possible that here DauT is taking so many villages from his opponent, and then he's still behind 7 villages and no army at all? This is crazy. DauT should be up already, man. Look at the resources. It's not good for him. This is really bad for DauT.
ACCM has 1 vill left, 88%. That castle's still denied.
Still denied. But now they're both going up to Imperial. With ACCM more population, it's only 5 villas different. Can we check if that castle will be up? I think now it will be up. Yes. That castle will be up now. He's building somehow, because there's some gates. And DauT has... How many villages on gold, Mr. West?
He's 0.
And a lot of idols on his base.
He finished the gold on his home island, and now he needs to transport all those vills. That's the tricky thing about this map when you have so much investment over time into pumping vills from all your TC.
Oh my
you
god.
End up with a lot of TC.
But look at this also, West. He's losing all the villas from the tower. He's being so slow migrating those. Look at the score now, exploding, and it's gonna be a DauT castle. Probably not, but he's losing a lot.
No,
West.
The skirmishers don't damage Moblux anymore. He's gonna lose a lot of vills there.
Yeah, it's disgusting, this move here for DauT. That's crazy. The castle is up now. It's still with 0 on gold. Now he's going to have 9. Population, though, it's 30 population difference. Incredible.
And now the question is, when they get to Imp, we're going to have a Treb war. Can ACCM keep control of that water to transport Trebs from his second castle forward and have them contribute? And looks like he does have the water control still with those war galleys.
Yeah, good point there. I think he will be able to do it. There's many problems here for DauT. The main problem and why he is that behind in terms of villages is resources collected almost the same, but check the idle TC during those battles for DauT. That's the multitasking.
He wasn't queuing vills. He wasn't queuing vills. Maybe he was idling because he knew he wanted to go up to Imp, but either way, he just didn't have the production that ACCM had.
Doing now Carinian. He's having the hand card as well. Did he cancel Carinian or he just made it? I think he made it. Well, 120 pop. The problem is that the economy now is too low. Like, they have the same timing for the Imperial, but resources, you can see the resources.
You can see the gold for ACCM. He has the eco to support the Treb production. DauT's going to have to maybe use that market a bit, maybe just manage things. It's going to be a bit tighter for him to be able to pump out Trebs. And again, 2 castles versus 1 castle if ACCM does decide to use that castle on the southern island in transport.
With the potential here to also make a siege workshop, and make bombard cannons.
Exactly, that's something the Japanese don't have access to, the bombard cannons.
Yeah. Let's see. Remember that both civilizations got great monks in case that they think about them. The skirmishes don't do anything. They don't do anything to the Mamalus, and the Mamalus got 0 upgrades. Not even blood. Well, the Rhino is a fanboy. The Rhino is a fanboy. It was going to try to kill those, but he couldn't as well. The Rhino suddenly disappeared, and well, galleons are there. on the way, the Galleon, +3, chemistry, and the Trebuchet. Well, if he's able to take this castle down, there's still chances for DauT?
He has to take it down. He has to take it down. If he doesn't, and he loses that Treb fight, it's game over for ACCM.
Yeah, we'll have the water, we'll have the land, basically.
Right.
So it's the key point right now in the game. Trebuchet, only one. He's repairing that one. He's gonna have 2 traps. I'm surprised because he's not moving. He's not sending Trebuchet as you mentioned, West. It's not. He has 2 only.
Can the Galleons hit the Trebs though?
Yes. Yes, he's hitting that one.
That's tricky. He can repair, but he's gonna have to spend resources repairing.
Would you unpack and go to the other side?
Yeah, I would.
He's doing that,
At
right?
Point, you have to.
Yeah, and he has to delete that mining camp probably, making another spot.
Maybe even the archery range just to get over. Yeah, he has to do that.
Yeah.
Can they hit the other Treb?
Oh my god, he can hit the other Treb as well, but then he's on the range of the castle. So it's okay. The castle still have a lot more damage. He's gonna make ballistic now.
And he has 3 Trebs. So here he has 3 Trebs. Even if he loses that castle, he can still continue Trebbing, and he can still try to remove ACCM, but that's going to be so tricky for the Mamluks.
It's really not doing. To protect against those traps, he needs probably maybe some towers at home, but the problem is that he wants to probably now keep the stone to make another castle at some point. Great economy here for DauT, as you can see. The wood is gone completely. And
that home island, he needs to transport Vils.
Yeah.
And he's running out of ground on his home island now that he lost that castle, and the Mamluks are able to raid. The tricky thing about the Mamluks is that they're a ranged melee unit, so they can kill Trebs very easily.
Yeah. What the players are not doing in this map, and there's a lot of wood in those extra islands with the mangrove terrain, you know, those wood at the back or in the corner, you can put lumber camps there. And the players are not exploring there. I mean, it's risky because they can go the galleys and then kill it, but well, you can also make some towers, and those are Mamluks going where? Let's see if we're gonna find out, but as you can see, guys, DauT is at the limit. He has less Velis, less army, and less resources overall than his opponent. 4k resources collected less, Mr. West.
Yeah, there are Scorpions there, and he's raiding DauT's home island. And we'll see if DauT even notices this. He's focused so much on this Treb war, he might not be paying attention to his base. Oh, he does garrison. Not garrisons, but there's a lot of Vils there that'll go down.
He has the stone now for the castle DauT. I don't know where he's gonna build it. And that's the problem also for Japanese here now. If at least you could do bomber cannons, you could try to snipe those Trebs. Okay, he take that castle, and then there's no army. What he should do to take that one down now? First, he's focused on this area. That's the problem. He's doing the castle at home. At the back, the Skims are not gonna keep that trap.
Nope.
If he get a Paruto, maybe they could compete, but he can't. He's losing one trap. He has only one trap left.
If he had any melee unit, he could rush in and destroy the Trebs. Now that the castle's down,
send Villiers.
ACCM needs to repair. If he doesn't repair, the Treb will go down.
Okay.
He's Vils standing by the stable, and he lets a Treb die. Oh, there's the cannon. There's that cannon you've wanted to see.
And now light cap, but he still have not the cavalry. He should go. Just send Villiers and kill it. I don't know. Well, they are both with, well, not so much army. But ACCM 140 Villiers, man.
And he is in a really nice spot. He just needs that eco to kick in, and he should be able to overrun DauT. And we still see those blue dots on DauT's home island as he's losing eco back there. Cannon Galleon.
And this bomber cannon. Oh, no, he's going away. Okay.
Oh, he's repairing.
Trebuchet is down.
Finally repairs.
That's crazy. Well, there's no army here. Make some samurais. You got the castle. I mean, if you don't have armor, the samurais will kill this. He's going with it. Villiers, man, this is crazy. There's no army at all for DauT. He got 7 skirmishes.
He's losing the Trebs to the Vils.
His whole army is losing all the Villiers here with the Mamluks. This game looks extremely over. Look at the score difference. It's 4,000 score difference already.
And it's ACCM on the top side of that score difference.
Yeah. Are you surprised?
And somehow he just bombard cannon shot his own Treb, man, and he's still winning this game by a lot.
Yeah.
He just killed his own Treb with a bombard cannon.
But somehow DauT, when he was denying the castle to ACCM,
he didn't have eco behind
his economy.
He didn't have the eco behind it.
Right. It screwed his economy. He didn't have the multitasking there. While ACCM in the same position, got it, and he gave the game.
And look at the resources collected now, 38,000 to 45,000.
He called it, guys. And ACCM is taking the lead. And I will say, let's listen if we listen them. But it seems that today, the players are speaking a lot less. It's so important day today.
It's a bit more important.
Day 4, it's like a decider almost.
It is.
Just look.
And we
no words.
They're taking this seriously. I doubt that's just grabbing a drink for energy in between games. And, well, going back to what you said, DauT needed to play perfectly.
Yeah.
That was not a perfect game from either player.
No.
But it feels like the strategy DauT went for maybe a bit questionable for that map.
What is
the
strategy?
fast castle
It wasn't a
landing
fast castle.
that gets denied into Cav Archer landing. That well,
But that's the problem.
Cav Archers did some damage, but that was about it.
It's like this kind of a situation that when we are going in other maps that we say, okay, go all TC in, one TC all in, or boom, don't go in the middle. He went kind of in the middle. He didn't go for the fast castle. He didn't go fast opening. And at the end, it didn't work.
Right. It looked like he had some idea with that landing, but just it was too late. It was too late for the transport ship to get to the island undetected.
Yeah, well, let's see what is going to happen in the second game. I believe that DauT fans are going to be a little bit nervous, disappointed as well. But ACCM is playing so solid. He said, I want to be at least top 4. Do you think that he's performing at that level?
He would have needed to win against Hart yesterday, I think, to be at that level.
In that position.
But, I mean, he still wants to get to the playoffs and win the first round of the playoffs. He does that, then I think he'll be happy with himself.
Okay, let's see. Because now I think we're going to have a small commercial break and we'll be right back.
And now, a word from our partners.
Have you heard of the 21st century?
Why settle for clacks, clunks and jams? Say goodbye to sticking keys. And welcome to the ultra-responsive, quiet precision of the Liereyy Exodus 760 mechanical keyboard. With our Timu red switches for ultra-silent key presses, anti-ghosting with N-key rollover, and 1 millisecond response time, this keyboard will keep up with your fastest moves. Whether you're gaming or working, you'll enjoy precise control at the speed of light. Get yours on Mueller.de. In case you rage, we do not cover costs for damaged screens or unfinished castles.
Okay, we're going to continue, guys, and we're going to keep going with game number 2. I want to remind you guys that 100% of the donations are going to the prize pool. But I did a small mistake yesterday, and I'm going to clarify you because the names on the board, you know, it's not for anyone. It's not for everyone. It's an item in the tournament, you know, and it's specific. If you want to be on the board, specifically you have to do it below the stream. You're gonna see all the information, and then you will be right in there. So if you are donating, for example, 100 euros and it's going for the prize pool, that's a different thing. We'll go 100% for the prize pool. But if you want to donate 100 to have your name there, that's the way. Okay. Now more information that you got, and hopefully you're gonna enjoy the tournament. And thank you so much for everyone that is supporting the tournament, you know, and the GamerLegion event, as you can see there with the board.
And we've all been having a lot of fun writing the names on the board and checking out the handwriting of everyone who's been writing up there. You can tell which names T90 had written. Just
we can notice, yes, it's you know. Oh, I see there's some hater to me. I'm gonna delete it later. No, I'm joking. You know, I'm joking. I don't like meme accent. Oh, Rajoy. No, he's a former Spanish president. You know?
That's
you
a
that?
very famous meme fan then.
Yeah. Oh, well, not really. Game number 2, guys. ACCM as a blue, DauT as a red. DauT on the left, ACCM on the right. We were talking when we were a little bit offline during the commercial break that DauT need to definitely step up his game if he want to beat ACCM. Mr. West.
Absolutely, and Lithuanians versus Magyars on this map. We've seen the Lithuanians played several times. They have a really fast feudal age, and they're a civ that you expect to win the water, especially against the Magyars, who are more of a land-focused civ.
Yeah, but then how important is the water here? It's crucial, like winning the water, you know, because the map on the land you can see, because we see the map and we say, oh, it's a hybrid map, water map, then the land map is 80% of the map.
Well, there are fish. There aren't too many fish, so unless you want to go for fish traps, you're not going to have a big long-term fish boom. But it's important for your feudal into castle age transition to have those fish, and you can get to the castle age faster than your opponent if they lose their fish when you both go to water. Or you can just pump more scouts in the feudal age, be more aggressive with those scouts if you have that fish. It's just so nice for your economy that it doesn't guarantee you the win, but if you play it well, you set yourself up in a position to win the game.
But this is not what DauT want. Magyar's up quicker.
That's absolutely not what he wanted.
Right?
But look at the fishing ship numbers, though. Only 1 fishing ship for ACCM.
But only 1 for DauT.
Well, he's making a second now.
Okay.
But
still, it's quite slow. It's close to a minute.
50 seconds slower. I mean, look at that, 20 Vils with the Lithuanians. It feels like a lot.
It's a
feels,
lot.
Feels like they want to go up on maybe 18, maybe 19
yeah.
even.
No, it has to be the same or one less than Magyars.
Yeah, Magyars, 18 Vils is about as fast as the Magyars can go up on this map. Lithuanians certainly can match that. They could maybe try to go up even faster. It's the trade-off between your uptiming and your eco. The later you go up, the better the eco you have. But if you want to make enough Navy to fight over the water, the uptiming is so crucial.
Now you know why he's going later. DauT, it's going forward. DauT is going forward. DauT is being DauT. Is bringing definitely the strategy. We have not seen probably forward at all from anyone in the tournament till now. Right. You know, I'm trying to think about that, and then correct me if I'm wrong. And he's going forward. Also, his goal is not great, but
ACCM scouts it.
See it already on wall. This is the worst that can happen to you if you want to surprise your opponent. And he's there. Now he's going to have to go all around because he's going to be wall. This is absolutely terrible already for DauT because he's going to have to walk so much. At least that he's going to try to make, what, a tower there? Archie range already? Man, but this is, 4 is already not working. And he has no goal. So at the maximum, he can do 1 galley. That means he's going to lose both fishing ships already. And those 4 villas...
DauT's not even doing a galley. ACCM has 1 fire galley queue, DauT doesn't. He had to spend the wood on that range, and he's doing the wood upgrade. He's got to lose his fish on the water.
Yeah. So he needs to do damage with this, but how he's going to make damage with this? Seems ACCM is wall. Of course, he's not wall at the bottom. He's not really completely wall in the north. ACCM at least, he lost the scout, so he doesn't have all the information. He's still in 2 ships. Okay, and as you mentioned before, it's only 1 fishing ship for ACCM, so he doesn't have a brutal advantage in the economy, right?
Right. 1 fishing ship isn't that much, especially once you take those first 2 fish near the dock. You have to go really far to get subsequent fish.
Okay, he decided to counter tower. How do you feel about that? Counter tower? Well,
seems that you can't. If DauT doesn't commit, you can't build it. You have to make sure you don't completely finish the tower because then DauT deletes his, moves it, and then you don't have the stone for another one.
The thing is, you cannot do what he did twice, ACCM, because look at the stone left, 150. What is that tower? Why there? Just to try to break in, I believe. But
well, let's look at ACCM's map. Does he have another stone in the back anywhere?
Yeah,
that was his
at the
main
corner.
Stone. He does
but he
all
didn't
the way
explore.
to the quarter.
Probably he didn't explore.
Can we see his scouting and check if he explored that? He didn't. Okay. So if this does deny the stone from ACCM, he should know he has a second stone. And there go DauT's fishing ships finally going down to that fire galley. But it can be tricky to continue counter-towering, as you said. He did that first one, now he counter-towers here, he's not going to have another one.
Yeah, and ACCM is feeling confident in the sense that he's doing scouts. He will try to counter-attack with those scouts and make damage on his economy at home.
Right.
DauT economy is unprotected.
Yep, and those are Magyar scouts. He has the free forging upgrade. And if DauT doesn't notice this and doesn't have his villas small walled at home, they can do damage. And if he does manage to wall them out, ACCM just brings the scouts back and has them to fight this army against the skirms.
He's using 2 villages, trying to block him in. The fish is going to be gone in a moment. He's going to make probably another house. Has to be careful. The scouts are in nowhere space, but now he's going to go forward with them. I think there is villas on the berries. He didn't find yet, but he could do the damage. He's not doing it, and DauT need to go around. But by the time he's going around, because he has been stubborn, really stubborn here, is not breaking in, and it's going to be fully wall. ACCM is in a very good position or not? Because population, DauT has more.
Well, ACCM is fully walled, and if ACCM had fish, he'd be in a great spot. Because he only invested into that 1 fishing ship. So he's fully walled. DauT probably has significantly more idle time on those villas, but if you look at the resources collected, DauT's ahead.
Yeah, DauT is ahead. Wow, with 4 villas being idle all the time, basically. It's crazy. Anyway, let's see. DauT trying to be aggressive, doing a good job now. He's going to break in. And let's be honest, if he's breaking in with these skirms and spears, that the Lithuanians are faster, problems.
But skirms, they don't even have fletching. They shouldn't break in. ACCM's attacking. He has the forging on the spears too. Remember that. They're a bit more effective at killing vills. So he's causing some idle time now in DauT's eco. The scouts, they can't fight the spears. The scout counterattack when you go for the forward is easy to wall out. and easy to defend with a couple of spears. It doesn't take much investment.
But we didn't see it here. He lost a villager. He lost the 2 finishing ships. That's Echo KD 03. So those spears were fighting at DauT home. It's 1 villager down. The scouts are coming now, and it has 4 scouts. And ACCM with the same 2 villagers is still walling all the time. He got some damage, but since those schemes got no flinching, he's fine. He's completely fine.
Yeah, he's absolutely fine, and well, not able to do much damage in the counterattack anymore. DauT slowly but surely getting a pretty large army now. He has 14 military units.
Whoa.
But
he's 70 spears, skirmishes, spear rats, man.
Yeah, man, I mean, Lithuanians, they move faster. They're actually really deadly.
They are very deadly. Let's see now what he's going to do with the scouts. He's mining a stone, ACCM. I like that decision. He has a stone to make another tower. If you see that he's going to break in, a tower on that hill, a tower there, and you protect the goal.
And he destroyed DauT's initial tower, so he has access to that stone now, and he's getting in on the berries with the scouts, those foraging scouts. That's another Vil down for DauT. 4-0 eco.
This is an ideal position for ACCM because his wall at home, he's not going to get inside probably ever if he's doing the tower, and then he's keep doing only few scouts. He's farming a lot, and then he's going to be fine completely. He has the mobility, he got the tower, he's mining now gold. And well, DauT resources, as we mentioned, are fine. He's collecting more. But all this army seems to be useless. Village inside, please.
Yeah, and ACCM also has won the water completely.
Yep.
If he wants to, he has the option to add more fish.
He's not doing yet. I don't know why, because the players just go for the water and then they are not adding fish and shit. Well, there's a lot going on, right? So we have to forgive them because too much happening right now. Population 48, 46. It's getting closer, but army, that army that he has more DauT is now effective or is going to be useless.
I mean, it's not effective because it's all forward-hitting walls. Back in his base,
yeah.
He's had to bring it back now to deal with all these scouts.
Yeah, but the problem then is that ACCM is about to go up.
He's about to go up. He has the food. He almost has the food. He has the gold. And he can go up with only a small investment into scouts. He hasn't had to make that archery range transition yet. And he can just annoy DauT with the scouts while he finds a way to click up. And then you get to the Castle Age. Well, Magyars, we saw Huns and Lithuanians on this matchup the other day. We saw how, yeah, Lithuanians have great skirms, but they can struggle to deal with the Cav Archers, which work usually as a counter to their Knight line or their latest line.
Mobility is mobility at the end, right? And if he's going to switch now into Cav Archers, he's just going to force his opponent to go, as you mentioned, either unique units or knights. Then it's going to be expensive, and you don't have yet the buildings. He's not even mining a stone. He doesn't have the tools right now, no?
Right. And that dock is almost down. Anyway, the scouts can help finish that off. ACCM finding value with the scouts. Now, DauT, ACCM, they click up at just about the same time, but ACCM has pulled ahead in resources collected, is up by 4 Vils, and feels like he's just in a really good spot in this map. He's taking control of it, and you said you felt like maybe DauT needed to be the one dictating the game earlier. Feels like ACCM just reacted to everything DauT did perfectly.
Yeah, because we might think, okay, going for Cav Archers, but if now DauT keep going a lot of spears and skirmishers, maybe what ACCM just need is siege at home and boom.
That's another option for him, indeed. That gives the map control to DauT, though. And remember, as you transition to Imp, that southern area of the map with all the stone and all the gold in it becomes crucial to control.
Yeah. Okay, he still have those Scout alive. That gives all the information that DauT doesn't have. Population is still ahead for DauT. A bit ineffective for sure. He's doing second stable. He's going to go nice and will try to grab the relics. I mean, it's what you want with the Lithuanians. Get all the relics.
Get the relics, indeed. And if you do just go for that boom at home approach, you're giving them the relics.
Okay, let's see if he's going to make it. But both are at the same time, exactly. That village for ACCM should be down. If DauT notice,
it should be.
If he's not killing, it's because DauT is...
There, now he's noticed.
Okay, he's not that nice guy, right?
Well, I mean, if he notices, he could also use the skirms to harass that fishing ship there. Just keep it away from the dock.
It's only one fish, but still. You can kill one village, you're going to take the other. And it's the first kill for DauT in terms of economy. Bloodlines as well. So, I guess he's going to go Cav Archers. He's going to switch into Cav Archers. Because my question here is, I think I was talking with you all the day about going Knights also for Magyars. You have the +2 attack for free. If you go Knights versus Knights against Lithuanians, it should be a okay position for Magyars.
You should, and you get that free +2 attack right away. You don't need to go for the relics. You don't need to do the blacksmith upgrades. I feel like long-term Cav Archers probably are the right approach, but you can always open Knights. And usually the Knight opening, it hits quicker early in the Castle Age. The Cav Archers, you need to wait and get the numbers.
Yeah, but probably what ACCM is doing is just booming with light gas arena-style light caps. It's doing the monastery already. Those light caps are going to be +2 attack, so it's going to take villas really quick. It's going to take also the monks really quick as well. Obviously, don't have a lot of HP, those light caps. still, it's a fine strategy. He has a second TC already coming, and if DauT is not doing damage quick, he's gonna fall behind really fast.
Lycav and Husbandry, so investing into those stable units, so he wants them to move quickly, and he's going to try to snipe Vils and keep them alive to take out those monks that might be going for the relics for the Lithuanians.
I mean, look at DauT economy. 12 on wood, 6 on foot, 18 on gold. Kind of gonna abuse the market. I think he's going forward with a lot of units, but does he have Village forward? Not really. This is Knights, some skirmishes. He's gonna try to break in, and...
Well, he did fully wall, not just Palisades. There are some houses there, and he's still raiding with the Lycav. 6-1 eco KD.
Yeah. Well, few monks, and he's fine at home. Just look, he cannot break it. He needs Siege. And Siege could be a good option, because Machiar's monks, not great.
They're not, and we are getting that third TC from ACCM, so he is investing into the boom. And what I really just want to see here is map control from DauT to take the relics and make sure that long-term he's going to have that +4 attack on the night line, on the latest line that the Lithuanians want.
I think the right side is open to ACCM. Can we check a moment?
By the TC in the north?
No, completely at the edge of the map. I think is that the hole? The trees are not going till the edge.
I think they're. I think
no,
those
on the right.
That's are.
Oh no, that's wall. Okay.
It's almost.
I was
almost
like,
a maze through there.
Okay, that's open. And those Lycavas are +2. He's gonna take some villas. No, it has the space on the Knights. Well,
that's actually really bad, losing all that HP.
Yeah, but ACCM is basically booming. 3 TCs, boom.
Already ahead in Vils, DauT only on 2, and he also can fish boom still. He still has that dock up there. He still has the water control.
Yeah, but the water, I don't know why they go so much for the water if they don't use it. Still, 2 fishing ships, 3 monks. He's going to convert. ACCM. Oh, been open all the time! Been open all the time, and this can be the snowball that DauT needed. Been open the whole game. The Knights are inside, taking the monks, and now you need to go all army. If you go now all army, ACCM got nothing at home.
Well, ACCM immediately reacts and re-walls there, but the Knights are in, and ACCM has nothing to defend this right now. 21 military to 10. And now, at the very least, you're disrupting the boom, and you're forcing ACCM to react to this, garrison his Vils, and try to find some way to clean this. He does have the light cap for the skirms, but those Knights are going to be a problem for a while.
This is kind of what can bring DauT a little bit into the game. Because, I mean, he was falling behind a lot in economy. He is still behind. You can see how now the efficiency at the bottom right corner in captures is lower for ACCM, 50% only. It's true that DauT will have a higher. He has only 66. And also the macro is not on point there. And now those Knights are going to be down. To have done more damage with those Knights, it's feel that he didn't do... Ooh.
He might still find damage there.
Okay.
I mean, he did a lot of damage, killing the monks, idling the Vils, making them run all around. But he's still facing the fact that he's down by a TC, and ACCM still is going to have more Vils. And at the end of the day, it was what, 5 or 6 Knights that got in? It's not like he got in with 20 to 30 Knights.
Yeah, well, those Knights has already the relic. He has Forging and skill Mill armor, so he's skill burden armor, sorry, so he's +2 attack. Still very low HP. He's losing a monk. Oh my god, ACCM on point here. And another monk that he can lose. No, he's garrison on the TC and population. Well, definitely that attack get it closer. The game for DauT, but there's still the advantage for ACCM, Mr. West.
Look at the resources collected. He's still over 1,000 more, and still long-term, he has that Cav Archer composition he can swap to, and I still think that's difficult for the Lithuanians to deal with, especially when you're the Magyars and you can get recurve bow.
Yeah, he's doing fletching now. I don't know if he... Ooh, also University. Oh,
those Knights are still there.
Really good. The Knights are still alive, not for so long because they are very low HP, and now there is some monks. You don't want to then let convert. Oh, he's gonna try to take it. Oh,
for the monk.
Oh, it was lucky because it lost with the TC, and then it was the knight that was converting. Oh man, that was lucky. Then he take the monk. It's okay. It's okay. Population is still obviously behind. Didn't make the university yet. I don't know if we want to make transition into Cav Archers. Yes, he want. We see already creating those Cav Archers, and he has 13 villages more, +2 fishing ships. Not a lot of hybrid economically talking for any of the players, but the position is starting to be very dangerous for the Lord.
Yeah, we just saw those 2 scouts from ACCM, one on the northern island, one in the south, checking the relics, but DauT had the 3 relics in the middle, so now he is Lithuanians, and he has 3 relics.
Okay. Yeah, but to make effective, he has to make a lot of Knights. He has 6. Not enough.
Not enough yet, but he also has Forging at the Blacksmith. I feel, do you think DauT has an option, maybe, just to keep his eco how it is and start going all in Knights at this point. All in Knights in the Castle Age. I feel like when you're the Lithuanians and you have 3 relics, the Castle Age is where you have the biggest advantage on the Knights. Yeah, +2 attack in Imp is nice, but here it's 3 more than you could possibly get with another Knight.
I agree with you. I don't think he wants to just boom and go into Imperial battle against them. We saw in the previous season that even with Magyars against Saracen, that potentially you might say, okay, Saracens can beat them, Magyars can be very dangerous, even with those unique units that we saw that are absolutely amazing. But for now, he seems to be booming, doing now the husbandry, creating 1 Knight more. But for doing the strategy you are mentioning, he should drop more stable, no? And then
He has 4 TCs now, so he's planning on staying in the Castle Age for a while. ACCM doesn't have the resources to go Imp anytime soon, and it's going to be how does he use those Cav Archers and transition to them? Can he get a big enough mass to fight the Knights in time? I mean, DauT, he has 3 Knights queued. I think he has probably 2 or 3 stables still pumping Knights, but he's down in military now and needs to find a way to come back in the numbers.
I think this will do for the attack that you're mentioning, probably the +2 as well. And he bought the stone to make a castle. He's doing the castle at home.
Ooh, is he going to swap and try to go for the latest? I mean, if he does, that might be a bit slow.
Yeah.
You had mentioned adding in the stables for the production. Right now, he doesn't quite have that production yet.
He's still living with 4 TCs behind. That's why, because ACCM going Cav Archers is on 4 TCs as well. So imagine the economy he's going to get. He's not using the food as DauT is doing. And look at 40 farmers, 24 on goal. He's going to go up to Imperial. Very
close
soon.
to it. I mean, DauT's close to Imperial too. So not going to go for that full-on Castle Age approach then. Looks like with that golden food stockpile he has, he's going to aim to go to Imperial.
But in Imperial, we still prefer Magyars, right?
I still prefer the Cav Archer Civ there.
Yeah.
I mean, Lithuanians, they do have great skirms, and we have seen Yo play very effectively with that skirm latest composition.
Yeah, but they don't have the mobility. Well, the latest do, but...
It's tricky because it can also come down to who controls that southern portion of the map. You control that area, you have stone, and then you have castles.
They're both going to be up to Imperial. ACCM is already up. DauT is now up. It's only like 30 seconds difference. Let's see what is going to be the transition now. He will need also those skirmishes. It's going to be a lot of Cav Archers. If you notice, what do you think? He should be doing all the Cav Archers, or maybe adding Halberdiers will be a good option for ACCM, if he can afford it, of course.
It's tricky to afford it, right? Oh, and that's a beautiful raid. That's a beautiful raid there for ACCM, forcing DauT off of that gold, picking a few vills on the way. And look at the vill lead. He's now up by 23 vills.
Oh, man, it's massive. He's now doing Thumbering. He's doing the +2 armor. He's coming with the Knights and those ladies, but he will need a castle there where the Knights are right now, because otherwise ACCM is going to be raiding all the time. Or you think that DauT is going to try to go forward? No, the castle is exactly in that spot we mentioned. And it's going to be covered, kinda. He's also walled till the edge of the map in the south. So, at least he's not going to be able to be raided by all the spots, because that's what it makes Magyars even more dangerous. 101 villas, it's okay. He will need to boom more, but that's the problem. You need a brutal economy to maintain this army, right?
It's a demo. It's just a demo raft, but
there you go.
Still gets a hit.
Yeah, and now with the galley and those Cav Archers, he's taking down all those units. Not good for DauT. Definitely not good, Mr.
Good micro for ACCM, and looks like he has a couple of light Cav queued up at the stables too, so it looks like he's probably going to want to go for that Cav Archer Hussar composition, and eventually maybe swap into Magyar Hussars instead of just the scout line from the stable.
Okay, he takes down everything. He's doing the castle on top of that hill. He's going to protect the stone. As you can see, so many Cav Archers. Population is starting to explode for ACCM. The timing into Imperial is solid, very solid for ACCM. DauT might be thinking, ouch, I was so happy I was up to Imperial, but then he sees his opponent is up quicker, and his face speaks by itself as well. He's not really confident. The score difference is really sick. Second castle going, and if he takes the castles down, what DauT can do? Your smile tell you everything as well, Mr. West.
Do then if they go down, but I mean, we're going to see that Trebor just like we saw in the first game, and it feels like ACCM will have that timing advantage. The one advantage for DauT here is that he's making the melee unit, ACCM is making the archer unit. It's much easier for the melee unit to snipe off the Trebs.
Yeah, and he has 5 relics. He got all
He has all
the
5 relics.
So he's +5 now. His cavalry. Well, the Knights and the latest, definitely not the light gas he's doing. Remember, that's only affect the Knights and the unique units. But that castle is starting to be in danger. No trebuchet yet there, but as you mentioned, I think he will just try to bring all that army with the +4 armor. Not gonna be losing so many. And I think DauT need to hold for now, and then maybe he can have a chance with 5 relics.
With 5 relics, if he can get to a point where he's at 200 pop, he has the armor. If he can get the upgrades for the knights and finally take that one fight, maybe he's okay with losing 1 or 2 of those forward castles if he can control the map, control the south, and we see that next castle of his all the way at the back of his base.
Yeah, but losing 1, okay, losing 2 can be terrible, because then he's completely exposed. You know, it's true that he has 1 at the back, so he has 3 castles already. Conscription's on the way. Good resources for DauT. Good resources for DauT. He has a lot of gold. He's now trying to kill those cav archers. He's doing the elite units. Oh,
what
man.
castle did he put that in? I see that castle on that hill glowing. Where is that, in the back castle or that front castle that's being trebbed?
It's the front castle that is being trebbed.
I don't think it'll be. Yeah, it is. I don't think he'll lose the castle in time, but
he has to repair or he will lose it.
Oh, and he's raiding. He's raiding. He's in ACCM's base. I mean, the build count is just about evened up thanks to those raids.
Yeah, he's taking some. He's taking some villas. He has to repair that castle. Now he's doing the fletching. He has finally the elite unit, but he will have only 1 castle soon. He's so many trebuchet on his base. He's still losing, but also he's raiding here. Not really. It's only 1 light cap, and those he will have to move. But still, ACCM a very solid count. Villas number 135. Resources collected 5,000 already, and that upgrade is what, Mr.
That is
West?
Corvinian army. That's going to make the Magyar Hussars cost only food to produce, so they become a trash unit that is great at sniping siege, as we saw earlier today.
Exactly. If you don't have them with the cav archers, then you will have with your, well, the unique units as well. And now he's doing skirmishes. I like how he's killing many villages there, but still, with all this raiding, almost 20 villages more. And he lost 2 castles. DauT will have 2 castles at home, which I like it because he's going to protect with the raidings. And if he's able to put there good amount of Lithuanian skirmishes, maybe he can hold. But it's on a timer. It's really on a timer, West.
And he needs the skirms. He went for the unique unit, which is slower. It's slower than going Knights into Cavalier, so he didn't have that ability to push out in early Imperial Age, maybe snipe off the trebs that could have kept those castles alive.
Yeah, any trebuchet taking the town center. He's in real danger. He's almost at the limit here, DauT. Well, not almost. I think he's really at the limit. He'll not even have the +3 for those skirmishes. Only 5 skirmishes when his opponent has 32 cav archers with 8 Mahar's Hussar. And that now, well, the best upgrade that you can do to these cav archers other than the heavy cav archers, right?
Recurve bow.
It's gonna be 1 extra range, 1 attack, 2 as well. It's gonna make them the best cav archers in the game.
Absolutely, absolutely. And here, unless DauT's counter rate does a lot of damage, I think ACCM's just gonna ride this push. He's destroyed the monastery. There is no more relics for DauT. No more relics for DauT.
Yeah. No more relics. Those ladies are not as effective. It's true that he's trying to raid, but look at ACCM not being greedy, doing 2 castles at home because you know how dangerous can be those raiding. But in the meanwhile, he still have the same village number and pushing, creating a lot more chaos into DauT economy. It's already 3,000 score difference, and if DauT want to have chances in this tournament, he will have to make a beautiful, no, a huge comeback and win 3 games in a row, because this is looking really bad for the Lord.
Well, DauT, a player who's capable of that.
Yeah,
but so far today, ACCM has looked really good.
Yeah, he really want to send him to the shisha bar, you know. He really want to do that. Ay. So many cav archers. The trebuchets are going to now take the stables. And he's being slow. I like how he's not going super fast. He's going still slowly, little by little. He feels that he has the advantage. He's 200 population. 200
population to 136. And even against those skirms, he can take that fight. He can take the fight, whittle the numbers down, reinforce with his cav archers, and just kind of wait until he gets that composition where he has the Magyar Hussars forward to help deal with the skirms. And this push isn't being stopped.
Remember, guys, that they are fighting to be in a top 6 spot. There is 10 players in the tournament. Only 6 will qualify for the playoffs, 2 directly into the semifinals. The other 4 will fight for the other 2 spots into the top 4. And we have ACCM trying to get into the 2-2 score with this crazy amount of cav archers with the last upgrade that he was missing. Well, not really. He's still missing the last armor, but the important one, heavy cav archers on the way, and with 70 population more than his opponent.
70 population at this point, it's just not something you can overcome. With 50 villagers more, he has the eco. He's going to keep producing, and those trebs are going to stay alive because of how many cav archers there are.
Yeah, the trebuchets are going to
defend them.
Yeah, it's so difficult, and the unique units are coming to kill those skirmishes. It's true that those skirmishes are doing quite well against the cav archers. They still miss some upgrades. Still have some gold in the bank. but there's still many idols. He has only 99 values and really believe. And you can see for his expression that this is absolutely over.
There's the GG.
2-0 ACCM. Let's see if they say something. I don't feel that it will.
I don't think they're saying anything. I think DauT has a serious face on. He knows that he needs that reverse sweep now.
Because for those people that don't really know as much as we probably have the lack to do, DauT can be joking. He is a great person to be around, right? So much fun. But he wants to compete. He wants to be in the top spot of the tournament.
DauT played a very competitive game of chess against Vinchester last night. Just watching him, you could tell how competitive he is.
He was rage mode against Vinchester even in chess?
Even when he was winning, rage mode.
Even when he was winning?
Even when winning.
Oh man, he wants to really compete, but what do you think he has done in these first 2 games? I mean, I feel that he didn't play a clear strategy.
He didn't really play a meta strategy on these maps. Pacific Islands, we didn't really know what he was doing. As you said, he got caught between that feudal age and that castle age. This game was more clear. He wanted to just abandon the water, have a couple fish, but then go for the forward. But ACCM, he scouted it right away, and he walled up. And after that, it felt like the aggression from DauT just wasn't effective.
Yeah, well, you guys want to see if he's going to play the meta game the next one? You're going to have to wait a little bit. It's more break.
And now, a word from our partners.
A mouse! A mouse!
What is it, dear? Why you rage? Oh, honey. That's no ordinary mouse. It's the Reaper 250. With this mouse in your household, you never have to be scared again.
Yes, the U-Rage Reaper 250, featuring DPI control, advanced ergonomics, RGB lighting, and customizable buttons, is the perfect addition to every competitive household. Why U-Rage? It's all good. Get yours on Mueller.de.
I want one of those mouse for me. You know, I want it. You know,
Might be scary.
Selling here. You know,
might be scary.
Huh?
Do you have a stool to hop up on in your house in case?
I will have to take one. You know,
Do you have a cat to help in case the mouse gets out of control?
don't go into the pets again because I say that I'm not a, you know, I'm not a pet person, and people go, "Ma'am, what's going on with you? What's going on with you?" No. Okay, a mouse. You see, a mouse. Anyway, game number 3 is going to be happening in a moment. We can go and check the draft if it's possible, and then see what is the potential. I think he got Citadel as a home map.
Yes, Citadel. DauT has Citadel as his final home map.
But again, if he's not doing a good opening, we can be in a similar scenario with the previous games.
Right.
Because he needs to have a smoother uptime. For now, ACCM is taking the lead from the start.
And we saw that yesterday on Citadel in that game with Vinchester. He tried to do something creative, but just didn't work out. I mean, the meta on the map is a meta for a reason.
Yeah.
And now they're joking with each other.
Island. He tried to be serious, but he can't. You know, he can't. Look. I mean, he can't be serious now. You know, here. Okay. And the map is, if we know, let's see if you can tell me, it might be Citadel, right?
Apparently they had a bugged map and they're restarting.
Yeah, but I want to know the map so we can talk already about the civilizations. They will confirm me in a moment. I think it has to be Citadel. But, well, you know, now he has to win all the games. And then if he doesn't win, maybe the Buchholz, it doesn't matter that much anymore for DauT, right?
Yeah, but he is the one who's talked the most about the Buchholz. Looks like in the bugged map, the ACCM is going to stand up. We'll see if ACCM walks down the hallway past us.
If he's doing that, we all know where he's going, right?
Yeah, we'll know we have like a 5-minute break ahead of us, but I think he might just be going to the bathroom there.
Okay. Well, DauT has been in this position before, and he has made a huge comeback. But he has to start to play, you know, a lot better. To be honest, I don't think he needed the previous strategy.
I think he could have played standard on that map with the civs.
Take the water, and then when you take the water, go for the army. You're fine. You're your economy, and you have those spears that are going to work really good.
Okay, so I've been confirmed that the map is Sunburn.
It's Sunburn?
Sunburn. Okay, so I think this is the first time we're going to see this in the in the actual tournament itself. We had seen it in the qualifiers, and I have to tell you, my favorite game in the qualifiers I saw, I think it was TaToH Vivi, where he was Romans and went double Siege Workshop Scorpions.
Clown, pure clown.
So,
that's why you love it.
That's why I love it.
In the house.
Absolutely.
Okay.
But we're probably not going to see that, but there is room for a variety of creative strategies on the map. Again, something that hasn't really been explored all that well in the 1v1 settings. And I don't even know what civs we're going to see here. Probably Malay and Armenians for ACCM saved for Citadel and Pacific Islands. So does that mean... Or, well, we played Pacific Islands already. It's just not crossed off on the overlay. So we could see Malay here. Could see either one of them. He wants to save one for Citadel.
Why not? Citadel could be Armenians. Perfectly fine. I mean, Armenians here wouldn't make sense. Malay, since you are super close and you get that timing with Malay, could be great.
It feels like he probably would want to save Hindustanis for Tiergarten, especially seeing that DauT has Poles and Franks that he'd want to play there.
Yeah, but then what he's going to do here in Sunburn DauT? Franks?
Right.
Well, the extra berries that you get, there's quite a lot of berries.
That could be nice. That could be nice. That might be why he picked them.
And then the castles are cheaper, not as cheap as before, but still cheaper.
And then Poles for the Tower Rush. I think we talked about that a bit earlier. Could be an option here. I don't think DauT wants to save Poles for Tiergarten, knowing that Hindustanis are an option for ACCM. He was on the opposite side of that matchup against Dogao the other day, and I think he saw just how strong the Hindustanis are.
Yeah, but honestly, when you are 2-0 down, you need to focus in the next game. Not think too much in what is left.
Well, if you are 2-0 down, you need to think about winning all three, right?
And that's true, but if you don't win this one, there's no other more. You know, it's going to be gone. And then we have Poles and Malay. Well, then we're going to see something wild and probably not really standard, Mr. West.
Probably not.
Oh, man. Poles and Malay, this is Sunburn. The first time that we see the map in the tournament. What is make this map special, Mr. West?
You have a line of wood dividing both of the players. It's almost like Michi, but you start with your TC in the middle of the wood line.
In the middle of the Michi.
The only passage through one side to the other are through both of those initial TCs. So you can attack on one side, your opponent can retreat to the other side, you can try to attack on both sides, and you have resources on both sides. So barriers on both sides, golds on both sides, stones on both sides. So even if you are attacked and forced to retreat off of one half of the map, you still have a backup in the other half.
Yeah, but the rest of the resources are obviously unprotected. And this is what is your main objective here, to protect them. He has 2 berries, as you can see here, ACCM. There's going to be also extra berries as well for DauT, you know, but this is not Franks. How do you protect, for example, that farm in there?
Exactly.
Make towers.
If you're the Poles, you want to farm by your Folvark out by your mill, and it can be tricky to protect that on this map when your barriers are so exposed.
Do you like this pick here for DauT?
I mean, his other option is probably Franks, right?
Yeah, but now is the moment where we'll say, we hate it, and then he win. The Curecaster, it can happen.
Maybe. I really don't know what the meta is on this map. Like we've been saying,
who knows?
Seen it that much. Right. Who knows?
Yeah. Nobody knows.
Could the Tower Rush from the Poles be effective? I think if he gets to the Castle Age with a decent eco and can do Schlachter privileges, he should be able to overwhelm with Knights.
Yeah.
But he needs to get to that point. And
but you are thinking exactly. You are thinking already into the later game. You know. Let's see what they are gonna do first. DauT is doing the loom. He's gonna have the resources to go up because. For now, he has been always later up than his opponent. We need to see DauT going up quicker than ACCM, but I think he doesn't have the food. It's with ship, with the tears.
It's close.
He will have to...
It's a bit of idle time.
TC, and it's going up the first time. It's going up. We were asking for it.
Not yet. ACCM's the Malay. He might still beat him up.
Oh, stop removing the hype that I was trying to bring to the viewers, man. What is this? But you're right, man.
There's the loom.
To be fast, he has to click after 1 minute and 17 seconds because I think this is exactly the time that Malay will need to go up. I'm correct? Let's see.
He's queued it. Once the loom finishes, we'll see the time.
Is 1:17?
And yes,
there you go.
Exactly. And
so it's about the same.
It's about the same.
But it's still faster.
It's the same. No. It's about the same.
Okay. Anyway, you can see the uptime. Both are doing the barrack. Already for ACCM. Gonna make the barrack as well. DauT, well, he was doing already. Scouts? Malay scouts?
Malay scouts?
Sounds...
Long term, it could lead to elephants. And like we were saying, this is a crazy map. We could see a crazy strat.
Yeah, and they are so close. I mean, in my elephant, because elephants, if you're gonna go for a really farther distance, you know, the map is so big, you're not gonna make it. Your opponent's gonna be ready, but you make it here, and oh boy. DauT is coming aggressive, man. This is not, I mean,
He's a militia.
okay. He's coming with the militia, sending 5 villages forward. He wants to take down those berries, and DauT, the Lord is coming again, but he has militias as well with +1 armor for free. Militias for Malai are a lot better, and he's doing already a tower. He's gonna make a counter tower, or is he gonna go only with villages?
Counter tower, and he's sending the vills. DauT's sending more vills.
Oh my god, DauT.
He's sending more militia. Now remember, the pole vills will heal, so if they fight, the poles have a slight advantage. But that armor for the melee on the militia pays off so much, the vills don't do damage to them.
Yeah, but will heal, yes, but they will have to heal super fast because this is going to be wild. You can see the strategy now from DauT is with sending all the villages. He has 18 villages and I think 15 are here. I mean, DauT, what are you doing, man? The tower is up and DauT need to play so clean to win this game, and now it's taking some villages. It's taking one villager now, but this is a mess. And in this mess, DauT, it's going to die?
That tower's going down. That tower's going down. The uptiming of the melee countered that tower rush for ACCM. He got his tower up first. DauT, he has, what, 7 villagers there, and they're all running back.
7? No, he got more. I mean,
he's 11.
11 villagers there. 11.
More than half his population is there in villagers.
Oh, man. Well, but it's fine, because he's going to go to make another forward with those villagers, you know, on the left. I mean, at the end, if you check, DauT is ahead, and I'm going to tell you why. ACCM idle TC, 35 seconds. Echo KD, 1-1. Both sending so many villages. DauT is fine.
He's only down by 1 bill.
He has a tower here, and he see how his opponent is mining a stone. DauT, it's okay.
And he's pushing him off of the stone. That's just a mining camp that might be wasted at least for a bit, as the spears and militia are still there.
They're down. They're down for ACCM. No, he's going to save it. How he did that village? Go through all the units. Well,
honestly, the spears don't do that much damage to the vills anyway. Maybe someone with better micro would have like blocked the vill with a spear, stopped it from running, but this is DauT.
Yeah. Anyway, ACCM is still 1 village ahead. He should be 2 villages ahead. Malai give you that advantage. It's not. This is the farming for blue. Can we see the farm for DauT? Okay. We don't want to see the farm for DauT. Thank you.
Well, we have that one spear in the middle facing off against that skirm, but DauT's, we want to see what the ecos look like now.
Yeah,
it has DauT. I mean, he might not have added farms because
no, he doesn't have farms because he's bolts and obviously he's not going to have on the
I guess
TC.
We did see the farms
DauT.
DauT.
Exactly. He should be on the full work. That's why he didn't move to the TC, because the farms were in that area. Yeah. But he's coming again. It's coming again. DauT is a stubborn person. You know, I was going to give a compliment, but I was, okay, I can't. It's coming again. He's going to deny now the stone, but ACCM will have a stone.
Oh, he's going for more berries.
Tower. He's doing the tower, but with so many villages, man.
Yeah, he'll win that tower race.
Okay. No, but he's not. He's going to keep going. And now?
And this is where ACCM shouldn't finish that tower. He needs to keep tracking the vills and make sure he can counter tower wherever DauT goes.
Well, the only good thing here for DauT is that he's having army. ACCM has 1 scout and 1 spear. So right now, he cannot make really any damage to DauT economy.
Yeah, and here ACCM had to drop off some stone, but just has enough for a second tower.
Oh,
and again, he's going to send all the vills to make that. He has 11 vills constructing it. DauT going to wall in front of the house just to make it harder for ACCM to send vills and rush that down.
You think he's going to rush it, or just going to try to take it down with the villas on the tower?
At this point, I think it has to be a tower fight. Oh, we'll see. He's rushing it. That army for DauT is there, but, I mean, he's not that strong. Just a couple of skirmishers.
Not that strong. There's no flinching for any of the players, but it seems that tower is on the range. He's going to take the tower down. But, well, if DauT is able to kill a villager there, oh my god, but he'll lose a villager himself. He's not getting the villagers there. It's not going to take that one down. And with this one, DauT doesn't achieve anything, right, Wes?
Once again, the tower is just going to go right down. I mean, DauT's the one who wants to be winning the vill fights with the poles, but just not happening.
Yeah, they are so weak, the towers nowadays. He's doing another tower on the stone. Still, with where he's mining now stone, ACCM, that tower is not in the range.
I don't think so. The other tower can't really hit it there, but maybe after fletching it'll be better. I think right now that's just a desperation tower from DauT. These other ones got destroyed. He's just putting one up wherever he can.
Having good farms now. Can we now check if DauT did some farm? Because the score is looking...
And he did do horse collar. So yeah, he is surrounding that Folvark with the farms. Did do any by the TC. And ACCM has had to be farming a bit without Horse Collar.
This game going for Castle Age now? It looks like, right? Like, look at
The
the
resources are getting
now.
close to there. I mean, with all these towers, DauT's not going to push ACCM, and ACCM hasn't done any aggression. He doesn't have any army of his own, so it looks like we are going to Castle.
Let's go in some Menstradamus approach here. I start to feel that what is going to happen in this game is that ACCM won't do any army. We'll try to go fast castle, and then castle and Karambits.
Malay like to do that. They do get the free armor for the Karambits now.
And in a map like this, that they are that close,
when
that
they're
could
this
be
close,
brutal, no?
and what do the Poles do to stop that? What do? DauT probably can't do a castle and Schlachter privileges in time.
Yeah, Palette 4, man. It's basically, if he's doing, because if it was a similar timing, but man, DauT is even doing fletching here now. And look at ACCM, almost 600 foot. You can go up to Castle Age super quick thanks to Malay. He's mining only 5 levels on a stone, but he has another stone on the right, if I'm not mistaken, on that mining camp on the right side. So, look, with that one, he can take gold, he can take a stone.
And that's what we said right at the start. You have the resources on both sides. DauT can put all the towers he wants on that left stone. ACCM still has stone access.
It's complicated.
What's that?
It's complicated.
Tower.
He's doing the tower there. I think he has the tower, but he's in the range. So, since he has no army, he's not taking it. I mean, potentially that will be the strategy, but ACCM will go castle. It's a problem for ACCM. He won't have the stone. Or you think that he will switch and will take so many villages on stone? It's not taking anything. It's just taking the plasma.
No, it's tricky as the Malay, right? Because whenever you go up so fast, you don't have time to gather the stone.
What is he doing now?
Is he trying to fight that tower? I think DauT has that mostly walled.
Yeah.
But there are no vills near it.
5 villages in one tile. This is a good move by ACCM. I'm being sarcastic. Oh, man. Well, this is a mess completely. We can see ACCM doing now the market. I think he's going to buy the castle probably, if he can mine himself. Yes.
He needs the market to go up. Yep. I don't think he has another military building, right?
Look at DauT. DauT is about to go up as well. He's on the way to castle. He's finally quicker. And who is going to make the castle quicker is going to be the Lord. Remember, this is what happened with Malay, that now you click later and you are
You're up faster.
Damn it. Oh, man.
But ACCM 0 vills on stone right now. DauT spent all this game harassing that stone on the left and even moved that tower over to the right, and now has his army on the right to harass that stone. ACCM might not be able to get that castle up right away.
He will buy. He has so many villages on gold. He has 3 on his stone. I think he's going to sell everything to try to make it. Let's see. I think he's doing now. What is that building he was doing on the left? ACCM? Is the plasmid now? No, it's a stable. We're going to see elephantos.
Ooh. I mean, you don't need the castle if you're going to do elephants.
That's for sure. He says, only 2 on a stone. This is a stable as well. Oh, man. Well, usually DauT feels very, very good and confident in these kind of mass games. But the problem is the Malay factor here. How fast you are into the next age. Otherwise, DauT will be quicker.
He's up already.
It's 1 minute difference.
There he goes. And we'll pay attention to that stable and what does he queue from it. If that's an elephant, it is an elephant.
Yeah. It's an elephanto, and now he can see that tower. He can see that tower.
If he checks his line of sight, does he see the tower right now?
Fog of War, please. Vodka, no.
Oh, wait, he sees the foundation.
But he sees the building.
Yeah, he saw it then.
Okay.
He has that scout out there.
Not buying the castle. Now he's being tower all over. The score is still dangerous and scary, but the score is kind of tricky here. Doesn't matter. 49 population, DauT 46. Elephant is there. He needs to move the village, so those elephants will take them. And DauT is gonna make a castle on his face. But what are you doing? Make the castle already. Stop trying to kill the blacksmith, man. It's only 5 villages, though. The elephants are now taking those villages. The castle is happening here. Oh, man. But ACCM will do a castle as well. And now the question is, where the castle from ACCM?
Does he do it forward? I hope he does it forward.
Yeah, I mean, we want to go forward, you know, and then we will start to have a favorite map now.
Oh, the elephants raiding.
Here. Well, he's going to make monks. Yeah, he's doing a monk. He's taking now 1 villager. He's going to take another, probably. No,
he's doing it defensive.
Ooh. He's going to make it.
Is he going to go up first? He's sending every villager. He's using his entire village to raise that castle, and he's going to get it up first.
Oh, man, he's going to deny the castle, and he deleted now. That's
and he doesn't have the stone. DauT doesn't have the stone for another castle. He doesn't have the gold to buy another one.
Yeah, that's brutal. That's really brutal. 10 villages more for ACCM now. He did the castle at home. He's well defended. Only 500 stone here for DauT. He's going to make the castle and then through the left, maybe?
Where does he even place it now? Does he have to do his own castle defensive now? He's being raided by elephants on the left.
Yeah, well, it seems so. He has only one monk. He has convert one elephant. He need to go back. He's going to take the relics. He's 10 villages behind, which is important, but it's not definitive. And what about the castle here? In that last spot, here in front of the stables.
Can he get that up? I mean, with all those elephants, does DauT actually have the ability to go forward now for another castle?
Well, I don't think he will do a lot more elephants when there is monks already on the table. He's doing another, so...
Yeah, maybe we'll see some light cav added in from ACCM.
Okay. This is very tricky here. This is very tricky. Guys, remember, need to keep tuned because the next series is Hera versus Liereyy.
Hera versus Liereyy
Hera
coming
versus
up next.
Liereyy, yes. Hera is not playing the last today. He's playing in the third. You know,
we see Dave getting his suit on. He's getting ready to cast this in the background.
Because look at the castle he's doing now in the front of ACCM phase. Is that castle gonna reach that TC? Definitely not. Not with Fletching. With Botkin maybe. I don't know. But that castle is gonna take him a lot of farms now. But
still has the right side.
Yeah.
He still has resources. The forward castle isn't denying really anything there. I don't think it even reaches that gold he's mining.
But what is going to be the following from this one? It's ACCM try to go 1 TC Imperial?
And trap it down?
Yeah, I mean,
as the Malay, he's going to be really fast up to Imp. He's floating a bit of wood right now. That castle kind of disrupting the farm placement. If you're going elephants, can you actually afford to go 1 TC Imperial?
Yes, 10 farmers, only 1,000 wood. He will need, well, with that, he can do a lot of farmers, you know. Obviously, the problem is not a really safe place. He's going to make TCs. He's doing town centers. He's booming.
And I feel like this is maybe, just maybe, giving DauT a chance if he can do Schlachter privileges and then somehow get knights to raid.
Yeah, but I'm checking the DauT distribution in his villages. Very nice economy. 3 on wood. Now 13 on food and 9 on gold.
Very balanced.
Great balance. Well, it seems that he was building something. Now he make a lot better balance. He's only 8 villages behind. All this being said, look at those scouts. He converted. Wow, nice micro by ACCM, really. He saved it, the other one, and now ACCM is taking the monk. He has to be careful with that elephant. You need to delete it. You need to delete it. He didn't delete
elephants
it.
now.
TaToH is getting some elephants here, but now the cannon, it's so annoying, Mr. West.
And how do you stop this? I mean, your converted elephants are not fast enough to chase down the karambits. Your spears are not going to win fights against them. I feel like you need to get that stable going and get some knights out to fight the karambits. But that's expensive at this point.
Yeah, it is expensive, but, you know, 3 TCs, he has to do that. You said, you mentioned, and he probably need to do that and then go full knight. You think he's going to try?
I mean, it might be a bit too late for that at this point with all the karambits out, with the eco ACCM has.
And he's doing the 3rd town center. ACCM played very solid this one. Ooh. Now he delete the elephants, of course, to don't fit his opponent with his own army. Those traitors that I like to call it when he's converted, right? And 9 villages ahead for ACCM. The good thing is that he's not, you know, it's not exploding yet, the boom.
Look at the resources for DauT. Is he thinking about just going imp on 1 TC, trying to get some trebs out? That's risky against karambits. They can flood the castle and swarm the trebs.
That's definitely, it shouldn't work even more with Malay with 3 TCs, because at some point you can even go up to Imperial very quick. You can expand your economy here. I don't know. Is he 16 karambits? He's doing devotion? No. He's doing upgrades. He's doing army. He's trying to hold against this, but double the army. 12 villages more. How to hold this position. He's doing even overwatch here, but oh man, he's converting and now the elephant back.
That was doing devotion to stop the elephants getting converted back.
Yeah, it's crazy. Well, the position for DauT is absolutely terrible now. 58 population, 77. And if ACCM is winning now 3-0, wow, this is a boost of his confidence. Definitely is going to put himself in a much better position to get into the top 6. But DauT is going to be almost out, right, Mr. West?
Almost out. ACCM is going to be 2-2. If he wins tomorrow, that's a pretty safe bet that he'll be in. We don't know who his opponent will be. We'll figure that out by the end of the day.
Yeah.
But DauT 1-3. He has a chance at that 2-3, maybe sliding in, but he's relying on Viper then for the Blue Gold score.
Yeah. DauT has no resources at all. He's getting ready. ACCM is playing now fantastic. He has 3 TCs and keep doing army constantly. He's even doing a ram, 20 cannabis warriors, more monks. He has 1 elephant. He's raiding absolutely everything from DauT. DauT has really nothing now healthy. Echo KD 21-9, and I really don't know what he can do here to come back. Not even a castle defensive at home can save him now.
Yeah, even a ram from ACCM cleaning up some of those forward buildings. And this is a tricky map to keep track of everything that's happening, but right now DauT just has blue dots all in his base from Karambits here, and they're raiding all of the villagers.
Yeah, it's quite over, right? I mean, I don't like to call it because I would like to see a 5 games series here with you, Mr. West. But how he can come back here, we have to be realistic. We cannot lie to the viewers. We cannot overhype here.
It's 73 to 44.
Okay,
man.
I can do it. I can do it. Okay, look at this. Look at DauT. He's coming with 2 knights and well. No, it's not working.
He's coming with 10 villagers to fight the Karambits.
Yeah, it's the East Pole's village, but it's almost double the population, And I'm feeling bad for the Lord here.
And DauT right now
this
is
way, so mainly this way, because if it's a 3-2 series, and then he has chances that then he lose, you're gonna feel bad, but then you say, hey, I did my best and so on. DauT can play better than this.
He definitely can.
Yeah.
But I think, as you said at the start, if he plays 100%, he has to be at that level. If he's playing maybe some weird strategies, not
shape, not clean, right?
Then ACCM is just gonna run away with it like he did today.
Yeah. Well, he has so many units. ACCM can soon make a castle even through the right side on DauT phase. All the farms are denied already from DauT. I don't even know where DauT has farms. Maybe if we check the right side to see. He's still trying. Obviously, he's still trying to keep in the game, but now he's coming with so many Karambits. 27. Remember that they take half the population, so it's like having 14 army. And well...
they can take the farmers, they can take the TC.
And we might assist right now to the last moments of DauT in this series, because it's impossible, and DauT is calling it ACCM with a 3-0 solid and convincing. He take the second series.
No!
You still my idol.
What is he doing? I can't. I really can't, Would he say you're still my what?
He said you're still my idol?
My idol, yes.
That's what, I'm going to assume that's what he said.
Yeah. I think he said something like this, Oh my God. Yeah. He needs to go.
Okay. Well, before this set, we had a bet. We said if DauT wins, you do the interview. If ACCM won, I do the interview.
Yeah. Do the interview.
We got ACCM coming out here soon. And, as you said, absolutely great series from ACCM. Struggle for DauT, and just everything DauT tried did not work out at all.
It did not work out. It was also kind of weird. He did 2 openings, guys, in the first 2 games. This one also, well, we have seen this kind of strategy that can work, but ACCM was ready.
He was ready. He was ready for everything.
Yeah, was ready for everything. Anyway, guys, we're going to have a small break, a small commercial, and then we will have ACCM in the interview with T-West.
And now, a word from our partners. The rise of modern technology takes its toll on all of us. Hours and hours at your desk leads to stiff necks, aching shoulders, sore lower backs. But there is a solution. Back Force. The Back Force 1 Plus doesn't just stand like a rock on the digital battlefield, it transforms the way you sit. With Gamer Pulse LED lighting lasting up to 20 hours, this chair is more than just a seat. It's a throne. Personalize it with patches for your nickname, clan tag, or any custom text. Because your chair should be as unique as you are. Every Backforce chair comes in a wide variation in colors, including this noble white and gold or black and gold colorway, and the GamerLegion Special Edition. Sit like a king with Backforce.
All right, welcome back, everyone. We're here with ACCM, who just won 3-0 over DauT. And what did you call him at the end? Your idol?
Sorry.
What did you call DauT at the end after the game? You were hugging each other. What did you say to him then?
I say he is still my idol and forever my idol.
I think that's true for a lot of us who played Age of Empires. We all grew
Yeah.
up watching DauT, right? All right, so now you're 2-2 in sets. The other day you were 1-2. You get a win here. Tomorrow you have a chance to make the playoffs. Do you feel good about your chances? Do you feel confident?
Yeah, I feel good. Today I feel really good. I don't know why, but maybe because of the food. The food is able for me today.
Okay,
It's
you like
chicken
the food
right?
today. Well, that's important. You got to stay fueled, right?
Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll have some highlights of the games coming up here in just a moment. But 3-0 over DauT. How did this feel? Did you feel like this was easy for you, or was this hard, easy? How did you feel?
I think we both are strategy players, so I think it's not easy.
Right, and DauT tried some strategies for these.
Yeah,
games,
I know.
Right? Well,
Yeah.
that first game, we weren't really sure what he was doing. He was kind of caught between a fast castle, but not quite that fast. What did you see from him?
I see he's go up and he build a barrack instantly and then a range, so I expect him to do some land. Then I just put the tower in my wood line, and with Saracen markets I can build and go to the castle like really fast, and I just boom. Just want to get good economy.
And you also sniped off his transport with your galleys in the feudal.
Yeah,
too.
sure.
Yeah. So then some cav archers raided your base. That was annoying for a while, but it didn't really do too much damage to you.
Yeah, true. It doesn't do much because as Saracen, I can like just buy wood and make a shield, workshop, and two scorpion is enough to clean.
Right. And then as you get up into the Castle Age to the Imperial Age, you get these castles that we can see the walls around the foundation there. It took you a while to get that up.
That's pretty nice. With Saracen, you can transport a lot of villagers, then can build a castle. So nice.
And you can also lose a lot of vills in the transport. He had a couple of fires there.
I
for
know,
a moment.
but in that moment, I know I'm so far ahead, so it doesn't matter. I just make a castle and
win the Trebor after.
Yeah, win Trebor.
All right. So if we can move on to game number 2 here. And see, now I have to remember what the map was. High Tides, Magyars against Lithuanians there. You went up to the feudal age faster.
Yeah.
Were you expecting that?
Yeah, I expect I go to feudal age faster because that the strategy I already prepared, and I did with the first opponent. I didn't expect him to give up the water early. Maybe he don't want I go for the land pressure with the scout. So he tried to go forward with spear and skirm. Then I realized, oh, my map is easy to work. So we just work and prevent the damage. And then I still want to commit on the scout to get the mobility to kill his villager. Also,
right. And you scouted his forward right away. Your scout was immediately
yeah, that's
right
so
location.
nice. That's so nice.
Yeah.
So in that case, I got a really good map, to be fair.
Yeah, but afterwards you decided to boom. He is Lithuanians. He got all 5 relics.
Yeah.
But were you still feeling like you're ahead enough economically at that point that you just end up winning?
Yeah, I still feel like I got ahead enough. But then I realized he make a castle really forward. So that's why I can punish, like make 2 castle on the hill and then trap his castle down. That way he cannot make latics anymore.
Right. And now on to Sunburn. This was your home map, if I recall.
Yeah.
What is this map? How do you play this map?
I think this map is for the 1TC play.
Okay.
I know DauT strategy, like if you go for pole, you have to go tower rush, right?
Yeah, you were expecting the tower rush when you saw poles,
that's
right?
that's why I make 2 militia and make the spearman. Also, I don't want him to rope the tower on my berry. That's why I want to fight.
Right. And of course, we had some crazy Vil fights, some elephants. This was just a fun game all around, right? And there was one point where DauT was building a castle, and you sent your entire village to go build that castle faster.
Yeah.
Now, do you think DauT has a chance if that castle goes up, or were you just ahead at this point?
I think I was ahead. He doesn't have too much villager, right? Only like 4 or 5. I think if he still want to commit on the castle, he may lose. So he delays. That's the right choice, I think.
All right, and then you go Karambits. You're able to raid his eco.
Yeah.
And at the end, 3-0 win against DauT. So
Yeah.
how do you feel though? Just beating DauT, as you said, he's someone he was your idol for a long time. Does it feel good to get that victory?
I feel a little bit sad for my because he's my idol, right? I don't want to.
I know we all want to see DauT win, right?
I have to win, yeah. But
Okay. Well,
I know.
Well, congratulations to you. Good luck tomorrow. 2-2, big games coming up. We don't know who your opponent will be. We'll figure that out by the end of today. Next up, we have Hera versus Liereyy. Do you have any prediction for that?
That's super close. I think 3-2 for Hera.
3-2 for Hera. Yeah. All right. Well, you heard it from ACCM. Thank you for that interview. And we'll have, looks like, Dave and Dash getting ready to cast for our next set. So stay tuned.
When I found out I got invited to NAC, to Noble Apartment Cup, my mindset was that, well, firstly, I was very excited to have a new tournament. And yeah, my mindset was that I would like to try to win it. And most importantly, to have a really good time, because I really love LAN events. So I'm not sure if I played every map yet. No, I didn't play every map yet. I played a good amount of them. The preparation has not been as much as I wanted, because really just I had to catch up on a lot of work and didn't have time to practice as much as I wanted. And other players were busy with WWC beforehand, so this is kind of the issue on the back end of things when there's tournaments that are too close to each other. But I hope to use the first few days to kind of tighten things up and get some good strategies prepared. Yeah, that usually happens like halfway through like the preparation, where I just like one day I have a really, really good day and I just feel like, okay, everything clicked and I'm ready. And that day just hasn't come yet. So it's not really like an amount of games that I'm looking for. It's just sometimes it's just a feeling that I get, and I just haven't gotten it yet. So if it comes, then I'll be very happy. If not, then we're gonna have some rough times maybe.
Welcome back, everyone. Our third set of the day, and it is a banger. We've got our two competitors that are both 3-0 here. We've got Hera against Liereyy. I'm here with Dash to bring this to you, and it's going to be a good one. You heard ACCM predict 3-2 for Hera. I'm going to predict 3-2 for Liereyy.
Okay, let's go. I love that. I was going to say 3-2 either way would be a dream of a set for us here. And I think one of the important things, and to your point, in being able to predict Liereyy, in the era of Hera, there's only a couple players. Any player, I think, can take a game off of Hera. There's only a few players out there that I would ever have confidence in being able to take a series against Hera, and Lierey's one of them.
Yeah, and Lierey's just brought himself to a new level this tournament so far. His victories against, especially against Viper, was really, really clutch. And then the victory last night against Mr. Yo, we all thought that was going to be a super long series. He swept him 3-0. And the maps were maps that usually are played long. Liereyy was finishing the games fast.
Well, and that's what I love about Liereyy at this tournament is he's returning to the style that we know and love him for, right? Which is, hitting those timings. He's going to beat you up to the next stage, whether you like it or not. He's going to have that kind of perfect eco management, but he's not going to drag the game out and let you equalize with maybe better strategy. He's going to end up out-microing you with the perfect army composition and the game nice and early. I think that's the kind of thing you have to do against Hera. You can't let Hera be comfortable. If Hera is playing a game comfortably, you are losing that game against him.
Exactly. And not a lot of players can put Hera out of his comfort zone nowadays. He's so ready to deal with any possible situation. He's got beautiful Age of Empires that he's playing for the last 2 years now, and he seems inevitable at some points. But what I like to see from Liereyy, and what I'm seeing here is once that initial push fails, he's adding eco. He's getting his upgrades. He's adding farms. When Lierey's not at the top of his game, he's still devastatingly dangerous with that first push, but he doesn't do the little things behind. He's doing all those little things.
Yeah. Now, when it comes to making Hera uncomfortable, not an easy task, but your first opportunity to do that would be in the draft, right? Is there a way that you can finagle a good map for you, a nice Civ matchup here or there, and you'll take any advantage you can get against the best player in the world. And with that, let's go ahead and dive into the draft. Take a look at what our players have in store for themselves today. We're kicking things off on Copenhagen before we have Arabia and High Tides as home maps for Hera, Citadel, and Bedouins over there for Liereyy. I love seeing the Citadel pick. He's actually played that map pretty fabulously throughout the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, Citadel is a map that's very technical at the beginning, and that's what Liereyy needs to drive towards, right? Those super ultra technical maps where you can gain an early advantage and snowball that to a victory. We saw it last night against Mr. Yo. Really, really solid play from Liereyy on Citadel thus far, and it seems like something that's going to be a home map for him going forward. Now, look at Hera's Civ draft. I've noticed here, he's got a lot of jack-of-all-trades style civilizations. It's not really specialists, and you'll notice that in a lot of his drafts. He's just so good, he can generally make an okay Civ seem overpowered.
Exactly. We were having that discussion off camera as we got our first look at the draft, and it really does create a complicated problem to solve when you're up against a player like Hera, because, yeah, a much more traditional-looking draft over on the side of Liereyy. I could see these 6 Civs essentially being picked by any of the 10 players here, and they'd probably come away with it going like, yeah, I got some solid Civ options across all the maps, but it's maybe a little bit known what their strengths and weaknesses are and which maps those Civs will be played on.
Yeah, and with Hera, I mean, Mongols can be, with his style, he could pick that on Citadel. He could pick that on High Tide. He could pick that on Arabia. Same thing could go for something like Italians, could be a Copenhagen pick, right? Tatars, where are they going to slot in? Malians, you could pick them on 3 of these maps, and they would still be viable. And you know with Hera's skill set, he's going to make every single one of these Civs work. Lierey's Civ draft, a little bit easier to read. If you're Liereyy trying to read Hera's Civ draft, there's still some question marks.
Yeah, exactly. Perhaps the pick I'm the most confident in Hera picking would be Italians for Copenhagen, largely because we've seen him play it before to great success against TaToH. But like you said, maybe that's his opportunity to switch it up, and he's always so comfortable doing that. I showed you evidence of me being able to play it on this map, so that's your expectation going into the next set. Cool, I'll just move it over to Citadel and do the same thing over there.
I mean, if you pick Italians there, then the question mark is, where are you picking Armenians? Are you picking them at all? Right? So there's still questions here, even though he's played them really, really well on Copenhagen before. We saw DauT pick Armenians twice. It worked once for him, and it looked like if you can get the start rolling, it's going to be a really, really good build from that point forward. And then you're into the stronger composition at the late game with the infantry having 100 HP champions. Still, Italians should be slightly favored. Liereyy is going to have to wonder what matches up well against that. Is it the Koreans? Is it the Bengalis? Am I, going way out of line and picking something unexpected, like maybe the Byzantines on Copenhagen with Citadel here?
Right.
We'll know in 10 seconds.
Exactly.
The game's about to start. It's going to be Copenhagen game number 1 here between Liereyy and Hera.
And it's bound to be a beautiful set between these two former teammates and competitors, to say the least. Liereyy looking in top form at this tournament, but Hera, again, just an absolute monolith at this point within the Age of Empires scene. Away we go on to Copenhagen. Hera in the red, Liereyy in the blue, and taking stock. We do have that Koreans pick up against the Italians.
And look at this. Hera is sending a villager already. So Hera is going for a dock in the north. He already has it down. And a dock in the south. And he's using his king to bait the attacks from Liereyy. He's got a villager coming out. Now he's trying to block the scout with his king. Hera does not care for that king's HP. And Liereyy might actually try and block that king and attack it with his own scout here and wait till feudal age when his scout is powerful enough to actually snipe it. Now, I think he's decided that's not going to work. He doesn't have enough time, and both players are now heading back.
So this is a really interesting adjustment from really any Copenhagen game that we've seen so far in the group stage. And no player's gone out to this smaller pond here on the southern side of the map this early on. Talk to me about how that's going to warp the approach. I mean, obviously, already I'm looking at a much slower feudal age timing here for Hera, but is that not, in essence, sacrificing the entire top side?
Yeah, I mean, if you only go for one dock up there, you can't contest the 2-dock play from Liereyy, the 2-dock galley play. So if you can't contest that, why even bother going up to feudal age fast? Just send the villager south, get the fishing ships up, and then make a nice fast castle build for yourself, as Hera is actually housed. That's not something we typically see from him, but it doesn't last too long. And Liereyy has already read this. So Liereyy saw the villager going to the pond in the south. He's going to go for another dock there because he reads the fact that Hera is going fast castle. And what is he going to do? No ships right away. He's just going to go for more fish.
All right, and even already early walling up here on the right-hand side of the map, making sure that, the boom can be executed in good order, if you will. Feudal Age on the way now. It's a 27 pop click. Of course, that's including a scout and a king. On top of all of that, Galley's now in the queue here for our Koreans player. Housed as well, though.
Yeah, Liereyy running into some problems. It's not that bad. I think he's housed on a galley, so it's not the worst thing in the world. The villagers still keep coming out. I think it should be for Liereyy 2 galleys to snipe the fish and then 1 fire galley to take out the dock quite quickly from Hera. Because if Hera stays on that north side and you're just fish booming there, you don't want that dock around. You want to be controlling that whole shoreline.
And either of these players are the kinds of players who are capable of, 2 galleys is all I need to ruin your entire fishing economy, right? So yeah, protect against that in the long run. Hera, of course, up
Look
to
at that
6
scout
fishing
trying to
ships.
get in the castle. If the castle's right next to the wall, you can garrison, but that scout is extremely confused. Brother, there's a gate over there. Leary's just trying to heal him up.
Look, that's not a show horse, my friend, okay? That one don't have hops.
I mean, Leary's never gonna see that because
this is the repeat of the deer incident.
Exactly.
It's just another version of the deer incident for Liereyy.
And he's gonna notice it too late when he thinks his scout is full HP to go out to contest. But here come the galleys, sniping the fish. Hera's just trying to get as much value as possible. You can see he looped that fishing ship all the way around just to drop off his food. And he knows that those are gonna die. Now Liereyy adding in that fire galley. So Leary's going to track the movements out of that dock. As soon as he sees a flag on that dock, I think it's more investment from him. You can actually play mind games if you're Hera and just add a fishing ship in there, and you force Liereyy to add probably 2 more fires than he otherwise would.
That would be a stellar play. At the moment, he's not producing anything in that dock, continuing to produce fishing ships down on the southern pond and get that eco rolling. But Liereyy feels like he's got enough control in the north that he's going to go ahead and go up to 7 fishing ships. He is producing, like you said, that 1 fire galley. It'll come forward and start to work away on the Italians' dock. But from here, we kind of go into a steady state of a middle game. Of course, Castle Age coming in faster for Hera, cheaper age up as the Italians, but also having gone for that slower initial build, which gives him more resources here in the long run.
Yeah, I mean, Leary's eco is ahead right now. Lierey's eco is ahead because he had the more fishing ships, right? And his were working longer than Hera's. But in terms of resources collected, it's actually Hera that is slightly ahead. Now Liereyy jumps in front, so very, very close. And Hera, like you said, is going to be faster to adding those extra town centers. Liereyy will be able to click up before Hera reaches Castle Age, though. And I wonder, does Hera go back on water at the top with some maybe sneaky docks in the middle? Or is he just looking to grab those relics?
I was about to say, I think it's just relic control. I mean, by having this early dock, he's essentially guaranteed that he has full control of the southern pond, which means those 3 relics are his whenever he wants them. So perhaps an early monastery, you get out, grab the 2 relics in the center of the map with your better Castle Age timing. Then you can kind of delay picking up those 3 relics while you drop your 2nd and 3rd TC, catch up in the eco. But ultimately, you know, you're going to have 5 relics, I see, in your future.
Dude, it would have been so funny if Hera had made a fishing ship in that dock. It's cheaper with Italians too, so I think it'd be like a 62 or 64 wood investment for Liereyy to add in like 2 more fires to just be paranoid that this fast castle was for some water play, right? But Hera doesn't go for that. He's looking for that wood to drop the extra town centers. Now you start with 150 stone on the regicide start. You don't start with 200, so if he wants the extra one, he's going to have to buy the stone or he's going to have to mine it. That usually pushes people towards that monastery first, and that's exactly what Hera is doing. He's got the scout patrolling there too. He's waiting for his Genoese Expo to show up to kill the villager, and now Liereyy is sending his fully healed scout over. And I don't believe that Liereyy has Loom. He does not.
Yeah, it's such a heads-up play. It's such a minor advantage, but this is the kind of thing that I can respect so much out of a player like Hera, right? Is the awareness that small advantage, a singular Vil kill, right? And to take that small advantage by bringing the Genoese forward. Now, through all of this, he hasn't produced a galley on the southern dock to prevent an opponent's dock from coming up. And so
his army was up there. His army was up there, so he didn't notice the villagers coming forward, but Hera does spread out his fishing ships. He's looking for the docks, and he sees it now. Just a little bit too late to deny it. He does, however, go for that second dock. So Lierey's trying to shut down the fish in the south, and it's a turtle ship from him in the south to shut down the fish. So Hera will need the 2-dock production, and he'll probably need War Galley as well to fight up against turtles.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we saw it yesterday, right? A normal fire galley dies in 2 hits. If you have a fire ship, it's 3 hits from a turtle ship. But either way, there's so much strength packed into a single unit there. So this is going to make protecting his fishing eco difficult here on the bottom side of the map. But we already have 1 relic on the way home. Soon to be many more, I'm certain of it. We have 2 TCs for Hera already working away. The second one coming up for Liereyy as we speak. Turtle ship, though, I almost called it a turtle fish, out onto the southern pond, and 1 fishing ship kill.
Liereyy, why are you attack grounding? That was an attack ground into the middle of the pond.
Let him
You
know.
can do that now with turtle ships. It's a relatively new thing. But Liereyy getting those fish, and I actually think it's a 3-shot for both the fire galleys and the fire ships. So I don't know if you're just going for that upgrade due to extra damage, or if Hera is fully familiar with how many shots
Or
it
Vil
takes.
snipes, though, with just 2 Genoese crossbow.
And a fishing ship following up. So Lierey's confident that it's only 1 turtle ship needed to snipe the fish, or maybe that's all he's interested in doing.
Yeah, well, he did already remove all of the fishing ships from the water, and he's sporting 8 across the map himself. So a definite advantage for him there, and already working on a 3rd TC out here on this southern wood line, securing a very nice wood eco for him. There's the 2nd relic picked up by a monk. Just needs to
stop
home.
him. Gotta stop him from getting these 3, right?
Yeah.
Just feels like that's something that's absolutely necessary. Liereyy still hasn't added a ton of fish up north. I don't know if he's interested in the
nice hit.
Fish boom. Let's see if he attack rounds here with the turtle. He does. Beautiful. Okay. Nice job from Liereyy. And what an over-investment maybe from Hera, but there's a 2nd turtle ship now. I don't think that's enough.
No, it's not enough. So I think actually leaving it garrisoned is the right play, ultimately. This one will go down, maybe trading out 1 kill just before it does, and then Hera will turn his attention onto the dock. So I think in the end, especially 2-dock Italian player against single-dock Koreans player, he will wrestle control this pond back, eventually get those relics over onto his side. But he is ultimately the later player to the 3rd TC, and we still see an economy advantage for Liereyy.
Yeah, Liereyy just holding on to that eco res collected advantage. I mean, he's going to have 2 turtle ships now. He's got to time his shots well. He can't overshot on these fires. So it's 1 shot for the weak ones each. And now Liereyy loses a turtle ship, but there's 2 fires that are very, very weak. He takes out another one. Should try spinning. That's a good trick, and he does it again. However...
Tail whip him. 360. Tail whip.
Exactly, and Hera still takes it out regardless. Regardless of the flare, Hera takes it out. Liereyy will need to move more docks along the shoreline in the north to make those fish more efficient, and he's added that 3rd town center, so he's trying to keep up with the villagers from Hera. However, already 2 relics in the monastery from Hera, and 3 relics more sitting on that island, just waiting for Hera to pick them up.
Transport about to pop out. The monks will head on down, get loaded up. One's already waiting on the shoreline, ready to go. We'll pick up those relics, and soon we'll be generating boatloads of gold here. Already 200 in the bank just from the 2 relics that he's secured.
It's interesting how Hera's style has shifted over the years. Like, he would have never liked to play a map like Copenhagen.
Right.
And now Copenhagen is almost his favorite map in the pool. He loves the slow build-up, comparing the tech trees, getting his eco a little bit ahead of his opponent, and then having the uptimes that are superior as well, which you're always going to have with the Italians. Now, if you look at these 2 civs in a vacuum, right, and you compare their late games, I like the Korean late game a lot more in this civ matchup than the Italians, but if the Koreans aren't an imp first, and the Italians are knocking at the door, the Korean late game is extremely expensive.
Right. No, yeah, obviously, a lot of powerful units, unique unit there. In the War Wagon, extraordinary for the Koreans. But like you say, the Italians obviously have the edge typically in getting up to the Imperial Age. And so, yes, there's a small advantage in the villager count and the extra fishing ships working for Liereyy. He did go for a 4th TC, which is ultimately going to delay his timings if he chooses to continue production out of all 4 of them.
Really, really good eco upgrades for both, too. Hera only has horse collar. Leary's got heavy plow, so 1 ahead there, but handcart critically in for Hera, and with the amount of farms that he's dropping, not relying on the fish, handcart is going to be absolutely massive here for Hera versus Liereyy with only wheelbarrow. Now, Liereyy is adding in more monks. Maybe he wants to go to the south and convert the fire ships, but it's too late. The relics are already gone. There's only 1 down there.
Yeah, no, this is feeling good for Hera to a degree. I think these might be 2 of the best players at managing wood into farms. I mean, look at that 45 on food for Liereyy. And again, I know that some of those are fishing ships, but both of them, very rarely do we find a situation where they're floating egregious amounts of wood and maximizing, the net food that they're bringing in over time.
I think if you look at Age of Empires 2 on a pro level, and you just want to look at something really granular, like it's all about farms.
Yeah.
It's all about farms. Like, if you can't invest your wood properly into farms at the right moments, your eco is not going to be there to get your upgrades, regardless of whether you're going into a wood gold comp or a food comp. You're not going to be able to get the techs. You're not going to be able to go up. You're not going to be able to hit your timings. It's all about farms. And like you said, these are the two of the best players at doing it. And Lierey's super impressive with 50 on food. Only 7 of that is fishing ships. The farms are looking beautiful here. And Liereyy is actually up at a rather competitive time to the Italians, just a little bit more than a minute behind Hera.
And so while we were talking about, sure, your preference would be still as the Koreans player to ultimately beat the Italians to the Imperial Age, I'd say that being a minute behind and having a 20 vil advantage also isn't an unfavorable position.
Not really unfavorable at all. I mean, especially when you can, drop towers and just delay.
And you get the armor upgrades for free is so massive.
The transition is so easy into skirms. It's so easy, and the skirms buy you time if your opponent's going for something like Genbos. Now, we're still not sure exactly what Hera's interested in. He has 3 Genoese Expo. He's going to get to Imperial Age, maybe go for... Okay, there we go. Now we're sure what he's interested in. It's either Arbalist or Skirmisher of his own.
Yeah, I'm willing to bet it's going to be a skirmisher start, just because it's relevant against the skirmishers of your opponents, or even to a degree the war wagons in smaller numbers, of course. And then from there, I think he can adjust.
It might be just like Bombard Cannon Arb potentially.
Possibly. Actually, it's Liereyy who's going crossbow.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, that's classic Liereyy, right?
That's so Liereyy, but not what I would have expected in this position as Koreans, right? As you got towers going up in the middle for some control. He did go for a very defensive second castle. I was thinking maybe that castle would come forward in between the golds, but he's going to opt for the towers and the keeps upon reaching the Imperial Age to secure some of those crucial gold positions.
So it'll be Arbalest for Liereyy. Two-man saw and crop rotation already coming in from Hera, so he's ready for the late game. Hera is going crossbow now into Arbalest of his own, and I mean, this is going to be a classic matchup between these two. We're going to see a lot of micro here. The towers are going to help Liereyy a lot, but Hera has kind of flipped the script on this Civ matchup in that he has those 5 relics. So he's sitting back and he's thinking, I can go late, you can't. Liereyy, now the onus is on him to kind of pressure and take advantage of those golds in the center of the map.
Yeah, Arb v. Arb. Now again, this is, I think, the benefit, or actually no, do we cancel Arb on this side and we're now teching into Elite Skirmisher? But this is the benefit of the Koreans, right? You're playing against a crossbow Arbalest player right now, and you already have all 3 armor upgrades. Yes, we still need to get Bracer, and we are getting chemistry right now, but Hera isn't going to be able to afford to keep playing Arbalest long-term into towers and skirmishers. Trebuchets, though, going to make quick work of those forward tower positions, and eventually Lierey's going to have to get some bombard cannons out onto the field in order to challenge the threat that those trebuchets provide.
There's the 5th relic from Hera, so he's going to grab that one. He only had 2 monks earlier. He brought the 2 relics back. Hera going for a castle in a very similar position to Lierey's castle, which is down there in the south, protecting the golds. And they're both building up for the late game. Liereyy has faith in his civilization tech tree. Hera has faith in his economy and the 5 relics that he will have collected. And here we go.
Yeah,
here we go. I
now
mean,
it
crop
just comes
rotation
down to
is
the
in.
play, man. And this is what I love about it and the level of these two players, right? Is neither one of them is going to win this game in a gimmicky way, right? It just comes down to, okay, we both have the tools available to us in our civs. It's about how we employ those tools. It's about our micro in each of the fights and how we approach the game strategically at that.
You can see Hera's reluctance to push here. He's just going to get all of his techs, and he's going to wait until he has a really, really good comp. But at the same time, you can see Lierey's like prioritization of that gold. He realizes to counterbalance the relics, he's going to need to take all of that gold there, and then later on shift up to the one in the north that neither one is interested in currently. The skirmishers are there to buy himself time to build the towers, and then he can add the Arbalest in behind those skirmishers. Hera, teching into Lightcap. He's getting the armor upgrades. He's getting the blacksmith upgrades for his cavalry so that he has a counter to the skirmishers. Liereyy knows that's coming, therefore the Arbalest, therefore the towers. Hera, well, he'll probably make a few more trebs, right?
Yeah.
And then he'll play really, really patient.
This is just oh so typical of both of them, and I love it. We've got Bloodlines coming in now. We'll get those final armor upgrades for Hera.
Liereyy had way too much respect there for Hera. He expected him to dodge with the Arbalest, so he attack rounded where he thought he would dodge, and Hera didn't move.
I mean, that's the beautiful thing about this. These guys are so familiar with each other, right? And you get to a point where knowing each other so intricately will change the way you approach playing that person.
Arbalest pop out, trying to snipe the bombard cannons. Got to stay away from the towers. Would love to see the unique tech come in from Liereyy for the extra range on those towers. He's not usually a guy that knows the ins and outs of the unique techs for all the civs, but I think at least he should know that that gives him extra range, and that's going to be super, super valuable in this matchup. And now they have standard victory. Liereyy, this literally just happened in the last tournament you were in. Fortunately, we are live here as Liereyy lands a huge shot on the Arbalest, and we will have time to go in there and tell Hera to eject one of those relics and then put it back in again.
Good snipes on the bombard cannons from the Trebs. Still 3, though, over here for Liereyy. Trying to get in and find purchase onto that castle. He's the one with the initiative right now, but remember, behind all of this, everybody, that we do have those Hussar techs coming through. At least the 3rd armor upgrade has completed. Yeah, and we've got 13. He's hiding this from Liereyy. I think Liereyy can expect that this is to come, but the question is, will he be surprised by the numbers when Hera does finally decide to jump and commit? Losing 2 trebuchets, though, is big because these towers are going to do work against Hussar.
Yeah, like, if sure, you have the Hussar switch behind, but is it going to be enough with, what, 6 towers up? Hera feels like he needs to go now because he sees another tower. He feels like this is his opportunity. He's coming in with the Hussar. Liereyy with the gates around the bombard cannons. He can't get those gates down, though. Oh, man, it would have been beautiful. It would have been beautiful, and Hera's going to snipe some bombard cannons. I don't know if he can get them all.
Yeah, we're getting some repairs on a couple of those bombard cannons, but still, the Hussar numbers look solid. It gave him his opportunity to jump. He's going to buy himself some time as the castle gets repaired back up to full health. Of course, this is still a fantastic position for Liereyy to have locked down. Full control over the center of the map and those golds, as those might become particularly relevant for him in a game against a player with 5 relics. Hera's already accrued over about 2K gold now by just bringing those 5 relics in.
That's still sick, though, from Liereyy. That is not a typical Liereyy play. To go for the gates to protect the bombard cannons. He tries to go for another attack round there, can't quite hit. And I think this setup that Liereyy has is slowly starting to dawn on Hera as he came in there with the Hussars and they died so quickly and Liereyy was able to produce some more bombard cannons. It's like a level in tower defense right now for Liereyy as he watches these Hussar come in and they're unable to snipe the bombard cannons, maybe getting one here. Hera charging in with all of his cavalry and they are just getting farmed by these towers in the Arbalest.
Yeah, looking for another commitment onto the bombard cannons. At the very least, what I will say is Hera is happy to trade Hussar lives all day, right? If all I'm sacrificing is a food unit just to buy myself time, let my gold count keep ticking up, and let you slowly deplete yours, ultimately that will work in my favor if the game extends for, yes, another hour or more.
And he's taking out the towers behind this. Slowly taking out the towers, but the problem for him is once Liereyy fully techs into help. And Liereyy has got the halberdier upgrade. He's just getting the armor upgrades now. The Hussars are going to find a lot of difficulty sniping these bomber cannons when there's halbs around. And the first halbs just arrive.
The number of towers is just absurd
it's
here.
Insane.
Fully upgraded, aside from that Yipsyong, I believe.
No, it did come in.
It did come in. Okay, he did manage to get it. Fantastic. Good to see. Good to see. We still have 4 bombard cannons on the field. We've got 4 in the queue as well for Liereyy, so he is really thinking about committing to one final push, and that's probably where the halberdier will play a big role. If he can get the numbers up, if he can get that final armor upgrade, that might be his opportunity to actually bring this castle to the ground.
I want to see some trebs from Liereyy. He's got the setup now. He's got the halbs to protect them. I think the bombard cannons are adding way less value than the trebuchets right now if you're looking to start taking down that castle from Hera. And the Hussars split around here. Great movements from Hera, but it's not really going to matter, is it? How many bombard cannons can he get in exchange for 40 Hussars or 30? He got one. Amazing play from both. Amazing play from both. They're both being so patient right now. Liereyy trying to snipe those Arbalists. He's slowly building up trebs behind, even going for treadmill crane. I said trebs, not tread.
But it's such a great tech, especially for Civ like Koreans, right? You got to keep replacing these towers and just make it that much more difficult for Hera to ever gain some ground.
Folks, don't worry. They're in the other room. We can stop them before the relic.
People are already panicking. 114 years!
Yeah.
114!
We've got the time. Don't worry about it. They're right over there.
Yeah, there's a good chance this game ends before that countdown becomes relevant, right? Either with Liereyy amassing a big enough ball of bombard cannons and trebuchets to actually push this position back, along with the halberdiers and the arbalists, or for the opposite to happen, right?
Yep.
Hera is currently making slow, ever so slow progress by pushing one tile back at a time. Now going to resituate the trebs to work on the next line of tower defense.
See how difficult this one treb makes life for Hera? Now he has to toss in all the Hussar to try and snipe that. He's going to snipe the treb because it's a high priority target for him. He tosses away all those lives. If Liereyy just rolls forward with another one, and the bombard cannons can just roll around to the other side because they're not getting sniped by the Hussar. The extra range on that treb is going to soak up a lot of stone from Hera, and Liereyy can come forward, attack round in between those two trebs, and take them out, and now the Arbalists are coming in from Hera. He's taking a risk here to snipe the bombard cannons. He's gotten one. He gets a second. He gets a third.
Wow. Honestly, it feels like he got away with something there to get 3 down while diving underneath those towers and into a little bit of a choke point. Now, granted, we still have 1 trebuchet alive here for Liereyy, which will start to work away on the castle. We're also managing to remove a couple trebs from the field on Hera's side of the map, but once again, I'm seeing 1 tile at a time. Hera creeps ever forward.
I mean, Lierey's kind of falling behind in population. He's actually still making villagers right now, back up to around 50 on food, but the production seems kind of stalled from him. Hera just has the Hussar coming out way faster. Lierey's only got the 3 barracks there up front producing the halbs, and the rest of them are behind.
Still missing that final armor upgrade for the halbs, which
could matter.
Very relevant. Very, very relevant. Oh, as I say it, he clicks it. We do have architecture coming in on the other side here for Hera, so refusing to let go of this castle position by just reinforcing it that much more.
Hussars still doing work for Hera. He snuck in hoardings, he snuck in architecture as well, so the castle has a lot of HP. Lierey's not repairing the bomber cannons, which means they're super weak, but great positioning on the halbs to stop the Hussar, but Hera has another wave coming forward, and he's going to continue to snipe these bombard cannons from Liereyy. Liereyy has almost mined through that gold in the center. There is another gold there that he's just now...
Long distance mining.
Just now come out to, unintentionally perhaps, and well, long term he's going to run out. Long term for Hera, it's still looking good with the 5 relics.
Clock is ticking here for Liereyy, and we're moving in the wrong direction, right? And the reality is that Hera has made one of the most simple units in the game look like the best unit in the game over the last couple years of his career. The Hussar and his utilization of that unit, you know, it has just been spectacular, and I think it's completely changed a lot of people's perspective, you know, on how to approach late game situations.
Exactly.
Sure.
And a lot of it is due to the mobility of them. A lot of it is due to the fights that he actually takes, what he prioritizes. He's actually raiding, I think, in the back of Lierey's base as he attempts to push forward here. Those trebs have just been a slow crawl forward. Every time Liereyy snipes one, he sacrifices some bomber cannons. That was a great attack round on the bomber cannon from Hera, and he still goes after the Arbalest now as the Hussar once again managed to get through, but I don't think they're going to be able to snipe the bomber cannons. Potential moment here for Liereyy as he pushes the Arbalest and the Trebs back from Hera.
Yeah, he's got to get forward and take those trebuchets out, because on the other side, there's one trebuchet that has actually taken down 1 barracks and is working on the next one. He will manage to take these 2 trebuchets down. The Hussar numbers are building back up. He's got 40 in the queue, by the way, with 20 on the field. I mean, it's just going to be an endless stream of Hussar playing the front line and the meat shield to the Arbalest, but even still, he's got a lot of ground to cover if he ultimately wants to take down each of these towers. There you go, chat. The relic has been ejected and has been re-picked up.
Dash!
Back to
He lost control of the relics!
This is Lierey's chance!
Arbalest pushing forward. Gets a couple good shots with the bomber cannons, but the Hussar, again, Hera just loops around, and he prioritizes the Treb once more. I would have loved to see more Trebs from Liereyy. Would have loved to see like a 3-4 Treb stack from him with the Halberdiers protecting, but Hera makes it so difficult because Lierey's trying to protect his bomber cannons at all times. Liereyy almost mined through that goal we can see on screen. The other one to the north, that's being harassed consistently by Hera. Hera knows that that is a priority for Liereyy right now.
It's a really good point on the Trebs, right? Because we're in this situation where it feels like every wave of Hussar maximum could kill like 2 trebs.
Yeah.
So to your point, if you get 4 up there, not only are you just putting more pressure on the castle, at worst, maybe 2 of them go down, and before the next wave comes in, you actually might take that castle.
Yeah, and I mean, 4 trebs in a weird way is easier to protect than 1 treb, because the halbs, like, they kind of block off space. So the halbs can kind of sit in those little areas between the towers and prevent the Hussars from going in there. But I mean, it's easier said than done, right? Architecture now coming in for Liereyy probably would have been useful before for the HP on the towers, but now he's forced to shift halbs to the north side because Hera is there with 2 trebuchet, with the Hussars, using the mobility. Liereyy is trying to limit his mobility as much as possible. Every time, though, Hera seems to be pulling him out of position. Hera is doing a phenomenal job.
Yeah, once again, maneuvering those Hussar into the backline, ends up sniping a couple more bombard cannons. These are incredibly costly units for Liereyy to replace, and I think you can see a little bit of the frustration on Lierey's face there just a moment ago, realizing that in so many ways, Hera feels inevitable.
Yes. And it's like, okay, I have this setup that would work against literally anyone else. And for some reason, I can't break this guy who's just making Hussar. He's got a couple Trebs, and then he's got some Arbalists behind it. Like, I should be able to break this. I've got a bazillion towers, bombard cannons, halb, Arbalist of my own, some skirms. Like, it should be enough, and it's just not.
There's an absolute frustration factor in playing against a player of this caliber, right?
There goes another Treb.
Yep, there it is. Left to its own devices, it will go down. Once again, that's 200 wood, that's 200 gold, down the drain. More bombard cannons coming forward, but those aren't long for this world with the number of Hussar out on the map. Again, 31 out on the field with 43 in the queue. It is never ending.
I don't know if there's anything else Liereyy really could have done, aside from maybe like trying to get a big ball of Trebs to attack Hera. I mean, in terms of composition, I think Hera clears anything else that the Koreans make here. I think War Wagons are too clunky and slow.
And attempted some raids there with the Halberdier, but talking about ways in which Hera has pioneered the game, look at the food number, right? Not just what's in the bank. At one point, he was up over 100 villagers on farm.
Yep.
Or 100 food.
It's insane.
That's wild.
And that means that he can literally take these trades, right? 40 Hussars for one bomber cannon. He can take that all day. And he's just working away slowly with those trebuchet from behind. They've just been chugging away, killing those towers. I think Liereyy, from what I've seen in the last few minutes, I think he's kind of angling his victory condition away from pushing Hera. And now he's kind of thinking, what if I made this a wood game?
Yeah.
And what if I just hold on to this position and I can tower that middle wood line and he's going to run out of resources soon? I mean, well, soon, I say, in an hour.
Hey, you play for any percentage chance to win, right? But the reality is that Hera is basically sustaining 14 stable Hussar production.
Yes. Yeah, so they die and they're replaced immediately.
Exactly.
It doesn't feel great if you're Liereyy to just be taking trades. Your opponent's taking trades against Hearttt.
Yeah, and now you're getting overwhelmed. The numbers are dropping.
Tossing units in, and your tower stack that was saving you before, well, the towers are almost all gone. Remember where this battle started. It started near Hera's base. We're getting to the midpoint of the map, and Liereyy is pushing everything back. He still has tons of units in the queue. He's going for some more bombard cannons, but the towers are no longer there. So Liereyy is now engaged in a trash war. Hera has the gold available with almost 5,000 gold generated from those relics.
Yeah, you see the desperation in Lierey's market usage, right, for gold. He still does have that one gold position.
I mean, he's collecting more than Hera right now.
True.
Hera's got 0 on gold, but it's trickling up, and the Hussar are just buying him so much time.
Yeah, he's happy to do this, and the prices are getting worse and worse for Liereyy over here on the left-hand side of your screen. Still able to sell stone for a decent amount, but now has brought his stone count down to 0. Oh my goodness.
106 on food?
And 63 in the queue.
Oh my god.
Producing out of 16 stables. 16 stables you can see there with each of those little circles underneath the Hussar icon.
108. I think that's the most I've seen, even in a Hera game.
Every gold villager has become a farmer at this point.
That is absolutely insane. Hera's getting arson now. Is he considering an infantry switch? I mean, at this point, you can just keep doing the same thing you've been doing.
Yeah.
It worked against 15 towers. It's probably going to work against 3.
Yeah, if you want to end it in style, though, now you index into the man-at-arms line, right? Because you know that you've now forced your opponent essentially onto full trash. And what's good against trash? Nothing better than champions.
And this is just absolutely insane from Hera. Lierey's still trying to hold on. Lierey's still at max pop. Like, don't get us wrong. He's got a great army. He still has a pretty good setup. But you can see Hera's always trying to take a different angle with the Hussar, and he comes in once again. He's going to be able to snipe another bombard cannon, maybe 2. Liereyy does manage to save 2 of those, but he's being overwhelmed by the sheer production from Hera right now. It is absolutely insane. 106 on food currently for Hera.
Yeah, running out of ways to reason a victory out of this game here for Liereyy as he continues to lose ground slowly. Like you say, the population looks good. It is something that could convince a player to stick in it. But at the end of the day, I don't see what army composition is going to save you from what's bearing down on top of you.
More halbs, more skirmishers for Liereyy. Still pop cap. You do not resign at 200 pop.
Right.
Even if you're Liereyy, like even if this has been happening, You really don't want to resign at 200 pop. He's still got the gold up there. I'm surprised that Hera hasn't prioritized this more.
No,
and now he comes over with the Hussar. It gives an opportunity for Liereyy to push forward, but Liereyy only has
condos.
One bombard cannon behind.
Don't have to go through all of the upgrades, right? You can just start producing the condos immediately, and they at least have all of the blacksmith upgrades at their utilization. Villagers go down on the gold. Liereyy will have to replace those if he ultimately wants to bring in the rest of the gold remaining on the map, because otherwise he's playing with just wood and food.
I mean, and I want to say, like, Hera's going to have to spend a lot of wood on those farms, but remember how quickly he got crop rotation?
Yeah.
He got crop rotation when he was advancing, like, or just after he advanced to the Imperial Age.
He could also
Farms are going to have so much food on them.
He could delete every villager and still produce Hussars for a while.
I mean, it's crazy. Although he did just sell 2,000 food for 280 gold. What a deal here in game number 1.
Yeah, and then another 1,000. So yeah, ejected 3K. You know, I wonder if part of that too is just driving the food price down to its minimum. Or was it already at its minimum there? Oh yeah, 140 for 1,000 is the minimum already. Yeah.
I've seen Liereyy sell some food. I think it's been there for a while.
Yep.
Big armies for both, 78 military for Liereyy. There was a little calm there before the storm. And Hera just sold 3,000 food. He was at like 1,000 food in the bank, and he's already up to 5,500. It's absolutely
He actually
insane.
needs to lose population so that he can make more condos.
I think right now he's just chilling. I think he's absolutely chilling right now. I actually might want to see him, if he's going to make condos, he still has control over the pond in the south. Like, transport a villager over there and just make the barracks on that side in Lierey's eco. Could be a pain.
Well, yeah, more than a pain. Could be game ending for sure.
Well, I mean, at this point, what is going to be game ending?
I mean,
we've seen the same part of the screen for the last hour.
Yeah, well, this is perhaps a start. Of course, both players have decent resources in the bank, so by no means is a single raid going to end it. But I do feel like Hera, again, with full control over the relics and the gold still coming in. You see some siege in the queue for him. Petards for Liereyy. He's thinking about a snipe.
Is he, though, or is he thinking about petarding the wall to the south? I think he just did it. I think he just walled or petarded the wall to the south. He's coming in with some helms, and he runs directly into a castle. So not the most impressive counter raid. I think he wanted to stop that Treb from taking out his tower that was trying to deny the wood line. As Hera continues to push forward, we look at the KD. It's somehow even. We've just been watching Hera feed Hussars in there, and somehow the KD is looking really, really solid. Those Arbalists have a ton of kills on them from Hera. Yeah, 36 kills from like 8 units is pretty solid.
The condos have made it forward. They're going to feel pretty good into just Halberdier and Skirmishers. Of course, we still have plenty of Hussars streaming in as well. Just a small ball of Arbalists to provide some cover for those melee units. And of course, all of this is just buying space for the Trebuchets. The Trebuchets have to, one by one, work through each of these keeps. It's not an easy task. It's a slow task. But it is one that is necessary if Hera ultimately wants to take it. And he can't disrespect the position, right? He can't disrespect the fortified position that Liereyy has. If at any moment you have a lapse of judgment, you throw too much of your army away, and you don't have the proper stuff queued behind it, then maybe Liereyy finds an opening. But at this point, it's looking tough.
Like, Hera's going to always have the proper stuff queued behind it. Look at this. He's got 40 in the queue. He's just brute forcing his way directly through this. Liereyy is now falling in population. He's been max pop forever, and now he's down to 155. Liereyy is going to lose this game 1, I'm pretty sure of. I can't see a way back for him. If he couldn't hold forward with all those towers, he's not going to hold now. And I think even with some villagers on that gold in the north, it's not going to be enough to pull him back.
Yep. We see a pop-capped Hera still making progress. Liereyy, like you said, down to 150, losing any opportunity to bring more gold in. You saw a quick reach for hand cannons, but not really the ideal unit into an Italian's player who's producing Condottiero. And so again, I struggle for options here. For Liereyy, still making use of the market is Hera because his resources are absolutely absurd, chucking away 500, 1,000 at a time for just small amounts of gold. But
He
can
has
do it. He's
he
got the
has
luxury.
deleted a few villagers, I think, or maybe pulled them onto wood because he's down to 91 on food now. I think he probably pulled them onto wood because he sensed where this game might be going into a wood battle as soon as he saw the towers from Liereyy on that middle wood line. Unfortunately for Liereyy, Hera still has plenty of wood on his side of the map that's not part of that central chunk. As Liereyy actually pushes this back, and he's going to kill that trebuchet. You know how much effort he has had to put into to try and kill that trebuchet? That thing has killed probably 10 towers, something like that. Hera has saved that for a very, very long time as Liereyy now goes for another counter raid into the woodline in the south, and it's Hera's turn to try and come out and take that gold in the north.
Knights now, interestingly enough.
They were chatting something?
Gotta be.
And now Hera's saying something? I know earlier
They're
when
100% typing to each other.
we did ask Dogao in the earlier set because they said something between him and Hart in that first game. And Dogao actually said, draw? And Hart responded with an 11.
Right, so we heard the 11, didn't see what had prompted it. We're lucky enough to have access to the players after the series to be able to ask them. Once again, relics ejected will be dumped right back into the monastery to keep that gold trickling in up to 6.750 in the gold count collected by relics. I mean, at this point, like you say, Lierey's playing for one thing and one thing only, which is a wood game. And even then, I'm not sure if that would go in his favor.
I'm just wondering, like, Hera seems perfectly content with this setup. There are other things he could do. He could try and, like, kill the wall. He could try and raid into Lierey's base or something like that. But he's just constantly trying to pull Liereyy into fights that benefit him back on his side, right? He's pulled the entire army over towards his base. He can collapse on that at any point. We got 53,000 wood now remaining as Hera dives around the halberdiers to find the skirmishers. And now he's just going to go back to Lierey's base because guess what? There's 60 population forward, and it can't be brought back in time. And Liereyy now realizes he's going to go for some quick walls. The Hussar can't get in, so that's great job from Liereyy. Still, there's nothing to support the skirms and halbs. Liereyy can't push the buildings without siege.
Yeah. And you just freely take a Hussar into halberdier fight, because why not? You've got 6K food behind it. You're just going to reproduce all of those Hussar like it was nothing.
7,000 gold collected from relics. For anyone who's asking or anyone who's been curious, this victory is not supposed to be set to standard. It's supposed to be set on conquest, which cannot be won by a wonder or relics. So players are responsible for the settings in the lobby, and they just missed it. They missed it when they set it up. They happened to Liereyy against DauT in a tournament about a couple weeks ago. And, well, it's happened to him again. So I'm assuming that it was Liereyy who was the host of this game.
That's a good question, because I wonder, Hera is technically the higher seed. And I wonder, is the higher seed the host every time?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. That's
it might
something
be,
we can
actually,
check in
it's
on.
probably the lower seed because
you make the lower seed do the work?
the
Is that the argument you're making there, Dave?
It doesn't make sense. Either way you cut it, it doesn't make sense because they should be playing with conquest settings in all their practice games and everything, so it should save. So something clearly happened there as Lierey's trying to snipe the Arbalest, and the Halberdiers once again feasting on the Hussar. Hera doesn't seem to mind with 6,000 food in the bank, and it's just the same old, same old. We haven't seen anything different for a very long time. We have to start looking at wood now. If Liereyy is going to continue to hold, Hera has a refusal to push for whatever reason. I mean, it's going to become about wood.
Yep. Two things. First of all, got confirmation. Hera was the host.
Okay.
So this is on Hera. Secondly, Hera, I think, realizing again the state of the game and where it's heading, decides to go for just about the only tech he hadn't secured just yet a moment ago, which was Elite Skirmisher, and now an Elite Cannon Galleon, because why not?
Is Hera, can we go back to that treb on the middle wood line? Is Hera trebbing the... He's trebbing the lumber camps from Liereyy.
Just going to make your
so
lumber...
if Liereyy wants to take all of that wood, it's going to become very difficult for him with Hera sniping that from behind. It also prevents any towers coming up if Hera wants to go to the wood line. Just really, really tough situation here for Liereyy. Even sneaking in town patrol, which at this stage of the game a tech that costs gold, I'm not certain what that's giving you. Maybe some more insight onto whether Hera's on the other side of that wood line.
Yeah, that's a really good point, though, right? That amount of gold.
Maybe you just have nothing else to get.
I guess, but like if you ever are going to win this game, as Liereyy, you're still going to have Siege at some point.
They're bored now. They have to be bored now. Lierey's dancing with Halberdier against Skirmisher. Hera's dancing with the Hussar in front. And it's just, this is something. I've run out of words.
We both have. We both have. And I think the players have run out of strategic options, right? They're both playing what is essentially the best available composition for them in the game state.
Look at the score.
It's dead even.
Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Lierey's on top. Now Hera's on top. Now Lierey's back on top again as Hera produces more Hussar. He's going to take the score lead again. Hera with 90 on food. Liereyy with 77 on food now. Lierey's trying to snipe the Skirmishers because those are the bigger threat than the Hussar, apparently.
Just watch the KD climb. They're 100 apart, and it is literally like kill for kill, kill for kill, kill for kill, kill for kill. Dead even in the trades. And this is all trash units that are being traded overall.
Cannon Galleons working on that castle from Liereyy. They're working on the castle from Liereyy, which is kind of protecting there. That's killed quite a few Hussar that have come in and attempted to raid earlier on. So that could be a really, really nice snipe there from Hera.
And you know what? This is what the relics bought him, right? The fact that he still has gold at his disposal at this point in the game means that he can sneak in those couple of extra technologies, those absurdly expensive ones and somewhat niche ones where, yes, you're just all you need is 2 or 3 elite cannon galleons, and all of a sudden the space is going to get restricted here. That central wood line is going to become that much harder for Liereyy to sit on because with trebuchets and those cannon galleons, all of his buildings are going to get pushed back.
Where's the treb from Liereyy? That's great, man.
Saving it for a rainy day, bro.
Because I've been
saving it for a rainy day.
I have been wondering that for like the last 30 minutes. That thing has been in there forever, and it's guaranteed that Liereyy has no idea.
He has no clue that
trebuchet
is in that castle. Absolutely no clue.
I was wondering, like, is it a play? Let me cook. Is it a play to sit on the other side of Hera's wood line in the middle and start sniping trees?
Ooh.
On his side, because you can't chop them.
Yeah, one at a time.
Yeah, and you don't want to put it within range of, like,
I like it.
You know, the trebuchet from Hera or the bomber cannons or whatever from Hera.
You mentioned a moment ago, this is almost a game state where players of this caliber are going to start to feel bored, quote unquote, right? That's a good mini game.
Yeah.
Treb sniping trees.
And it's not immediately, like, it's not something you would immediately notice if you're Hera, right? Like, Hera's sniping the lumber camps. Lierey's not building anymore. Lierey's still pop capped at 176 pops, so his production is really healthy. Same thing with Hera, and Hera is banking gold. He hasn't been spending his gold on anything. He's just getting the gold from the relics, 8.5k now from the relic gold generated.
Now, Vodka a moment ago showed us that there was still 2k gold available on that central gold pile, but it just seems impossible for Liereyy to ever get villagers out there.
Why would you go out for that if you're Liereyy at this state of the game? Every time you go out there, the Hussar hit you over here, right? And the Hussar are just trying to brute force their way in once again. Hera, having some pathing issues, can't get in, loses a lot of Hussar. Still, he's going to run over to the other side where the castle used to be.
Oh, he's buying stone.
And that castle's still up. The castle is still up against those cannon galleons. Liereyy has been repairing that. Hera is going to lose the Hussar to the castle, but still, like how does Liereyy push?
It's an impossibility. A militia for posterity, obviously a misclick, but even that is going to eat into just that small amount of gold that he has. And when you've been using the market to sell hundreds of resources for 14 gold, you know, a piece, that's definitely not even a misclick you want to make. 6k food in the bank, though, for Liereyy. With 1,300 wood, the resources actually look better overall with what's in the bank. But, of course, the queues are mighty healthy for both players. And actually, it will be Hera, the man who doesn't really need it, but gets out there for the gold.
Yeah, and Hera's going for condos again, and it's really, really difficult to fight condos with trash units. The Halbs are going to tickle them. The Skirms are going to tickle them. The condos will die eventually, but that means the Hussar are free to come after those skirmishers and maybe come after the eco from Liereyy. I mean, this is just getting so difficult. Now Liereyy is forced to tech into Korean Hussar, which are not good at all. And Hussar
Doesn't
tech,
even have all the upgrades
like
for him.
I think he can only get light cap. Like the Hussar tech just costs way too much gold.
600?
This state of the game, yeah. It's just way too much. I mean, he might even just make scouts at this stage.
Husbandry, he at least got enough gold here to either go for the next armor upgrade or for light cap. Well, I guess he could get both. He could get light cap plus one more armor upgrade. But even then, I don't think that's ideal.
I also, I know this is Regicide, and in Lierey's position, you should be thinking about a King Snipe potentially. I don't think there's any way you could ever get there.
Well, then what the heck is the Treb for? No, I'm kidding. We both know that he's forgotten about it.
Look at how exposed that is. Maybe, okay, no, wait a second. Hang on a second. There is a way you can get there. It's with the Korean Hussar.
Okay.
You send in 50 and try and get that, but he's going to lose the front and he's losing the wood line, and now Hera's on his side of the map, and there's absolutely no wood.
All right, so we need
for Liereyy to take
we
there.
need 60 Korean light cav because by the time they get there, there will only be about 15 remaining.
And Hera will see this coming from a mile. So you also need to distract, which means you also need to eject your king. So Hera's chasing
I like
your
that.
king.
Okay,
Yeah, the
wild
problem
goose
is,
chase.
Yeah, exactly. The problem is that the skirmishers have ballistics.
Yeah, okay.
But
okay.
there
no,
is
but if
a
there's
way.
one player that can out micro with the ballistics, it'll be Liereyy.
It'll
right?
be Liereyy, yes.
Be the greatest dance of his life.
Exactly. And you would also have to know where the king from Hera is.
Okay.
And
so there are layers to this plan, but like
There are
an
many
onion, we can get to the middle of it eventually.
Look at Vodka trying to get us back on track. It's like he's attacking the wall with the cannon galleon in the north so he can raid. Haha.
I respect it, Vodka. Thank you very much for trying to keep us sane and on track, as I'm sure the players are also trying to hold on to their sanity. Let's not forget, folks, that this is game one of a potential 5-game series. Exhaustion can always be a factor. And a game like this is definitely going to wear on you over time, mentally and physically.
It's bothering me that Hera is just comfortable taking out a keep with skirmishers. He does have one Treb attacking it as well.
I assume it's 1 damage per skirm, and his keep has how much health?
It had architecture, so it had close to 3,000.
Okay, so he needs 2,723 javelins. To land.
Here comes the raid. Remember, fortified wall tech for Liereyy, so the wall goes down, and Hussar, Korean Hussar, is coming in from him. I don't think you can hold this line with just Hussar, especially after Hera adapts. So maybe you're starting to think about that King Snipe. Maybe you're thinking about that potential. Who knows? Hera is just holding the wood line with the skirmishers. There's only 25k wood left on the map. There's only one Treb forward there from Hera. So Liereyy will attempt to push this back with Hussar that lack the final attack upgrade and also the final armor upgrade. And also, additionally, bloodlines. They're not good.
No, not good at all. Not good at all. But his best option in terms of dealing with the skirmishers, it feels like. And at least he has managed to get to that tech.
This up.
So now at this point, yes, it's just a food investment. And honestly, also his best option against the Condottiero. But during all of this, he's losing a decent amount of his farming economy, down to 54 on food with very little food in the bank. He's going to have to transition some of his lumberjacks, back onto farms. Of course, for both of these players, we are going to keep track of the wood lines and what's the available, wood for them.
What happened to Liereyy? He would have resigned this game. A year ago, he would have resigned this, minute 35 or 40. And he's gaming. And he's adding villagers. And he's adding Hussars. I love it.
I thought he was going to resign the moment he got pushed off of the gold.
Yeah, but look at where he is now.
I know.
He's pushing. He got pushed off the wood.
Trebuchet!
The Treb is over. He realized that there was a Treb garrison
You know
in
what
the castle.
did it? The raid.
The raid
actually made
he
him
looked in
see
his
the
castle.
flag.
He looked in his castle, and now he's trying to snipe the bomb or the cannon galleons, and he gets them with halberdier, and the castle has been saved.
Okay.
Yet again, as the Hussar from Hera coming in here, he's trying to go for a tower in the middle. He is getting guard tower as well. Gold still ticking up for him, close to 10k gold.
That's ridiculous.
From the relics.
Just ridiculous.
And what is Liereyy doing? He's making Korean Hussar.
You ever seen a game where somebody gets more gold from relics than they do from mining it on the map?
It might be the case now.
Absolutely.
It actually might be the case. We have to do the calcs. Did he have more than 10 tiles? No, 12 tiles.
No, you don't even have that much gold on this map, right?
I think he had more than that, though. It's getting getting close, though. By the time this game is over, it's going to get close.
I'm re-energized. As long as that Treb is on the field, it could happen in my world.
What a game. Honestly. What a game. How on earth has Liereyy still held this long? The persistence from him has been insane. And obviously, the macro and the production from Hera has been world class. And I've never seen crop rotation give someone a bigger benefit because Hera hasn't had to come out to this wood line the entire time.
There's definitely an element of just die already happening in Hera's head right now, right? Because he as well feels like this, I'm pretty certain, feels like this game should have been over, right? Or at least still feels like it is over. And yet, he's still having to click keys.
Man, that tower is getting a lot of value.
Ooh,
that
30,
tower is getting
30 military.
The Treb for Liereyy is trying to snipe it, but Keep is coming in now from Hera, and look at Lierey's wood eco. Look at Lierey's food eco. It's not healthy. It's not healthy at all. He's down to 140 population. Hera's still at 200. I think we're coming to the conclusion of this game. An hour and 30 minutes in as Liereyy is now moving his king back to the castle. He's laughing, and GG called. Hera wins game number 1.
Oh my lord, what have we here? It's Hera taking game number 1. But Liereyy pushing him well over an hour and a half into it.
I was like playing for a wood game for like that was my win condition from the game actually from the start.
Yeah, I had the relic win condition in my back pocket to be honest, but I think I'm chilling because I have 3k banked and I still have the small ones.
10k relic gold.
It was kind of close though. I think your civ might have even been better if you had some relic. The question is how you get the relics. I'm not sure.
I don't know.
How about that?
Even Hera doesn't know what Liereyy should have done there.
Yeah.
He's like, I think you needed to contest the relics, but how do you get them?
Yeah, I mean, especially when Hera makes that move towards the pond early, right? I can't imagine a world where Liereyy predicted that would happen. So then you're required to react.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, the reaction wasn't there to deny the relics. There was the attempt, bringing the Vills down for the dock and the couple turtle ships, but not a big enough investment to keep him off of water there. And ultimately, the fast castle play from Hera is what works out for him. He's the quicker one to the monks. He secures the 2 open relics in the middle of the map. And then because of his commitment to the pawn in the bottom, he gets all 5. And again, it just feels like at times Hera can do no wrong.
Yeah.
Right? Because it's not a strategy that I would have ever assumed was going to come out. And yet, boom, the moment you see it, you go, I understand. I understand how this works.
I think Liereyy, once again, it all comes back, for me, it comes back to the fact that Liereyy didn't have a Treb stack to push. He kept making bombard cannons. At one point, I think he had 6 with like 5 more in the queue. Yeah. And those are so much easier to snipe for Hera going against towers and halbs because they're moving into vulnerable positions. You can surround them easier than the Treb. And
minorly more costly.
Yes,
right?
Exactly. They are 25 gold, 25 wood more expensive, right? I know Liereyy was trying to deal with the Arbalest, so you do need a few bombard cannons. But I think the Trebs give you a lot more value against the castle, and you can even engage in just a Treb versus Treb war. The Arbalest can't snipe them. We saw them snipe so many bombard cannons, but that's such a tiny thing in this game that lasted an hour and a half, and we saw, what, over 3,000 kills?
Yeah, if that's where we're nitpicking, you know, like get out of here. Just get out of here with that kind of criticism. You know what I mean? These players are absolute monsters. They played their hearts out. I think with that, as we kind of rest and retool towards game number 2, we're going to throw you to a quick break. When we come back, we'll figure out what map, what civs the players are selecting here as Liereyy tries to even it up. See you in just a bit.
And now, a word from our partners. Tired of interruptions ruining your moment of peace? Discover true tranquility with the Hammer Bluetooth headphone Passion Voyage. With cutting-edge noise cancellation, immersive sound, and unmatched comfort in every note. Sounds like more Hammer.
Welcome back to the Noble Apartment Cup, where Hera and Liereyy are currently up on the stage doing battle. It was Hera who came out on top in game number 1, but I got good news for both you, Dave, and the viewers at home. If you're looking for a bit of a pace change here in the series, you're about to get it, because map number 2 gonna be Bedouins.
Bedouins, and I'm really interested to see what Liereyy goes for here. It was actually Hera that banned the Chinese in the Civ draft. Liereyy, once again, planning on picking Bedouins and doesn't ban Chinese as the lower Civ, a bit of a question mark. But
got thrown a bone there by Hera.
Or no, I guess, I wonder if it was Hera's pick on Bedouins or if it was his. Either way, Lierey's going to go to it. And my question was whether Liereyy would go for the Huns in this situation. And the answer is no. Liereyy is going to go for the Byzantines on Bedouin. A very, very interesting choice considering the fact that, you know, he's got Citadel. And he's got Hearttt, 2 maps that Byzantines could be really good on.
I expected Byzantines 100% on Citadel, like you said, because that's where he's used it.
Think about this Civ matchup, though. Byzantines against Gajaras.
Feels pretty good.
Feels really good.
Feels really good.
Right? You just counter their camels with your own camels that are cheaper. What else are they going to make?
No, I mean, it's a great call if this is what his idea was, predicting the Gajaras pick out of Hera. I'll be honest, I kind of was thinking that the Tars would be more the pick here for Hera, just making use of extra food on each of the sheep. Of course, there is still a sheep bonus here for the Gajaras, and a lot of sheep to be found on the map. Now already 9 garrisoned into that ville. So the slow trickle of food will be nice to have, but in all honesty, there's so much food available on this map, at least early on, before the pressure starts coming through, that I don't think Liereyy is going to be too concerned about that extra trickle that Hera's receiving.
It does help, though, and Hera's not using those to scout, right?
True.
So that's critical. I mean, Lierey's getting a lot more information from all of these herdables. The trickle, once you get past like 4 inside of a mill, it's really, really negligible. Like, it's extreme diminishing returns. I think I've had a game on like Hyper Random where I had 54 inside mills and I couldn't even barely keep my TC running.
Wow.
It's actually kind of ridiculous, right? It's a nice little comfort thing to keep your eco somewhat chugging along. But at the end of the day, it's not a massive difference. You can actually see it if you look at the food count. It's a slow tick with all of those things garrisoned. The sheep and the herdables and stuff can also be used later in the transitionary period because sometimes you are cut off from the shorefish. Sometimes you don't have any hunt coming in. And that's really nice to have under your TC just to give your villagers something to do.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember, and in the moment, the name is escaping me, who it was. Got pushed by DauT, if I remember correctly, with towers. Was it Vinch?
It was... I know Vinchester played Cumans.
Because he very specifically, yes, the 2 TC, and he very specifically said the saving grace for him there was having extra sheep. And so, to your point, maybe Hera can make use of those later in the game to kind of balance out the food economy if he gets pushed off of too many of the shorefish. Also taking note of the TC positions very far apart here. As well as the fact that Hera, as you mentioned, has far less scouting information. I'm wondering how that's going to affect the development of both players as we have Liereyy just about to reach the feudal age.
I'm really interested to know whether Liereyy will just go Spear Skirm here, or if he's going to open with archers. You see, he's not on the gold yet, but he's still got time to go over there. It looks like he's walling, so it's actually going to be a stable with the Byzantines, even though he only has 5 on food currently. So it's going to be scouts and adapt for Liereyy. It might be the same sort of thought process here for Hera, but the scouts will be out a little bit quicker for Liereyy.
I could absolutely see just like a commitment to 2-3 scouts. Again, just make sure you kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? Complete your vision, right? Game. Get that necessary information. Maybe threaten a wood line that's left unprotected. Exactly. Keep Hera on his side of the map. Give yourself some time to wall up, as we've seen Liereyy already has started to do on the left side of his base. Still plenty of walling to go in order to have a complete base of safety. But now we have the stable up here for Hera just as Liereyy arrives with the spearmen. So going to get good scouting information.
Just because Hera didn't scout with the sheep.
Yeah.
Like, Liereyy is already miles ahead in score, and sometimes as a player, that'll kind of get in your head. I don't think Hera will mind. Hera will know exactly why he's that far behind. And now the spearmen are coming forward from both. Liereyy wants to, like, hide these scouts as long as possible. Probably wants to have 3 or 4 before he reveals them to Hera, but Hera might force him into an unfortunate engagement here if the scout is nearby. And the scout from Hera has spotted the 2 scouts from Liereyy. So all the questions here from Hera are answered. And he's going to try and secure his economy before those scouts can start putting in work.
Yeah, I think the only thing Liereyy truly cares about, though, is completing those walls at home. Take a look at the gold and stone position that he has secured safely behind his TC. That seems like a dream position for a player with Byzantines in their hands, right? Get to a game state where you have the counter to absolutely everything your opponent can make. And then from there, just use that Byzantine late game power, the strong castles to slowly push forward and kind of do to Hera what he did to you in the last game.
Yep, nice snipe there from Hera on the 1 scout from Liereyy. Behind this, Liereyy is walling, so he is buying himself time with those scouts, and he's actually adding in another one. So this is kind of an overinvestment into the scouts rather than what I expected in just 3 scouts for Liereyy. He's going to go for a 4th one now, and then the archers are being added in. So maybe interested in a full feudal battle here.
Yeah, well, I have to imagine it's also in part a response to the numbers that you're seeing from Hera, right? There is still scout production from Hera, and once you see Hera get up to that 5, 6 mark, you really have to be concerned that if your walls aren't fully complete, he'll get in and find some damage, is able to snipe one of those Gurjara scouts, but loses a lot of health in return. He's going to bring his army back now at this point, try and protect those few remaining open areas on his walls.
Fully walled. I think he might
just about to be. Here on the left-hand side, he's working on it. He's at least got the walls going up.
Yeah.
But not yet complete.
They were thinking about it. They had the concepts of a plan. As we see the archer.
Get out of here with your concepts of a plan.
With just 2 archers there, and the 3rd one on the way. Still no fletching for Liereyy, but it's enough to push Hera back, and Hera hasn't gone for the full wall, so Hera's really confident in his scouts right now in tracking the army from Liereyy, and I think if it builds into a dangerous situation, you'll see Hera allocate 3 or 4 villagers into full walling his base because he knows he's got the time. Liereyy still has to respect the fact that Hera has 6 scouts on the field.
Yeah, and he's moving forward, though, with 3 spears, 2 archers. I think that should be sufficient, at least to deter the scouts from engaging. There go some more of the walls here for Hera. Liereyy battering on the palisade, unaware, I think, that the bottom side of the map is fully open. That's a nice snipe onto that scout cavalry there by Hera. Now looking for an engagement, or at least just trying to convince Liereyy to stop. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, he doesn't want to fight that. He doesn't want to fight that. Now he's leaving. He's like, so I tried to bait a fight against you, and what if I leave? Will you chase me? Oh, you're not going to chase me? Okay, well, my range is up, so I can make some skirmishers and push you away. Meanwhile, Liereyy building for the castle age, Hera doing the same, and I don't think Hera's
no way. Oh, I thought that.
That is a
no. Oh my God!
He thought it.
No,
I thought it.
We all thought
you thought it. The only person that knew that wasn't a hole was Liereyy.
Yeah. Oh my God! My heart was about to completely drop. That would have been a disastrous way for this game to turn after all of the investment into those very large walls here by Liereyy, but it's what's going to set him up for a beautiful mid-game. Now, it is Hera who manages to click up first, but Lierey's not far behind here, and once again, in a relatively even game state, I think I continue to favor Byzantines more and more as the game goes on.
I wonder how much food Hera has collected. I'm sure someone can do the calculations. You compare the tick at the top to the tick of the clock, and then you think about the time that Hera got those. Anyway, someone can do the math.
Yeah.
And maybe you guys can figure out exactly how much food Hera has collected from those 10 goats garrisoned in that mill. Still hasn't taken advantage of ungarrisoning any of those and bringing those back to the TC because he's got plenty of food. It's Bedouins. There's shorefish everywhere.
Yeah, but speaking of food, Horse Collar just came in for Liereyy, so now thinking about starting to place some farms and expand that food eco beyond just the shorefish. We got Bloodlines coming in here for Hera on 7 scouts. That's going to be quite the HP increase, and now he's going to turn his attention onto the production buildings. He's got the military advantage right now. He's going to start asking questions of Liereyy. What's Lierey's response to this?
Boy, he would love to be Hindustanis right now.
Oh, yeah.
That archer range would already be on fire. You can see him working away at that. Liereyy pretty comfortable there. It's slowly losing HP. He can wall behind that. I think he'll be in Castle Age on time. Liereyy is also scouting around the edges of the map. Hera's got a pretty good idea of what Lierey's base looks like. I think Liereyy has a pretty good idea of what Hera's base looks like as well. At least he can see the front side. And he knows where all the other golds and stones are on the map because of the early scouting it did with the goats.
Yeah, pretty easy repair job here for these two villagers because it's just some skirmishers on the other side of that archery range. Immediate 3 TC here for Hera. So definitely thinking about the boom. He's the one who's got the initiative and at least has his opponent penned in on his side of the map. So not feeling under threat, he's going to go economy first. He'll go military second. Husbandry on the way alongside Bowsaw and Horsecollar for himself. Liereyy hits the Castle Age. It's a Bowsaw, and it's a second TC, but yet to stretch to the third because he doesn't have the wood count due to the archer production.
This screams 2-hour game. Immediately after the 1.5-hour game we had before. There's less gold here.
This is true.
There's less gold available.
And
There's
no one
not
has
as
the
many
relics yet.
Well, they're all on Hera's side, so that's kind of unfortunate. It is a nomad start, so, you know, it's just unfortunate for Liereyy. He's got 2 over on his side. Hera's got 3.
All right, those Byzantine camels are out, and they're going to be good against the skirmishers at the very least. I like this TC as well to protect those couple of, you know, vulnerable villagers here on the right-hand side of the map, and then goes for a third TC back at home to have a much safer farming economy. Crossbow, fletching on the way, so typical here of Liereyy, and of course Byzantine's happy to play towards an Arbalest Imperial Age.
Oh man, 3 TC against 3 TC.
Who's going to get the monastery first? Oh, answered already. I didn't see the queue up there. Yeah, the monks are in the queue already.
I think monks are a really important tool to use against the Byzantines if they're just spamming the camels, right? You need something to lay back and kind of convert those camels as they come in. This is the biggest Liereyy TC ever. He's like one of the only pros consistently that likes to build with 1 villager. He doesn't know the math on it or something, or maybe he knows that that's the most efficient way to get a building up.
Technically, yeah.
But still, you're losing time in potential production.
Right. That's and that's the real trade-off with a TC specifically as compared to any other building.
You generally want to build with 4. I mean, if you really want to rush it, you can build with more. Obviously, a panic TC with 20 villagers sometimes is exactly what you need.
Sure.
But 1 villager TCs are quite rare because they just take so long to come up.
Almost never would go voluntarily above 8, but like you say, 4 is the magic number when you're not under threat. It's kind of a good balance between TC speed and then, like you say, getting those extra villagers pumping out that much quicker. And you can see what it's netted Hera to have his 3 TCs up just a little bit quicker. It's just a small villager lead. All that said, it's not going to be massive in the long run. Let's not forget that the Byzantines have a cheaper Imperial Age click, and so I wouldn't be surprised if Liereyy can use that to great effect. And now it just becomes back to the age-old, how do you utilize that wood to convert it into farms, get the food count up, and then put yourself in a position.
Kill the mill. That's the most damage you can do right now. Kill the mill, you take 10 goats. Hell, you kill the goats too. Sorry.
Yes.
that sounded
violent over here, yeah.
You know, I wear this suit and the evil it rises up, dude.
The mob boss in you is coming out. Well, all right, farm's starting to get placed. Liereyy at least looking for some.
Oh, you don't have to do him like that.
That is so brutal because of the wood count that Liereyy currently has. That's actually that's about as much damage as you could do in this moment.
Wonder if he's wearing a suit too. No,
not quite.
Maybe later. I want to get these guys in suits. I want to get them co-casting with us. Okay,
yeah, that's a good point. We're gonna have to start.
Gets cameled. He takes it out. Bangano coming forward. Liereyy never gets hit by that shot. I probably cursed him right there.
He sees it. He's aware of it.
I wonder if we can get.
But he's invested a lot of time in this blacksmith, and it's kind of a bummer to not ultimately bring it down.
707 HP. Man, if we're gonna have these games, we need interludes. Like we need some pro players to come tell us what they're gonna build.
Story time.
If anyone's listening, any of the pros out there.
Story time with Dave and Dash.
I would love for you to join in because I think it's Byzantine favored, but I'm not certain. I think the Gajara camels actually do surprisingly well against like a cataphract at full upgrades, given that they have frontier guards and they have the extra bonus damage, so they kind of negate some of the anti-cavalry resistance that the cataphracts have. But like Byzantines just have such a varied tech tree. It's insane, and it feels like they have the counters to everything the Gajaras are going to do.
Yeah, that's the thing. I would imagine while Hera did manage to pick up the first relic of the game, that Liereyy feels probably in a more comfortable position than he did in the last one in terms of letting the game, elongate. and ultimately get to that hour-plus state. Now, I tell you this, Dave, if we do end up in a situation where we're having to go an hour and a half in and we're running out of things to talk about, you could just retell that story you told me about saving Hugh Jackman from that house fire.
Oh, yeah. No, that's an old one. Dave.
I know. It's an oldie but a goodie, man, for a reason.
Embarrassing.
Okay, well, you know, maybe I might be able to tease it out of him at some point, chat. All right, that'll be my the rest of my week-long effort here at Noble Apartment Cup. He's being a noble and a humble gentleman at that. In not choosing to tell
I
the
will
story.
say, because nothing is happening here. We can't, there's nothing to cast at the moment. But I will say, when I was planning on coming here, I was looking for my passport. It was like in a drawer somewhere or whatever. Couldn't find it. What I did find was my high school yearbook. And on my high school yearbook, which I hadn't looked at in years, it had, for each person graduating, or it had like different categories, like who's most likely.
Oh, the superlatives.
Yeah, be an actor or whatever.
Right. What'd you lock down there, Dave? What'd you lock down there?
Who's most likely to be a minor celebrity?
Oh!
They got me, dude!
Dude, they
read me like a book,
Oh,
bro.
my goodness.
It was crazy.
It was written in the stars.
I felt called out.
Oh,
my
At
the
the
time,
God.
it didn't mean anything to me. What an attack round.
That
At
was
the time, it didn't mean anything to me.
Yeah?
Right? It was like, whatever.
Yeah, but it planted the seed.
They
It planted the seeds of what would be in that brain of yours. All right, Imp on the way for both players, and I think it's no surprise that it was the Byzantine player who managed to click up first, just a minute ahead of Hera, and now we're starting to see more and more of those military techs come in. We're starting to see what kind of composition each player wants to work with, at least for the early stages. Yeah, this is going to be the classic crossbow turning into arbalest, and now we see the stone count for a castle. Great dive, perhaps, here onto the mangonels.
He's fine to give him camels. He's fine to give him camels. He needs to push back the mangonels so that Hera can't see this castle, and Hera can't deny that castle. You're fine trading all those camels for the mangonels. And Liereyy, he's done. He's done with just sitting back and doing nothing. He did that last game. He didn't know what he could do. He's on the way to Imperial Age. He's going to force the issue with a forward castle and a decent Imperial Age time faster than Hera. He's going to have Trebs working away on that castle from Hera. This is a good setup for Liereyy.
Of course, what happens when Hera's under pressure? He immediately drops 20 more farms in the back of his base. That food count is about to absolutely balloon. Of course, he's also indexing into ranged upgrades first, and maybe we'll follow with the cav upgrades in a bit. But there we go. Imp is in, Treb in the queue immediately. Now looking for the rest of those archer upgrades to follow, and Lierey's going to look to end it.
Chemistry on the way immediately from Liereyy. Hera's resources, he can click up again once he's in Imperial Age. You can see him kind of scratching his head. Maybe he doesn't know what to do, but if I know Hera, he knows exactly what he's going to do. Part of that might involve getting like Kshatriyas. Part of that might involve teching into something like elephant archers behind. Maybe he believes that's the solution, but with this position, the way he's played, like, he's going to lose a big portion of his base and a big portion of the farming eco he's already set up. He has to prioritize defending this area. It's incredibly important, and Lierey's never been afraid of just diving in with his crossbows or his arbalest and looking for value, whatever value he can get.
Absolutely brilliant call on the Elephant Archers, but to your point, there's a very big difference between the last game and this one, which is that the engagement is starting before either player is fully set in their strategy and in their composition, right? So Liereyy is getting the opportunity to apply that pressure that much sooner. 2 trebuchets already out onto the field, working away on that castle. Hera's military numbers not quite there, and crucially doesn't have a good unit for killing trebuchets.
Yep. We talked about it before the set. You said in order to beat Hera, you need to make him, you put him in uncomfortable positions. I think he's in a pretty uncomfortable position right here because Liereyy has a very comparable eco to him.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, Hera has maybe more text, but like Leary's got the position.
And he's already going into that heavy camel, getting the armor upgrade for them as well. He hasn't actually elected to go for Arbalest or that final bracer upgrade because he feels comfortable enough with what he has out here in front of the castle to protect those Trebs, even dropping a second castle now, pushing Hera off of that TC and perhaps off of another gold position. There's about 75% of the map that is in Leary's hands. He just needs to take a bit more of it before he can strangle Hera out of the game.
Last game, what did Hera do? He sat. He was counting on his production, on his amazing eco, on his relics to push back Liereyy. He's doing the same thing here, but he doesn't have the obscene relic advantage he had last game. He doesn't have all of the technologies that he had last game upon reaching Imperial Age, and now he's losing position. And this should be Lierey's game. Liereyy has done such a great job here. Hera is waiting for the technologies for his Elephant Archers, but Heavy Camel's already in.
Yeah.
And the final armor upgrade is coming in. That Treb's going to die. A castle has already died. Town centers are dying, and the farming eco is being raided by Liereyy.
Yeah, TCs are falling. Villagers are on the run. The techs are still coming in, but Hera doesn't feel like he has the army comp to take any of the fights, so he has to continue to absorb pressure, but there's only so much pressure that he can, concede at this point.
Yeah, Hera trying to snipe. He's trying for the cheeky snipe on that trebuchet with the skirmishers, but Liereyy actually has sneaky villagers behind that repairing, so I wonder if he can save that trebuchet in time. He's trying to pull it away now. The bomber cannon shooting, and she tanked a shot for the treb.
You ever seen a villager header a cannonball? That's what just happened right there.
Yeah, and also I've seen villagers on sudden death mode tank the trebuchet shot that was about to kill the TC. Those are, and we'll never remember that. We didn't even know their names to begin with.
That's true.
We can't even remember them if we didn't know their names.
There's no hall of heroes for the villagers that sacrificed their lives in service of the cause, but for Liereyy, that one will be remembered as woman.
Number one.
Number
As
one.
the crossbows come in, there may be many more, and the crossbows are coming in to snipe the bombard cannons. This is something Hera did so well against Liereyy last game. The camels are working away against the elephant archers, and even though the elephant archers are going to be able to kill the camels, Liereyy can just replace these. They're cheap Byzantine camels. He's got 42 on food. He's got 40 on gold right now.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, Elven Archers are such a powerful, powerful unit, but if your structures are falling around you, now your trebuchets are ripe for the taking. The camels are just going to ignore those Elephant Archers in favor of the siege units, and he'll replace them behind. 6 in the queue, 20 on the field. He's got 4 trebuchets, the magic number we were looking for in the last game. He's found it this time around.
Thank you, Vodka. I was wondering what was raiding in Lierey's base because I saw it in the minimap, and I looked up at the top and I was like, is that the scouts?
Can't be anything.
Still process of elimination. It had to be, so I wasn't too worried that Liereyy was losing vills there as Liereyy now decides to raid into Hera's base, and he's, rolling over with the trebs on the right side there, I think a little bit north of this TC as the camels continue to kill villagers. Yeah, those trebuchets are setting up. He's hunting town centers.
Actually, yeah, that's all you need to do, right? At this
watch
point,
one of these vills tank a shot for the TC.
Let's go.
Well,
yeah. That's what 4 trebs does for you.
Yeah.
Now they turn on to the other trebs of Hera. Hera, again, still building up slowly. That number of Elephant Archers is 17 now, 3 more in the queue.
Pack them up, time
Pack
to go.
them up, yeah, run away. Crossbows, not going to do well here, but might buy just enough time for the majority of those trebs to escape.
And at the same time, Liereyy is raiding in the south. Hera is just adding more and more TCs.
He's got no food.
It's like he believes he can come back from this because he's got the Elephant Archers, which theoretically in a big ball, in a big clump, can do wonders, but they're not even elite Elephant Archers. They're just regular Elephant Archers. And now Liereyy is taking the skirms, so he should be able to snipe those one by one. Hera now down below 100 villagers as he rolls forward himself with the trebs to try and attack the castles in the middle from Liereyy, but Lierey's not screwing around. He's not messing around at all. He's hunting those, and he's even going for a castle on the left side.
Yeah, Camel's a classically terrible raiding unit, but still doing more than enough in that job or in that role in this game. Hera making a stab for that gold position just to see if he, maybe with one singular push and a good set of micro and 2 trebs, can buy himself some breathing room to re-expand, but it's not looking good as another castle goes up on the southern side of the map, threatening yet another TC and continuing to constrict the space that Hera has to work with.
Hera really needs a lead Elephant Archer. Against these skirms, with the upgrades, like Lierey's missing the final
What's the food cost, though, of that upgrade?
It's like 800 or something.
Right?
It's something ridiculous. Yeah, it's very, very prohibitively expensive at this point, but Hera's kind of building for it at the moment, and Lierey's, taking his foot off the pedal on this middle push, but the left push is still doing good, and Liereyy is so good with this, better than many other players. He moved all 3 of those trebs from the other side of the map, back through his base, and then over to the side.
Yeah, and so working the seesaw action there, right? Putting pressure on one side of the map, just as your opponent responds to that pressure, you swing it back around the other way. Now, this castle...
It's a Byzantine castle. It's got a lot of HP, but it's only one villager
Ooh,
working.
no, it's going to go down in the end, which is a bit of a bummer there. But as long as you can trade out these trebuchets, right, it's really difficult. Again, it's going to force Hera to reinvest in the siege, and Hera decides it's not worth it. He's going to call it. We're tied up at 1-1.
2 very long games there, but Liereyy, he decided he didn't want to play into a similar game as game number 1. He wanted to be the aggressor.
Whew, a little bit less conversation this time around, I think, as both players realized they got themselves a series on their hands.
Yep. Nothing. Nothing.
Yeah, also just taking a moment to breathe,
Yeah.
right? I mean, again, 2 very grueling games. This one maybe slightly less than the one before in terms of the overall amount of time spent, but the effort required still to shut Hera out of a game, right? It's one of those things where you had even with the better Civ, even with the better imp timing, it still feels like it takes forever to get this guy out of your game.
Right? It's just Hera, but Liereyy did a fantastic job. He didn't lose confidence in himself. He had that stack with the crossbows and the trebs, and then teched into skirmisher, into camel, and he was able to push that back, and Hera's greed just kind of caught up with him. He didn't go for walls. He kept his eco everywhere, so he was exposed on every front. Went for the forward castle, and yeah, it just wasn't a good setup for Hera to make his way into Elephant Archers with all of your farms exposed.
Yeah, and honestly, a really great pick on that map, because again, I was pretty convinced that Byzantines was going to go to Citadel, you know, just by virtue of looking at the map pool, and maybe Hera was thinking the same thing, so a great call by Liereyy straight from the draft to bring himself into that civilization advantage and then to play to his win conditions perfectly. We land at 1-1. We're heading towards a game 3. We're guaranteed at least 2 more, but I'm hoping 3.
I mean, if they if they go as long as the first 2, we're going to have ourselves quite the adventure in front of us, at least 2 more hours.
All right. Well, if the series is going to go that long, then we better make good use of the breaks that are allotted to us, one of which is coming right now. We'll catch you back here on the other side.
And now, a word from our partners.
Have you heard of the 21st century?
Why settle for clacks, clunks and jams? Say goodbye to sticking keys. And welcome to the ultra-responsive, quiet precision of the Liereyy Exodus 760 mechanical keyboard. With our Temu red switches for ultra-silent key presses, anti-ghosting with N-key rollover, and 1 millisecond response time, this keyboard will keep up with your fastest moves. Whether you're gaming or working, you'll enjoy precise control at the speed of light. Get yours on Mueller.de. In case you rage, we do not cover costs for damaged screens or unfinished castles.
Welcome back to the Noble Apartment Cup, where we're heading into Game 3, and it will be high tides as the selection for maps. Of course, we still have to figure out what civs each of these players is going to hop into, and that's where I go back to the point you made at the very beginning of the set. It's Hera's civs that feel a little bit more versatile and harder to place.
I mean, he's got a lot, right? He can play Mongols here. He can play Malians here as well. I think he's got...
He has TaToHs in there, but I doubt it would go here.
TaToHs is not here. Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, even Hera, who really, really likes the TaToHs, I can't see him picking them here. Liereyy, on the other hand, has Persians, which could be really strong here. He has Huns, which could be really strong here.
And Lithuanians.
Lithuanians as well. So one of those civs, he'll probably play, you know, into that water contest and then an early archery range to push forward into Hera's economy. Hera is so good at reading that, though, and so far, in both games we've watched Hera on this map on, he's gone for 2 villagers forward to try and contest the dock.
Right.
So he's trying to kill the villagers.
Well, yeah, I was going to say specifically against Vinch, right? We saw him come forward and look to find that vill and catch it on the way out, right?
Yeah, Vinchester sent 2. Hera sent 1 vill with Loom. Or no, Hera sent 1 vill and a scout.
Yeah, it was 1 vill and a scout.
Yeah.
And then we had the eagle on the other side, but like you said, it was a quick
TaToH,
loom, which was pretty big.
Yeah, against TaToH he sent 2, I believe.
Okay.
And he actually ended up sniping the villager. So, I mean, Hera really likes to be aggressive fast with a 9 vill start on this map. And if he goes for something like Mongols, you kill that villager early, and then you're up super, super quick. and you can contest water, and then you can defend on land.
Yeah, this map in particular has so many options. We are going to get one last look at the civs. There were 2 that we didn't mention, one apiece. So there was the Armenians on the side of Hera and Bengalis that are technically available, although I'm not sure, again, that either of those would be preferential on this map, whereas the other 3 that we mentioned may be a bit more favored.
I think it might be Mongols here. You save Tatars for Arabia. The Malians are just there for a mix-up, or maybe you can play them on Citadel with the Armenians.
Mm-hmm.
And then Liereyy is like, do you want to use Persians here? Is Lithuanians beneficial to you on Citadel, or are you just going for Persians on Citadel?
That's the thing. Persians on Citadel or Bengalis on Citadel.
Or you still have
right?
Arabia. So
and then you have Arabia
you
for...
can't go Bengalis on Arabia. You can go Huns on Arabia.
You could do all of them on Arabia.
Yeah, but Bengalis feels... Nah.
I wouldn't play... I would probably play Bengalis on something like Citadel.
Yeah.
And then go for, a Lithuanians here on High Tides, which is more classically the choice. And we'll find out just now. Nope, it's going to be Mongols versus Persians, if I can recognize that correctly.
Okay, so Mongols, Persians. Liereyy still has a few civs in the draft that could be interesting in the games coming forward. And we will have at least 2 more games here, including this one. So we've got Lierey's villager north, walled in by Hera, and Hera already has 2 docks here. They're on the way to the feudal age. We skipped the first little portion of the game. Hera makes sure that the walls are completely up. And Lierey's actually going for a second dock to the left side, although he's way slower to the feudal age than Hera is.
Second dock and also getting his Vil walled in by Hera. Hera, though, looking to deny. No way if he gets this snipe. No way he gets away with this. No way.
He doesn't.
He doesn't.
Justice.
Oh.
There is justice. And he loses the scout. The villager is a stab is a little bit faster than a slash, and the villager will always win on the first hit.
Interestingly, he still chooses to delete that barracks.
He does delete the barracks because now... Think about it. Hera is scouted forward. He saw the barracks timing. He thinks that Liereyy is going to go big onto land investment here. Liereyy is free to go for full water investment if he wants.
And that second
Hera's
dock's
going to have
not
to
scouted.
invest into defensive land of his own.
Oh, this is the biggest and best mind game. I actually love this heads-up play here by Liereyy.
And let's see, Hera is
Villager
adding
dies.
something. The villager did die. I mean, she was on borrowed time anyway.
For
as
sure.
soon as you get something walled up there. And Liereyy, look at this. He's keeping the ships in the docks. It's an extension of the mind game. He just now goes for the barracks. He forced the barracks out from Hera really early. Hera's not investing into fire ships because he feels like he needs to go for a range or a stable behind instead. So Liereyy can scout that. He can keep the fire galleys in his own docks, and Hera doesn't know how many ships are in there.
Yeah, so what's the magic number here for fire galleys before you eject? Is it the 4? Is it 6? I think it might even... I would venture to say it's 6. You want to have a pretty much overwhelming number. It looks like the answer will be 5, so splitting the difference as we have the 2 reinforcements from the back dock coming forward now. Expect these new ones to eject, and it's 4v2 on water. Hera's like, wait a second.
Hold up. What is going on here? So Hera will send a spearman forward to scout because he lost that scout. He has no information on on Liereyy, and he doesn't know the timings of the land pressure coming forward. But Liereyy looping around behind with another fire galley, and he's going to put this one in front to try and block these 2 from Hera.
Yeah, the chase is on, and now Hera's reacting as well as we see more queued up into each of his docks. 1 demo, 1 fire, but still's going to have to increase the production from there in order to match what Liereyy has already brought to the fight. Hera on the run with the fishing ships and the fire galleys for now. The spearman just arrives forward to get some of that scouting information and does manage to scout out the archery range that Liereyy is placing in this moment.
Really, really good use of the information he knows his opponent doesn't have from Liereyy. Like, he saw the barracks, but he doesn't have any other vision. He doesn't know the timing. So Hera has to play into the early archer range just in case.
And what did we say? Make Hera uncomfortable. And this is, I think, the best effort we've seen towards achieving that, of course. While all of this is happening, Hera still manages to get those archers out onto the field. He's still doing a pretty good job of buying time over there on water while slowly losing the battle. We already have the blacksmith coming up as well back at home. That's going to enable fletching. Fletching means those archers are quite deadly to villagers left unchecked and unprotected.
Demo. Hera says, I know I can't take out all the fire galleys. I might as well take out the fishing ship. And he's going to arrive with these archers. But it was really, really obvious what he was teching into because Liereyy scouted the range. So Liereyy already gets his range up, and he's got skirmishers to counter the 2 archers. And Liereyy even knows the fletching timing as we continue to watch that Spearman just get excellent scouting information.
Okay, this will be one villager down, though. As she moves out to find the walls, Hera will have the micro along with fletching to bring her down. We have the skirms coming over now to defend against those archers. They shouldn't find too much more damage. And the question is whether or not Liereyy is going to continue looking for these very, very large walls, because it kind of looks like he's trying to wall all the way up to the water itself.
Our Spearman buddy is dead. Our Spearman buddy is dead. He can actually, I think he can wall to the Persian dock.
Yeah.
That's pretty consistent, unless you can go around.
You can go around
No,
it.
no, no. So you have to wall to the edge of the map.
Okay.
Unless you want to keep a demo.
Oh.
Or you keep the mind games. You keep a fishing ship in there, which is
forever,
forever
with the
flag, and then they never go past.
He is walling to the dock.
There you go.
All right.
There you go. He's got his fire galleys as well. He can set those up.
Yeah.
Sitting there.
Very much so. All right, working away on Hera's docks. One about to go down. We'll then reposition those fire galleys over to the forward, or the, rather, I guess, back dock here in this case for Hera. No player, though, has lost too much. It's 4-2 in the Eco KD. Again, most of that happening on water. And now we have the archers once again kind of maneuvering. This is wild that he finds this damage.
There's no reason he should be able to get this damage. That was a lack of tracking there from Liereyy. Great job from Hera, honestly. And now Liereyy is chasing Hera's archers with his villagers, and he's still got that weak one. So instead of losing just one, he's at risk of losing 2 now to the archers from Hera, as Hera's going to be able to snipe him. And Liereyy will finally clear up these archers. But what high value Hera got with those. What, 3 villager kills?
Yeah, 3 villager kills with 2 archers. The decision-making there as well, it's such a minor thing. But this is the awareness and the creativity of Hera at play. He knows that the first villager he targeted there on the berries was dead to rights, right? And so he leaves it on 1 health because that's a sure kill and starts focusing down on a second one to guarantee a second kill and then return to kill the first one that he targeted.
He would have only gotten 1 if Liereyy didn't chase with the vills.
That's true, too.
If Liereyy pulled him out of position. Liereyy clears up another archer. It's only 1 archer here for Hera. Liereyy is walling, and Liereyy will have the better eco because he has access to the fish, and he's clearing up all the docks from Hera. So Hera will be up at around the same time as Liereyy if Liereyy uses the market. I don't know if he has one. If he doesn't, then Hera's going to be up about a minute
Might be going down right now here on the southern side of his base. He's rushing it with 4 villagers. Might be the first to make use of the market, while Hera has already clicked up with a more natural consistency to his economy. Now, again, all that said, it is a 5 eco lead here for Liereyy due to the fish that he has out there, and a pretty substantial military lead as the only military unit that Hera has goes down in this moment. 14-0, however, primarily skirmishers and fire galleys.
So I think Hera knows that Lierey's full walling from the vision that he has. So my question is, how are you going to try and break this? Remember, in Hidden Cup, we had this exact same setup. Liereyy was even on the same side in the finals, and Liereyy had a forward gold like that, and Liereyy had a hole in his wall, and he refused to wall it over and over and over again, and Hera kept coming in and punishing him. So kind of hoping for, something a little bit different from him as Hera goes for a second stable and Liereyy will go for a second range. So it's going to be Cav Archers from Liereyy and likely Step Lancer opening here from Hera.
Yeah, even going for that third range on top of it to make sure that the Cav Archer production can keep pace with what we expect to be Knight production on the other side early on. You definitely want to get a nice, solid mass of those Cav Archers, utilize the mobility,
There's some
maybe
holes in the
harass
wood line.
over some wood lines. Is there really?
Yeah, I think Liereyy just might have overchopped. He's actually walling from the dock to the edge of the map. Yeah, there's a big old hole in the wood line, and we don't want to see a repeat of what happened earlier in the year in the Hidden Cup finals. Like, that would be really, really bad. Also, there's a relic there.
A relic wall.
Yo,
I swear to God,
forward,
if we get a
take
monk,
it with a monk,
yeah.
Step Lancer's coming behind. I mean,
if the monk arrives, open sesame.
You used to be able to bug around those relics. If you position your units in a certain way, you could actually phase right through the relics. Fun fact, you can't do it anymore
Not
because
anymore.
I made a video about it and they patch out everything I make a video about. It's rude.
All right. When will Liereyy notice the wood line hole? That's the question. Because I would love to see him jump out and drop like a house wall right over.
Yeah, he'll figure it out.
Okay.
He'll figure it out soon. We've got skirmishers here from Liereyy just defending, and he's plugged the gap there in the wood line. But the Step Lancers will still do really solid damage against the palisade walls. The Cav Archers are here, however, so Hera needs to back up. I wouldn't mind seeing, like, instead of the third TC for Liereyy, I wouldn't mind seeing a University and Ballistics just to deal with those Step Lancers. I think they're going to be a problem.
I would love that. I would love that. But of course, he does go for a second TC. He's pretty low on his wood count, especially because he's using Lumberjacks to build that TC. Now he's got 22 on wood, so can get back to some production of Cav Archers and maybe eventually to a University. He is working with one less TC, but of course still has the fish in play. And so the economies are still relatively equal.
Okay, Step Lancer's trying to get in. Lierey's on top of it, and he moves out with the Cav Archers. So he needs to pay attention to his Cav Archers attacking, and he also needs to make sure that he's not falling behind on the walling, because if he lets those in, it's a real pain. Meanwhile, Hera has found the time to wall himself up. His gold is somewhat close to the walls over there. There might be a hole in between that house and the wood line there. I don't think there is, but Lierey's not going to be able to get in.
I don't believe so either. Hera continues to reposition his Step Lancers to keep knocking away on those palisades. That one's about to go down, and the hole does open. The quick walls aren't there. Hera is in. He finds 2 Vil snipes already, and this is going to be an absolutely wild next few minutes as these 5 Step Lancers run amok in the back of Lierey's base.
Yeah, Hera is going to use them to their fullest extent. Great job from Hera with the persistence on the palisade wall to get through there. Liereyy, you have to recognize that Liereyy is just going to have to pay attention to that spot all day, and he was busy counterattacking with his Cav Archers. Now Liereyy, I think, has pulled all of his Cav Archers that were forward back.
All the way back.
To deal with this army, which buys Hera even more time.
Now, how do we just use these Step Lancers to kill as many Vils as possible? 2 more go down, by the way, so that's 4 kills total.
I think you got to run around now. Yeah, you got to run away from these Cav Archers until you see Ballistics. At that point,
then you commit for something.
Then you commit. And look at Hera. He's trying to be as annoying as possible. He sneaks away with 1 Step Lancer. Liereyy can't kill it. There's 3 more Step Lancers here. He might even split these ones up to try and get as much value as possible. He decides that he actually can't. And this guy won't get away. The other one is still alive, though, and he's trying to be as annoying as possible with it.
Yeah, ultimately bringing those Cav Archers back
villager.
Allows him to corner. Yep, so that's 5 villagers down from 5 Step Lancers getting in through a palisade wall.
Hera has a few Scorpions. He's now taking into some Skirmishers, and he's going for University. So it's going to be Ballistic Skirmishers to deal with the Cav Archers. He knows he's behind in the game. Liereyy has way more military. Liereyy has the better economy than Hera, even though he's slower to that 3rd town center and ahead in villagers just because of the fish that have been bringing in the resources, right? Just now sneaking ahead in the res collected, but these Cav Archers are going to be a huge problem for him, even with a few Scorpions in defense.
Yeah, we're already approaching very scary Cav Archer numbers. 18 on the field. We got Bloodlines coming in. That's going to make them a whole lot tankier. We still, of course, need to find Ballistics, I think, at some point. A way to get that in here for Liereyy, but I expect him to always have that at the top of his mind. And perhaps actually just now dropping a Universe. Nope, it's going to be a Siege Workshop is where the 200 wood is going. Looking to continue the pressure here in the Castle Age.
Okay, Cav Archer's looking around. I mean, Hera has snuck ahead in villager count now. 62 Vils for Liereyy, 77 for Hera. That 3rd TC making a big difference. Persian TCs do produce faster, so Liereyy will start to catch up. But I can't help but think that I like Lierey's position a lot better here.
Same.
Hera's like stuck in a corner. He's got a better eco, but it's going to take him time, and he's going to have to produce skirms, which is not the greatest thing as Mongols. You want to make your way towards those Mangudai as quickly as possible. That stone is on the front side.
Yeah, and not just that. Like you say, while you have a slightly better eco, you're producing a trash food wood unit against a wood gold unit and a player who has control of water and additional food economy from there. And what do we know that Liereyy does so well? It's make his way to the next stage. And I can already see that food count climbing. I can already see him thinking about it while he's going to keep the pressure forward, trade out against these Scorpions with the Mangonel, even deciding to take the trade and maybe tank some shots here from the Skirmishers, but clean them all up.
Yeah, no second armor upgrade from Hera, so that was an interesting decision to just get rid of the Mangonel there. He sacrificed every single skirm. Every single skirm. I don't know if he was anticipating that, but he has to build up this army again. He's back down to 4 military here, and Liereyy is sitting at 28, and he's just made another Mangonel. Why not? Just make another one as he continues to pressure that archery range at the front, and his eco behind, still flying. 79 villagers now for Liereyy. He's got the 7 fishing ships, and then 91 villagers for Hera as he tries to set up his farming eco, and he needs another archery range for skirmisher production.
Yeah, he looks for the handcart to match the handcart that Hera already has. We've got husbandry now coming in, and look at this. Now Hera feeling the need to pivot a little bit. Yes, we're still producing skirmishers, but now I need to invest in some cavalry, right, to deal with the threat of the Mangonels.
The outposts to see if Hera is going to extend to the south where there's stone and gold. I think Liereyy should also build an outpost down there as well, and Liereyy should start thinking about collecting those relics. Like, he's got the monks coming out already.
All right, with the archery range down, now the blacksmith becomes the target. We do have the second armor upgrade on the way here for the knights. Hera going to choose to wait, I believe, until that comes through before he shows the production of those knights. But again, look at the resources over here for Liereyy. The buildings are already there for him. He just needs a little bit more gold. Then the click up comes through, and I would expect to see him use those cav archers to great effect once he manages to pull in bracer, ballistics, chemistry, and the like.
I mean, Hera's eco is insane. He's done a phenomenal job getting the farms up. He found amazing value with the archers, with the step lancers. He kept Liereyy busy forever. But still, he's had to invest so much into units to just defend against Liereyy without doing any damage to him as Liereyy tries to get shots against the skirmishers. The +2 comes in perfectly, and Hera's going to clear this up. Liereyy will escape with the cav archers, but the siege threat is gone, and now Liereyy is on the way to Imperial Age and has to think about a transition, as you so often do with Persians. You can't stay on cav archers. You need to go to something else. Looks like he's thinking about camels.
All right. Minute and 45 to go till the Imperial Age. We see that relic coming back, but the wall, the monks are about to get walled out. No, they're going to slip in just in time as the stone wall comes up. Love to see it. 2 relics coming home.
That's a delivery service right there. Those monks are heading back towards the monastery. Liereyy manages to snipe those. There's another relic in the top and another relic in the bottom, and I think there's a third one that's probably being brought in by one of these players. I think there's 5 on this map. Is there? Yeah, there's 5. Yeah. Oh, it's the relic in the wall.
It's the wall relic.
We forgot about the relic in the wall.
Now, he did house wall behind that.
He's not gonna. He's not gonna collect that.
Yeah,
I think it's really hard to see on the.
It's probably hidden at this point.
No,
yeah.
you can kind of see it on the mini map.
Okay, well, Hera's in, by the way. He got through the Palisade Gate, but it's just skirmishers and some knights, and we already have more camels out onto the field here from Liereyy, targeting the knights first. Needs a couple more numbers, though. There it is. He's going to run away with the remaining cav archers, maybe go forward and look for some more damage and some raids with those as he cleans up the skirmishers with the remaining camels and knight that he has working for him. There's the Imperial Age. Where are the clicks? It's going to be Cavalier.
Dude, this micro from Liereyy is so sick. Now, it doesn't really impact the game to an amazing extent, but he's timing it so that none of those skirmisher shots found value at all, which means that his camels are free to not take damage from them and just clear up everything else.
What a castle.
And now there's no headache, and the castle is coming forward here. Hera has an outpost there. Does Hera have any military to stop this? He's got some camels. He's got some skirmishers. He has ballistics and bodkin arrow for the skirmishers, so he can kill villagers, but I don't think they're going to be in time to come up there and deny that castle. He's just more interested in keeping them near his stone so he can get the first castle himself.
Yeah, he's also moving towards a 4th and a 5th stable back at home just to increase his production. Kind of a mix, it looks like, of camels and light cav, perhaps. Lots of resources for both players, so we're looking to see where exactly that's going to go. We need to increase those military upgrades. Here comes Town Watch. We got Savar on one side. We got Heavy Camel on the other side. Bracer Chemistry as well here for Hera. But Savar are just, I mean, this is an all-in unit in a lot of ways.
Yeah. And now the outposts, I think, from Liereyy have been cleared up, or maybe there's no outposts in the south, but Liereyy does have a unit there. He's got a monk. It's just conveniently out there to find the relic and snag that. He might see the villagers from Hera making a beeline to that area. He's also grabbed the relic from the north, still hasn't seen the one in his wall as he's trying to sneak this one back home. He does have some outposts, some houses, but he hasn't noticed that Hera is trying to go for the stone in the south.
We need the Savar numbers to be big, though, by the time that that tech finishes out. 1:18 to go. He's also going to have the iron casting upgrade for them when that research completes. He's already shown the Cavalier, so it's not going to surprise Hera necessarily. Hera, though, doesn't have fantastic camo numbers just yet.
Oh my God!
18,
Hera's
though?
looking for it.
No way.
He knew the relic.
Is he going to get away? No,
yeah, he's going to find it.
He's gonna get found.
I mean, that relic's still a little bit closer to Liereyy now, and the Cavalier are going over there to fight the skirms. They are not noticing this castle just yet, as Savar is still 20 seconds away for Liereyy. 60 on food for Liereyy, 56 on food for Hera. These guys are just too good here. It feels like too good of a matchup for a group stage match already. This kind of feels like a finals energy or a semifinals.
Yeah, possible finals preview, to say the least. We have Savar finishing. Blast Furnace is on the way. Pikeman just completed. So it's going to be a near fully melee composition.
Mongol Camels
against
are not the best.
No, they're not.
They're missing the final armor upgrade,
And
right?
you're running, exactly, and you're running Camel Skirm against Savar and Pike. I think I'm going to favor, not savor.
Savar.
I'm going to Savar. The Savar and Pike's Halberdiers now even every day of the week. Again, we're still looking for Siege to hit the map, right? Because at the moment, the damage that either one is finding is just against the other's military units. We have that northern castle position. He did find the southern castle position, but Hera's already got the castle up at the very least to provide protection on those very rare and very important resources.
Yeah, resources collected. Hera's still a little bit ahead. Lierey's got 41 on gold right now, so he's in the north there. But Hera is now inside of his base, and I don't think Liereyy has many halbs on the field yet to counter that, as he's trying to hold the line into that gate. Hera coming in with some skirmishers trying to hold that relic on the outside of Lierey's base, and Liereyy just sent Savar back to counter the camels. He needs halb numbers now. He's been struggling a little bit with the heavy camels from Hera, and that's given Hera time to get the castle up and to start with the Magadite production. You really, really need to be careful if you're Liereyy. You don't want to let Hera get to like 40 Magadite. That could be incredibly dangerous.
Yeah, and so the wood count is what is suffering here for Hera, but he's got plenty of food to kind of sustain the current military composition that he has while he buys time to eventually make that transition over to Magadite as a unit. Savar continued to take trades against camels. And honestly, not the most cost-efficient trade at that. Well, again, these aren't the most impressive camels the game has seen. Does finally clear this up. Has a moment to breathe. We need to see an actual push, though, launched here soon from Liereyy. Probably using that northern castle as a launch point.
Yeah, we've got a swing incoming here from Liereyy. Like, he's cleared up all the stuff in his base. He's going to attempt to push back, and critically, Hera has not had time to get mass Magadite numbers. He has 2 Magadite currently, but he is making more heavy camels, and he's trying to push to the north. He's got 150 villagers. Lierey's got a much more substantial army. The question is, can he push in to the base from Hera? I did notice that Hera teched murder holes for the castle in the south and any of the castles that maybe the Savar could dive under. So that's really, really great use of the murder holes tech for Hera just to keep himself safe. And if Hera takes out that castle in the north, it's wide open to Lierey's gold supply on that island.
Yeah, Savar raids are scary, but tossing away Savar to an uphill battle against heavy camel is not necessarily ideal. First Treb finally in the queue here for Liereyy. While there has been that one working away on his castle in the north, we got some idle villagers that need to get back to work. But I'd say that now Hera might start to feel a little bit more in his comfort zone as he continues to queue up Magadite and feels like he can actually execute that oh-so-favorable transition now for the Mongols away from the camels.
Yeah, it feels like Liereyy needs to go to the south, I think. Like, there's a lot of stone down there, and stone is going to be incredibly important. You can see how many villagers are down there. Imagine he sends his army of Savar down there instead of right into the camels. Lierey's kind of, like, lost a little bit of momentum. He doesn't really seem to have a plan at the moment. He's got 1 Treb. He doesn't have any siege of his own to push. He's just kind of making units and seeing where he can get some damage, but he needs some focus.
Yeah.
He needs an area that he can really, really pressure.
And right now, everything is a reaction to what Hera's doing, right? Hera brings some pressure forward to his walls.
Nice
Liereyy now has to defend. This is pretty solid, exactly. Savar plus halbs against primarily heavy camel is going to work out in favor of the Persian player. Of course, he's doing all of this under the castle. Murderholes is sick and unfortunately isn't able to snipe any of these trebs. Now up to 3 with one of them getting repaired. I don't think this castle is long for this world.
Castle in the south. Castle in the south. It's been found by Liereyy. Hera dealing with raids all over the place. 144 vills for him. 139 for Liereyy plus the fishing ships. He's got 2 trebs now, Liereyy, but those are about to be taken out. And Liereyy is also raiding in the south on the gold and the stone from Hera. So he's aware of what's happening down there. He can't secure his villagers in the north anymore, though, and Savar are a very expensive unit to keep producing.
Yeah, these are decent finds when it comes to raids, but unfortunately, I think, Dave, your point about needing to protect, or rather stop Hera from reaching that southern resource area was more important than Liereyy had actually really kind of believed it to be, because now we see castles being dropped everywhere in a protective fashion. Your raids are going to become that much more difficult to execute. And once again, you're throwing Savar into heavy camel. They're not the best heavy camel in the world, but they're going to trade efficiently when it comes to the resources in the end. And now you're the one who's losing your gold position up here in the north.
It feels like Liereyy should have gone for the raids instead. Like, he's just been kind of tossing in 3 units here, 3 units here. He never really got a big mass of Savar. His halberdiers ran into a castle. He's now lost control of the golds. Hera has done such a fantastic job of really focusing his pressure in one place or the other, right? He went down south. He got the castle. He got Murderholes. He knows he's protected. Then he pushes the castle to the north. He pushes up towards the gold from Liereyy. He's got a plan. Lierey's plan is... I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know either. And Elite Mangudai is on the way. Even hoardings, masonry, everything to make sure that these castles live on the map to the end of time. And the answers for the Persian player become a lot more difficult at this point as more and more Elite Mangudai hit the field. But I also appreciate the patience that Hera has shown in making that transition, right? There could have been a risk in trying to go full into Mangudai production before he was ready to do so.
You have to wait. They produce so slow. You have to make sure you're secure before you do it. And even the castle positions, all on his side of the map.
Yep.
They're his main production building for a slow-producing unit. He's got hoardings, like you said. He's getting all the HP upgrades, murder holes, everything like that. So incredibly difficult for Liereyy to take out these castles, but still,
look at these numbers now.
That's quite the army from Liereyy, and the Mangudai numbers are not quite where you want them to be for Hera. He still has the heavy camels, but only 13 Mangudai.
Near 70 military here for Liereyy. Again, my concern is the lack of siege. So at best, he stops this castle from going up for a period of time. He's going to fight downhill. That's decent. Maybe he can whittle some of those Mangudai numbers down, but you can't sit here forever. This is only going to end up working out in Hera's favor.
Liereyy feels like he's been out of ideas for the last few minutes. He's just having his units up here so he can collect gold, so he can make more Savar. But soon enough, with heavy camels in front and Mangudai behind to snipe the halves, the Savar aren't really going to get you many places.
Exactly.
Like those Mangudai just dancing around behind the carrot just continues to build it with his villagers.
The numbers are melting, right? Again, just a moment ago, he had near 70 military. Now he's dropping down to 45 and continues to dwindle. Enough villagers still working on that castle that it'll ultimately go up. Hera with the micro on the Elite Mangudai. He's going to snipe out the necessary units.
They're still pretty good.
They pushed through a bit, and actually I do think the final Vil died, so the castle isn't going to get completed just yet, but as we can see, it ended up being a pretty advantageous trade here for the Mongol player.
And now Lierey's gold villager is completely exposed again. He has 74 on food right now.
Yeah,
his food eco is insane, but he hasn't teched into Hussar. Hussar could be a really good unit if you're just looking to spam something to get in Hera's base. It's one thing that's been missing from Liereyy is just never see any raids in Hera's farming eco at all to pull units away from this main battle. He's been sending everything forward into a army that he just can't fight. As he finally shifts over to the south, Hera clears everything up in the north. Liereyy down to 104 villagers versus 138.
Yeah, and at this point, any raiding you want to do has to be conducted by running through 3 castle positions or so, you know, just before you get to the point where you can deal some damage.
Well, Exhibit A.
Yep.
Right,
there you
2
go.
castles in the south. You're going to push the villagers away, but you can't stay here.
Yeah, they garrison up. We've got murder holes. We've got each castle protecting the other as well on top of all of that. So we're essentially just throwing units away in order to force idle time. But with that, Hera still has the better economy. He's now at this point got the more powerful army composition. We do have Elite Skirmisher and Chemistry coming in for Liereyy, so he's not ready to say die just yet.
Fortified wall. Why is every game in this set going to like the heat death of the universe? Like honestly, this is not a normal Liereyy set.
No, it's not at all. But these players are really pushing each other to their limits, and I can appreciate the tenacity, right? I mean, and as we've talked about the evolution of Hera as a player over the last few years, maybe we're seeing a bit of an evolution of Liereyy as a player, right? Realizing that he can't be as one-dimensional as maybe he once was. He still has his strengths, without a doubt, and his best version of the game, but that isn't always going to be the winning strategy, and so trying things out, this would be the time to do it as well, while both of them, right, are sitting up top the table in the group stage standings. This is another really great fight for Hera that is going to easily go his way, but if anything, this would be the point where you maybe try something a little outside of your comfort zone to see if it works, because you're already sitting pretty when looking towards the playoff stage. Hera does end up wrapping it up as Liereyy taps out and moves back up in the series score to 2-1.
And a good hearty drink. Nothing said.
Nothing said, yeah.
Nothing said. He knows what happened. Hera knows what happened. I think Liereyy will have a lot of regrets about that game. I think there was a lot of things he could have probably done differently, especially with maybe not the units he teched into, but the way he used those units.
And even things like the walling, right? For so long, did a good job of keeping those Step Lancers out, and then the 5 of them get in.
Yeah,
they get 5 villager kills.
He still had a good position after that. He still had a really good position. He was faster to imp. He was pressuring the front side of Hera's base. But he never got an outpost in the south to know when Hera was going down there.
Yeah.
He never sent army down there early to prevent Hera from getting access to that stone. It was just an unfortunate set of circumstances for Liereyy. And Hera, honestly, again, same strategy every single game. He waits, he waits, he waits, he adds the farms, he adds the eco, and then he pushes out. He's so confident in himself. It didn't work game number 2.
Yeah.
But game number 1 and game number 3, you saw it on full display. Like, he's so confident once he gets his eco set up, he can push back anything.
Yeah, there was so much done right early there for Liereyy, right? The strategy on water to surprise Hera, the deleting of the barracks after removing the scout was such an ingenious play, right? And you would have liked to have seen that rolled through to a victory, but like you said, even having the foresight, send the monk down to get the relic, but send 1 or 2 military units down there as well. That's all it would have taken to see those villagers making that mass exodus that way and maybe deny that very first castle. But once that castle position is established and the murder holes comes in, again, it's a much tougher situation for you to navigate your way out of, and Hera, again, shows us why he's the man to beat in this tournament.
It's just insane, his eco at all times, right? He's either ahead in vills, ahead in eco-techs, or ahead in res collected. And sometimes he's behind in vills and behind in eco-techs, and somehow he's ahead in res collected.
Yeah.
It's insane what he can do.
Well,
and especially if he's got a really, really strong late game tech tree like Mongols, he's definitely going to build into those Magadai. Once he gets there, there's nothing you can.
It's been a marathon of a set so far, and we're not even done with it just yet. In the interest of giving the players just a couple of minutes to rest and refresh, we're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, though, we will be getting into that 4th game of the series, so stay tuned.
And now, a word from our partners.
Eek! A mouse! A mouse! What is it, dear? Why you rage? Oh, honey. That's no ordinary mouse. It's the Reaper 250. With this mouse in your household, you never have to be scared again.
Yes, the U-Rage Reaper 250, featuring DPI control, advanced ergonomics, RGB lighting, and customizable buttons, is the perfect addition to every competitive household. Why U-Rage? It's all good. Get yours on Mueller.de.
Welcome back to the Noble Apartment Cup and Game 4 of Hera versus Liereyy. We baited you with that countdown clock.
Yeah.
You thought you were going to get a full 5 minutes. No,
There's
the
a guy
players
booking it from the washroom right now. Wait for me!
Players are ready. We're ready. So we're not going to waste any more time. We're going to get ourselves into that fourth game of the set as quickly as humanly possible. A good refresher, though, of course, is that we have Citadel available and then Arabia. The classic of Arabia. Well,
how on earth can they stretch this to 2 or 3 or 4 hours from now? I mean, this set has gone long.
It has
We're
gone
only
long.
3 games deep.
Yeah, only 3 games deep, and it's Liereyy who gets the choice of where we go next. And important to note that Citadel is his home map, and Arabia is Hera's home map. But honestly, I think Liereyy would be happy to play on either.
Yeah, I think so too. Obviously, Liereyy.
Did you hear that? A mouse.
I like the transitions here.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
That was good. Eek! A Hera.
A Civ draft.
So we have Persians and Mongols have been eliminated because they were played on high tide. We have either Citadel or Arabia coming up, and I was thinking maybe Tatars for Hera on Arabia. As far as Lierey's Civ, it's probably going to be like Huns, and then he plays Bengalis or Lithuanians over on Citadel.
Okay. Yeah, I think Lithuanians is the more flexible Civ here that could still go either place. But we'll have to see. I'm imagining Bengalis on Citadel and then his choice between Huns and Lithuanians on Arabia. Mostly concerning the idea that he seems to love to play into the galley approach on Citadel, right? Those back defensive docks, build up a couple galley numbers, go harass the fish, and then play towards an Imperial Age. And it will be Citadel. So going over to Lierey's home map, trying to extend the series to a 5th and final game. And no surprise that it is the Bengalis, but it's up against the Armenians here of Hera.
Yeah, Bengalis against Armenians. Liereyy loves playing into the galley wars rather than the fire galleys, especially when your docks are further apart. And he wants to snipe the fish as he sends a villager way out there for potentially that first
This is
dock.
where it goes every time.
And
every time.
This tells me, yeah, that it's galleys from him because he wants it as far away from Hera as possible. Hera going for the Armenians. His galleys should theoretically be a little bit better with the extra arrow, but Lierey's galleys will heal up that extra arrow over time with the Bengali heal speed. So kind of cancels out a little bit.
All right, but a bit of a switch up here for Hera. Going for the forward dock position, less travel time for the villager for sure, and also less travel time for his military ships, naval ships that come out. And of course, Liereyy will have no issue scouting this. And ultimately, we will break down into a bit of a feudal age naval war for a period of time while the players wall up across the front of their base.
Hera's watched the games from Liereyy.
Yeah.
He's probably talked to him about this. And where is he going with his scout? Well, he's immediately going to the corner. He's just going to confirm that there's a dock out there. Lierey's going to find the dock from Hera right away as Hera now gets loom, and he's thinking about going up to the feudal age. Has Hera found...
He was housed.
No, I think that's just... Look, he's banking the food. He should be able to click up now.
Does he have 400 on a boar?
No. He queues up another village.
Yeah. He's close, so it should be after this here in just a moment. And then, of course, Liereyy as well getting Loom now. So it actually should be pretty equivalent timings here. But the fishing ship's a lot faster here for Liereyy, so slightly better economy.
1 res collected ahead.
Ugh. And then he just
You're not
gets the
wrong.
Drop off. Yeah, that's
You're
what I'm
not
saying.
wrong.
Look at me go.
Slightly better eco.
All
Slightly
right.
better.
Well, the scouts just looking for as much information as they can find, and you can see there that Hera's already going very early to those forward walls.
Yeah, Hera
Like,
wants to remain
massively
safe,
early to all of
and
his walls.
That's a really interesting wall off, because that is not like the north one is not really an area that you come from most of the time.
Yeah, wait. I'm so confused by this. Why not just wall to the shoreline and then
I
go
think
wall
that's
off
the-
this pathway?
I think that's the first step in a wall towards, like, he's not going to include the shoreline in the wall. So that's a first step in like a nice little cocoon where he's just sitting back on land. He also sent a villager forward to the opposite corner from Liereyy to go make a dock as Lierey's scout sees that villager there and retreats.
If you're not walling to the shoreline, are you just conceding water?
No, because he's making a second dock.
Yeah. So now he is going to the
So
shoreline.
why did he wall?
What the heck is that wall?
We have so many questions.
I have so many questions.
Maybe Liereyy like snuck a villager across and pressured him from that side earlier.
Oh, yeah, it's some
In a
practice game somewhere.
Yeah.
Okay. I could see that. But yeah, now he's going to drop that second dock, and I would imagine the villager that's dropping the second dock will also put a nice little palisade wall across the, what do you even call that? The lily pads?
The marsh?
There you go, the marsh.
I think it's
right in front of the
technically
marsh
like
terrain.
lily pads or something like that, but it's marsh terrain to
Okay,
me.
there you have it.
So Hera has a little bit more HP on his scout. It's going to matter. It's going to chase Liereyy away, and Liereyy is making the small wall to the TC as he goes for the galleys. Hera also mixing in the galleys. Liereyy will have a better economy, though, because he got the 2 villagers for free when hitting the feudal age.
And he pumped out 4 fishing ships to the 2 on the other side.
So Liereyy will have the better eco. The only benefit for Hera in terms of economy is that his wood upgrade is going to have a little more efficiency, but he hasn't even snuck it in yet. There it comes right there. It's on the way.
Well, this is feeling real good for Liereyy so far, right? Just because of that economic advantage. And now we see the first galley coming forward here for Hera, but it's going to quickly be seen by the 2 galleys of his opponent. So he's not going to want to take this trade. Heads up, and now starts the retreat.
Galley wars are really nice for big galleys. I mean, the healing is great for the fire galleys because you can win the 1v1. But when you're talking about galleys between 2 really skilled players who love to micro, they'll just pick away at HP. And if you're Bengalis, your ships will slowly heal behind. And if you like delay long enough, you can get a couple extra hits on each one of those. And it adds up quite a bit over time.
Lierey's build orders on this map have just been stellar.
That's a villager there.
That's a villager. That's also a scout that he's looking to trade. He keeps his scout alive as well. Or I spoke too soon. That's my fault. That's my bad. I take the blame for that one.
Dash absolutely cursed Liereyy there. Absolutely cursed him as the galleys are now being pushed back and the scout went in for another attack against that villager. Could have got away. Liereyy can't save the wounded galley. And Hera is perfectly content to just kind of sit on the other side of this bridge. Man, I can't help but think that this is another game where Hera is setting up to just let Liereyy come at him.
It's 100% what's happening.
He's going to boom, and then he's going to push back. It's like a very deliberate strategy against Liereyy. Like, Hera does this against other players, but I haven't seen it so deliberate. You look at the set yesterday he played against Vinch. He was being very aggressive.
Yeah, this is also a really stark contrast to a lot of other Citadel games that we've seen played. You even see a 3rd dock now being dropped for each player. Most of the time we see kind of the 2 dock contest on water, but then investment into land military. But because of the walls that Hera already has up, Hera not building any land military production buildings, it's going to be, basically relegated to the water and nothing else and scaling towards the castle edge.
Like, I know people are going to say this is all Hera does, and that just proves to me that you don't watch his games at all. Because you look at the set yesterday against Vinchester, you look at previous sets, like, Hera is attacking. Hera is trying different things. This is very, very deliberate to me, what he's doing against Liereyy. It's like he's identified that he can contain the pushes from Liereyy, and he can push back in time.
Right. It suggests that he stylistically believes this is the best way for him to play against Lierey's strengths and weaknesses specifically. But yeah, it isn't Hera's only way of playing the game. And so we'll check back in with the galley numbers, and it's going to be 9 to 8 on water at the moment. Of course, only 7 of those being forward here for Liereyy. Making Hera think about having to protect these palisade walls, because that's where here we go, production buildings here for Liereyy. So he's thinking about
that's market.
Oh,
that's market, bro.
It is. You're
that's
right.
A big,
it's
that's
bigger.
a big
It's
square.
bigger.
That's a big square.
I got excited though, because
I
if he's gonna actually keep that wall open, I would love to see him come punish Hera for the greed here.
Galleys from Liereyy pushing forward. 10 galleys against 10. Hera's got the extra arrow. Lierey's got the healing. But if Hera can kill the ships fast enough, the healing won't matter. There's a lot of weak galleys in there from Hera as Liereyy pushes these back. And Lierey's the first one on the way to Castle Age. Hera still lacking quite a bit of gold to click up to the next age. And he's being pushed back. He's retreating with the galleys. So Liereyy will be able to snipe the fish.
This looks so good for Liereyy. This looks so good for Liereyy.
Unless the reinforcements come out in time for Hera. I think there's more reinforcements on the way from Liereyy, but I don't know if they're going to be there in time.
Yeah, I mean, even at this point, look, because you're forcing more galleys to be produced, Hera can't click up. He needs that gold. He wants that gold desperately to click up. Now he's going to send 2 galleys forward to try and do some damage to the fishing economy of Liereyy. But like you pointed out, Dave, by just hitting the feudal age, he got that extra 2 vil injection. He had the extra fishing ship or 2 working on water this entire time. That's what enables him this castle age timing. And while, yes, maybe at this point he might start to lose out to continued water investment from Hera, he might just feel permission to transition into land as soon as Castle Age is hit, or expand to the 3TC Eco and again beat his opponent to the Imperial Age.
So, Castle Age on the way for Hera. How far behind is he? Like a minute and a half.
Yeah.
It's quite a ways behind Liereyy. Still questions on what Liereyy is going to go into. Hera going for another sneaky dock in the top. 2 sneaky docks right beside each other. So he wants to keep them hidden from Liereyy. If Liereyy was, really thinking about the potential for Hera once he reaches Castle Age, he's going to scout on the top shoreline and look for those. But I don't know if he's really considering that as an option. Right now he's just focused on taking out the current docks that Hera has alive.
And still numbers looking fantastic here for Liereyy. 10 galleys out on the map. He's going to go for that early bow stop, but he is investing in more fish, and that could be concerning, right? Disrespecting the possibility of Hera getting back on water by placing those more hidden docks up in the north.
Question for me is okay, I guess it's answered. Hera's going to go for more galleys.
Yeah.
I was wondering if he goes war galley and then goes into fires just to snipe the fish, but it looks like he's going to go for a sneak galley mass behind that because he knows that Liereyy isn't massing up galleys. He figures he's already won the water, because he doesn't see the other 2 dogs.
Exactly. He does see the garrison flags, though. That should make him think just a little bit.
That should make him think fire galley.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. Well, now he sees the galleys eject, so that's at least a little bit of information. 20 seconds to the Castle Age here for Hera, but again, the numbers is the thing that Liereyy is unaware of. We've got monks out onto the field for Liereyy as well. We have a second TC already, so I'd say he's cooking at this point.
Yeah, but Liereyy also got 2 additional villagers from getting to Castle Age, and he got that second town center up, and he's had the fish.
Yeah.
So even though Hera's going to come back on water here, and most likely win water at this rate because he's actually getting the upgrades for his ships, I mean, it's going to be an impressive eco lead from Liereyy. Can we see the HP on that dock? That's not going down. Okay.
No, not quite. It will, yeah, it'll feel close, but it'll have about 300 more HP when the War Galley upgrade completes. 3rd TC here for Liereyy, 2nd TC back at home for Hera. Still managing to trade out a few of those War Galleys for his galleys. Bodkin Arrow now all on the way.
Can't afford War Galley, though.
No, and he realizes now, of course, that Hera has committed to the water battle. And he will still try to put up a bit of a fight, but I would be tempted to say, although he does invest in War Galley, that Liereyy is probably aware in the long run he might lose this one out, but is happy to continue booming on land.
That's really interesting that he does invest in the War Galley and Bodkin Arrow. They're really, really interesting to me because the galley numbers, he was obviously going to lose those 3. They were never getting out alive. He was completely surrounded. And now he's massing some more, and he's just he's counting on Hera to start producing, which, to be fair, Hera has stopped producing. So we're in the same situation that we were in moments ago, where Hera was counting on Liereyy to stop producing, take his foot off the pedal, and add to his eco. And now Liereyy is doing the same thing, and Hera will see the War Galley investment. He's forced to produce more. Liereyy will see the numbers from Hera. He's forced to continue producing. And so, I mean, this is a really, really equal game here. I think Liereyy is a little bit ahead just because of the additional eco he added earlier.
Yeah, that's another great trade here from Liereyy, surprising Hera a little bit with the investment of his own into War Galley. Third TC just now about to complete. We do have the Fortified Church up and the immediate relic that Hera gets upon completing it. Warrior Priest's on the way out to collect as many relics as he possibly can, while Lierey's doing the same on his side of the map. But you can see the score differential, and most of that is just because of the economy lead that Liereyy is sporting at this point.
Yeah, Hera can grab those relics really, really quickly with the Warrior Priests. I think people make them just because they're quick. They're fast, right? Obviously, a Monk is going to have a little bit more versatility. It can convert units. Unless you're worried about scouts, then you might make a Warrior Priest because it's a little bit stronger against that. But you can just shift-click those, and you can basically guarantee those relics are coming home in a timely fashion. And Hera goes for the far one first. He's going to get 2. He might get the one in the middle. Meanwhile, the water battle continues, and it's Hera with 9 War Galleys, and it's Liereyy with 6. Liereyy queues up some more. Hera only with 1 in the queue. He feels pretty confident now. He's pushing all this stuff back.
Yeah, at this point, I don't think Liereyy cares that much about conceding water slowly. I see villagers moving over to stone. I see 37 villagers on food. Lierey's thinking about the Imperial Age, a castle drop, and his classic Citadel push.
Look at the eco. 68 villagers for Liereyy. Hand cart already on the way. Meanwhile, on the other side, 55 villagers for Hera.
And no wheelbarrow.
No wheelbarrow. No wheelbarrow. I'm sure he will add it shortly when he gets the farm count up, but Lierey's eco, insane. And the resources from him, insane. The extra food from the fishing ships has really helped him keep produce villagers. And even without those fishing ships, 33 on food currently for Liereyy.
Yeah, and here come a couple villagers forward with the monks here in the center of the map. Lierey's going to go ahead and drop an outpost, and then that will help him determine where will be the best castle placement once he finally has the stone to do so. Still needs about 300 more stone to come in before he can place it. Town Watch extends the vision there. Sanctity helping out with the monks, making them just a bit stronger. There's the wheelbarrow you were asking for. Checking in on the relic positions there in the center of the map. Those will likely go to Hera, like you said, because of the Warrior Priest.
Because of the water control as well.
Yeah.
Really tough to justify going over there if you're Liereyy, because all your crossings are being blocked, right? So Liereyy is going to have to focus on land. He's going to try and go up to Imp fast. He's going to get the castle down forward, and he's got the outpost forward as well, so he can see what Hera's up to.
Yeah,
meanwhile,
university to click.
Hera's going to the middle. So Hera's taking relics. Hera's taking control of the resources in the middle. Lierey's just going to push his face in and hope for the best. And we've seen it on game number 1. We've seen it on game number 2. We saw it on game number 3. And we're about to see it on game number 4 here. I think this is more similar to game number 2 because Liereyy has a big lead.
Yes, a much bigger gap to the next age, without a doubt. And again, with that Imperial Age timing and the fact that there's just no land military for Hera means that the castle can really go wherever he wants it to be placed. Teching into skirmishers to start, a nice little ranged unit that he can use just to buy some safety for those villagers when he eventually sends them forward. Here comes Elite Skirm, plus more of the archer armor. On the other side, Hera's just doing work to try and catch up in the eco upgrades.
Yeah. And he's got 42 on food now. So Hera's done a phenomenal job. Hand carts in, right? Brings in all the relics. He's got, what, 5 relics now? Probably the last one is in the center there, and then there's one over on Lierey's side, which he hasn't collected just yet. But still, Hera's building himself up. He believes that he can push Liereyy back if Liereyy tries to be the aggressor. We'll see if he can. I think Liereyy is in a really great spot, assuming that that castle goes up and he can start making trebs right away.
This is pretty rough for Hera. His Imperial Age click is delayed because he doesn't have the second building just
that
yet.
is rough.
He's been sitting on the resources for a while, but what could have been maybe a minute and 30 differential is only becoming a bigger and bigger one. He's not going to be surprised by this castle position as he has his own outpost out there, but this is a free castle placement, and Liereyy dedicated more than enough villagers to get this up. It will be up just in time for Imperial Age to come through, and there's going to be 2, 3, maybe even 4 trebs out on the field before Hera has a way to respond to them.
Yeah, he had to build that university in the back. He had the fortified church, but he did not have the university, and that really, really delayed his timing, like you said. Now, I'm wondering what Hera's going to go into, because I saw the infantry armor come up for just a second. Just a split second there, I saw the infantry armor. And he's making some more warrior priests, and he's adding another fortified church at the back. So I think maybe that fortified church
is to move.
And that's what the warrior priests are for as well.
Yeah,
Because that fortified church is in a risky position. I'm thinking, like, there's no way you're going warrior priest spam, right?
No,
there's absolutely no way, but it makes
the new
more
fortified church is now being nicknamed the Vault, and he's going to go ahead and take those relics and lock them away in the vault at the back of his base.
He's making more barracks though. He's getting the infantry upgrades. It could be Faraday's champions. It could be the 100 HP champions mixed in with some halbs to try and push back all this stuff from the Bengalis. He's trying to transport his relics around as the Imperial HTC is at the back, not a threat to go down. And Liereyy, in classic Liereyy fashion, is just going to head in with his skirmishers. He's going to look for whatever damage he can do with this little group of units. He'll get some information as well.
Yeah.
Might see this warrior priest transporting the relic all the way back there.
Well, now he knows it's champions. He sees 2 extra barracks. That's all he needs to know. He 100% knows that this is going to be Faraday's champions. And again, there are so many techs. We were trying to count it all up the other day before you get to champion.
It's
like
over 10.
Yeah. It's like close. Yeah, it's close to near 14 different if you want to have a fully maxed champion. And that's a lot of time dedicated. Only now just going for the man-at-arms, getting that second armor upgrade. I do like that he has, I believe, 2 blacksmiths working for him. So that's going to shorten the time that it takes to get to that point. There goes the fortified church. 1 TC already down. The second one under fire. Liereyy still with a really nice eco advantage and way more military. It's going to take a near miracle for Hera to wiggle his way out of this one. Granted, he has moved a lot of his economy to that central Citadel island, and that could be a saving grace in the long term.
Liereyy got him. Liereyy got him. And speaking of techs, you can't really get the techs if you don't have a blacksmith. So Hera needs to build another blacksmith. He's delayed. He's, you know, going for Faraday's now, but I mean, it's Faraday men-at-arms at the moment. He doesn't even really have many on the field. He's got 4 of them. And Liereyy is pushing his face in. As we said, the skirmishers in the back, really, really distracting Hera. He has to send the men-at-arms back there. Long swordsman with 90 HP. You've never seen it before.
Yeah, and this is difficult, though, because of that. Because of sending those skirms in, getting a peek at those barracks, it made it so easy for Liereyy to make his next unit call, which is going to be those elephant archers. Already up to 14 now. These things have tremendous amounts of HP. They're still very good at protecting things like trebs against infantry, which slowly make their way in. Here goes the castle, already down. Things are looking tough here for Hera, only at 86 villagers through all of
He's got the middle, he's got the water, he's got the relics. I don't think it's enough. I mean, he's lost all of his farm eco that we were talking about earlier. You need good food eco to get all the technologies and then start spamming out these champions, if they're even going to end up being champions.
Right, 31 food in the bank, or 31 farmers rather, 200 food in the bank, but not enough numbers at this point. And now look, all 6 of your barracks are within range of these
things are strong, though. These things are tanky. Like, they will take a long time to kill the elephants. It's going to be like the movable object against the stoppable wall, right? Like, the champions will take forever to die.
They're not attacking.
And the elephants will take forever to die as well.
Okay, how many trebs go down here? Looks like 2 if he targets them properly. 2 of the trebs will ultimately fall. He needs to keep the production up. He's got 4 in the queue, 10 on the field.
Huge.
Yeah, elite elephant archer is massive.
Gives
and
him
more
more
production
DPS.
buildings are going to go down. It just doesn't look like Hera has the time here to get to the army composition that he wants, and that will give him an opportunity. He's still going to try to stay alive for a bit longer in this one by spreading his economy out, making his way more towards that central island, dropping more TCs and picking up some of those important resources. But I'm more concerned about the food count and the food economy.
It's
at this
over.
point. You have no space.
It's over, and you're going to lose your relics at the back there. If Liereyy keeps pushing with these trebuchets, he's going to run out of targets to hit, right? Maybe he goes over towards the middle. Maybe we see finally a Citadel game where, you know, you can survive on just the wood in the center. There is like 18,000 wood, I think, in those little trees in the middle. But I don't think it's going to be this one because Hera is down to 14 two-handed swordsmen, Liereyy has 120 villagers behind. He's making the tech switch into light cav, and critically, he has 31 elite elephant archers.
Yep, those will sit under that TC forever if they desire to do so. We see more and more of the
He's
barracks going
rebooming in the
down.
middle. Can we get a check on how much wood is there? I think I know the number. There's a lot of trees here.
Each tree has 500, right?
21,000.
That's a lot of wood.
21,000 wood just in those little trees. Hera can reboom here, folks. He can reboom if he can hold the water. It's a big if, but he can do it.
Yeah, right now he's got 3 war galleys, so probably not enough to survive an assault across those shallow waters. And the elephants now splitting out into 2 different groups. We've got light cav on the field. There's an attempt at some raids here.
Please just kill the fortified church with the relics in it. Don't tell me Lierey's going to turn around and leave. There's 3 relics in there. He might not go for it. Hera might just have those. Lierey's going back on water. Yeah. Beautiful.
Yeah, he's focused on, I think, far more important things in terms of ending out the game, realizing at this point that Hera has ran for safety and refuge there on the Citadel Island.
Hey, man. He's chopping the trees. He's farming. He's raiding with the champions, and you can see how much HP they have, how hard they are to kill. They're killing villagers at the moment. Eco KD is 72-30 in favor of Liereyy. And now Liereyy is going for the fortified church. He just wants to eliminate absolutely everything. Hera's stuck in the middle. He's fortifying the Citadel. He's going to try and hold the line. He's going to try and hold the keep against the wave of army coming from Liereyy.
Yeah, but Lierey's known it. He confirms it with this elephant archer, and now the rest of the military starts making its way across the bridge. Yes, there's a couple of galleys here. It's not going to be enough to deal with the fires or the land military making their approach. Just needs to get that trebuchet in range of the castle. And I have a feeling that will be the moment where Hera is willing to resign this game to defeat. It's that's the magic
ACCM,
number, right?
Yeah,
Come on.
Even ACCM might have tapped out here, but Hera is still at 90 population. He believes he can do it. There's plenty of resources there, and the champions are cheap. The champions are very cheap. Yep. Very, very cheap.
Champions are cheap, but 25 on food, 1 on wood. Hera, I think, realizes that this one is not to be his, and we're going to a 5th and final game.
Wow, they're excited.
And still nothing to be said? Still nothing to be said?
I fully expected Liereyy to say, like, bro, behind my 5K, like, come on.
That was so over. Yeah, well, this series ain't over yet, I tell you that much. Yeah. And Dave, I'll just remind the viewers that at the top of the set, before a single map had been played, you said Liereyy 3-2.
Yeah, I did. Now, the way Hera is playing in this tournament, and specifically today, it's going to be a very tough task. Like, Liereyy got ahead there because he clearly took advantage early of the water battle, and Hera had a momentary lapse in production of his galleys, right? And Liereyy was able to snowball that. But on a map where you don't have the water control like that, on Arabia, where you can't snowball something like that, it's going to be very dangerous to play Hera the way that he's currently set up. And the way he's been playing Liereyy is just wall, wait, push, and then Liereyy unfortunately can't deal with it.
Yeah, but both of these players are undefeated in sets in this tournament for a reason, right? The best performers here so far. We're going to a decider match. We're going to go to one more commercial break. When we come back, we'll see which of these players is going to suffer their first defeat and which one will come out victorious and take sole possession of first place in the tournament. See you here in just a bit.
And now, a word from our partners.
Look, you know how exhausting it is to control all our fine electronics at home? Well, I think I found the perfect solution. Elmo, come here. Come here, boy. Sit. Hey. That's a good boy. You're fine. Sit. More. Couch lamp. On up. It's a good boy. Come here. Sit. You're fine. Hello. Couch light 2. On. Good boy.
Maybe it's time to try something smarter?
Say hello to smarter lighting. Hammer Smart Lights bring voice control, energy efficiency, and 16 million vibrant colors right to your fingertips.
Oh my, what a terrific alternative.
More smart, more home. Hammer.
Welcome back to the Noble Apartment Cup, where it all comes down to this between Hera and Liereyy playing for that coveted 4-0 series score, moving into the 5th and final day of the group stage. It is Arabia. I could think of nothing better in terms of a map for these two players to play a decider on.
I mean, yeah, maybe the map that Liereyy is best known for.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, the map that Hera has grinded the most, and probably a big reason that he got to 3K ELO, which he did recently, just playing Arabia. There's more than enough experience here. We've seen it many times. Hera versus Liereyy. It's so appropriate, like you said, that it's going to be on Game 5. And now there's just questions about the civs, right? Hera, I think, has TaToHs, and then he's got Malians.
Yep.
Both pretty good civs for Arabia. I think he's going to go TaToHs.
Okay.
On the other side, Liereyy has Huns, and he has Lithuanians.
Correct.
I think he's going to go Huns.
Really?
Yeah. I think it's going to be Cav Archer versus
just the versatility
Cav Archer.
of the Cav Archers, but also still the option to go stable units if you need to.
Yeah.
Whereas it's a little bit more predictable what the Lithuanians are going to go for in the end. I'd say that's correct. And you think TaToHs?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. But if you're looking at, I guess because of Cav Archers specifically,
I'd rather play TaToHs against Huns than Malians against Huns.
Okay. Fair enough. Just because of the strength of the Cav Archers.
Because of the Cav
right?
Archers.
Yeah.
On Arabia.
I'm thinking,
on Arabia.
Right.
Let's put a
Right,
disclaimer
right.
there, right?
Fair
on
enough.
Arabia.
Well, okay.
We'll see, though. And we've got the full screen view. Side by side.
Players are thinking the same thing right now. Look at that.
Dude, these cameras are so good.
They're incredible.
They are insane.
Absolutely incredible quality on these cameras. But look at it. You can tell neither of these players is looking really comfortable right now. And this is the closest that Hera's been to, defeat in a while, it feels like.
Yeah, I mean, in a big event anyway, in an S tier event.
Yeah.
I think last year at NAC in the group stage, he had a really close set against TaToH. In my opinion, the best set of the entire tournament. And I think he managed to win that 3-2. But every game was like this. Like every game was just back and forth, craziness, long games. And he managed to pull out the victory. So we'll see if he can do it again. Liereyy, I mean, he's been playing incredible. And he just, if he can stick to his pressure and carry that into the Imperial Age, he's going to win the game. Unfortunately, on that high-tech game, he couldn't really make use of his units in early imp. On the Copenhagen game, he couldn't really make use of his faster push with the towers, and Hera's able to stall him out, and that's where Hera's going to grab the victory. That's where Lierey's going to find success.
Well, the headphones went on. I can see a little jiggle in the cameras, and I see the eyes darting around.
It's a good indication.
Yeah, that tells me that the players may have just loaded into the game and begun their battle for the 5th and final one of the set. Onto Arabia we go. 1 minute into it. It's Hera in the blue, playing as the TaToHs. It's Liereyy in the red, playing as the Huns. A perfect prediction here from Dave. Let's see if his perfect prediction continues with the result of the series. Liereyy trying to hand the first set loss to Hera, while Hera's trying to do the exact same thing the other way.
Now, if I'm a Hera fan approaching this, I'm looking at his map and saying, like, please don't have a forward gold. Please have a wallable base, right? If I'm a Liereyy fan, I'm thinking, please have a forward gold. Please have a wallable base. I think he's kind of got both.
Yeah?
He's got a forward-ish gold here on the front side of his map, but it is behind a wood line. And you can see the walling potential already for him, right? Liereyy also with a really solid map. Wood line in the back, gold in the back, deer quite close to the TC.
Yeah, front berries is the only thing you could criticize, but honestly, it's a really nice nestled position back there between three wood lines.
Front berries doesn't really bother Liereyy that much because he's the guy that's pushing forward most of the time. So like most of the time, his opponent's attention is at their own base and not at his, but it still is a rough one. There's hills all around it. wide open.
While we're working our way through the Dark Age here, we need to take a moment to appreciate Vodka, our observer.
Oh, yeah.
Always on point,
Yeah.
even there, showing us very early on the options for walling of
And
each of the
he's
players.
a better player than both of us.
Oh, but he could probably 1v2 us.
I mean, he probably could, yeah. And like Vodka's an extremely talented Age of Empires player and also really great observer, and he put in probably, what, 13 hours yesterday?
And
of
he's looking to do it again today, my friend. I will be looking to deliver him some coffee and some food if he's in need of it after this set. But either way, this set has delivered, and I think it's the kind of set that gives you energy in a lot of ways. When you're watching two top players play near the top of their game, Feudal Age on the way for both players. It's Hera this time around who's got a small advantage in the timing, but not much, that you would necessarily consider to be concerned about. 18 vills apiece.
Now, I don't know enough about 9 Villager Arabia and where the builds stand now, because it's not something you commonly watch outside of these big tournaments, right? But Hera not even going for a mill on the berries there. So Hera is just, I think, fully taking advantage of the Tatars, the fact you get a little bit more food from all the sheep, and he's bringing in more sheep. He can make do without the food from the berries, which means that he can go out for that mining camp as his second Dark Age building. He can go maybe even for a second lumber camp if he wants, but more likely just faster barracks and maybe a faster archer range or a stable, probably a stable.
Yeah, that's really intriguing how it affects the build, right? He's had one vill on gold for...
Oh, he's on gold. Okay.
Yeah,
so
for a pretty extended period of time.
That's right. So he's going archer range. I'd be interested to know how quickly the blacksmith comes out. Hera.
Okay, well, here comes Loom after reaching the Feudal Age. There's the archery range, a little bit of a completion on these forward walls. That's going to make the base very defensible and give him an opportunity to build up those archer numbers that we expect to see because of the Vill on gold. Of course, Liereyy now swooping in to get that scouting information at just the perfect time.
And right after Hera gets Loom, he went up without Loom.
Yep.
So that's why he had a little bit of a villager lead over Liereyy. And right as he's walling up there, Liereyy comes around and Loom comes in directly after Feudal Age. So Hera timed it perfectly.
Okay, Spear on the field, Archer in the queue. It's scout production back at home here for Liereyy. That's not going to surprise anybody. Did manage to sneak in the wood upgrade, while Hera hasn't gone for that just yet.
That's the struggle when you don't go on berries. That's the struggle, and he's trying to get the food in from the herdables, but he doesn't want to spend the wood for the mill because he wants to spend the wood on the super fast walls.
Yep.
So it's an incredible build from Hera. It's really stretched to the limit. Unfortunately, we're just going to see Hera fully walled again.
Yeah. Hey.
Or if we want another hour-long game, maybe it's a fortunate thing. Who knows?
There you have it. And yeah, these walls are nearly complete, just extending to both edges of the map here with palisade walls. We do have two scouts forward, but the spear is on the right side.
Ooh, nice little timing there from Hera to block the scouts. Hera getting really, really close to the scout with the spearman, but he's not able to kill it.
Yeah.
And Liereyy is now in with two scouts, which could be incredibly annoying. However, Hera just now going for the mill and does have a couple archers. He could sneak forward towards Lierey's base.
Yeah, brings his scout back just to track the two scouts here of Liereyy. He's already gotten the walls up, it looks like, on the right-hand side. Archers eject, looking for some damage. No fletching, though, so these scouts will just continue their circles around the base, getting information, making Hera think twice about ever letting them out of his vision.
Better res collected overall for Liereyy. And that's probably because Hera spent so much time walling earlier. Now Liereyy is walling right now, so it's going to even out a little bit. As Hera still doesn't have the wood upgrade, still doesn't have the farm upgrade when he's trying to sneak in those first few farms. So kind of falling behind a little bit on the eco because the build was so tight to get the archer range up, the archers out, and then the walls down at the same time.
Yeah, and if you take a look at the mini-map on the other side, while Hera's continuing to focus on these two scouts, the walls are nearly complete for Liereyy. And so both players are going to have incredible safety at home, and this will allow them to build into their desired compositions and strategies.
Live walling from an Arabia near you. Live updates on the mill, and Liereyy still isn't walled between the stable and the barracks, but he's going to be fine.
Yeah,
that was my like, commercial voice.
No, that was good.
Okay.
That was good.
Well, because we don't really have anything now.
No, that almost rivaled T90 and his animal noises.
Nothing rivals. It's embarrassing.
Either way, here we have these scouts slowly getting whittled down.
Look at Hera trying to bait the.
I know,
like he's
right?
trying to bait the.
Pulling
scouts
back into
come
the
back to
archers.
Yeah, but he knows that Liereyy has more HP.
Yep, the one, I like that, the one skirm garrisoned. If Hera ever does make it forward to get some scouting information, he's not going to know exactly what Liereyy has committed to.
Lierey's like, I'm going to die, but before I do, that scout is going down. And he knows, like, he knows Hera doesn't have a stable. Liereyy doesn't have a stable. If you don't kill that scout from either player and it manages to explore the rest of the map, it's going to be a really, really good resource, especially later when monks are mixed in. But look at Hera with the Spearman. He's done this a few times now, especially on high tide.
Yeah.
Uses the Spearman with the line of sight that it has to explore the rest of the map and figure out what his opponent.
But he has no idea what the investment is in that archery range.
No, he doesn't. But he'll see the blacksmith coming up here with the Spearman, and he'll know that it's not too heavy. It ain't that deep.
Right.
And he'll see the score drop, so likely he knows that Lierey's already on the way to the Castle Age. And I don't think it's any secret that the Huns are going to make their way into Cav Archers.
No, not at all. So we're going to have Cav Archers, probably 3 archery range production, right? Pretty standard there for the Huns. Or maybe he sticks on just 2 if he wants to go for an extra TC and save the extra wood.
Well, he's getting good value from the Spearman.
That's honestly very true, very, very true. Here we have the blacksmith on the other side of the map. We have a second archery range going back up at home here for Liereyy. Now the skirmishers eject and chase down the spearmen, saying, hey, no, I don't want you to have this kind of scouting information for as long as you please.
Archers for Hera, and it's skirmishers for Liereyy from double range. Does he shift that onto Cav Archers? I think he will, because he has so many villagers on gold right now. He's got a lot of gold in the bank, but I think he's sensing that Hera is going to mass up the archers on the way to Castle Age, and he needs a way to counter that. So the question is whether he invests, number 1, into Elite Skirm, or if he's just going to try and stall out the crossbows until he has enough Cav Archer numbers to deal with them. And you can kind of stall them out with just regular skirms.
I mean, the good news right now for Liereyy is that there's been no investment into fletching or armor yet on the side of Hera. Of course, still a minute and 40 to go to the Castle Age, so he could squeeze that in before he makes it to the next age. But also just working on 1 archery range production here.
Yeah, what's
for
the
TaToH
percentage,
player.
I wonder, on that archer range? Like, the percentage on the archer range from Hera should be insane, right?
99.
Well, that's the last minute. We can see all time right there. 86.89%. That is kind of insane.
No, that's incredible. All right, there's your answer. It's Elite Skirm on this side here
and
for
then Cav
Liereyy.
Archer follow-up.
Okay, yeah, makes
So,
sense.
With the Huns, a lot of other civs, you want to make one thing. But with the Huns, they're so flexible. And, you know, you get that eco boost for not having to build houses. You're never getting houses along the way, etc. You're probably playing 1 TC most of the time, at least at early Castle Age. You can afford to go for Cav Archer, Skirm, Siege, Knights. Like, you can mix it in on average a little bit earlier than other civilizations can, as that bear has... We thought the Spearman had a big line of sight. That bear's got...
It's on a mission. Hungry. Trying to save up for the winter.
Well, winter's coming. It's already here, it looks like. That bear is toast.
Crossbow, Bodkin on the way. No surprise there. The numbers are looking pretty good with 15 archers on the field. Just putting out a knight or 2 as well to complement those archers. I think the question becomes if either player feels like they can reach for a second TC. Not in that position just yet.
We got to be tracking these if we're Liereyy. He's missing out on this. Where are the skirmishers? The skirmishers are looking. Look at all the areas on the minimap he's patrolling around. Like, he's like, I know these archers are out here. Where are they? And then suddenly they appear at the front side of his base. He explored everywhere but the shortest path from Hera's base to his own.
Bringing them back now, though. He's bringing back 5 more skirmishers to reinforce here. The knight comes forward, though. That'll be good against the skirmisher
2 Cav Archers
play.
dead.
Oh.
Because he didn't see that. Because he didn't see it. He didn't track it. He didn't expect Hera to just make a beeline from his base to Lierey's. He thought he would be sneaky.
Yeah, and there you have it. Gate goes down. Hera's in. If he wants to be, he's going to look to take the hill. Now, it's important to note that Liereyy already has all of the upgrades necessary from the blacksmith for his ranged units, but he gets pushed off of the university.
Yeah, and that's TaToH's on a hill. That is Tatars on a hill. Hera won't want to give this up. Liereyy wants to get that university down so he can get ballistics for the skirmishers. He needs enough cav archers to deal with the knights. This is a great combination from Hera. He's got the crossbows to provide pressure, and he's got the knights to push away the skirmishers. And Liereyy doesn't seem like he has enough here to hold.
No, he doesn't have enough. And this one of his archery range is in a horrible position to be producing skirmishers, right? Because as soon as one or a few pop out, those knights are going to turn on him and chew him up.
And you can see Liereyy, he's trying to compensate for this bad position by sending the cav archers forward, and he's trying to cut off reinforcements, which is a common strategy. Very, very good one. Unfortunately, it opens you up because less units are at home to defend, and Hera just comes right in with the knights. He only has the first armor upgrade, no bloodlines, but he's dodging around the town center fire, and he continues to hold the hill on the front side of Lierey's base because Liereyy didn't track that army coming across.
Yeah, the numbers are looking rough right now for Liereyy. He can't hit a critical mass of skirmishers to push things back.
Oh, he sneaks away with those?
Okay.
He got him away.
All right, okay, a breath of air here for Liereyy. He can come up to breathe for a moment. He was floating at one time, a lot of wood, a lot of gold. That's a result of the pressure that he was feeling in that moment. And look at that, Hera. That's enough of an advantage for him.
Yeah,
he says
3 TCs.
Time to go to 3 TCs.
3 TCs, we're going to back up with this. If I can do damage, great. But overall, I think I'm ahead of you economically, so I'm just going to back up a little bit, and I'll let you play into me. So Liereyy gets himself a moment to breathe. He gets himself a moment to produce more cav archers and add the second town center, but Hera is now firmly in the lead in terms of economy.
Yeah, and through all of this, Hera was able to get that horse collar earlier in the feudal age before placing a bunch of farms. There's been no horse collar on the side of Liereyy this entire time. So as farms expire, really what that's going to do is it's going to eat into his wood count and make it that much harder to keep up the production of the cav archers along with things like ballistics, which is just coming in now.
Yeah, if you assume that, you know, he runs auto farm, which I don't think he does, he'll probably just take them off and put them onto wood and gold.
True.
All in cav archers, baby. The DauT technology, right?
And so what it might have to be here at this point, because you did kind of concede a little bit there to Hera, a bit more than you wanted to by giving him that hill. Now Hera is going to rush down a siege workshop as Liereyy works his way forward to take his turn at pressuring his opponent.
Ballistics is in. Hera's got to track that. Ballistics is in. It's going to make life very difficult for Hera, and it's a similar position that Liereyy was in without the hill at the front side of Hera's base now.
Now, I do wonder if there's a Vil coming forward to drop a forward siege workshop.
Unclear. I think it's probably just another skirmisher or something like that. Liereyy coming in now with the cav archers. He has no respect for that flag on the siege workshop, and the Scorpion is actually going to push him away. It's not a Mangonel, and it is a Vil. The siege workshop is coming up behind this.
All right, well, again, sensing that he's behind, right? Sensing that he's behind, and now he has to deal some damage. He's going to look to do it with siege while keeping 2 TC production, rather, and 3 archery range production of those cav archers. The numbers are climbing. We're up to 18 cav archers.
I would love to see a stable if you're Liereyy. Just for a couple nights, you could really surprise Hera if you do it now. I think if Hera has a moment to kind of reset his eco, he's going to add a monastery and start thinking about counters to potential knights coming in to snipe the siege. But at the moment, you can push the crossbows back with your cav archers, you can snipe the siege with your knights, and Hera's knights aren't very strong right now. So it could be an option, rather than just going 1-for-1 with the Mangonels.
I mean, at the very least, he still does have his original stable back at home, so even just producing from there would be decent while the journey's a bit longer to get across the map. We already have a Mango on the field here for Hera. We've got one in the queue for Liereyy, just kind of dancing around this initial choke point here. Isn't willing to dive in deep and try and threaten the eco of Hera just yet. Now we have Elite Skirm, first armor upgrade here for the archers coming in for Hera. We've got Wheelbarrow to follow. That's going to pay dividends in the long run, as long as he doesn't take too much damage from the push that's about to hit him.
So Liereyy is just one Mangonel, now Horse Collar coming in, which is nice. You pointed that out earlier. That's going to hurt the first round of farms, or second round of farms we might even be on. So far, it's good to see him getting his ecotechs and keeps producing villagers, although he is still behind Hera. He snipes that Mangonel. Great job from Liereyy to dive in there, and he snipes another one. Excellent job from Liereyy, and the crossbows are going down, which would make those knights I'm talking about even more effective. Hera is teching into skirmishers, and he still has weak knights.
Yeah, that's a huge find for Liereyy overall. Trading 1 for 2 in the mangoes, plus getting an extra shot onto some of those crossbows, trading out a few of their lives. Most of the cav archers still looking relatively healthy. Now he's going for wheelbarrow back at home. He's got another mangonel coming forward. Probably just going to continue to threaten the production buildings, maybe batter through some of those walls on the side. It's just palisades over on the right-hand side. There might be a point where he tries to break through with those cav archers. Yeah, even a group of 5 would do amazing damage to anyone.
Liereyy has no chill. Liereyy has no chill. Like, he's going into the base. I can see Tristan just pointing at the screen right now. Like, what? How is he going in there? There's a siege workshop with multiple mangonel scorpions and skirmishers, and Liereyy just comes in.
Yeah.
He doesn't care.
Yeah, he's playing wildly at the moment. Okay, here we go. Wait, those were deleted. So actually, it's the knights who are coming out.
It's the knights who are coming out, but I don't think Hera had a monk, so he wasn't healing up those knights. Liereyy trying to get value against the skirmishers. He misses the shot there. He's going to get the mangonel, but the cav archers are pushed away, and the other cav archers that were part of that raiding force need to leave. Hera trying to sneak out with the knights. Liereyy realizes he's trying to sneak out. Those knights are pretty weak from before. I think Liereyy should stay forward with the cav archers and just keep an eye on the mini-map so he can deal with those knights when they actually arrive.
Yep.
Yeah, he's shifting around to this other TC. Look at the gold positions for Hera. There's a gold right here. There's another gold to the left. And then there's a gold where Lierey's sitting right now.
Yeah, that's going to be tough in the long term, right? If he can't buy himself some space and some breathing room. Of course, I have to remind everyone to take a look at the top of your screens, the scoreboard there. It's 95 villagers to 81 here on the side of Liereyy. So Hera has built himself a nice lead there, collecting 3K more resources over this period of time. A phenomenal snipe onto that mangonel allows Liereyy to continue the pressure on the TC and one of those important gold positions.
Lierey's got, I keep looking up at the stone counts for both of them. Liereyy 0 stone, Hera 0 stone, and I don't think Hera even has access to stone.
Liereyy has stone.
I know. I was looking at, I don't think that's actually a thing. Who knows?
No,
he's just got a TC over there.
He completed the TC.
I'm thinking about a castle in this center area because you look at the resources. Hera needs to push out. He's running out of gold. He's running out of time here. He's massing up camels. He's massing up skirms, siege, everything. He knows that he's on the clock here. Liereyy is controlling the center where all the valuable resources are sitting, and a castle in that area could deny so much for Hera. But look at the resources again. Liereyy, as he so often is, thinking about going up to Imp as he snipes another mangonel from Hera, and there goes another scorpion. Here come the camels, though.
Oh, yeah, this is a good number of camels. We do have 2 monks here looking for conversions. 1 coming through already. Looks like the second one will complete as well, but the mangonels are going to go down. That's a huge shot by Hera onto the cav archers.
Huge shot by Hera, huge shot by Liereyy onto the skirmishers, but Hera's bought himself some time. Right on time, too. Liereyy thinking about Imperial Age maybe. He's getting Thumb Ring. He's getting the armor for his cavalry as he mixes in a few knights here. Mangonel pops out, misses the skirmishers. The cav archers should be able to do okay against them with low HP, but still, it's Hera getting himself access to those critical resources.
Yeah, and I think while Liereyy did have those Imperial Age resources that you're talking about, as soon as he loses that battle at the front, he realizes, I can't afford to commit those resources.
I have to commit in Castle Age. A little bit longer, at least. He's still hovering around the food count. It's just the gold. He needs siege. He needs more cav archers. He needs his upgrades.
Yeah, but has moved more villagers onto stone. So is the first player that's truly thinking about a castle position of some kind. Whether or not that's now more defensively after losing his
You could still get a good one in the middle. There's 2 golds there. You could still get a good one in the middle. Hera's securing the gold on the left, and Hera finally pushes out to the stone at the front side of his base. Market coming up for Liereyy. He senses it. He's like, okay, I gotta go up to Imp now. I probably should have gone up a couple minutes ago, but I didn't have that market. I couldn't sell my food, and I was busy.
Yeah, gets the click now. So he's on the way for Hera, still trying to find the resources. Crucially, not a single villager on gold right now. Of course, as you mentioned, he's putting that TC up over on the left-hand side, so soon he'll be back on to that resource, but that's going to tremendously delay his Imperial Age timing, very much akin to a number of the games that we've seen so far between these 2 players.
God damn, what a set. What a set we have here. Game number 5. It's been more or less a stalemate throughout this game. The advantage is swinging back and forth here. Lierey's going to have that Imperial Age timing, but Hera clicks up to Imp now, almost a minute behind Liereyy. Is a minute enough for Liereyy to take advantage with techs like Bracer? Maybe he could get in with some cavalry. Maybe he could get a castle down. Doesn't look likely at this point because he only has 330 stone.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just so many questions about what Liereyy needs to do, and also questions about, you know, can Hera hold him off long enough to retain access to that gold and that stone?
Yeah, don't forget, y'all, these players are both playing to be the only player remaining in the tournament without a loss on their hands. Sole possession of first place, looking to secure a solid seed going into the playoffs, perhaps one of those buys for themselves into the semifinals, and a guaranteed top 4 positioning overall. Imperial Age is almost in here for Liereyy, just 50 seconds away. We see more investment into cavalry. It's the husbandry, which will aid both his cav archers and the light cav that he's teching into now. Already the second armor upgrade to boot. For Hera on the other side, still waiting to see exactly what the answer will be. Skirms and camels at the moment, a couple of knights mixed in there, but I'm not entirely sure which one of these players is going to have the better Imperial Age composition in the end, and still no castle from which to launch a real push yet.
Oh man, the skirmishers from Hera are still valuable here. They could take a big shot. Liereyy gets a decent one. Hera is still 45 seconds away from Imperial Age, but he does snipe down the Mangonel, and here comes Bracer, here comes Chemistry, and here comes the switch into the light cap. Great food economies for both. Hera's at 59 on food.
Yep.
Lierey's up to 43 on food. Handcart in for both of them. Heavy plow in for both of them. And there's the castle attempt from Liereyy. Wisely deleted immediately as Hera is pushing forward with a way bigger army than he ever expected.
I mean, and even this can be denied, and now the villagers are in an awful position on the forward part of that castle trying to get it up. Yes, Bracer just completed. Chemistry is almost in. We see Heavy Cav Archer on the way now as well. So again, tech advantages at least early on here in the Imperial Age for Liereyy, but now Heavy Camel on the way, Bracer as well for the skirmishers. Still taking a great trade here is Hera, murdering the villagers with those camels while the skirmishers work away on the Cav Archers, sending the rest of the villagers forward here for Liereyy. He knows he has to get this castle position down. He committed to it, and now it's now or never.
That was really, really good engagement there from Hera, but also insane micro from Liereyy to dodge so many of the volleys from those skirmishers. He bought himself time, he kept his cav archers alive, and the castle's going to go up. The castle is going to go up here. It's not in the greatest position, but Hera taking advantage of those knights that he saves so often in this game, and he's actually getting a great raid on the side. Great awareness here from Hera as Liereyy manages to quick wall that off.
Clutch walling.
Beautiful play from both. Hera also contesting on the side. We have the outpost wars on the left side. They're doing all the right things, both of these guys. Hera falls back for a moment, getting Heavy Camel. Liereyy now sensing an opportunity to potentially push forward as Hera tries to go for a sneaky castle near that stone, and Liereyy won't be able to see that.
Yeah, we might be settling for another long one here, Dave. Both players, obviously, in the 5th and final game are going to be reticent to let it go and admit defeat at any time, and we seem to be trading different sides of the map, right? Liereyy kind of extending out towards the left with his castle, Hera looking towards the right-hand side. Going to be difficult to launch any trebuchet pushes from their current castle positions, so likely building up the stone in either case for a secondary castle, and we begin creeping forward from there.
Oh my god, look at the eco from Hera. 63 on food already. He's got 20 on gold right now. And we know the gold positions are a little bit risky for him. I think he's only now the first relic coming in for him. So that's a lot later on average than the other games. But still, he's starting to expand. He's starting to think about long-term gold supply, long-term resources. And he's being very, very patient in trying to, you know, just secure those things instead of going for the all-in
going up over
push
here.
against
Cav
Liereyy
Archers
as the
could
castle
find
goes
it.
up. Oh, this is a denied castle. Hera needs to run.
Yep, that's a massive find here for Liereyy. Also,
that's also the other gold.
Exactly. That's one of the extra gold spots on this map, and for now, it looks like Lierey's going to be able to take this hill, deny the castle for the time being. We've got a whole bunch of camels coming over there to try and push him back. But Liereyy, you know, micro savant over here, quickly realizes, starts to move his cav archers away. Those are good hits, though,
Really
that Hera
good
will
hits.
find.
Hera at 188 pop, Liereyy at 178 pop. Now Hera is pop cap. The production is looking good for him. The light cav are going in for the skirms, which still have value up against the cav archers, and Liereyy starts building his castles at home defensively. He's settling in for the long game as it has been throughout the series. Look at how close this game is. Liereyy with 40 army, 141 villagers. Hera, 57 military, 139 villagers. A lot of that military, though, skirmishers. Not really great against the light cav, so Hera's going to have to keep his camels nearby.
Yeah, Liereyy, though, importantly, hasn't been able to get above about 30 cav archers this whole time, right? Wants to hit 40, 50, probably, to get to the point where you can more easily whittle down the camel numbers anytime you're microing away from them. And Hera's done a good job of kind of pruning those numbers over time. But
Casual,
now we have
75 farms for Liereyy.
75 farms. We've got 62 on the side of Hera. Both players with heavy market usage right now to try and balance the economies. Crucially, through the wall here with the light cav, though, this could be a great raid, finding some initial villager kills, sending 3 more into the back to make a mess of that wood line, sending around here. Liereyy right now very much feels like he's in the zone.
Yeah, and this won't be like a debilitating raid in any sense for Hera because he can deal with it right away. But in games like this, Liereyy and Hera fully recognize it. If you pick away villagers one by one, sometimes it just gets out of control, and a player will lose 20, 30 villagers.
Here we go.
Like this. It might open up a side like the gold for Liereyy to come in with the cav archers, and before they know it, they're behind by 20, 30 villagers. They have to reproduce. That takes food away from their army. Great job from Liereyy to push forward with that raid, pull the army out of position, pull Hera's attention to the back, and then come in towards the gold again. Liereyy sitting on
castle.
0 on gold right now.
Yep, and Castle, though, over here on the right-hand side, this is one that is set up to actually launch a push from. And as you mentioned, villagers falling. It's down to 120 over here on Hera. That's not an awful number, but it does speak to the fact that Liereyy has done a bit of damage. But
Liereyy,
76
get on gold.
military.
He's got 0 on gold. He's got 0 on gold. There's a gold right in front of his base. He's not even thinking about taking it. He's trying to make a tech switch into Halb, I think. You're going to need gold for that, Liereyy. I know you're pop capped right now, but still, it's 0 on gold.
0 on gold, soon to be about 20, with the villagers completing the castle on the right-hand side and a mining camp placed just behind it. But it's actually Hera who's first to the Treb push as a result.
There's also a relic out there. That monk is making a journey to try and grab that. The monk is going in, but Hera sees it, and Hera's going to counter that. On the other little screen there, we have camels versus Hussar over near the castle from Liereyy, as Liereyy is finally mining gold in the corner. Man, this is an absolutely insane game to cap this off, that we're setting up for the late game. We've got TaToH Trebs, we've got Siege Engineers on the way, could even get the unique tech for the extra range. And now it's Hera's turn to raid the economy from Liereyy. Liereyy down to 50 on food as he's garrisoning villagers. A lot of idle time there, taking away from his production.
Starting to feel it slipping a little bit for Liereyy. We do have that Hussar Cav Archer composition, but he's trying to defend against this push. The numbers are great. The Trebs are very safe at the moment. On the other side, he does finally manage to get those castles up, but, you know, crucially still trying to deal with the raids back at home, whereas Hera dropped a very defensive
Here comes a
castle
raid
in the
from
middle
Liereyy.
of his eco.
Counter raid from Liereyy. So Hera comes in there, he disrupts a lot. He's still pushing the castle, will probably take that castle out, but all of his military is forward here. The camels will need to come back to deal with those Hussars, and Liereyy is spreading out the Hussars. He's going to kill a lot of villagers in the back, but Hera, as he so often does, has gone for a castle just in the middle of his farming eco to protect himself.
Yeah, but he did actually split those Hussars up really beautifully.
Yeah.
He's attacking the wood lines
He's
as
killing
well.
a lot of villagers
underneath
right now.
some TCs. Yeah, you can see the Vil counts at the top for both players actually
Hera just lost
dropping,
20.
but faster for Hera than it is for Liereyy. Liereyy now taking the opportunity to bring some more Hussar forward. He's looking to turn on to these Trebs. Can he find the kills? That's the question. He's targeting the Trebs, but the surround is phenomenal by Hera here. Looks to keep all of his Trebs alive. Maybe one goes down in the end. No, he manages
Hera
to
just lost
save
30
it.
Vils. Hera just lost 30 Vils, maybe 40 Vils now. He's down to 76 villagers, but he does take out the castle. That raid was absolutely huge.
He has
for
to get
Liereyy.
counter damage. Has to get counter damage. There is 17 food in the bank, and there's 28 on food at the time being. Of course, he gets that castle down, like you said. He does have 77 military at his disposal, but he's got to get in, and he's got to do some damage now.
Yeah, if he loses this military that he currently has, it's going to take him a while to build back up. You can see there's not many in the queue. He's only got 30 on food
TCs
right
out.
now. The Hussar are still killing villagers, and he's spamming TCs, so he's trying to get more villagers out quickly because he realizes what's happened. However, Liereyy losing that
Vil count's
castle...
dropping.
I mean, here Liereyy lost that castle in the front. It opened his base to this raid, and now he's having problems. So Hera pushing back after Liereyy gets an insane value raid on Hera's eco.
How often do you see this happen? How often do you see this happen that it's Hera, the one getting raided to death? Again, still not over. He's got a ton. Yeah, he's got a ton of map control. He's pumping out more TCs for more safety, more farm space, and more villager production. You see 12 in the queue, so the vill count is going to start to climb back up. But equivalent military sizes, I would say though that Liereyy just needs to keep the pressure up. Use those cav archers to defend as best you can. Send a few more hussars in to get some more raids.
I think you should go for another raid. It works so well. Lierey's not going to know really how many villagers he killed and how devastating that was for Hera, but you got to keep the pressure on. Lierey's now trying to just take this fight. He wants to clear up those trebs. He wants to clear up these camels. He doesn't know how much damage he did to Hera before. He has 87 on food right now. He's going up even higher than that, and Hera is down to 43 on food. He can't really keep up the hussar production, and here comes Liereyy for another raid. Hera has to respect this.
The treb positioning has just been phenomenal for
Yeah,
Hera,
it's been
right?
amazing.
He gets one castle down, he rotates immediately, threatens another. You can see on the right-hand side, only 2 castles remaining here from Liereyy, and that's also going to open up more avenues exactly for raiding. This is a great trade here by Hera, just chewing through each of those hussars. Now, of course, the skirmishers are going to turn their attention towards the cav archers. Lierey's got to run. He's got to micro. He's got to dance. He's got to focus down those camels so that the hussar can find some purchase onto the skirmishers, but it's just not there. The military count has fallen below 40. It's up to 65 on the side of Hera, and just like that, the vill counts have equalized nearly once again.
Yeah, and there goes another castle. Liereyy was so afraid of losing his castles here, he kept the military at home. He was trying to snipe the trebs, trying to kill the main army. He did not realize how much he had killed from Hera. He was assuming Hera was producing behind that. He was assuming Hera was still at a relatively healthy vill population. If he knew and went for the raid with all of the army, Hera has to come back to fight that. Otherwise, he's at 40 vills.
I'm stunned that Hera, was able to recover from that, right?
114 vills.
Yeah, how often do you see a player just drop 40, 50 vills in nearly an instant, and then boom, just like that, they seem right back in the game.
Wow, the extra TCs was a stroke of genius there from Hera to just keep the villagers coming out. Lierey's still sitting at 27 cav archers. The micro has been fantastic, but he's struggling against the camels. The hussars, nonetheless, keep producing. Lierey's still with 80 on food right now. He's sending them in to die, but the cav archers are getting kills behind. Still, it's Hera with 4 castles defensively. Town center is set up everywhere. The raiding potential is falling here in Hera's base. It's just so well built. Meanwhile, Lierey's base seems wide open.
Yeah, but it still feels like something you got to go for at this point. I don't see what other options you have. Of course, now Hera, for the first time in this game, or at least in the last 10, 15 minutes, feels like, okay, now I can start to split some of those hussars off. I can start raiding your important resources. I've removed all but one of your castles. You only have 4 TCs with which to garrison your villagers. There is a raid going across the map on the other side, and it's beautifully walled out, but he does manage to chew through the gate. This means a couple of kills will be found. Heavy market usage as well to sustain the production.
And look
here
at what that
for
does.
Liereyy.
Look
It's
at where
not
the
on
camels
gold.
are going. He had struggles against the camels because they were protecting the trebs. Look at where the camels are going. They're going to deal with this raid. I mean, I think Liereyy just needs to keep raiding, right? Just needs to keep sending in hussar. He's got an insane food eco. Force the camels back. They're your main problem.
Ooh, Halberdier coming in. Okay, so this could be an option. However, there's no wood available for him either.
He snipes the trebs.
That's a good find. One more Trebs still out on the field, and he's not going to manage to get that one, so Stable will go down, but does, of course, buy him a lot of time to possibly get this full switch into Halberdier as we see the queue now just beginning.
Okay, so extension here of the economy from Liereyy. He's still got 127 villagers, and he's trying to go into Halbs. He needs to clear the skirms now if he's going to go into Halbs, so you need to try and pull those camels out of position again. Maybe with another counter raid. 68 still on food. That's dropped a little bit from the last time we saw it. Still, Hera sitting on the hill. No gold for Liereyy. He can't afford to lose those cav archers, and he can't really make the full tech switch now into Halberdier. Actually, he's got the full technologies. Okay, he's set.
Yeah, with that final upgrade there, he does have the full technologies. They're not the strongest halberdiers in the game. They'll still do great against the camels. They'll just fall a little bit faster.
The Hussar trying to clear up the skirms.
Lovely clear up, or lovely attempt at a clear up. Let's see if it actually finalizes here, because the skirm numbers are good and these camels are just doing wonders against the Hussar overall. And remember, each of those cav archers that ends up going down is that much harder to replace. Only 100 gold in the bank and no villagers on gold just yet. He's trying to get a hold of this gold position here in the center of the map eventually.
There's also a relic on the right side of his base, which I think he's just too busy to get. You can see him creating one monk. He's thinking about it, right? There's a couple, or I guess that's the last relic on the field that Liereyy has not gotten. He snipes the trap from Hera finally, but Hera, with a healthy amount of skirmishers now again, a healthy amount of camels, healthy amount of
80
Hussars, and yeah, I mean, I call that healthy.
I would too.
It's not. It's unhealthy for Liereyy. That's for sure. As the camels come flooding in, and Hera spreads immediately. There's no castles in the eco to protect him.
How does he
like
do
there
it,
is in
man?
Hera's eco? It's absolutely insane. The games that Hera can win, the positions he can win from. Remember, he was down to 70 villagers. Liereyy had 140.
I thought it was over. And honestly, it looked like, maybe one more punch away from being KO'd. But Hera, he ducks, dodge, dips, and dives away from that killing blow. He weathers the storm. He builds his base back up. He's now forced half of Lierey's economy to be idle. He's got double the military count. Like you said, no defensive buildings left here for Liereyy as an option. It looks like Hera has gotten into that game state that he loves and is oh so familiar with, raiding his opponent to death and slowly pushing forward.
Yeah, and I mean, the number looks good on the food villagers from Liereyy. It's up to 59 now, but he's been idled by these raids, which means there's no halberdier in the queue. There's no Hussars in the queue. He's just now queuing up a few of those units and a few additional cav archers also coming out, but Hera's still controlling the golds. For the longest time in this game, he wasn't controlling any golds. He didn't have any stones he could take, and then he pushed back, and since that point, it's been Liereyy that's been extremely low on gold villagers. He doesn't have any that he can gather at the moment.
Yeah, pop cap here for Hera with still plenty in the queue.
Did Hera try and steal that relic?
He
Is
did.
that why the relic is in the
It
middle?
moved. It got
okay,
moved
I was wondering. I was like, that dot was not where I saw it. And Liereyy denied the relic steal attempt.
But you know what? That's just, again, even through all of this, these guys are still managing to every once in a while check in on that,
Oh, Timorrid Siegecraft. Timorrid Siegecraft here for Hera. Now that gives you access to the extra range on the trebuchets. It used to be able to give you access to the flaming camels, but you can already just get those from Imperial Age now with the Tatars.
Right, and I believe he got siege engineers earlier, right? So these trebs can, shoot from a screen away once they come back out onto the field, and that will be the final unit in the unit composition that Hera needs to close out this game. You can see the Hussar production queue is phenomenal for him right now. 18 on the field, 15 in the queue, more skirmishers coming out as well, and just enough camels to make Liereyy think twice about any engagement of his own.
Very similar to game number 1. Hera feels like he's got 3 different entries into Lierey's base, and then you look at Hera's base, and it's kind of like Alcatraz. It's just completely locked down, right? It is incredible.
Once you get in, there's no escaping.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
and Hera just plays towards it. Like, he doesn't even think about going for a castle forward. He doesn't think about it at all. He's got faith in himself that he can make it work. He laid imp, and that's exactly where we are. And guess what? He's making it work.
Yep, here comes the first of those trebs. Only one treb on the field so far, but the army comp looks good to defend it. The villager count is in favor of Hera as well, and Liereyy begrudgingly taps out of this one. It is a 3-2 victory in the end for Hera.
That was a solid.
It was a very solid dap, by the way. And what respect shown between these two competitors. You can tell they put their all into it. I'd be exasperated at the end of playing a series as such.
Nothing to say still. Like, Lierey's just like...
I mean, he was so close, man. He can taste it. So close.
That was another incredible performance, not from just Hera, but from Liereyy as well.
Both,
like
to
bring it to 5 games there, and every game was long. We went into this set expecting, at least I did, 30-minute games where one player just scales forward and wins. what we got was a slog fest that Mr. Yo and ACCM would be proud of.
Right, we took that break, that slightly longer break after Game 3, and off camera I turned to Dave and I said, I think we both expected a 5-game series, but we still expected it to be over by now.
Exactly.
And instead, we still had 2 more games to go, and both of those go long. What a show, y'all. If you didn't love that, I don't know what kind of Age of Empires you're looking for.
Another late night.
It's going to be another late night.
Are you casting the final set tonight?
No, I did 1 and 3, so I get to enjoy from this point forward just on the couches there, maybe recoup a little energy and get ready for another day, our final day of group stage coming tomorrow.
So we have Hera, our set winner, and he's looking tired. He's looking worn out, and I don't blame him. Kind of wiping some sweat from his brow. He's over there at our interview station, and with him is Ellie. So please, Ellie, feel free to take it away.
Thank you so much. Hera, once again, congratulations. I have to say, it's always a pleasure to watch you and Liereyy fight it out. Not as smooth as the 3-0s you're used to. What's running through your mind?
I think, first and foremost, I just want to say really well played to Liereyy, because I think he played amazing, and it was such a cool set. I legit thought I was going to lose in multiple areas, and I wouldn't even been sad if I lost, because I genuinely thought he played amazing. So yeah, just well played to him, and it was one of the best sets I've ever played. Like level-wise, maybe recency bias, but that was one of the best sets I've ever played. That was really, really competitive and a lot of fun as well.
It certainly was for us as well. And I have to say congratulations again, because I do believe that means you automatically qualify into the semifinals. So that means you'll get a little bit of a break on Friday.
Yeah, that's amazing. That's what I was playing for, and honestly, Liereyy was playing for it as well, and you can tell by the games. We basically didn't hold back, and I really hope Liereyy can make it tomorrow, because I think he really deserves it. It would be kind of heartbreaking to see him having to play the quarterfinals, although I think he's going to be confident either way, but I do wish him the best tomorrow for that, and I'm really happy that I'm going to make it to the semifinals. I think that's something that reduces the risk of any quarterfinal shenanigans, so I'm happy with that.
Absolutely. So there's still one more spot for the bye, and we'll all look forward to watching it tomorrow. But back to you, you're saying this was some of the most competitive age you were playing. And when I was watching the first game, I was thinking to myself, I wonder if, because you and Liereyy are both in such a strong position, if you were maybe a little bit more relaxed going into it.
No, we're playing for the semifinal spot, so this was all out. Yeah, all out series.
All right, here in the first game here, Koreans versus Italians. Run me through your thoughts here.
Once again, I have the weaker late game civ. I feel like Italians always come to that position, but I have the 5 relics, and really, I think this matchup, if he's able to get the relics somehow, he would easily win, because he would be able to fuel his towers endlessly. But in this case, the relics just solo carried me the game, and I had to drop them off multiple times because of the wrong victory. So sorry about that, folks, but it was no big deal.
So I don't know if you noticed, probably not, that Liereyy lost his board to the town center in minute 1.
Ooh.
Which probably would have explained his later castle time.
Oh, that's interesting. I didn't realize, because we were doing different strategies, so I didn't really have anything to compare it to. I just thought Korean slow civ makes sense, but damn, maybe he would have won had that not happened.
Maybe answer some questions. And we also noticed you got crop rotation pretty much instantaneously. So did you know that you were going to take this game late?
Yeah, 100%. I knew my only win condition was just 5 relics and wood efficiency. And honestly, had I not gotten crop rotation, I might have run out of wood. So I'm pretty happy with that decision.
It was really going back and forth, and I don't think anyone knew how it was going to end. Were you happy how you played it on the water? I think you did a little something different with the Southern Dock.
Yeah, I just wanted to play for the relics because I knew the late game matchup was really hard, and I didn't want to grush with Koreans as well because they get the cheaper galleys. So that was definitely the right call, and it worked out just barely, but it worked out.
So when did you know that you had this one for you?
When I sent the 4 petards in his base, I knew that was game.
Second game here, Byzantines versus Gurjaras. What did you think of this matchup going in?
I thought Gurjaras are... I'm not sure, but I think I was down 1 or 2 vills from the start of this game. I was losing by default. I think I could have resigned minute 1 and it would be optimal gameplay. Because I think I was down so much. That's what I felt. Anyway, I'm not really sure. Because generally, Gurjaras should be ahead, and I was not ahead at any point. So I was a bit frustrated with that and a bit flustered throughout the game. But I kind of just got rolled from that. Not sure if I could have done anything better. I thought Gujaras would have the lead, but this didn't turn out. I couldn't find a good town center spot.
Seems like you and Liereyy both were going into a boom, and then maybe the Byzantine bonuses just kind of steamrolled at the end.
Yeah, cheap units, faster. But it was good. I mean, again, well played from him. He made basically no mistakes. So.
Game 3 on High Tides, I believe both you and Liereyy had your #1 Civ. So how did you feel going into that?
I told Liereyy like 2 days ago, let me practice one Mongol-Persian game on High Tides, just one. And he said, no, it's never going to happen. And then he picks it versus me. So I think he's like a double agent, playing only for himself. I'm not happy about that. I knew it was going to be a close matchup, and I'm not sure how it went. So I was just trying to be as creative as possible and make sure I made the right calls. And somehow I pulled it out. It was looking rough at some points, but it felt like an even matchup, I would say.
It was certainly very exciting to watch, and there was some deleting of the racks there from Liereyy. Did you notice that he did that at the beginning?
Yes, oh, that was so smart. Yeah. That completely threw me off. I was giving up, I was finishing water fast because I thought he was actually on land, and then he tricked me completely. That was such an amazing decision from him.
And yet you ended up, I believe, taking this victory for yourself. What led to your great success there?
Double gold comp is better than usually it's better than 1 gold and 1 trash unit. And on this map, there's a lot of gold, so I think it's always justifiable to go double gold comp, and it worked out really well.
Well, I have to say I'm a really big fan of the Mongols. I'm a Mon-gal, if you will. And it's always crickets. It's always a joy to watch the Mangudai coming out, and I think that your castle placement here was really great. Do you think you could give some tips for Liereyy if you were to play this one again?
No, he played amazing. It came down to the wire, no tips.
All right, game number 4 here on Citadel. This one was really exciting. There was a lot going on here. What was the strategy going in, and how do you think it developed?
This one I have to watch back for sure. I wanted to win water. As much as I can, I wanted to win water, and I think I ended up overcommitting to it, in fact. Maybe I should have done the 3 docks earlier, the 3rd dock, because I knew he was on 3 docks. I thought I could hold, but apparently not. And that's kind of what I make of it. He had a really fast castle time, not sure how. I have to rewatch that one.
I think it was the Bengalis, right? He just got those extra villagers. And
maybe.
Yeah.
That helped him out a lot. Maybe. Yeah. I have to take a look.
Quick question. You know the trees on the Citadel have extra wood.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, Dave is really promoting that all the time. So I think the viewers would...
Speaking of Dave, I was watching the games yesterday, and Dave is so funny. The whole keyboard incident with the typing was absolutely hilarious. I was reviewing them and I was dying yesterday, just by myself, and Dave, respect, bro. He came up with that on the spot, and it was just so funny. It was just too funny.
I think the viewers really had a good laugh. I saw it again posted on Reddit. I think everyone was enjoying it. All right, let's talk about game number 5. This could have been the final. Like this was such a close set. Lots going on. Let's just hear your analysis.
Yeah, this is one of the best Arabian games I've ever played. I think it was so close. Again, I'm really not sure how he managed the faster castle time. I thought I would have gotten it, but I was late to my wood upgrade. Then going into Castle Age, my comp should be weaker early, but scale better. And that's kind of exactly what happened. But there was a moment there with the Magnus and Castle where I could have lost. But then we go into a late game where Tatars are simply better than Huns, like across the board. Better Hussars, better everything, really, except he's got the CA. And I was able to kind of trade him down. I did drop a lot of villas at some point, so that it was losable. But luckily, I was able to survive that raid push from him.
Yeah, when those raids were coming in, were you just a little bit too focused on getting down that castle on Lierey's side?
The thing is, like, usually I have 4 castles in my base, but this time I only had 1, so I took so much damage from the raids. And also, I patrolled the camels, but they were on permanently stand ground for some reason, so they didn't do anything. Yeah, I took a lot more damage than I probably should have there.
Do you think in that set you were a little bit maybe too defensive because there was so much at stake?
No. I attacked when I could, for sure. But he's also doing the same, so sometimes he gets it.
Well, it was really, really exciting. Like, the back and forth was crazy throughout all the sets. Every single game, super competitive. How do you feel going into tomorrow, knowing that you basically have a secure win? Are you just going to chill? Are you going to gift some wins to your opponent? Are you going to play blindfolded? What's going to happen?
I will... I don't know. We'll see with the Buchos. If I have a chance to screw over DauT, I'll do whatever it takes. No, I'm kidding. But I think I'll just play my best regardless. Just whatever. Try to get the clean 5-0 on the group stage. Even if I'm not playing for much, whatever. Might as well. But yeah, I'm really excited to chill on the day off. I think that's really important. And every NEC I've managed to get that day off, and I'm really happy to have that again.
Amazing. And any last quick words before we throw it back to the caster desk?
No, just want to say thank you to the viewers for watching and supporting the stream, and I hope to continue to enjoy the events. It's been amazing for me.
Well, congratulations. Well-deserved win. And with that, we'll take it back to the casters.
Thank you so much, Ellie. Congratulations once again to Hera on a hard-fought victory. The Age of Empires scene continues to have Hera reign supreme, 4-0, the only undefeated tournament player. And you may notice Dave and I still hanging out on the caster desk. I've asked Dave to join me for a quick visualization exercise. So Dave, if you could just please close your eyes. I want you to envision yourself on your favorite tropical island. Okay, you've been drinking Mai Tais all week. You've been having a lot of fun in the sun, maybe a little bit sunburned though, and we need to spend one night back in the resort enjoying our favorite episodes of our favorite TV show, The Powerpuff Girls, naturally. But
Celebrity Hockey Wives of Canada.
Naturally. Trouble strikes. All of a sudden, it's not available in this region, Dave. And in this moment, you're wishing you had the benefit of Surfshark VPN. I've got good news for you, though. You're here at NAC, and we've got a sweet deal rolling. 4 months extra when you make your purchase of a Surfshark VPN account. Look at that.
Months?
You can spend 4 months on a tropical island with no worries.
With the Hockey Housewives.
That's what I'm saying, my friend.
Unbelievable. And how long is that? That's 24 months with 4 months extra?
Look at that. Look at that. And a 30-day money-back guarantee. Now, of course, as we're talking about right now, one of the biggest benefits of a VPN, anywhere in the world you go, you can connect back through the region you want to be, unlocks tons of different content libraries for you. But perhaps more importantly, I will always come back to the idea of protecting your data and your privacy in today's day and age, and Surfshark does it better than anyone, and we are more than happy to have them be yet another lovely sponsor of another Age of Empires.
Do they have a lot of servers?
They have, I think, just about 3,200 plus or more.
3,200 servers?
And in how many
locations?
In over 100 locations.
Unbelievable.
You want to go to
locations?
Bali? We got you covered. You want to go to Thailand? We've got you covered.
Servers?
You going to the U.S.? We still got you covered.
I don't have to watch it in German?
Anywhere you go, Surfshark will find you, and they'll protect you.
They will protect you. They also block ads, too.
They also, look at, they can do everything.
And one subscription covers all of your devices.
So what are you waiting for?
You could have 100 laptops that aren't playing German dubbed.
What more do you need to hear from us? Seriously, click the links. I know they're being spammed in chat right now. You have nothing else to do while we're screaming and yelling on the screens. You could be clicking, getting information, entering your information, and getting those 4 months free. Get to it. You get to it. We're going to hop to it, and we'll come back with the 4th set of the day.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Noble Apartment Cup. I am T90, and this is the man
still here.
that just ate a lemon thinking it was a potato. Dave.
I had to rush, dude. We had like 2 minutes. It's in the hot tray. It looks like a slice of potato. So I threw it in my mouth, and now everything tastes like lemon.
Yeah, well,
everything smells like
there's
lemon.
worse taste to have, I suppose.
Oh, my God.
Sorry about that, but you shouldn't have told me right before I came on air.
It was hard. I'm surprised you didn't hear me.
I heard something.
It was a yell of shock.
Yeah, well, the sets today have been incredible.
Yeah.
Right? We've had some crazy sets. We've had, I think, some of the longest games of the tournament so far, so clearly the competition's getting a little bit closer. And we got some amazing sets coming up.
Oh, yeah.
We've got Vinchester versus the Viper next, and both of these two are hoping to maybe grab the other spot that's available.
Right up at the top, right
at the
next
very
to
top
Liereyy.
to get that
And
bye
then-
for the semifinals.
After that, we have TaToH versus Yo, and one of those is going to leave today down 1-3.
That's crazy. And potentially out.
That's cool.
Potentially out, because remember, previous NACs, you had 10 players here for the group stage, and then just 2 people were knocked out
me, I'm
before the
burping up
playoffs.
lemon.
Yeah, go ahead. You're good. Just do what you need to. This here at Noble Apartment Cup, there's 4 players who, after tomorrow's games, will be out and no longer playing. So, the big storyline with Hera's previous win, he is almost like maybe 99.9% lock. I think is a lock for having a bye to go directly to the semifinals. But you got Viper, you got Vinchester, you've got Liereyy, I would say. Those are the other 3 probably fighting for that spot. And I was just talking about how nice your hair is today.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, I try. I bring it to a guy. His name is David.
David,
yeah, he's really thorough. Actually.
What's his opinion of potatoes?
As long as they're not lemons. Life gives you lemons. Try not to think of them as potatoes.
That's perfect. That's perfect. Well, here's our draft here between these two, and I'm already really excited because the first pick there for Vinchester is not a pick that we've seen very frequently at all. Typically, you see Cumins banned out, and on the rare instance where it isn't banned out here, Vinchester picked it. So I imagine Viper was probably like, ugh, because it's kind of a tricky civ to face up against. I'm guessing that could be Bedouins.
No, that's Bedouins. Vinchester thinks Cumins are like, when I talked to Vinchester after he played DauT, he said DauT did a really, really good job there, and it shows how broken Cumins are on that map.
Got it.
That's what he said. And
it.
like, he's automatically thinking that every civ draft, if you're the lower seed like he was, you have to ban Chinese, and you have to ban Cumins, and you have to ban Georgians. So 3 bans already. You can see that he's banned Georgians, he's banned Chinese. He didn't mix in the Cumins, probably on the off chance, hoping that Viper wouldn't play into that style, and he could pick them on Bedouins. I'm surprised Viper didn't ban them, honestly.
Yeah. I mean, no surprise Vipers picked Dravidians first on the other side. I would guess that could be for any of these maps. So Tide Pool would be a good fit. I think Citadel's also a good fit. I would doubt it'd be for something like Copenhagen, but Italians has been proven to be very good on Copenhagen, so I guess Viper would do that there. Byzantines, also super flexible for any of these maps. And then Tatars, Gurjaras, Vietnamese, probably for the potential Arabia Bedouins games, like we said. So we got a big set coming up here, folks. Hope everyone's been enjoying. I have occasionally pulled up the chat and occasionally been made fun of in the chat when I'm just trying to snack.
It's been up here the whole time, dude. There's nothing occasional about that.
I just like to point out, okay, if I'm casting 3 sets a day, I've got to find some time to eat. And typically that time is when the cameras are controlled by chat.
Yeah.
So we can't help it if we just need to munch every now and then.
No, I love
day.
the cameras being controlled by chat because
they don't zoom in on you while you're eating a lemon.
Well, it's not my fault. You look incredibly awkward doing normal things. That's not my issue. That sounds like a problem.
That's very fair, honestly.
So
I've always been
be a normal human.
It's always been a weakness of mine. Still working to get better at it.
Working on it.
We'll get there someday.
Who's your favorite here? Viper, Vinch?
Is it crazy if I say Vinch?
I say Viper.
Okay, well that makes it
interesting. But I was
thinking
it's 55-45. It's super close. Vinchester has looked really, really strong. Viper, it's late at night. That might affect him. It has in the past. Vinchester played a strong series against Hera yesterday at like midnight.
Yeah.
So do we give the edge to Vinch here for more energy? Do we give the edge to Viper for more experience? Like, it's questions.
Yeah, I mean, Viper's got to be there in terms of the experience and in terms of what he's accomplished and what he can potentially do. The worrying theme for Viper, for me, is already shown in this tournament.
Yeah.
And it's just has a good position, doesn't play defensive enough, right? Maybe has a hole in a wall or something like that. That can punish you against someone like Vinchester. So we'll find out. Viper, I think, has to be the favorite, but I really believe in Vinchester here. And here we are in the fourth set of the day, and a big one here. The winner of this series will go 3-1 on the week and go into a series tomorrow to potentially be 4-1 and get a bye to the semifinals of this tournament. We've got Vinchester playing as the Berbers.
Question marks.
Which I would not have expected, and we've got Viper with a very expected Byzantines. Also, small thing, does he have a space between the and the Viper now? Is that new?
They might just not show. I'm getting into the screen right now. Might just not show the underscore. I think it's just the Viper. That might have also been the way that Vodka wrote his name in caption.
Ah, okay. So maybe I've just called out Vodka indirectly. I didn't mean to do that.
It doesn't look the same without the underscore.
There's never been an underscore.
Yeah, it kind of underscores the underscore, if nothing else. I mean, it's just a little weird, right? I guess there hasn't been.
There's never been an underscore.
Has there never been an underscore?
You just
Is
said
that something that I just created in my head?
I'd just like to point out that 2 minutes before this, you said that I am awkward. So now I get to call you
I'm just
stupid.
trying to figure something out. I've expected a homie to help me along the way. I guess there hasn't been, right?
No, there has not.
Oh, okay. Anyway, we're getting past this. Game number 1, and Berbers is a question. Byzantines is standard here. Vinchester, is he going to play into, galleys in the middle? Probably not, since he docked the outside. Is he going to play into forward land pressure in the castle age, or is it all about the boom?
We'll see. So let's keep an eye on Vinchester's scout here. So Vinchester right now, he's docked the middle, and what he would not want is to be head-to-head against the Byzantines in the middle. So he's not actually, if we can see his fog of war, he has no vision. He has not seen a dock, and he should know now that Viper's docked the back area. So I think this is actually pretty safe for Vinchester to maybe go for scouts, and that's something the Berbers are really good at long-term. But Viper, he's got to scout what his opponent's doing, and I think right now, he is counting on his opponent to be scared of the Byzantines and to be docked on the outside. So I think that's a forward vil to dock the corner. But Viper does not actually have any confirmation right now. So he's just simply assuming
he's got
Vinchester's
the scout.
not going to dock
He's
there.
got the scout on the inside shoreline. I think
true.
I see a dot there on the inside shoreline of the pond.
Yeah,
so
he's on the way.
Viper is looking for the dock from Vinchester. And this one, if he finds that dock in the middle, I think this villager will just be for an additional fish boom over here.
Could be, yeah. And that's essentially how you might want to play it. But I did just see the scout go to the left. And so, again, we need to see what Viper's actually seen here. But I don't think Viper saw the dock.
Yeah,
Viper
what's the
should
fog
not
of
know
war
about the
here
dock.
for Viper? Does he know about that dock forward from Vinchester? He's
Looks
going
like
back.
he's headed back. Okay, he'll see it. He'll see it. If he didn't see it already, he's going to run right into that.
Yep. And Feudal Age almost in here. Make the scout strong enough.
Yeah, so now Viper's already committed to that dock on the outside. He knows his opponent's open with a barracks, which is most likely going to mean scouts. Just like to point out a small thing here. That stone for Vinchester is really close to his town center. And Vinchester loves to play with camel archers. So it's not common on this map.
Ooh,
but
spotted the stable too right away.
Yeah, we might see Vinchester eventually try and get to those camel archers. More scouts are going to be on the way here for Vinch, and he's also looking around at Viper's base. I think we missed a slight trap attempt there from Viper. I saw a house get deleted near the wood line, so that'd be pretty typical from him. Yeah. But Vinchester going to add a fire galley to the middle. There's nothing to really kill there, but that might be in case Viper adds a new dock. And we're going to see the walls come up here as we see Vinch head over to gold right now.
I'm curious whether Vinch at any point decides to go dock the outside and try and disrupt the fish from Viper.
So the thing about the fish on the outside, there's really not a lot to work with. It's enough to take you through Feudal, but once you get to Castle Age, it's not strong at all. Compared to the middle, the middle's got a lot more dots there you can see in the minimap. So I actually think...
Viper's docking it, I think.
Yeah, Viper's not going to want Vinchester to have the middle. Yep. Vinchester might be, okay, oh, here's the replay. Here's the trap attempt from Viper. Typical Viper stuff.
It's not really replay worthy, but I mean, hey... He tried, as he so often does, right? Yeah. Now Viper running away from the scout. He's going to play the hill, and Vinchester won't want to engage against that if he's paying attention, but Viper actually has the advantage now as Vinchester tries to climb the hill. Viper has redocked that center pond area,
Ooh, Viper was quick walling there.
Viper's dock has been discovered forward, so Vinchester knows it's a little bit more of an investment into the outside water for Viper right now.
Did Vinchester see that dock?
I don't
Sure,
think so.
Vinchester
No.
saw
That
dock.
just went up. That just went up.
Yeah, so I think Vinch is adding galleys to deny a future dock here.
And he's scouting with the fire galley. So if he got his patrol right, he's going to find this right away. If he got it wrong, he's going to miss it by a tile.
Yeah, and it's kind of a big investment to add those 2 galleys just to deny a dock and then discover that Viper is docked already. Listen, the Byzantines, Dave, it's kind of the stress-free civilization if you don't take damage in Feudal Age, right?
Yeah.
Cheap counter units and spears and skirms, cheap camels, and then all the vision upgrades. Viper's going to see everything a mile away. So we had some questions on why we would see Berbers. We've never seen Berbers picked for this map. Still kind of waiting to see what Vinch's plan is with the Berbers to be able to break Viper
I
here.
mean, your fishing ships get back with the food a little quicker.
That's true.
Your villagers run a little quicker. It's not a terrible economy for them, and they have more. They should have a better economy than the Byzantines do. It's just you kind of question like late game, does it match up?
Yeah.
Doesn't match up at all. It kind of forces you towards castle age pressure.
And this is why I think we might actually end up seeing Vinchester head to stone at some point.
Dock has been discovered. The scouts are coming over. That should be a Deadville.
Yeah, it should be a dead fire as well. And Viper is going to lose the fire ship. Nice job from Vinchester. And we're going to see our first villager of the game go down. Very nice control from Vinch. That's something Viper's lacked. Viper has not had any map control really on the map at all. He's freely fishing on the outside, but he doesn't even have any protection.
Still, if you're Vinchester, you see that dock, now you got to add at least 2-3 more ships.
Yeah,
just to control whatever Viper's going to send out. Now, if you go back there, you see a flag, you're nervous. And Vinchester actually pulls all of his navy back as Viper is trying to find some more fish on the outside. Vinchester's still trying to get damage with the scout. That's a good poke from the spearman. I don't think he's really going to be able to get any more villagers easily. As Viper clicks up to the Castle Age, Vinch still probably a minute away.
So on this map, we've seen a lot of instances where the golds can vary greatly. You have 4 golds on your side, but where they end up, there's really no rhyme or reason. You're obviously going to have the main gold, typically a second gold that's close by, but Vinch will have the scouting on these golds to the left. So he's going to see 2 gold piles there beyond the walls from Viper. And if you look at the minimap, you can also see there's 2 golds from Vinchester in that same area. So Viper's going to sneak a dock up there. We'll see if Vinch
Not
reacts
so
to
sneaky.
it. But like that, the left side of this map is way more valuable in the Castle Age than the right side of the map, I'd say.
Yeah, and that's the way that it works on this one sometimes, right? You just got to analyze that early. You can get the scouting early enough that you can kind of plan for that, as we saw from ACCM yesterday, I believe, where he came forward and cut all of that stuff off from Hart. Market now going up for Vinchester. Still has not clicked up to the Castle Age.
And we
the
got
scouts are in on the north of Vinchester's base, and the galley has found the villager. He's going to die. But still, 2 docks for Viper. Castle Age coming in faster, and a little bit of distractions happening in the eco from Vinchester.
Yeah, so I thought that was 2 scouts from Viper. That's actually just his starting scout. He's snagged forging, so that'll be for his spears. But clearly, the focus is water here. This is the first time I've seen anyone make galleys in Feudal Age on this map. This is what I like about Vinch, and this is why I think Vinchester can beat some of the top players here, is because he does different things. But sometimes you might end up thinking, is it too different? Is there a reason other people haven't been going for galleys? I think we're about to have that very thought, because Viper is about to have 4 Byzantine fires here pop out and surprise his opponent, and in 20 seconds they're going to be upgraded.
Yeah, and Vinch decides to go after 1. I mean, they're going to be fire ships soon. Vinchester's going to lose all of his fish. He's got another fire ship to contend with here. You can see the scout from Viper just dragging that stuff away. And once Viper clears this stuff up, he can be comfortable in maybe adding an extra town center of his own, maybe even adding fish of his own through that middle area.
Yeah, I mean, I've just kind of been waiting for that next move from Vinchester. What's going to be that magical play? But Viper's been super smooth here, Dave. He didn't lose a lot to the scout rush. He's in Castle Age now. He's going to kill everything on water, it feels like. And his fish on the outside, still uncontested. Yes, it's relatively inefficient, but this is good damage. I know he's actually losing his fires now, so well played from Vinchester. I still think Viper will be very happy with the control he has right now.
Yeah, really well played from Vinchester, actually, to get the demo value, to get his fire value, and now here comes Bod Canero, and here comes the War Galley research, and maybe you could have made an argument there for Viper to just go after the fish, which he's doing right now.
Yeah.
As Vinchester's only down to 1 fishing ship. Viper, critically, still 7 fish alive on the outside. I know they're not the most efficient ships ever, but they're still bringing him food that Vinchester no longer has access to.
So Viper's just going to make a knight or two, try and chip away at the eco. He forces some reactions here from Vinch. You can tell Vinch is distracted right now. He always has to pay attention on water too, right? So there's so many different things Vinch has to worry about. And there he patrols in on the water. Another knight comes in. Look at the idle time from Vinchester. Vinchester's eco kind of falling apart here. And as we say all the time, the ideal world is you get max value from minimum investment.
Yeah.
And I know that Viper didn't actually kill a lot with those knights, but the idle time was worth it, and he's been able to relax back at home.
Yeah, and he's been able to track the army movements from Vinchester, so he can go out for a TC like this, maybe even add a monastery soon. We know Viper loves to collect the relics early, and relics have been a big deal on this map because it oftentimes goes late.
Yeah, especially because it is really difficult to take golds a lot of the time. But also another thing, the thing that's still keeping me some hope for Vinchester here is the middle water is super valuable. And I feel like if you ever lose that against Byzantines, you're not going to get it back, especially as the game goes late. So that's what Vinchester has to bank on, the fact that he is actually keeping things somewhat competitive there. More fires on the way from the Viper, and he's not going to give up on that as he drops TC number 2. And it's probably going to be a fairly boring boom and Camel War here, but all these tiny little details matter, like when's the second TC come up, when's the monastery come up, when do the relics come in, as you said, Dave. So I think we haven't really seen the extremes that I would have wanted to see from the Berber player so far.
Yeah.
The res collected is higher for the Viper. He's got the flow of the game. So you just got to try and find that if you're Vinch, but there's also not a lot of options. He's kind of made his bed already on this boom Camel game.
I think, like, the one thing you have to try and avoid against Byzantines as well, especially on a map like this where they're kind of far away, don't let them get up to 3 TCs before you.
Yeah.
Like, just don't let a Byzantine player get a 3 TC boom because they're so tough to crack in the later stages of the games, especially with a SIF matchup like this where you're kind of asking, all right, what do the Berbers go into? Byzantines have better water. I think they have better land. They have better fortifications. You know, they have better siege than the Berbers. It's just better monks, like better everything.
I think you can apply the same logic to the Viper, though. It's like if you play the same type of game as Viper.
Yeah, he's generally going to be better than
he's going to, exactly.
Unless it's Hera.
Yep. And
there's
the
like only
one
a
player,
couple players.
Yeah, so Vinchester, I think it says a lot about the confidence of Vinchester coming into this, that he feels like he can play against Byzantines and the Viper and get away with this. But so far, he is just kind of falling behind. 2 camels again running in from Viper. I really thought he'd stop after the first few, but he continues to keep sending
it's
in
working,
units.
right? Vinchester hasn't sent anything to his side. And what is Viper doing in the meantime? He's getting up his TCs. He's getting his farms up. He's also, I believe, going for another dock on the middle. So he's going to try. And those are spearmen. I think to the right side, there might be a dock there coming up from Viper.
Can we just appreciate the idle TC time for the Viper here?
Yeah, 8 seconds? With 3 TCs?
Seconds. 3 town centers. His KD is smooth. His res collected 2,000 more than his opponent. I mean, the only question I've had over Viper is all based on the peak Viper, right, that we all know and love. And that was in the earlier sets where maybe I thought the scouting was a little bit off or the adaptations are off. But he can get to such a level. Like, if he can maintain this level, he can be anyone here this week.
Nah, he's up to 20 seconds. He's completely washed.
Okay, yeah, that's true. But
the dream's over.
But up until that moment, Viper is very dangerous. And I just feel this is, in terms of the whole series here, Vinch is going to have to do something to slow this guy down. You just can't let him boom and adapt like this.
More farms being added in from Viper. You can start to notice the difficulties in this map with the way they're placing their farms. Any other map, it looks like normal pro player farms. This looks like something that T90 would concoct in his little gamer room back in Florida. I mean, we've got farms all over the place because the wood lines are getting in the way, right? The map is getting in the way. There's just not enough space.
Listen, the weirder the farms, the lower the idle TC time, all right? We all know how important villagers are. We're focusing on the macro.
Okay.
So camel v camel. What's cheaper, by the way, a Byzantine camel or a Berber camel? Should be really close, right?
I think it is a Berber camel.
I don't know.
Someone run the numbers. Let's get NASA
I don't
on
know.
this. Yeah.
I don't even remember the percentage for the Berbers. I just know it's like maybe 15% cheaper for them in Castle and 20% in Imp or 20-25.
Yeah, and I think the Berbers are what, 20%?
Well, no, I think Byzantines is 20. I think
in
Byzantines is slightly cheaper, but I think they're also weaker because they don't get bloodlines.
Berbers is 20%. Berbers 15, 20, and then Byzantines are 25.
25.
So yeah.
Okay.
But one of those camels is better than the other.
Yeah.
If
yeah.
you get full upgrades.
Yeah.
The Berber camel is better, has better upgrades as well.
But if you play into an extended camel war, the Byzantines have help.
Yeah.
And Berbers do not. So you're pretty much stuck on camel as a match.
And
or
Viper has handcart, heavy plow, and 40 on food.
Yeah, this is like Viper has been. This is the perfect start for the Viper. He hasn't been rattled. He hasn't been disturbed. He's just his fish haven't been touched
Also,
as well.
outposts going up with town patrol from Byzantines, so he's going to see everything.
Yeah,
essentially.
Yeah, Vinchester's just a little too far gone to do anything too crazy. I think the next thing he could look to is Camel Archer, but he wants the map control again first, so he's going to drop some stables now.
I really like the camels coming forward from Viper this game.
It's continuous.
Yeah, exactly. He hasn't done any damage with them, but Vinchester hasn't even expanded out here until these three coming over there. So what does Viper do while Vinchester's at home dealing with camels? He booms.
Yep.
He adds in the food, he adds in the extra town centers, and he's about to click up to Imperial Age. He's also continuing to contest on water, so everything he's doing is forcing Vinchester into more investment and keeping him away from his own base.
Do you think that, right now, Viper's obviously building up towards Imp, but do you think it's worth trying to reinvest into the water? Because he lost it before, docked again. That dock's now
it's 100%. You can take it so easily if you're the first person to Imp. Fast fire, one technology, and then you have 2 or 3 docks producing.
Yep.
And then if you take it, that's great. You can go for Dromans, as those camels were kind of... I've never
What
seen
were they
that
doing?
one. I don't know. Maybe the monk told them to do a certain dance or something before he picked up the relic. But yeah, if you take back water control fully, then a couple Dromans completely cut off Vinchester's base. Worst case scenario, you force Vinchester to invest even more into water, Castle Age versus Imperial Age.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, and Viper, he's going to have 3 relics back at home soon, I think. He's going to snipe that monk. Now, the left side is the most important area here.
Look at the idle TC time now.
And so I'd expect Viper to come forward with the castle. That's 29 seconds. Under a minute of idle TC here.
Load up a game with 3 TCs and try and do nothing but keep your idle time at 0, and I guarantee you it's going to be hard.
Actually, I'm going to back up. Try and go for a Scald opening in Feudal Age and get to Castle Age.
With 1 town center.
With 1 town center, and try and keep it below that.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people don't know what their time actually is, so they're living blissfully unaware, but I
go
can
watch
pretty
yourself.
much promise you that that's not...
It's worse than you think. All right, so a 1 villager castle in the most Viper way possible. He quick walls the 1 villager. He's just hard committed to this castle. I mean, does that guy need help? Probably. Is he asking for it? Probably not. Viper trying to complete that on the left side. He's also 30 seconds away from Imperial Age as the friends move forward to help complete the castle. And he's taking out the Navy in the center from Vinchester as Vinchester just queues more camels. But camels are going to take away from his Imperial Age time.
Yeah, the only thing that I could really say right now that gives Vinchester a chance is if Viper doesn't get chemistry, doesn't make a trap or something. Like, Viper makes it to Imp and has 1,000 gold, 1,000 food. It's just been the perfect game. Like, I'm sitting here trying to make this interesting for you guys, but Viper has just made this very uninteresting because he's just dominated. There's a quick wall from him, and he's just going to save that Vil as if he needs it.
I think he's feeling it right now.
Yeah, he's really feeling it.
I think he's really feeling it right now. And the camels coming in from Vinchester are going to be found by the camels from Viper. He might lose a couple villagers on that side, but right now his focus is the water, and his focus is the push on the left, and Vinchester is just... You can see in his face, he's like 3 minutes behind Imp.
I think that's how Vinchester always looks, actually. Vinchester is like the coolest cucumber. When he's playing, it can be the most intense of games, and he just looks like he's watching a
I asked him about that the other day, and he said, actually, I'm feeling kind of stressed. I know I look like I'm dead, but I'm feeling kind of stressed in the games.
Yeah, I mean, if we were up there, I think we would look visibly stressed.
Oh, my head would be so sweaty.
Yeah, it would be gross. So I think that's a skill, obviously, to stay cool under pressure, or at least look cool under pressure. Vinchester's always had that, but Viper, he didn't actually go for the trap right away, which I was expecting, and so it's still been a little bit of a slow build-up, but he's going to make the Dramans. Yep. He's going to make his trap now, and Vinch is still 2 minutes away from Imp here.
There's another castle from Vinch.
What?
Huh?
That's not happening.
That's a I can't do anything else. I need to try something.
Yeah, I mean,
castle. And
Go for it.
Full credit to him. He knows that he's not going to be able to break the Byzantines. He needs to make the game crazy, right? This is like trading a queen for a queen in chess. You're just trying to make the game as crazy as possible. And Viper's going to see this coming from a mile away.
I'm laughing because I think you played like 90% of your chess games ever this week.
No. As a kid, I played a lot of chess.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I just couldn't.
But I did play for the first time in a few years.
Okay.
Here.
I appreciated the chess reference. I didn't fully understand it.
Yeah.
Well, that, ladies and gents, that's not going up. Viper's going to drop his own castle. He's got his heavy camels here. Vinchester's also getting castle dropped on the left side. Like, Vinchester is completely being smashed here. Viper's castle gets denied, but Vinchester's got... He's just got no momentum in this game, Dave. He's trying to go camel archers. He doesn't have the castle numbers for that. This isn't going to help. Viper's castle now sneakily being built underneath the camel archers because Vinchester clicked the trebuchet. Viper realized he had an opportunity. Who knows if the castle for Viper goes up, but Vinchester's castle is going to be denied, and that was just an absolute rout there. Viper destroys in game number 1.
Absolutely insane. The efficiency on his eco was great. Vinchester's strategy of making galleys in the middle clearly didn't work. And Viper just took advantage of Vinchester having to hold back, having to keep camels at his own base. No conversation whatsoever between these two after that one.
Well, is Vinchester going to type to Viper like he was potentially doing yesterday when he was up against Hera? The typing across the room?
It makes it worse, but I think he was typing to like Classic Pro. That's what I...
Yeah. I don't think they were typing to each other at all.
Which makes it worse. I wish they were typing to each other.
I mean, I think we were really spoiled with Dogao and DauT sets. And I mean, we obviously have more, but like they're just so talkative after games naturally. So GamerLegion was like, oh, we got to get the mics in there.
Yeah.
And then most players are just going to focus on their next games. But I got to say this. That was not at all it for Vinchester. Like, he can have some creative moments, but he didn't go for any extremes there. And if you're going to go for more adaptable play, I think their Civilization's way better than Berbers. So I'd love to see the draft to see the priority. If that's a late pick, I'm kind of okay with it.
Yeah.
Like maybe he didn't draft towards that map at all.
I think it's probably pick 4 or 5.
Yeah, and if that's the case, you're fine with it. But Viper obviously played that perfectly. So what do you think? Like, is that going to ruin Vinch's confidence? Like, is that going to
increase
Viper's
confidence?
confidence?
You're up against Byzantines. Look at that. That is pick 4.
Yeah.
You're up against Byzantines on that map, and you have Berbers. Like, I think you're just trying something anyway. So losing like that isn't technically any different than losing a super, super close back and forth game.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, it's Berbers versus Byzantines. So he's probably going to win anyway.
Okay, so, and we know that he's got a great plan for Bedouins, which
Bedouins
is
is the
apparently
next
coming
map.
out.
Yeah.
So assuming Vinchester's going to go Cumans, because he will, because it's insane, what is Viper's best civilization to potentially counter that here?
I think he could get the job done here with Vietnamese.
Okay.
Although we have to look, he's got Italians for Copenhagen, he's got Dravidians for Citadel,
It could be Vietnamese for Copenhagen.
Gajaras for Arabia. I think Vietnamese, you need to know, if you're fighting up against 2TC, Cuman Boom, you're either going fast castle yourself or you're going feudal pressure, right? If you go feudal pressure, you need to know where that town center is, and you really need a good archer civilization that can like put the archers in the towers and keep roaming around. I think Vietnamese are one of those.
Could also go Gurjaras, open scouts, or just fast castle and really pressure with the elephants. Their siege elephants can destroy TCs really quickly. Yeah. I was a little surprised to hear it, but in my conversations, most pros seem to think that Gurjaras are easy top 5 on the map.
Okay.
I think Chinese is above that. Maybe like Hindustanis is in there. Humans, but I think Gurjaras falls into place there at some point.
Okay.
Now, getting ahead of the game a little bit, but I think there's some potential mind games with the draft. Okay, we got game number 2, but something to keep in mind is there is Mayans for Vinchester, which he played on Regicide Fortress before. Viper may go for Vietnamese to counter that.
Which is a good Mayans counter.
But then there's other civs Vinchester could do that I think are better against the Vietnamese. We'll get there. Look at the TC positions here. We've got Viper on Bedouins in the blue. He drops his TC in the south. And then over in the east, we've got the TC for Vinch. You know when the Cumans are playing, they're trying to go for the fast feudal into the fast TC if you're Viper. So Viper's got some decisions to make. He, like many players, is going to have a couple vills elsewhere that don't walk down to where the TC is built. And so he's got his mill there. But they're kind of far apart from each other.
How many goats? That's going to be
Kinda
4.
close.
That's like the optimal number, I think. 4 or 5, the optimal number to have in the mill. And then you can use the others to explore. And the exploration is already great for Viper.
I think he actually found where Vinch is already because he lost his sheep.
No, that looks like
a
where
mill.
the villager... Look at how wide the exploration is there. It's got a different width.
Okay. I
than
had to
the sheep
examine
one.
the width.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll do that next time. Well, I think odds are they're going to find each other here. The key for Vinchester is, does he have safe stone and safe gold behind his base? And he does. The stone's going to be a bit trickier, but he could easily wall himself into the corner there with that gold at least. But actually, hold on a second. Is the corner even valuable here? Don't you want your second TC to be on shorefish, on the food?
You do, yeah.
Yeah.
And he can put it maybe on the other side of that one. That's not going to be a very great TC. You might also want the TC on a stone, and you're just hoping you can find an area where you could put it on like a wood.
Yeah.
And a stone that might be a good one. On the
Yeah,
hunt and
that's
the gold.
true. That's true. And then your TCs are close together, so you can protect your economy. I think that's probably the safe route. He'll just hope to get a mill up on shorefish somewhere else and eventually get in towards farms. But listen, if there's one Civ that can eat TCs pretty quickly, it is Gurjara's, because the additional bonus damage their mounted units deal also applies. Sorry, I'm getting distracted by the sheep. Also applies to the armored elephants they have. Out of
So
that
many
siege
goats
workshop.
coming home for Vinchester. And it's a good plan. Like, you want to explore a little bit. You can see he's kind of spotted where Viper was because he could see that one house over there, although that could be the 3 extra villagers. But still, you want to bring them home so that Viper can take advantage of them. And right now, Viper only has 8 goats in there. I think that's still fine.
What do you think about this, where players will leave 3 villagers just exposed somewhere else on the map?
It makes sense early on, but it bothers me later.
Yeah.
Because those 3 vills are basically free. If you have spotted where your opponent is, though, and you're on the opposite side of the map, odds are they're going to be safer than any vills in your own eco.
Yeah.
Because they'll never go over there.
I agree. I think at this point, if you're Vinch and you know Viper might try and do some damage, they at the very least have to be walled up. You can't leave them unwalled. But he's going to finish those shorefish in a second.
Make an outpost there or something. Like, explore with them. You can see he's bringing one of these back. Is he going to pull in a boar? Is he trying to lame Viper?
I think he wants the boar by the mill.
No, he does, but he also suspects that Viper is there because he saw the house, and now he confirms it. That boar is going towards the TC.
And that boar is going to an area that's pretty close to Vinchester's forward villagers. I think he might need to consider getting out of there. Did the villager also see the barracks on the way back?
The villager saw a villager building
when
it walked by, but I don't know if Vinch was actively paying attention to it.
Okay, well, what?
He's bringing the boar to his TC.
No loom.
It's going to be a journey.
I mean, Vinchester did a great job bringing in the boars to the TC in Wandering Warriors Cup. He did lose a lot of boars.
Yep. He did shoot his boars with the TC a lot.
I mean, that boar meat's going to be helpful. There's the second TC. There he is, house tricking a little bit. That villager can take 2 more hits.
He actually went for the
other
TC
villagers
on
could still die. I've had this happen many times. Oh, he's
not
fine.
you. Yeah.
What?
He's him, dude.
I guess he did a bunch of damage before. Wow. Okay.
No, he had like 7 villagers attacking that. Like, they'll get it pretty quick, and he had to shoot the boar 5 times, 4 or 5 times, bringing it home. So it was just enough there. Vinchester now getting loom. He went for the TC on the left side instead of the one on the opposite side of the woodline, like we were looking at. And it's Viper going for a spearman, and he's being as annoying as possible. He's trying to get in front of this villager. That town center still isn't up, and loom was actually an excellent tech for Vinchester there because Viper is about to show up with 2 spearmen and a scout, and the town center from Humans, the second one, takes so long to build in Feudal Age.
Yeah, so Viper's going to go for scouts, and well played from Vinchester. Gets the TC up just in time. Viper can't take the risk, and where else can Viper actually damage? Vinchester's walling in the south. His woodline's exposed, but he's going to drop some walls here. And now Viper's going to have some pretty big problems because he's stuck in Feudal. The opponent's stuck in Feudal.
I don't know how long he's stuck in Feudal for, though.
That's fair.
The food comes in real quick. And remember, the second TC, it takes like 9 villagers 2 minutes to build it or something like that.
It does.
So you're going to fall behind in resources. Viper's ahead by 600 reds. If he can click up fast, he's going to even it out.
Vinchester read my mind. This is why, and more players need to do this, When you know that Viper's going to see this and assess he can't do damage, you just need to add a little bit of army. Have a little bit of resistance to this. Now I'm confused. Because now Viper's dropping a tower.
Well, he knows Vinchester won't have enough stone to go for a counter.
Yeah, but Vinch can just delete a piece of his palisade wall and attack it.
Yeah, but then Viper can just quick wall everything into something.
Yeah, but okay, we'll see.
And he'll force Vinchester. Look, he shifted the villager
So he
over
can build
that.
a palisade
so
in
yeah,
that
if
gap.
Vinchester deletes that one
No
wall,
freaking
he's gonna
way.
build a palisade.
That's
Like I
exactly
said,
what he did.
Like I said,
Yeah.
Viper can just quick wall his way out of it. That's what he's thinking anyway.
Yeah, so just want to like re-explain that. So usually you don't want to place a tower on the opponent's walls because they can delete that one piece and just be doing damage to your tower. You can't do anything. Viper's Ville is on the side there, so he can immediately block that. Honestly, I shouldn't be explaining it because I feel like if you know, you know. If you don't know what I'm talking about, you
Have you ever watched a Viper stream before?
Well, is that tower range?
It ranges the gold and ranges the fish, and he can garrison the archers in it, and he's about to click up. The resources are looking phenomenal for Viper. 33 villagers for Vinchester, 26 for Viper. So Vinch is going to be, what, 15 villagers plus ahead by the time Viper gets to Castle Age.
You know what is so sick about that tower? If he didn't have that tower, Vinchester's little archer play here would work really well to hold the map.
Yeah.
So he couldn't build a siege workshop there.
Can it not range the villagers? Okay, it can. It was just targeting it. Sometimes they just target a random building.
But this just gives that area of the map for Viper to build a siege workshop. He can't boom here. So building the tower is not a big deal. You can't catch up to the humans with Vills. But yeah, he's going to try something in Castle Age. He'll definitely see a siege workshop.
I think it's cav archers here from Viper.
They can
Oh,
go
double
Elephant
stable.
Archer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nope.
Elephant Archer is available.
Oh, sorry.
And Vinchester is going to trap the scout from Viper and says, how does it taste? That's sick from Vinchester. The confidence to do that against Viper.
Man, is it wrong that I've been thinking Viper's Vietnamese this whole time because that hard stuck in my mind?
It's okay. It's been a long day, dude. It's been a long day.
I was like, what do you mean they can go Elephant Archer? Oh, I should probably read the sys again.
It's all good.
Damn.
So, I mean, Viper's going to have a resource problem. He's going to be in Castle Age, but he's not going to be able to make a lot here. And I think the key, if he wanted to go Shravamsha Rider, is to have his opponent be open. Now, I'm looking at this wall from Vinch. Is there a tree there? Like, there's clearly a gap there, right? No, right back. Vodka, go back. That wall. That wall.
The wall.
To the
where
right
the
of
gap
tower.
is.
Am I crazy?
There's something there. There has to be.
There's a hole.
There's something there.
There's a hole.
Something there.
If there's a tree there, Viper can chop it. There's a
there
hole.
must be. There simply must.
Viper's not going to show him until he gets this Shravamsha.
It doesn't matter because the wall goes down in a second anyway, and the Shravamsha
Oh
runs
my
right through
What's
Vinchester.
happening?
What on earth?
Wait.
He does go for the quick wall, and he's going to stop this thing
Okay.
from running in, but still, moments of panic there for Vinchester, and Viper has one less wall layer to go through with these elephants as the Shravamshas are out. Suddenly, Vinchester under a lot of pressure. He is about to click up to Castle Age, preferably not in that town center because it might not survive. And he is on stone, so he's thinking about kip checks.
Okay, so he's going to see Shravamsha. He's going to see Armored Elephant. What do you... Yeah, I mean, you need so much time here. I like the Spearman edition here from Vinchester because that's great against units that are coming out, but he might lose this forward TC. People, these elephants are insanely strong against buildings. And humans can't stonewall either. So houses, palisades, anything, any defensive structure could have some problems here as we see more traps here from Vinchester, and the Shravamsha Rider's down to 3 HP for Viper, and now it's dead.
But on the other side, the elephant is pushing in. Vinchester did go up with the other TC. Vinchester forced to quick wall everything around his eco. He's got 46 villagers against 30 from
Vinchester
Viper.
re-wall that. Yeah, that's a really smart house right there. You can't let Viper send in more reinforcements. It's actually okay to lose a couple of vills just to make sure this doesn't get worse.
Just as a reference here, this is how long it takes the humans to catch up. Viper is still ahead on res collected. Vinchester is ahead by 14 villagers right now.
And normally the humans don't have their whole eco idled like this, right? With Viper's pressure here, Viper has idled 15 villagers with consistency. There's been quick walls that have looked flashy, but they haven't actually accomplished too much here because Viper's in anyways. Viper could maybe consider a boom here soon, but 45 Vils for Vinch, 33 for the Viper. He still has to kill what he can here.
That Scorpion needs to get inside to support that Elephant. The Elephant can batter down the house. No more Shravamshas to help it out, and the Spearman needs to leave. And those Shravamshas are on the other side. Life is getting very difficult for Vinchester. He can't decide where he wants to put the castle. He deleted it 3 times before he got it in the perfect position. And the Elephant is coming in, and more villagers are dying on the other side. Shravamshas killing those Vils as Viper continues pressing. He finds the castle. He comes back with the other 4 Shravamshas, and he's just putting Vinchester under a ton of pressure.
It's just, I mean, the Elephant opening the walls this quickly has just completely opened up this game, and Viper, pretty soon he's going to have a Vil lead. I know the castle's
Scorpion on the
probably
wood
going
line
to go
is
up,
brutal too.
but yeah, the wood line can't be protected here. Like, Vinch is completely dead.
Look at the Eco KD now, 7-0, seemingly out of nowhere as the Elephant tries to batter through the house. Like you said before, it kills him so quickly. Vinchester's like, please, I need this castle so
He's like, I wish I was Khmer.
Please.
I wish I could hide in the houses. Vinch needs kip checks. He's got 4 in the queue, but the house is going to be down again. The Shravamshas are going to be in. Vinch is going to drop palisade walls now.
That's all he has. He doesn't have stone walls. Doesn't have access to them with the humans, and the Scorpion keeps working away. The Elephant's trying to kill the lumber camp now. 1 kip check is not going to be enough against Shravamsha. Sorry.
Yikes,
and
Viper.
the villagers die.
Viper with the perfect execution to punish the humans here, which is so hard to do. We were wondering why he didn't ban this Civ. This is why he didn't ban this Civ, because he knows how to kill it.
I mean, maybe, to be honest, Vinchester was the one guy thinking humans were super OP on this map. Maybe he had it wrong, right? Maybe he just didn't play up against the right practice partners. Viper going for this strategy, and he's making it, I mean, he's making it look like a hard counter at this rate.
Viper seems to be a hard counter to Vinchester.
Yeah.
That's what I'm seeing. Because game number 1, Viper just looked completely untroubled. This game here, same deal. Vil counts even. Viper.
He's been housed for a very long time. That's slightly concerning. But other than that,
yeah,
everything's going his way.
Funnily enough, Vinchester isn't housed, and we've seen him lose like 15 houses in this game to that one Elephant, who is still moving, by the way. He's still got a target. But Viper now, I think, has found a spot. Obviously, there's some concern about the kip checks, but I think he could drop the second TC. He could actually start to boom.
Wondering what's going down at home for Viper. Is that a market or a university? It's a market. Okay.
Market.
That makes sense.
He'll probably buy the stone.
Buy stone and go for another town center, yeah.
Now, I know you're not a big fan of the kip checks.
Yeah.
They can be dangerous in Castle Age.
I mean, they're just very fast. They're not very strong, but they're very fast, and a player like Vinchester can take full advantage of that, especially if you're with an open base, which Viper has currently.
It's kind of funny, but they're not faster than the Shravamsha Riders.
Yeah, true.
Which is really rare, right?
True.
Like, typically the kip
They've met their
can
match.
actually outrun units, but the Shravamsha Riders like, nope, I'm actually faster than you. I'm not sure the difference, 1.76 to 1.54. That's a crazy difference.
Yeah, I don't think the kip checks are really that great against this unit.
No, I don't think they are.
I think they counter them in almost every way.
There's no way that Viper didn't experience this in some of the practice sessions, right? There's no way, because this just seems too perfect. And it's almost like Vinchester didn't think.
He let Cumin slip through on the
Yeah,
draft.
yeah. It
and he
feels
probably
like a
let
bait.
Bedouin slip through on the draft too.
It feels like a Viper was almost wanted this today.
Now he was fortunate, as we see the Eco Kitty is 19-0 in favor of Viper. He was fortunate that they set up so close to each other.
Yeah, I agree. But, I mean, Viper's had the perfect game, and that's what you get on Bedouins at times. A little bit of variance in that. Viper's Elephant escaped. I don't know if we have a name for that guy, but he has escaped. He's just battering on the houses, yet another house that he's about to destroy. Thank you, Vodka. And poor Vinch. Vinch wants to move out and counterattack, but he can't freely do that if his eco can still be hit by the Shravamsha.
There's a Scorpion here. He's got to be careful about that one. Elephant keeps working away on the houses there. Viper now has 2 TCs that he can run to. He just needs to make sure that he pulls his villagers back right now, the exposed ones at the front of his base. As he continues running around with the Shravamshas, Vinchester looking for another TC. Again, great quick walls here from Vinch.
Yeah, really well played. I mean, Vil counts somewhat even. And if Vinchester can be on 2 TCs making kip checks, might eventually be able to whittle down the Shravamshas.
Eco from Viper too.
Yeah, Viper needs defense there. We'll see if he can do it. That's actually the Elephant, but it's good to know the Elephant's still taking down the buildings.
Is actually quite annoying.
And oh my god, Vinchester's clicked right into the town center fire. The kip checks don't have bloodlines, Dave. So he's going to lose so many. He only has 4 kip checks now. 74 HP of kip check right there. 4 units. Not enough. More Shravamshas needed from Viper. weak kip checks there, or weak Shravamshas there from Viper, in all honesty. So they'll probably die as well.
They do have the dodge mechanic, though. So Vinchester still has to hit and run them, even though they're purely theoretical. And that Shravamsha is just running away there. The elephant has been putting in work, bro. The elephant has been putting in work. It killed the market. It killed all those houses.
Yeah,
Vinchester's at 48 population right now.
Vinchester just is
48
so much time recovering.
Finally,
I think
it goes
if
down.
he had 15 kip checks right now, I'd still believe. But he's down to 7, which is a big issue.
It's
He
not a
won't have
good
multiple
number.
castles.
No.
I still wonder what Viper's plan is for expansion on the left side, because he's kind of got the 2 TCs in the same area.
He's going for a TC there. He's just going to spread out a little bit. He's going for more farms. I mean, the eco is looking solid for him. And 10 Shravamshas. Like, as long as he just tracks the movements of the kip checks,
he'll kill him.
Vinchester will have to spend all of his time trying to micro these down. If he ever stops, even if he finds a choke point like this, the kip checks are made of tissue. Like, they literally have no HP whatsoever, and the Shravamshas are just going to kill him.
It's a complete counter pick, dude. It's a complete counter pick. It counters the FC, so you're able to stop the TCs. But then if they get to kip check, which is almost always what they'll go for, then you just kill the kip
Just
check
make
with this.
Shravamsha. And
This is
they
crazy.
won't have the eco to add in, like, camels, for example.
Yeah.
And even if they go into camels, I mean, you're just like, okay, I am Gajaris.
The elephant opened a gap, and the Shravamshas are now back to the
elephant
stone.
is just crazy. What he did will never be forgotten.
We don't have a name for him besides
GG!
that. But GG, Viper's like, it's been a long day here at Noble Apartment Cup. Let's make it a little bit shorter here.
We're further away, this is way harder to do.
Well, I think that it's not that close like it could be. But maybe that's good for you that Siege Workshop is close, right, in Tower.
Yeah, no, everything being close like this is perfect for me.
Yeah, maybe TC in the wrong spot needed to go. I had gold on the back, needed to go on top. I knew you on the bottom, so probably I could make it further.
I mean, it's hard, like in the start you're kind of just like trying to get the TC up, so you're not like thinking 20 minutes ahead. You're trying to
No, I mean second TC.
Oh, second TC.
Yeah, second TC was on the bottom on gold. I think I could go on the top on closer to stone and try to survive there.
But the shorefish is so nice.
That's true.
That's the issue.
So they
That's what both me.
So they open up, they talk here after the second game about it. Vinchester, I thought that was an interesting perspective because sometimes you'll see players blame a position very quickly. Viper was like, oh, the position was good for me. And Vinch's like, oh, it could be closer on this.
Yeah,
It could be closer.
I don't think it. I think he said, like, I don't think it makes much of a difference. But then on second thought, he's like, yeah, it would have been easier for me, harder for you. It's still a really good strategy. I think that's what Vinchester was saying.
Yeah.
And Viper, I mean, shout out to him. He had no hesitation. He went for one elephant, I think actually 2 total, a scorpion and Shravamshas, and he absolutely mopped the floor.
How many times against the humans do you not have to switch into 16 different things?
Yeah.
Or can you get the eco lead that quickly? That's just really
And
uncommon.
if Vinch wanted to go for a counter to the Shravamshas, number one, his eco wasn't set up for it.
Yeah.
He was trying to do 2 TC fast castle. Like, not set up for it at all. Number two, Viper can counter the counters that Vinchester can make to that. So Gajaris seemed like a really strong option there against the Cumans on Bedouins. Credit to Viper. That was one in the draft, I think.
Absolutely. Yeah, that was something Viper cooked up big time. I think it's the first time we've seen that here today, this week. Because we did see Cumans before. I'd have to go back and look at the draft to see, but I don't think Gajaris were available. So 2-0 for Viper. It's been quick. Still waiting to see the Vinchester magic that he's shown us. But I guess a reminder, take a step back on where these players sit. It's 3-1 for Vinchester, and it is 3-1 for the. Or sorry, no, it's 2-1 for both. Right,
2-1
we are on day
for
4.
Vinchester and Viper. Yeah.
So
this will determine who goes 3-1.
Correct. So, which is a really big deal here. Viper seen as always in the contention to win the whole thing. So for Viper to not be in the running for the semifinal spots would be a pretty big deal here. Now, I personally feel as though Vinchester's playing top 4 here at this gamer house. But Viper's looking to be like,
Viper looks like a counter to Vinch for sure.
Not today.
It doesn't look good at all. Similar to the way that Vinchester looked kind of like a counter to DauT in the series that he played against him, right? Different players feel more comfortable against different opponents.
The AoE food chain is very interesting.
It's very complicated.
Even here,
very,
right?
complicated, yeah.
So let's look at the draft. Let's see what Vinch can do next. I think he has Copenhagen, which was a surprise to me because I think Viper's usually pretty comfortable there.
And we're on Copenhagen.
And we are in Copenhagen.
Double
now,
dock right away.
We talked about this already, how Vinchester won with the Mayans against Hera yesterday, and Viper picked Vietnamese last. So Viper picking a civilization which completely can neutralize the plumed archer which Vinchester used, because the Rattan archer is superior, at least compared to those
I
two.
do think there's still an opportunity, though, if we're going late game, which we usually do on this. Eldorado Eagles, I know Vietnamese can, like, they have some counters to that, but it's really, really tough to stop if Mayans get the full boom and start, like, rushing you with Eldorado Eagles. It's overwhelming.
Yeah. And I remember many instances where the Mayans have won, but it's only with the Eagles.
Yep.
And so I think the way this will probably go, as we just see the King scouting around the map, is players are going to start off and try and win water in the north.
Yeah, double dock right away for Viper is interesting. Usually they go like, what, 2 villagers up there, make a dock, start fishing, and then add the second dock later. But Viper's like, no, I make 2 docks, I add 2 fishing ships, I go up to Feudal Age really, really quickly, and it looks like he's scouting for a dock from Vinchester in that center area. He is. He's looking.
Yeah, so another fun fact about this matchup, so the Mayan Eagle doesn't get faster. So if you really wanted to scout with your king, you could scout with your king for a long time, until at least Castle Age. Vinchester, on the other hand, is going to want to have his king inside of his walls, because Viper's scout will get faster in Feudal Age. But yeah, I expect a galley war here. You're right, Viper went for the 2 docks initially. I don't know if there's much of a difference, honestly. They end up at the same spot at the end of the day. And this is going to be the classic galley war. But with these two, we might not see many galleys end up going down.
Game is now paused. What's going on here? Do we notice anything irregular?
I think Vipers just
Looks like
needed
the golds
hydration.
Are there. Both of those golds are down there. Both of those stones are down there. 2 stones for each. 1 gold for each.
It could be a resource blocked, maybe.
Is
there a stone for Vinch? I think it's fine. I think it was. I think it was a water break.
Water break.
Players can drink water. That's fine. Casters can't. We got to speak. But it should be good.
As long as I'm not eating lemons, I'm fine, dude.
Still can't believe you did that. I didn't say this, but they were very obviously lemons.
Dude, I literally had a minute. And if you open that up and glance inside and you see a wedge of something, you're not examining it like, oh, because potatoes have literally been here every single day. You're not like, oh, I wonder what this wedge is. That's golden brown and looks like it's been toasted for the last 5 hours. I really wonder what this is. I took it and I just threw it in my mouth.
Okay, that's fair. Has the taste left you yet? Or is
Kind
it still
of.
lingering?
It's lingering a
Oh,
little
man,
bit,
that's
yeah.
rough.
Yeah. I took a hearty chunk of lemon.
So, galleys on the way here for Viper. Notice that both these players are going for 2 docks. So, neither player wanting to go for the 3 docks, which we've seen from others. I think the players who will go 3 docks just don't have as much faith in their micro.
I need to take a picture of these lemons to show people how much they look like
They
potatoes.
are obviously lemons, okay?
Listen, people need to understand from my lighting, it looked like a potato.
Listen, we're not questioning your intelligence. We already knew you were unintelligent.
Don't start this.
That's true. I really shouldn't start this because it will not end up well for me. Vinchester should not be scouting the map right now with that king. King is 1.32 speed. What is Viper's scout speed? 1.55. That could be a dead king.
Oh, God. Oh, Viper sees his chance. Okay, you got to get in front of the king. It's a lot of hits. I don't think Vinchester is going to be at risk here. Viper is chasing this down. You got to combine the block with the attack, and I think Viper... No, I think he sensed he couldn't do it, dude. It's way too much effort.
But think of the viewers, Dave. Think of the viewers. That was a non-viewer move.
I don't think you ever get that king. I think you ever do.
Okay. Well, I mean, you're probably right. It would have taken a lot more hits and a lot of attention and focus, and maybe he would have got baited into a castle or a tower. But Vinchester is warned. He heads back to his base, and the galley war starts. Fletching comes in for both now, and Viper, this is something I've seen him do all tournament with Vietnamese, gets wheelbarrow as quickly as possible. It researches faster, it's cheaper, always feels like he's one step ahead with that.
I'm thinking about it. I wasn't wearing my glasses when I grabbed that.
Dude, you gotta drop it, all right? I know that there's not a lot of action right now, and that we've seen this galley war take place a million times, but I'm telling you, we gotta drop the lemon thing. We gotta drop. It's not very noble of us.
All right. Okay. Well, go on.
But now I'm trying. And Viper does position his weak galley to the back, which is actually rather hard to do, but I would assume it's intentional with the Viper. And no kills yet. Both players with a weak galley in there. And this will be about the macro game. Now, let's say this is an even boom game. Viper knows Mayans are going to go for Eagles. What does Viper make as the Vietnamese? Can you include rats and archers? Do you need to go for other things here?
If you know your opponent's going for Eagles, you go for walls early.
That's a big one.
You go for walls early, and you force them into your base, and then you have options, right? If you're fighting at a choke point, as we see Viper kind of, you know, falling behind a little bit in the galley micro, but Vinchester bringing it back. Wow, the micro from these
This
two
is so
insane.
good.
They're like 2 tiles apart,
This
dude,
is
and
so
they're
good.
dodging shots.
Their APM is through the roof right now.
Looks like Vinchester pulls a little bit ahead.
Viper
dodges
knows there's
another
weak
shot.
ones, though. Viper knows
sees
there's
the
weak
weak
ones.
He's going to be targeting those manually. Vinchester's got a couple weak ones at the back. See, Viper pulled one galley away because he knew one of those galleys was one shot, and he only fired with one. Meanwhile, he moved with the other 3. Viper's micro here is insane. Vinchester's micro here is insane as well.
Yeah, I mean, they have to macro as well, right? So they have to ensure that their resources are balanced to go to Castle Age, and they're both pretty well balanced. I'm guessing Viper has less food, maybe because he's Mayans, but also because he's got some food from a board to drop off. No, he doesn't. So actually, this is way better for Vinchester. Vinchester's going to click up. Neither player has really gained a lead on water.
But, I mean, Viper did get wheelbarrow.
Yeah, but that, like, okay, on that topic, actually. I understand that it's cheaper. I understand that research is faster, but it still puts you down villagers, and wheelbarrow really only helps you when you have a lot of farms. So I actually don't think on this map, researching wheelbarrow at that time is good. I think on other maps, I could see it, but there's actually very little benefit.
Okay, Grandpa, let's get you back to the phone. I just let you run through that whole thing.
I'm serious though. I'm serious.
No, I agree. I agree.
know it.
I think like unless you're gonna stay until you're at like 40 vills or something with like 12 farms, it's probably not great.
But I think we all understand it because there are some things that are just so satisfying, and when you have a faster researching tech, you're always going to want to take advantage of that.
Like Vinchester is ahead in economy by 700 res right now.
That's crazy.
Mayans are just crazy good here. We saw it the last time with Vinchester against Hera where he got the win, and the eco was consistently ahead of even Hera. I know Hera was playing Spanish, but still, you're so used to seeing Hera's eco be so far ahead of the other player.
Yeah.
And Vinchester was consistently ahead the entire game.
You know what I also think Vinchester just needs to kind of put out of his mind in this game? Just don't really contest for the relics. You know Viper's going to try and get them. Like, sure, have some military on the field to try and deny what you can. But this game is not going to be won or lost on relics. This game is going to be won or lost on that middle gold. If you can get that middle gold there with the Mayans, you're just going to completely dominate.
I could see the argument. Like, if you're going to win with Mayans, you're either going to do it in the extreme long game with like whole chase skirmishers and stuff.
Yeah.
Or you're going to do it with the initial eagle push. And the relics by that point won't have accumulated that much resources. And you can just invest the extra wood into TCs and whatnot to get...
Exactly. And Viper is obsessed with relics.
Yeah, he's obsessed.
He's going to feel like he needs to get those relics.
Oh, look at Viper trying to be sneaky. Vinchester called him out right away. He was trying to go for the fish.
Yeah, Viper saw that Vinch was in castle, knew that he wasn't going to be able to hold water, and Vinchester tracks him down. What a great job here from Vinchester. Viper might be able to kill a fishing ship or two, but this is going to be a very good position for Vinchester. He can add more fish. He already is adding some plumed archers for the middle of the map, and Viper now about to hit the castle.
So one thing Vinchester's doing, he's got a scout at the bottom pond. Like, he's constantly looking around there just in case Viper wants to do the Hera technique. He's got 2 eagles down there.
Yep.
One for the expansion out to the stone and the deer and whatnot. One down on the pond to see if Viper goes for another fish boom in the south. As Vinchester picks up gill nets, he's going to expand his fishing eco in the north, and Viper is going to add 2 extra town centers.
It's really annoying, actually, for Viper. He has to leave that wood line in that moment there because of the galleys. He won't come back on water. He goes for the TCs right away. It is expected that Vinchester's town centers will be delayed because he's going to invest into a couple other fishing ships. But he should be able to buy the stone here. And nice micro there from Vinch to kill the scout. Sees the rats and archer, which he needs to stay away from. And Vinch is going to have a pretty crazy eco here, Dave.
Vinch is going to have an insane eco. I mean, I wonder if he adds like 30 fish traps like Hera did, or is he just going to try and take as much of the natural fish as he can?
Well, when Hera did that, his opponent... When he did that, he was Italians.
Yeah.
So he had cheap fishing ships, cheap dock techs.
His opponent was also Vietnamese, though.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think maybe there, Hera felt like he needed a big eco lead to compete.
I did tell the Siege Tower strat to Viper.
Actually, listen, Lemon Boy over here has had a lot of bad ideas over the years, guys. But Dave's suggestion of siege towering over the walls to try and snipe the fish traps was pretty epic.
Yeah, it's not the time yet because there's still fish available up there. But if you suspect your opponent is going for a boom like that, you could potentially try that. Also, like, siege towering Rattans into a base isn't the worst thing ever, as Squires is now coming in for Vinchester, Wheelbarrow as well, just to make his Eagles a little bit faster. It's not the worst thing ever because Rattans can tank fire. They're very, very tanky, and you can almost run around the TCs and snipe villagers anyway.
Vinch, I am a little surprised that he went for Bodkin Arrow here. I guess that was maybe for his ships. But he's clearly not going to make any more plumed archers because the rats and archers have the additional pierce armor. I think rats and archers just completely destroy the plume. So we thinking 4 TC for Vinch? Can he stay on 3? I mean, I'm loving his position
4 TC.
right now.
4 TC for sure.
Yeah, why not? You need a lot of eco if you're going to get the Eagles
The question for me is, like, what does Viper do? He still hasn't added the monastery. So he's not prioritizing the relics either. He's going for Rattans for map control. Is he going, like, forward castle, faster Imperial Age, just 3 town center?
That's what he wants. Yeah, I think trying to build that second castle in the middle of the map, getting Trebs out to push the castle down from Vinch, hoping Vinch overbooms, hoping Vinch is stuck in Castle Age. That's the plan.
Yep.
It does take a lot of upgrades, a lot of time, and most importantly, a lot of gold to get the Eagles out. And inside your walls, you really don't have a lot of gold. So Viper's checking here to see if Vinchester's come out here. Vinch knows the Rattans will be there, so he's not taking the risk. But, like, yeah, that's the shot for Viper here, in my opinion, is forcing the issue early imp.
Really efficient eco here for Viper. You see all the upgrades coming in. He's already got heavy plow, second wood upgrade, hand cart on the way. Villager lead is slightly in his favor. However, those 9 fishing ships are a big deal.
And look at the resources for Vinchester. Actually really surprised he's adding an archer.
He's going to go up first.
Is Vinch going to try and go skirms? Is he just going to go whole unique tech skirms against Rattans?
I mean, pros consistently pro due to underappreciation of Mayan skirmishers. I wanted to remember the Reddit quote. Pros consistently throw due to single-minded avoidance of Mayan skirmishers.
Yeah, that's why I was
That's
laughing.
the quote
because
from
I
Reddit.
remember the quote.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, but like, what if there's a throw here due to forgetting about Eagles? I mean, I don't know. I kind of like it because it's really cool. I can't tell you the last time that I've seen someone open with skirms with Mayans and get the unique tech. But it means they fire an extra javelin when they throw. They're only throwing with one arm, so I don't know how they're doing that, but that's what it is. So I think this has to be the play.
He's giving Viper the relics. Viper's going for a dock in the south. Viper already grabbed one. He's grabbing the second one from the north, and the Rattans are securing control of that southern area so that he can consistently get towards those relics. Okay, Tristan, if Vinchester takes that middle area and both of the golds, what then happens if Viper manages to take Vinchester's southern area and both of the golds in the south? That's a setup I've never seen on Copenhagen.
We could get a really interesting
Really
game here.
interesting
Really
game.
interesting.
And then like a base trade where Viper loses his base, but then he's pushing from the south. I can see it in my mind.
Do you
It's
think,
all unfolding.
Do you think Viper knows that Vinch is up? Because typically the score would dip, and you would know. But Vinch has such a massive score to begin with. Viper might not be able to pick up on this.
Oh no, Viper's going to find these fishing ships now with the Rattans. No ballistics, so he can't hit those. He's about to click up. I think he will suspect something. The king is actually on the run as it saw those Rattans approaching the tower.
Vinchester just has a couple bad memories from that snipe attempt from Hera yesterday.
And it's a forward castle for Vinch, so he's the one applying pressure. Did he get the unique tech already?
I don't think he did.
I don't think he did.
I think you'll be able to tell when he throws.
Yeah. You can see the little bracket 0. You can see that.
Oh, that's the okay.
That's the amount of arrows that they're gonna fire.
Okay. Will that still say 0 because they're not throwing arrows? I don't know.
I said javelins.
You said arrows.
I know, but then I corrected myself.
That's true. Castle in the middle there for Vinchester. And Viper's just seen Skirm. So now Viper's like, what? I thought he was going to be going Eagles here. And Vinch is going to try and go for the kill. He didn't try and go for the relics. He didn't try and control the sides. But he's got a really nice counter to Rats and Archers. Viper is going to hope to hold on with every single relic here. He's going to grab 2 of them at least and hop into that transport. I just don't know if he's going to get home with those relics.
Wasn't it the last time where he brought 2 over, dropped 1 on the shoreline, and that meant his opponent actually saw where the relic was?
Yeah, that's what it was.
I think it was against TaToH, right? Like he saw that it was there and the Viper was moving them, and he tried to go after it. But still, there's 2 monks heading home, and Vinchester will have skirmishers waiting for these monks to arrive, and Vinchester will be able to stop these relics. Now, I don't think he's ever going to be able to grab them himself with the setup from Viper, but still, that's great distraction.
I think Viper is going to go for some elephants here. It's the only thing that makes sense.
Elephants could be sick, dude.
This has been a trend
Against
recently.
Eagle or Skirmisher, they could be sick, especially if you're just contained in your little base here, which Viper is.
Yeah, it might be a mix because it's really expensive, but Viper's getting Chat Rust now, which adds extra HP. When you get full upgrades with Vietnamese elephants, they have 450 HP.
Viper's gotten that tech more in one tournament than I've seen in the last, assuming it actually comes in from the castle. It looks like it's just going to make it. Than I've seen from the last, 5 years.
I would like to give a shout out to Barles for beating Viper in multiple ranked games with Chat Rust Elephants within the last month.
He's going to be housed. Viper's going to be badly housed. He's losing momentum here. I mean, this is what happens when you give up your base, right? Viper goes for another castle to the south, has the Mangonel, has the Rat and Archers there. So he should be fine, but the Trebs continue pushing forward, and the stables will be shown.
I mean, I get why you want to go Eagles for all the reasons we mentioned, but when you see stables and you're up against Vietnamese, I think maybe going for Halp would be the better play and just trying to get some bonus damage in here. Let's see. He didn't see an elephant yet. Viper's going to have some relics back at home, not all of them.
I think you know this switch is so slow for Viper, though.
Yeah,
and
maybe.
Halbs can't hit the eco.
Yeah, that's
Eagles
fair.
are going to hit the eco.
He's got such a good position, Vinch. This has been amazing. Again, this is a map where typically Viper would dominate.
This is not an economy for elephants from Viper. 23 on food.
Yeah.
This isn't it. At best, these elephants are just going to temporarily push this back.
Is it like mind game to scare his opponent into Halb so he can go Ratsons here? But even Ratsons he can't really go for because he doesn't have the castles. I guess he's got 2, but that's not going to last. And yeah, first elephant sighting is there.
You know what would scare the crap out of Vinch right now? If Viper were to research treason. You'd buy yourself 20 seconds of Vinchester just looking around like, oh my god!
I'm still not really convinced with the lack of pikes here, dude. These are 3 elephants. These 3 elephants have as much HP as the rest of the army out here from Vinchester. Vinchester's super late on upgrades as well. Viper's bombard cannon landing some big shots. The cannon's actually going to survive. I guess the bigger issue for Viper, though, his castle is getting trebbed down, and it does go down to this
It does
push.
go down. And now he's housed again. If Viper can keep this bombard cannon alive, it's going to look great, but it's blocked by the villagers. Still, the elephants are coming in. Right now, it's really, really tough for Vinchester to kill these elephants. Those elephants are going to kill another trebuchet here.
What? Dude, these elephants are insane.
They're so tanky, man.
They're insane.
They're so tanky. They just nuked 3 trebs under fire from the castle.
It's going to be 4.
And from the Eagles, and now the monks are coming up from Vinchester to try and counter those.
I mean, this is what we've been saying, though. We've had conversations on this. It's like people don't even need elite with Vietnamese elephants. You just get enough in there to relieve the pressure, and maybe then you're okay.
And he definitely doesn't have the eco to get elite, but look, I want to see to the right of Viper's base on the TC over there, because it looks like he's expanding his eco a little bit. He's finally stretched out. If we look at Vinchester, he's still stuck in his own base.
He does have the gold in the middle, though. The fact that he's the gold in the middle and the momentum is good, because he can kind of go anywhere.
Yeah.
It is a little sloppy here from Vinch, but I think he's just counting on this snowballing against Viper as quickly as possible. And yeah, you're not expecting Mayans to commit to many Monks and Imp, but against these Elephants, I think you have to.
Yeah.
Wow, Viper doesn't have any protection on the front of his base there, just dropping a couple houses here. These are not elite Eagles yet. These are just Castle Age Eagle Warriors here from Vinchester. Still missing the unique tech on the skirms. I think he's also still missing chemistry, but that's on the way now. Viper needs room to breathe here, Dave, but there's so much army from Vinch. 60 military for Vinchester and 16 for Viper.
I mean, long term, this might be a better comp for Viper, but right now with the eco being in front for Vinchester, it's looking like Viper can't stop it. We've got the Elephants just kind of wandering around, trying to avoid the Monks, and Vinch gets the win. Viper taps out. 2-1 for Viper. It was an attempt to go Elephants. Are Elephants the best play there? Maybe not. Vinchester, though, forced him into it with the skirmisher forward.
Vinchester completely outboomed him. I mean, his eco was far ahead of Viper's. Again, I think it was a smart move as we listen into the room, where they're not really chatting.
Wonderful.
But yeah, I think Vinchester correctly recognized he didn't need to fight for the sides of his base or the relics. He needed to finish that fast. I thought it was going to be Eagles, but Eagles would have taken a lot more time. And then if Viper would have had the time and the relics to go for better upgrades on the Elephants, maybe it would have been more devastating there. So that's really good thinking from Vinchester, in my opinion.
Yeah, fantastic job. And we'll go on to Viper's pick next. Now, if I remember correctly, we still have Citadel, I believe.
Citadel is one of them. And I think, is it Arabia?
It might be Arabia.
Yeah, forgive me. We'll see it in a second. I do forget. But we're going to see us. Can we see the maps instead? That's much better looking.
I agree.
Okay, well, I guess we're going to have to stare at us for a little while. But we'll figure out what those maps are eventually. And here we go. So it's going to be Citadel and Arabia.
Okay.
So Vipers, okay, wait, hold on a second. So Vinchester, I think this is incorrect. I think this is flipped.
It is.
It is flipped.
Yep.
Okay, so those were Vinchester's home maps.
So Viper has 2 home maps remaining.
Yes. Okay, that was why I was surprised, because when that was flipped, I thought it was the other way around. So Viper needs 1 win from either of these 2 maps, Citadel or Arabia. It'll be his choice. I think it's pretty clear that he picked Dravidians for Citadel.
Yep. And it is confirmed that the next map is Citadel, but before that, we have a small break, and then we'll be right back into the game.
And now, a word from our partners.
Eek! A mouse! A mouse! What is it, dear? Why you rage? Oh, honey. That's no ordinary mouse. It's the Reaper 250. With this mouse in your household, you never have to be scared again.
Yes, the U-Rage Reaper 250, featuring DPI control, advanced ergonomics, RGB lighting, and customizable buttons, is the perfect addition to every competitive household. Why U-Rage? It's all good. Get yours on Mueller.de.
Welcome back, everyone. Game 4?
Game 4.
Game 4.
Yeah, and you said Citadel is what it's going to be, most
Citadel.
likely.
Yep.
Dravidians, I think, will be Viper's pick, and we do have Dravidians from the Viper. So Viper, playing as the Dravidians, we have the Hindustanis from Vinchester. What in the world? This is normally a civilization you'd see on more Arabia-style maps.
I mean, Hindustanis, let's be real, they're kind of good on every single map.
Yeah. Wow, cheaper villagers, great stable units to be able to break down buildings. A big problem that could come up tech tree-wise for the Hindustanis is that they're a camel civilization, and the Dravidians don't make knights.
Yeah.
So I don't think camels are going to be very useful in this.
I mean, did you watch the game yesterday between Hera and Vinch, where Vinchester tried to go for the sneak dock, sneak archer range approach?
Yep.
Do you think, okay, so it's answered my question. He's not doing that right now. He's going for a dock in the center. Viper also going for a dock. Do you think the approach from the Hindustanis is just going to be land?
I think it has to be. Yeah, but I mean, I also thought that Berbers shouldn't contest and boom and go water in game 1, which was the issue there for Vinchester. But hopefully for Vinchester, he's learned that he's going to need to make this messy on land, and we'll see him potentially do that. Viper, the reason he loves the Dravidians is because of their flexibility. So it's the great fishing eco, the extra wood you receive, gives you the potential to build the second dock, make lots of fire galleys, or be one step ahead with the barracks in the range. But I think Viper should know right now, my opponent's Hindustanis. I could open on water, but I got to protect land because there's no way Vinchester would just play straight up water against me with these civs.
Yeah. And I think a big part of that is going to be scouting for Viper. You got to keep that scout alive.
Agreed.
And you got to make sure that you're on the ball when you see that first production building. You see the barracks come out, you see the stable or whatever it is, you have to add a counter barracks or a counter archer range. If he's going for archers, you got to get the skirms out. You got to be on time.
Yeah, so both players have their golds on the back. That's pretty good for both of them. A lot of the time we are going to see some walling towards the front of the base, but that's typically happening in games where players are focusing full water. Vinchester with decent enough scouting saw Viper's dock, and Viper, I think, just saw Vinchester's dock as well, or at least is double-checking to see that, and he's going to see it there. So
Two
he'll
villagers
know,
forward, too. So.
Yeah. And actually, a small detail, just to point out, he would have checked the amount of food on that fish as well.
Yeah.
If that had 190 food on that little shore fish there, not the deep fish, but the shore fish, he would know that dock was just placed. But the fact that so much food has been taken from that tells him that his opponent built that dock in dark.
I don't think it's that deep.
It is.
Okay.
It really is. Because if that's the second dock, you already know what the opening is. But that's the first, you go back to your original conclusion. And now Vinchester scouts that barracks. But Viper, no second dock just yet. Still something he could do. But he's going to add militia now. And something we didn't mention about the Dravidians is they also have the cheaper infantry upgrade. So it should be pretty easy for Viper to get the man-at-arms upgrade here compared to other civilizations.
Okay, so Feudal Age, same time coming in. And the barracks is going up for Vinchester there. Viper already has the barracks, and Viper is just going for militia. I mean, Viper, he's called out the fact that Vinchester probably wants to prioritize land and probably wants to wall, and he's going to find the villager, and Vinchester's like, what is this? Oh, God. I thought you were going to go water.
Yeah, I mean, Vinchester saw the barracks, though, so I'm a little confused. He saw the barracks there.
Maybe he thought Viper just had the wood, and he just wanted to make it in preparation for whatever archer range or whatever he wanted in Feudal Age.
Listen, sometimes you just got to greed it out.
Yeah.
And I think that's what Vinchester's trying to do. Now, Vinchester's trying to block this
That's
so more
a good play.
units can't come in. But pretty soon it's going to be man-at-arms. Let's see if Vinchester can kill this off before it's upgraded.
I mean, still a lot of idle time for Vinchester, right? This is time that he probably wants to be building a range of his own. He probably wants to be collecting some more wood and whatnot. And now these are men-at-arms, and Viper comes over. He's going to kill one. Can he kill a second? No. The villagers chase him away. But Vinchester, under a lot of pressure here from Viper, and neither one has gone for a fire galley just yet.
Yeah, I think Viper is adding a second dock in the north, very far away. And Vinchester just queued up a fire. But Vinchester didn't mind golds at all.
Yep.
And so he can only make one fire galley. Viper's been on gold.
And he can only make skirms.
Yeah.
And Viper's going for archers.
Again, looking for some ideas here. But this is just a smooth opening for Viper. And this is also the power of the Dravidians. He's been able to do so much. Man-at-arms. I guess he didn't get his wood upgrade, which he'll maybe need to snag. 2 docks. And he's got his archer range as well. And I know that people out there don't like the Dravidians, but this is why Viper picks them. So he can do this much 9 minutes into the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about timings with the Dravidians, right? You're probably not going to win in the long game. You're probably not going to win with scouts or whatever. It's about the damage you can do when you get to Feudal Age, when you get to Castle Age, when you get to Imperial Age. Like, Dravidians are a really, really good civilization on hybrid maps like this, and Viper's showing it.
Yeah, so Vinchester just one dock. He encounters the fire from Viper there, and Viper backs up to repair. Viper's trying to poke his way through here. Vinchester's skirmishers are just defending the other side right now, but he's going to bring a skirm over to deal with this. I think Viper's scout is attacking those
This is
skirms.
so annoying if you're Vinchester, and Vinchester doesn't notice the HP on that scout. He just sent the villager out to wall, and the villager is going to go down. Oh, man, Vinchester trying to counter the archers. That's why he didn't notice that. He's trying to kill the archers, and he gets one of them. But still, all of the momentum here is with Viper, and Viper will even bring over the fires to help support that archer, and he's going to get away fine.
Yeah, that archer might actually be able to sneak around into the back of Vinchester's base. There's a crossing there. So maybe the archer will be in the back. I mean, this is just another game where Viper is super sharp, Dave, right? There's no question on his openings. His adaptations have been perfect. And Vinchester, She's struggling against this pressure from Viper. His skirms made it to the other side here. Viper's getting some free
Great
value
micro
with that
from
scout.
Yeah. Really, really good micro to avoid the spearman there and still get hits. And he's gotten a lot of value from that, and he doesn't toss it away either. Still has the scout. He's scouting a little bit more. He's going for the full walls, still producing fishing ships. Maybe from the dock in the north, or maybe just the dock close to him. But, I mean, this is fantastic play from Viper. All the pressure has been on Vinch. Viper has been dictating all of the action in this game, and Vinchester is now just trying to recover. I don't even know what the strategy was from Vinch to begin with, because Viper's been smothering him.
Yeah. So I want to touch on that. I think the reason Vinchester's play looks so wildly different than maybe what we had seen the first 2 days is because he knows his opponent, right? Yesterday, he tried to do some crazy things because he knew he was up against Hera. Got a win, but ultimately couldn't win the series, and he was trying to be wildly creative. Here, he took a risk. He didn't get the proper scouting. He tried to get the early walls down. I'm still with you. Hindustanis is a bit of a weirder pick.
Yeah.
But I think it's just because he knew coming into this, Viper's Viper, dude. And he's going to have to do some crazy things to beat him if he's in top shape.
Well, let's see if Viper notices the scout, the HP on it. He does. He's just going to stab that. Vinchester has discovered the dock up there. It's not going to do him much good, though. Although he does have a fire galley to the north that was attacking the stone wall on the Citadel. And it's coming towards the dock from Viper now.
Can we see if Viper scouted the stable switch here from Vinchester? There's a lot going on here. Don't think he did. Okay, so
no.
I just love this little detail from Viper. Now he's going to have to save his fish. But Viper right below that is walling the crossing from the middle because he knows Vinchester can still access him that way. Vinchester's just going to knock on the door. But I love the smart play from Viper. But he might be punished here if he doesn't have more army.
I think you'll find most players are walling the crossing because they've been punished by it so many times at practice games. Just looking over their shoulder, I've seen it so many times.
Yeah, really like that play. Viper thought about a tower here, but instead he's going to play some market and some houses. He's close to clicking up to Castle Age. Archer in the back ends up getting sniped, and Viper still needs to defend his fish in the north as well, so there's a lot going on, but he's got 4 fire galleys on the map.
Hindustani scouts. They can be a problem, right? Especially when you only have skirmishers behind. And Viper has to delete that tower, and he has to go for a tower even further back, and it's time to panic. Viper has now been breached. The scouts are in. The archers are in. Viper tries to go for some quick walls. He doesn't get that one, but he gets the one behind.
Yeah, so, I mean, this is exactly what you wanted. If you're Vinchester, maybe
Get rid
this was
of
the plan.
fishing ship.
Viper seemingly wasn't expecting this. The scouts break right through the walls. Viper's tower will probably go up. He's on the way to Castle Age, but with what army? It brings me back to the Dravidians. What's your plan if you can't make knights in this position? The scouts can get through. The scouts could do damage. Viper is completely falling apart here.
Viper at 36 vills. Vinchester now at 39. His plan was don't let him get through the walls. That's what his plan was. He's even long distance taking wood because things are getting out of control. The scouts are now letting the skirmishers in from a different angle as well as the archers. Viper is 1 minute and 50 seconds away from Castle Age. It's going to be really strong when he gets there. He'll get the extra wood critically, but still, Vinchester has done a ton of damage.
Viper's like, he's got 4 archers in queue.
I think
he's got 1 skirm.
I think he might have stabilized here once he gets to Castle Age. We'll see what he goes for.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just worried for him because he can't drop the second TC, which was supposed to be a benefit. He only has 4 fishing ships. Vinchester sniped 1. And Vinchester can actually use his army to fight off Castle Age units because Viper's going to have so little here.
Yeah.
We'll see. But this is not go according to plan. It felt so smooth. I was just thinking 3-1 Viper. But now all of a sudden, Vinchester's got a lot of momentum.
Yeah, we've got ourselves a game here. Vinchester's not that far behind a Castle Age. Viper still can't safely take wood. He's trying to move his villagers now onto the other side of the house wall.
This is so
Can't
bad
save
for
these
Viper.
two.
This is horrible. Like, out of nowhere. And it's funny, the start, that's why you pick Dravidians. This area right here is why people don't pick Dravidians, because you're going to get the extra wood, and you're going to think, well, what can I do with it when you make it to Castle Age?
He was thinking about the Cav armor. He actually canceled that. And now he can afford crossbow and bodkin, which is critical. The fact he can actually afford both of those upgrades is amazing for Viper. So he has the units to push this back. He's also going for a singular elephant as well.
Okay, so Elephant won't be great long-term, but obviously can help out for now. Like I said, Vinchester will probably be pretty comfortable fighting off the numbers Viper has. behind this, Vinchester is on stone, Dave. So he sees crossbow. He knows Viper can't boom, and he's going to try and go for one of the best plays against archers in Castle Age, the Golem. This is, I mean, if things go according to plan, if Vinchester can get to Castle Age and still be healthy, this could be amazing. And he's going to dive on Viper's crossbows, and he gets a couple kills here.
Yeah, great movement from Vinch to just kind of zig and zag until he found an opportunity to get close and then try and snipe the crossbows from Viper. Viper's actually leaving with his crossbows. Is he trying to do damage? Does he think, like, okay, I'm either going to do damage now or I'm never going to do damage to Vinchester's eco?
I think maybe he thought the elephant could do the job.
Maybe.
But he's realizing that Vinchester's not going to allow that to happen.
It might be able to. I think you might be able to leave with the crossbows now. Armor upgrade already on the way for infantry. Vinchester's definitely thinking about Golem. Also, was missing double bit axe.
Yeah, he got hit with those man-at-arms like right when he made it to feudal age. This castle position is everything here for Vinch because there's a lot of area to wall up. Still doing his best to micro this, but Viper could be through in a second. Viper, I think, is attacking the dock or the wall. Yeah, he's taking out the wall. He's taken out the wall. So this castle needs to come up right now from Vinchester. I think 3 or 4 Golems with +2 armor, and Viper can't do too much, but that castle's still not up yet.
Castle's still not up, so the crossbows are going to get in. Viper has added a few fish behind this, and he will spot the castle, so that tells him exactly what Vinch is doing. Notices it in time to dodge the shots, and now there's a few farming villagers and maybe farms that he can take out, but not a whole lot else in terms of exposed eco for Vinchester.
Are we going to see that elephant still hasn't killed these units yet?
But it still isn't dead.
That's true. Are we going to see Viper go for Yurumis to counter Golems here? Because he's got 8 on stone right now, dude.
That would be sick, actually. That's a decent unit counter.
Yeah, I mean, they should kill them.
Yeah.
They should kill them. But
it's whether they
there's
can
a
catch up with them.
Yeah, which is the same issue that Elephant's having right now. Anyways, Golems show up. Still no +2 armor, so Viper's actually able to get a couple kills. But Vinchester in a pretty good spot all of a sudden. He might not have the fish, but usually when the other player has the fish, they have 1,000 more resources collected by now. Res collected's even. Scouting's been good from Vinchester in the middle where all the extra gold is. And Viper has very little momentum to work with.
I wouldn't mind a TC in the middle. Second TC in the middle from Vinch. If you're controlling the map with the Golems, he's going to make it on the outside on another stone.
How happy would it make you if someone builds a lumber camp on the trees in that area?
They will. Yeah. I mean, I don't know why you would when you can just make a TC there.
Yeah.
And get everything, right?
So people, Dave's eyes lit up like a lemon when he was able to point out to someone that those trees have 500 wood.
Sure.
I was really expecting
a lemon
more
or a
from you.
potato, because I can't tell the difference.
I was really expecting more from you there. The 2 TCs there for Viper. Crossbows in the middle for Viper. We'll pick off the scouts. And it's going to be 2 TCs as well from Vinchester. So let's think late game. Dravidians have great archers. They have great infantry. The Hindustanis have to normally rely on camels, which they can't do here. Is hand cannon skirmisher enough? Hand cannon skirmisher, is that your comp as the Hindustanis?
Doesn't that just lose to skirm?
Yeah, maybe. Then you could, in theory, mix in some hussars, I guess, which we didn't mention.
Really, really close economically here.
Yeah.
Like, super close. Way closer than it ever should have been after that start from Viper. But credit to Vinch. Viper, you know, we were complaining that he doesn't wall enough, and then the one game he walls, they just get broken right through by the Hindustani scouts. So Vinchester doing a great job there. Vinchester now trying to cut off these crossbows. They do have the +2 armor, these Golems, so they should theoretically do well here. But if Viper has some good micro, he might be able to take out a few of these before the crossbows go
Vinch
down.
is not going to lose a single unit. Now, this was what the armor did, and the only military behind this that Viper's actually making is crossbows, so this gets tough. But still, Viper's eco is set up pretty nicely now. The Golems have to run a long way. Viper is on stone. But Yurumi's Swordsman feels like a weird unit to try and commit to when your opponent then does have the hand cannons to fall back to
Classic
as well.
Viper trying to get that relic.
Yep. Not going to get it. Monk's going to go down. Viper already has 1 relic, but crossbows are going to come in. There's the elephant!
Oh, don't go out with the crossbows. I guess Vinchester sees that elephant and just backs away. Doesn't want to screw around with that, but still, Viper has a hole into his base, and he's got some sections that only have palisades in between him and an army that's very, very difficult for him to counter. He's gone for a second elephant now, and he's tracked the villagers from Vinchester going to the middle. So maybe that's where Viper's going to go with this army.
I think that's exactly where he goes. Wow, that's heads-up play there from Viper. Now, Vinchester should know he's been spotted and maybe cancel the idea of building a TC.
Yeah, he's got to send the Golems back. But then
the elephants are going to be waiting.
Viper should have a demo here. Those Golems are coming back across the swamp. He should 100%.
Those crossbows are so dead. I'm sure he'll add one day, but I don't think the crossbows are going to survive. One of the elephants gets converted. The crossbows get deleted. The fire ships could get deleted by the Golems as well. And Vinchester takes a nice position here in Game 4. The Vils are able to build the TC in the north.
Here comes a demo. No.
I think the demo is just going to be too late. Dave, Viper was looking so good. It's getting shaky now. And Vinchester's got a lot of momentum here. He'll bust through this palisade wall. I think he should, even if he's going to lose a Golem. I still think he should just break through. Yeah, he'll give up the conversion and be right in. And I don't know what Viper makes right now. Like, Viper doesn't have a castle. Elephants are too slow. Vinchester can 4 or 5 TC boom with the Hindustanis with all their cheap vills. This should be incredible for Vinch.
Yeah, I mean, Golems are just making life super difficult for Viper. He's got a super immobile unit in the crossbow. And I guess for him, it's just, you know, I hope I can survive. I'm going to add in farms. I'm going to boom up. Hope I survive. Quick wall my ass off and just hope for the best.
Yeah, it's painful. I love Vinch's lack of hesitation. Even though Viper gets some amazing quick walls, he knows that eventually even Viper is going to lose a couple of villagers. And if Viper's putting all of his attention on the quick walls, he's not able to focus on getting the relics, expanding to the middle, and just generally speaking, what you normally need to do here. He's done a great job producing Vils, but Vinchester this time has had 37 seconds of idle TC time, so he's actually been better off than Viper there.
Ballistics will be nice for Viper, just even so that the TCs hit their shots on these Golems. You got to whittle them down, right? But Vinchester is still sending more in as the Golems continue to kill villagers. Viper continues to lose them. Viper's still ahead on villager count, still ahead on, well, it's even on overall res collected.
There's more coming in.
And there's more Golems following after the first group.
Viper loses his monks. Viper's just he's got nothing. He's completely frozen. He's going to click Imp. But into what army here, Viper? The Golems are going to be everywhere. Vinchester refuses to stop.
Ballistics is nice for the TCs, man. Ballistics is nice. These Golems are taking a lot of damage now from Viper's TCs.
Maybe.
Like, I don't know. I don't know about Vinchester sending these in 1, 2, 3, 4 at a time. Like, I think he should be sending them in a big group, right? And these Golems are going to die, and the castle's going to go up for Viper. Viper's going to be sitting at 4 TCs on the way to Imperial Age, but so is Vinchester. And Vinchester is not messing around with his castle. He's going forward with the castle. I don't know if he suspects the imp timing from Viper, but this is going to be crazy here as both players are on the way to Imperial Age.
Okay, so once Vinchester sees the castle from Viper, he is going to have to worry a little bit more about running through there. That's actually a really good castle from Viper because it blocks the path for the most part. And then Viper can make a couple Yurumis. So I really think that at this point, you want to think long-term about your next step, which is most likely gunpowder here. Now, both civilizations get bombard cannons, so I'd look to see if chemistry comes in for either. We know Viper has the university because he has ballistics already, so I'd expect it. But, I mean, resources are still at the limit. He's got a castle on his face. The pressure's on right now.
Viper, minute away from Imperial Age. Vinchester, a minute and 20 seconds. Golems are the army for Vinchester currently. He's got 9 more in the queue. The army for Viper, still a question mark. 1 Arumi, 5 crossbows.
Yeah, he's doing a good job of keeping his pop-up, trying to get as many villagers as possible. But I love how Vinchester just always finds another way into Viper's base. Even though Viper's so good at defending, just continues to ask questions of him. And Viper has not been able to expand or think long-term at all here, Dave. I think chemistry might not even be something he can click right away. We'll see if he thinks about it. He might cancel the Vils.
He's got 8 Vils.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you need chemistry, and you need a Treb right away here if you're Viper. And there's Bracer first and the Trebuchet.
Bracer first, Trebuchet coming out. That Treb can be sniped. Viper doesn't really have a lot to protect that back here. He doesn't have anything really to protect it. And it's more archery ranges from Viper behind. So question is, what are you going to go for? Chemistry is on the way. Elite Golem can be afforded by Vinchester, which is absolutely going to shred everything that Viper owns right now.
That's crazy. I mean, how many times has Vince shown Gulam to Viper? And he just keeps thinking, nah, Viper hasn't shown me enough to stop yet.
Yep.
I think a lot of people would have stopped.
Hey, Viper going for the gate wall. Going for the gate walls around the Trebs. Is that enough, though? The Gulams are going to be elite.
Viper needs to
probably get
gate
through.
wall his life right now. There's so many villagers here. The TC could go down. I guess the castle does have Bracer. But yeah, Vinchester's doing the right thing.
More
Get
house
to the
walls.
back.
More house walls. Stone walls. The Gulams can't find any damage. They're idling a lot of the eco. Another gate from Viper. A blacksmith from Viper. Oh my god, Viper is playing Tetris right now. He's fitting the pieces together to prevent the Gulams from coming in.
I mean, that's still a lot of idle time, right? But it is still impressive because everyone else would have lost villagers here at Noble Apartment Cup. I think the blacksmith will probably just get busted down, though.
Hand cannon's on the way out. Blacksmith is not dead yet. Gulams are under the TC. Viper has lost like one villager to this raid. He's losing a couple more on the other side. Viper trying to get conscription. He's repairing the castle.
No way.
200 stone available to him. The hand cannons are coming out. They're very good against the Gulams.
Also, there was a unit, it looks like it's died, on the TC on gold from Vinchester. Probably unimportant now, but there were some kills there. Vinchester will know he's been spotted if he didn't already. Vinch will want his castles for Gulams, but also for his unique techs here, Dave. But the Gulams have gotten back. Vill count's even. How is Viper not dead right now? What in the world? What a
Viper
hole.
is Vipering right now extremely hard as he quick walled out that raid, and now he's trying to tech into a unit that seems so far away.
Yeah,
when he
it really
went up
did.
to the Imperial Age. The Gulams seem to counter everything, but suddenly 6 hand cannons on the field here for Viper. 97 villagers. Vinchester is still scaling ahead, though. The game is for Vinchester to throw right now as he has a really good position, and Vinchester takes the win over Viper. We're going to a game 5.
Wow, I mean, Vinchester's found his way back into this series. It's not often you can see someone do that in a game that starts that rough. That was the perfect opening from Viper. The only thing we were really talking about were positives. And then after Vinchester broke through in Feudal Age, Viper had some really big problems. He didn't have the crossbow mass he would have wanted. He didn't have the map control. Again, though, credit to Vinch because Vinch just kept sending pressure. It was continuous. It was like 10 different times. And yeah, he was losing Gulams underneath the TC, but Viper's villagers were inside the TC. They weren't working like his were. So I'm like, I've got to reiterate here that these players are 2-1 right now.
Yep. These players are on the same level right now. We're going into game 5, but before we get there, we're going to take a short break.
And now,
Keep forgetting
a word from our partners. Tired of interruptions ruining your moment of peace? Discover true tranquility with the Hammer Bluetooth headphone Passion Voyage. With cutting-edge noise cancellation, immersive sound, and unmatched comfort in every note. Sounds like more Hammer.
Well, what I keep forgetting is that whoever loses this series is going to be 2-2 in overall sets, which would be a pretty big deal for both of them. I think a bigger deal if Viper goes 2-2 because that means it's probably way less likely he can get a bye to the semifinals. That could also mean that depending on what the bracket looks like, maybe that could, if Viper wins in the quarters, he could end up against Hera in the semis.
There's
which
a lot of
people are
Viper
gonna wanna
fans
avoid.
out there that would be very disappointed if their boy wasn't in the semis.
Yeah, agreed with you there. And the competition's high. And listen, the one thing that Viper has lacked this tournament, I'd say, is just a little bit of extra consistency. He's got the great games. We saw it in this series, but then there's been the moments where it's just not so bright.
Well, I mean, it's kind of weird because he gets himself into those situations like the previous game, and you're like, oh my God, this can't go wrong.
Yeah, yeah.
And then something goes wrong, like an oversight, right? That one wasn't so egregious. That was just Vinchester making a ton of scouts and pressuring really well. Viper wasn't prepared for it, but we didn't expect it to swing that way. It looked like he had everything going for him.
Yeah, I think maybe just forgot about the strength of the Hindustani scouts. Didn't think scouts would come at that time. That was rather unorthodox. And
second game 5 Arabia in a row.
We are here. Game 5 Arabia. This is the second set in a row that Dave's covered. And he'll find one of these civilizations is very familiar. We've got Viper playing as the Tatars in the blue, and then we've got Vinchester playing as the Incas. So it won't be a stable spam game.
Yeah.
But Viper's going to have the possibility of going Lancers, Knights, Cav Archers maybe. And Vinchester's probably going to revolve most of his strategy around the infantry or the archers.
Look at the walling potential on Viper's base. Like big wall potential. With the wood lines on the left side.
Yeah.
Is crazy. Vinchester has the same thing, right? Like one little wall there, you cover off half the map, but the forward gold is unfortunate as he tries to push the deer in there. On the other side, we've got Viper with a bit of a forward gold, but the other two are fairly secure, and there's like 4 wood lines that if he wants to go for it, he can get some easy walls down.
Those wood lines, I don't know how many viewers created a map to play against a friend or maybe a younger, older brother growing up where they were clearly in a better position. Anybody? I did that. I'd be like, yeah, we just got a normal Arabia game, and then I just happened to have like the easy wall. Now, it was more egregious. I would have like a sneaky 25 tiles in the back.
Oh, really? Oh, Vinchester, not again, dude. Stop doing it. Stop it.
Unbelievable.
Stop it. Every time I watch this guy, I swear he's killing his boars with the TC.
Dave, that's huge. Like, you really need that food. That ruins the build order Vinchester probably wanted to go for. That slows him down massively. Thankfully, he got the extra llama, but pros just get so used to weakening the boar with their TC and then finishing it off with the villagers. But for like the 6th time in the last 10 sets we've covered Vinchester, well, maybe that's a bit extreme, but he's done this a lot.
Every other set, at least every other set, he's killing a boar.
Yeah, and there is a slight explanation. The game was slightly changed in that the TC doesn't reset, so that arrow will fire if you try and save the final vill. But
that wasn't one of them. That wasn't one of them.
Whatever it is,
like that was just a misclick. From
whatever
Vinchester.
the percentage is right now, maybe you just don't do it. Like, I know he's been doing it for years.
Or you go for a more consistent technique, like the 4 with the 3 volleys.
Yeah.
That one, it's really hard to screw up,
or
right?
6 with 2 volleys. I don't know.
Yeah, he's trying to go 6 with 7, and if he hits it once extra with the villagers, it gets killed, and he's not realizing what's happening. Anyway, I mean, pro players are pro players because they can adapt from something like that. Like Vinchester is going to be minus that 340 food. He can adapt. It's just going to be way more difficult for him going forward against Viper. Now, I was going to say this earlier. The Civ matchup, not quite as bad against Steppe Lancers as something like, Mayans would be, but still, it can be rough in the Castle Age for Incas, an Eagle civilization, to match up against Steppes from the Tatars.
We got to point out the difference here. Like, look at the lack of food for Vinch underneath the TC. He started with the llama, and then there's Viper. Now, Viper's Tatars, so this makes it even more difficult because his sheep last longer. So Vinch is down 340 food. Viper's up a couple hundred. And Viper, he kind of fell apart in the previous game after a really good start. He's going to want some revenge, and he's just kind of running around in a circle. He knows Vinch wants to build the range.
Oh, God.
He also knows he's Tatars with the hill, so he could maybe kill that Vill from Vinch.
And Vinchester has to run cover with her.
Yeah.
She's defending.
Viper's being such a pain here. Will he actually get the Vill? He's delayed the range ever so slightly. There should be a spearman.
Oh, God.
He can't do it now.
Oh, no. It's all adding up now. Now, Viper doesn't know that Vinchester shot his boar with the TC.
Correct.
So Viper doesn't know how theoretically, statistically ahead he should be in this moment. But he'll know that he gained a small advantage from that right there.
Yeah,
and now he sees the walls from Vinchester.
His scouts were on the way. He was able to delay the range, and Viper's going to do something that really only the Tatars can do really well. Because they have all that food underneath the TC, they don't need to use their wood to farm as early, so they can add that second range on the back of a scout play. And we'll see Viper most likely mix in skirms. I wouldn't mind him even going to golds and going for archers because it's a little bit stronger here. And then you could take advantage of the free thumb ring later on.
He's looking for that Vil. He's looking for the weak one from before.
Yeah, true. I think that Villager's probably out of here.
Damn, look at
Vinchester.
Oh, God.
I mean,
he took advantage of the wood line, for
yeah,
sure.
if he can just wall up before these scouts get in, he can stabilize. But what he cannot do is fight on open field right now. He needs to get to the point where he can rely on mainly farms. Viper's coming forward now. Vinchester's almost fully walled. And Vinchester sees the skirms. I think Vinchester has to get in his base. Get in there. Do not allow Viper to follow.
There's one little tile. There's one little tile, and he taps it. The skirmishers are going to be working away. Viper now has a decision to make. Do you invest into more, or do you just try and go up to Castle Age yourself? I think it's just a couple more skirms in production, and then you're fine. You can play into the Step Lancers and Castle Age. I think you're going to be okay.
Yeah, I like 5 skirms if you've already gone for the 3 here, and you see the archers. Viper is free at home to do whatever he pleases, and as long as Viper sees army behind the walls, he knows he won't be hit. So we'll see. I mean, maybe Viper really wants to force the aggression here because he doesn't want Vinch to be greedy.
Man,
that is a lot of walling. But
the difference between the ecos, like Vinchester was off of those hurtables so fast, and he had to go for farms so quickly. Viper gets more food from the hurtables, plus he had the boar earlier. So he's going to have more farms. He's going to have berries available. He's going to have the hurtables available. Vinchester's just in a really, really rough spot where it's all farms for him.
It's not great. Like, I think the opening as the Incas here is already quite awkward, and then it definitely compounded the issue there.
The perfect amount of skirms and scouts, I think, here from Viper.
Yeah, I also really like how relaxed Viper has been and how he hasn't actually gone for many palisade walls. Again, this comes back to not needing the farms, because usually you wouldn't want to have that many houses because it delays the farms, but you know that Vinch is going to go all in with something with Incas. Typically, the Incas are going to be going for the early crossbow timing. So if you have house walls this time, Vinchester's not going to break through your base like he did
Doesn't
before.
Viper scouting look like a Pokemon or like a teddy bear or something? Can we go... It looks like some weird type of little... Like...
Oh, dude, if you look at you know what that looks like?
It's just weird,
Hold on,
dude.
Can we go back to that? It kind of looks like that creepy toy from Toy Story that's on the little wheels. Look at that face.
There's something going on there.
Yeah,
Anyway,
that's true.
Back to the game.
I like how your brain works. That's all I have to say.
Hey.
I'm sure growing up, just like me, your teachers told you needed to cut it out, and here we are, right?
Yep.
Or were you a good student?
Nope, they would throw shoes at me.
They actually threw shoes at you?
The teacher threw a shoe at me. It says a lot.
Was it their shoe?
No, it was another kid in the class. We'll get to this later. He's trying to break in.
I have so many more questions. Well, the walls have come up for Vinchester, and he's trying to keep this army out. And Viper has not cut skirmisher production, and he's just like, fine, go ahead, play this game. I'm going to get some value anyways. He hasn't killed many Vils, but what he is doing is forcing all these villagers to go for the walls. Behind this, Viper's eco balance is just perfect. And Vinchester, he can't really fight the scouts with the archers because the skirms are always there. His Vils are going to take damage. It's just...
And Viper hasn't invested into an additional unit in forever.
Yeah.
Like Vinchester's building these archers, which will be nice in Castle Age, but odds are Viper's going to keep these skirms alive. Vinchester now buying food. He's trying to go up. Viper's going to get there naturally. Resources collected. Viper a little bit ahead, just a tiny little bit, and the berries are just now running out for him. I think the berries for Vinchester ran out a while ago, didn't they? No, we still got some left. That's surprising.
I mean, Vinch is good enough. He's going to make it to Castle Age here, but it's all about the position he's in when they both make it to Castle Age. He's not going to have much of an archer ball, and he's also showing Viper the second barracks now as well. So Viper can kind of put 2 and 2 together.
And he sold his stone.
Yeah.
He sold his stone to buy food to go up. Viper's just going to get there at the same time with stone available. Still, it's dangerous to play up against the Incas if they're going for that death ball in Castle Age, even if you have access to Step Lancers, even if you have the lead going in.
I feel so bad for Vinch. I mean, he's trying his best. Viper's played a perfect game. Maybe Viper would have played a perfect game without the boar. Maybe this would have replicated. We would have seen the same situation. But Viper has just taken every moment he can in feudal age to get some damage.
And just leaving.
And run with it. It's so good. Now, let's see what Viper does here. Because Vinch knows this is bad. And he needs damage. So Viper hasn't seen the arm.
Viper also hasn't seen the wood line, I think, on the left side of his base. He's walling to the TC.
Yeah. Oh, Viper.
He doesn't know.
Yeah, he doesn't know about that. I mean, that's not even a full wall either. The army could still get into his base, and Viper isn't checking for that. Remember the previous game. The previous game, Viper was looking like he was in a great spot, lost a bunch of villagers, and all hell broke loose.
This is good walling considering his base layout, but it's late because he didn't track this army from Vinchester. Now he sees the army. He's going to pull that villager away. Meanwhile, still pushing on this side. I mean, it's not the most threatening army in the world, to be honest.
But, I mean, it is against when his army's forward right now. And Vinchester's going to run by, passes on by. Now, this could be trapped. This is Viper we're talking about. Viper's going to set up the wall. He's going to set up the house, set up the palisade. I guess Vinchester's army
just wait for Castle Age at this point, yeah.
Yeah. There's the other army from Viper, by the way, not really doing too much. It got messy for Viper. I'd expect that he could probably make some Lancers here to clear this up, but I'm not really sure if he's going to have the wood for everything. Man, did he make a lot of houses here.
50 out of 105. Vinchester, 52 out of 115, but his count for double population, so that gives you an idea of how many houses Viper has made. He's also killing the houses from Vinchester and forcing more investment. That's a forward monastery from Vinchester. I think he senses that the Steppe Lancers are coming out. He needs a solution against them. One Steppe Lancer against the Eagle, and when that loops around to meet the other forces, it might actually find that monastery.
If Viper drops the second TC here, which I think he will, things could get really awkward for him economically.
Oh, does he see the monastery?
If he doesn't, he will probably consider the TC to boom.
I think he's going to see it. I think he's going to see it. I think he's going to see it. He sees it.
Okay. So this is where I think Viper might need to stay on one TC. He should know his opponent's all in here. Stay on one TC and try and get as much army out here as possible. Vinchester has a real chance here.
Yeah.
This is a crazy army from him compared to Viper.
Like I said, Incas, they can be dangerous, even against a Civ with a theoretical counter, as Viper is forced to back away from that. I wouldn't mind a monastery first from Viper. You get devotion, and you start healing up your Steppe Lancers as well.
But look at Viper's eco balance. He had all the time in the world, right? Everything was great, but then he wasn't fully walled. He was maybe a little too casual, and now he's floating 600 gold and has to drop a market to balance things out. I mean, again, you're expecting things to be just as fluid in Castle Age for Viper here, but it is now awkward for him. The Vil count is even. Inca units have only
Finish
gotten
the
cheaper
monastery,
here.
Viper. Finish the monastery. What's going on? It's 96.17%. Okay, a misclick there. He does get it finished. Monk will come out to start healing the Steppe Lancers. He's got that scout exploring everywhere. These Steppe Lancers come forward, and they know there's more pikemen, more eagles on the way.
Yeah, Pike's going to get a kill and potentially another kill as Viper has to use the range.
I like that little maneuver. He splits so that he can get the extended range on both
and then he
units.
pulls the weak one
That's
away.
actually sick.
That's really well played. He's pulling the weak ones away there for Viper. But my issue is he wants to heal. That takes a lot of time where you're not active on the map, and you still need an answer for these monks. I think ideal world, you're on two stables. You've got Light Cav roaming around for the monks, as well as the Lancers.
If you convert an eagle, you got an answer to those monks.
I guess that's kind of true. Viper adding that second.
It's still like, as soon as a couple of those monks go down, this army is not threatening at all.
Agreed.
Not at all. And Viper cut off those reinforcements, which was really nice. That's 4 extra units to add to this. Like, Viper's feeling pretty comfortable here. Vinchester, he's got pikemen producing from 2 barracks, but I mean, it feels like a battle that's going to happen soon, and I'm not sure if those pikemen are going to be there on time as the Mangonel now comes out from Vinchester. The monks are still sitting, protecting this main army, but there's Steppe Lancers looping behind from Viper.
And yep, and it's been spotted. So let's see. I think Vinch needs every single conversion here.
Dude, devotion would go crazy here for Viper if he could just be a little bit patient.
Well, this is the point where when you go 2 TCs and you're making Lancers, you have like no food. It's going to be really hard to afford that.
It's got a market now.
That
delete
Lancer
it,
will
delete
be
it,
converted.
delete it, dude, delete it. What are you...
Lancer converted, will be healed up there on the front. Viper stable now being attacked. Other Lancers on the other
Vinchester
side.
trying to get away with the villager. Vinchester's monk micro has been great, by the way. Noticing the Steppe Lancers immediately as they're coming in. Vinchester also keeping the pikemen really close to the monks and keeping the pikemen really close to the Mangonel. So Vinchester has done a fantastic job taking all the pressure off him. Also going for a second TC behind. He needs to keep Viper's eyes here for probably another 2 to 3 minutes, at least.
There's the devotion tech you were talking about. Lancer from Vinchester will notice there's not a TC on that gold, so that's something to remember for later. And now the Devotion's in. Viper might want to fight, but there's still a hill there. There's still pikemen. You can still get conversions.
He's hoping
monks.
for a big shot. That's some good damage against the pikemen early. Vinchester trying to clear up that stable, and he does.
Viper,
good attack round from Viper too.
Does Viper not have a stable right now?
Redemption on the way from Vinchester.
Also, can we talk about the gold positions for Viper? It's right next to this push. 2 TCs for Vinchester. 54 Vils versus 56.
He's coming around behind. He's coming around behind.
But
Viper's got the Step Lancers there. Redemption is coming in, but Redemption, I mean, Viper only has one Mangonel, right? And the main enemy is Step Lancers at the moment. Wheelbarrow, Town Watch coming in from Vinchester. Viper is just really tentative on whether he wants to take this fight or not. Now he goes forward for a raid, but remember, Vinchester has Redemption. He can convert the Mangonels
Those Lancers
from Viper.
can go through quick. Those Lancers can go through a wall really quick. Vinchester, he needs to defend his base.
Oh, God.
He needs to defend his base. The Lancers are through.
Oh, there's so many villagers
Are
there.
getting completely slaughtered. Now Viper's going to try to use this moment to defend at his base. Will Vinchester expect this? He won't. Perfect for Viper. Perfect for Viper. He almost clears up the entire push. The pikemen are running through. It's extremely messy, but Viper's Step Lancers work out perfectly there.
And Viper just leaves, and he finds another batch of Vinchester villagers that were looking for a TC. Vinchester didn't have the wood. He didn't have the wood to drop a town center, and now the Step Lancers are going to kill so much Eco KD. 14-2, make it 15 now as Viper pulling the units from Vinchester into his TC, gets another Mangonel.
This is perfect for Viper.
Amazing.
What an amazing move. There was some question on if he could actually engage at his base, and he said, you know what? I just won't. And he flattens the Eagles. Vinchester is completely dead now. He has 30 villagers behind, and his army can't make any progress here.
No, he's got Redemption. Viper hasn't really extended past the TCs, and every time he has, it's been when Vinchester is completely distracted at home. Viper is playing his opponent like a fiddle. He's going in, distracting him, and he's taking the fights when he's raiding in Vinchester's base. Beautiful job so far. Vinchester, though, still has the monks alive. Credit to him. Like, he hasn't lost this push. He needs to keep this push going, even though he's behind by almost 40 villagers now.
Yeah, I mean, if the monks needed value before, they really need value now. All the siege, all the lancers need to be converted each and every time. You cannot afford to lose a unit, and you have to hope that somehow snowballs on Viper's town center.
Your reinforcements are like never getting there. Viper keeps pulling the monks back because the Step Lancers are in the middle of the map.
These Lancers from Viper have been really active, and I think Vinch is expecting them to come pounce on his army right now. They've killed 18 Vils.
Oh my god, and there's the castle from Viper, and that stops the push. That stops the push if the castle goes up. I don't think Vinch can see it, right?
I think the push can still happen from the left. So you could still push the TC, but it obviously really helps. And Viper's back. There's a hole from earlier.
He's in.
Vinchester might not realize, and he does, but it's Step Lancers. They could take the house.
Can they? Can they? Vinchester,
I guess
the one villager is holding the line here from Vinchester as he tries to prevent these Step Lancers from getting inside. Step Lancers really working away. Double house behind their Step Lancers. Go through a hole Vinchester didn't realize was there.
Yikes, dude. Viper's through. I'm pretty sure on the other side as well. Vinchester's no longer able to push, and Viper's going to maintain and even extend his villager lead here. I mean, it got shaky. But the counterattack, these Step Lancers have just completely changed the game. What can Vinchester do, Dave? All his pikes are on the front. Any new pikemen are just going to get sniped.
Yeah, there's no potential. And there's a castle, too, so you can't even all-in, like, Mangonel push Viper's base. There's a castle there. There's a castle. You can't stop.
He's trying.
It's really, really tough for Vinchester. It all comes back to that boar, it feels like, early, right? It's all scaled from there. And Vinchester now just resorts to converting houses from Viper.
That was an example of what the Lancers
can't do.
Like, that was not good. I think Viper got a little distracted here. And Vinchester does still have more army, and it hasn't been the cleanest last 2 games for Viper. So maybe there's a chance for Vinch. I mean, he's on 3 TCs now.
Yeah, and Viper's now teching the Cav Archer, which can clearly just clean up that army right away.
It's really easy, really smooth for Viper to get any upgrade. Ballistics could come in for him. Thumb Ring's already free. It's kind of funny that barracks is actually Vinchester's now. Vinchester
It's been producing eagles. It's been tripping me out, man. The Tatar barracks producing eagles is really, really weird. But Viper just takes out that Mangonel. he is going to go for another town center. He's going to play this safe, and we're cooling down on this game. Vinchester, I think, knowing he's in a really bad position, but playing on regardless because it's Game 5.
Yeah, exactly. And this is an important Game 5. Viper will go 3-1 up in sets. And if he wins tomorrow, could just get a bye to the semifinals. And Vinchester could have had the same opportunity here. That's what they were fighting for. These two are at the very top in this tournament so far, but this is going to be a big separator. Viper's Cav Archers coming in. Vinchester hasn't lost his army yet, but I think he's about to. And I think he's going to have to tap out. He knows how many villagers he lost. He knows that he needs some type of control. It's just not going to be enough for Vinch, Dave.
Yeah, he's just going to run circles here. Viper is going to around the army from Vinchester. Handcart even coming in. 104 villagers against 62.
Yeah, what a game. What a series. What a fight from both of them. Viper had to really go through a lot, especially these last two games. And Viper's Cav Archers are going to be moving out across the map. Looks like Vinch won't want to call it. Vinchester still feels like maybe there's a chance because he did really harass Viper a lot and do some damage there. But I think, again, this is Game 1. Maybe he would have tapped, it being the 5th game. He wants to make Viper earn.
I mean, he's still got 3 TCs, and he hasn't been hit in a while.
Yeah.
So he's going to lose a few villagers coming forward. The Cav Archers will come back towards his base. Ballistics on the way. Thumb Ring was in automatically for the TaToH Cav Archers. And he might deny a castle. He might deny a castle over here if Viper doesn't quick wall. And that's a difficult quick wall even for Viper.
I mean, Viper says, I'm way ahead of my opponent. He needs to kill my vills to have a chance. Why don't we just build a castle directly next to my opponent's build?
Right where he can see.
Yeah, why don't we just do
But there was a hill there, Tristan. There was a hill.
Viper, I could find 4 hills that were better than that castle, but he's probably going to complete it anyways. And the Eagles are going to run through. I'm sure Viper will spot that. But 112 villagers versus 75. Pretty soon these CA, if they can break through any walls, they're going to be raiding Vinch's economy as well.
Slow burner. We felt like maybe Viper could have finished it off there in Castle Age, but I think he's going to maybe think about his eco long term, and that's a smart play.
It's been a long day here, right? It's very late.
So he's going to make it longer.
Yeah, I guess so. But I just want to point out that like fatigue and exhaustion over long sets and in a different environment can be an issue. And as you think about Viper long term, this has still been a little bit of a theme of me. He's obviously way ahead in this game, but I kind of expected him to just immediately destroy Vinchester here. It's just been a little needlessly sloppy. We see the monks pop out. Monks will convert a unit or two. The Viper's Castle Foundation's now being rammed, and Vinchester's still holding on here. He's probably not going to be able to deny this castle, but he's pushing Viper back.
Yep, and Viper might be forced to delete that castle. And look at this on the other side. Viper's trying to send villagers forward for another castle.
Dude, there's no way.
And the Eagles have found that. I mean, the Mangonel is now taking out the ram. The castle, I don't believe, is going to go... There's also the Mangonel attack that should... No, the castle should stay up.
Okay, calculated there from the Viper, I suppose.
The ram is still attacking,
It's going to be on fire when it comes.
The ram is still attacking, and the Cav Archers take it out as the villagers start to build. Already 63% on that. The Cav Archers now coming into Vinch's eco. Not certain that there's anything he can do about that. Both castles on the hills from Viper are going to complete, and he will have a ton of Cav Archers. He will have good-looking resources. Vinchester just going for Castle Age Eagles, which are not a recipe for success right now.
I really like the fact, I mean, from an energy standpoint, on a very long day, considering we have another series to come, maybe not the biggest fan of Vinchester still staying in this one, but from a competitor standpoint, that's exactly what you want to see. It's been a sloppy game, dude. It's been a sloppy game from both of them, but like he hasn't been killed yet. He hasn't been raided again, and clearly he's finding some opportunities here against Viper, so he's going to do what he can. Can you imagine? Looks like he's called a GG now.
That's what he can do.
Viper wins the game 3-2. Crazy series.
So it's awkward when you don't win out.
And here they are. Well, there they were.
There they were.
That was nice.
Well, of course, I prepared Hindu for Arabia, but I thought like against Tatars to not want to play.
I was thinking maybe you would use Hindu in Copenhagen. But it's tricky.
I thought like, yeah, I'll pick Mayans. No one, you will not think that I'll pick Mayans again and still fine against Vietnamese like I wanted yesterday. So.
Yeah.
I think it's a nice matchup there. Like, of course, even if I lose tomorrow, I think it's tough for you to play against Eagles if they control the gold.
If you have the gold, for sure. But if Vietnamese have the gold, some elephants with Rattan.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, it's hard.
Well, they're just recapping the series there, Dave.
Yeah.
And Viper wins. So Viper now, after 4 days, 3 set wins, 1 loss, looking very, very solid. I'm sure he'll say maybe in the interview he's got a couple things to brush up on here or there, but he's going to want to come in here tomorrow, win again, and secure the other semifinal position. And it's all for the taking.
Yeah, I mean, I think we saw the best of Viper there. I don't think we saw the worst of Viper, but we also saw some of his weaknesses, right?
Yeah.
Maybe the reluctance to wall, especially when you know that your opponent's coming back towards you, or there's a question whether he might be. We saw him, not double walling. All of these things kind of rely around walls.
Yeah.
Although the quick walls were great. The quick walls were
great.
amazing, especially in that Citadel game.
Yeah.
Like, damn, I don't know how he stopped those golems from doing more damage than they actually did.
I agree. I'd be curious to hear his perspective when we have the interview with Ellie in a moment. But more to come from the Viper. Usually, Viper only gets better as the tournament goes on.
Yep.
I expect the same from Vinchester as well, though. So really pumped to see what Vinch will do tomorrow when he steps up. And we haven't even gotten to the point, which is the end of the day, where we talk about the potential matchups.
Yeah.
But Vinchester is a very strong 2-2. And if you don't win 3 sets at this event, you might be in the bottom 4.
There's a lot of people in that camp, though.
Yeah.
Like a lot of people in that camp. Anyway, we're going to hear from the Viper, our winner there against Vinchester. Ellie, take it away.
Thank you so much, Dave. Viper, congratulations. This is a big win for you. What's going through your mind?
I'm tired. No, it's sorry, I'm tired. No, I got really tough set. Obviously, Vinchester is playing super well this tournament, and he has impressed everyone. I think no one had him performing as well as he has done so far. So very impressed by Vinchester, and I'm happy I got the win.
Well, it was really intense set. Another long one. Today's going to be a long day. We still have another set coming up, but you are now safe from the elimination round. Is that a load off your mind?
Yeah, I mean, I felt like even if I lost today, my Buchholz is pretty good, so it would take a lot for me to be out, I think. But obviously, to be guaranteed to be safe is a very nice feeling, so I'm very happy about that.
Well, congratulations once again. Let's take a look at some of the replays here. Game number 1 on Tide Pool, Berbers versus Byzantines. What were your thoughts going into this, the first game?
I feel like Byzantines are super good here, so I felt comfortable the whole time. I was hoping I docked outside, so I got a little bit of a blooper in my strategy approach, but I mean, it worked out still, so I cannot complain. It was a super smooth game for me.
From our perspective, yeah, you did everything right. We didn't even know about that blooper, so letting us know. It was really, really smooth from you. Do you think that, like Tristan said, the later stages of the tournament, that's your strong point?
Later stages maybe, but not later times. So let's hope the tournament doesn't drag on as long as it's doing these days. I think yesterday as well went way past midnight, so let's keep it shorter, guys, okay?
We need some more 3-0s, I guess.
Yeah.
But no, we like the excitement. Definitely keeps us on our toes. Next game here, Gujaras versus the Cumans. This was Vinchester's first pick Civ. Were you a little nervous?
No, I had a clear idea of what I wanted to do, and I think the spawn being so close was very fortunate for me, so everything kind of went as I wanted. So this game was just like exactly what I wanted or had in mind.
Yeah, this was another game from our perspective where you were just doing everything right, reading all the plays from Vinchester. If you could be in Vinchester's shoes, what do you think he should have done differently?
Hard to say. Maybe build a TC somewhere else so it's not so close. No, I think it's really hard, right? Because the elephant breaks through the walls so fast and some scorpions, so I don't know, maybe some scouts, some feudalish army, not just on archer and spear. I don't know. It's really tough, right? Because once I get in here, like the villager count is equalized and I have all the initiative in the world, so it's really tough no matter what. I don't think there's much he could have done differently given how the spawn was.
And having these really clean first 2 games, how did that feel going into game number 3?
Obviously, I felt very confident, but this one he did really well. I think maybe I was too greedy doing wheelbarrow. It slowed down my castlage time a little bit, but I mean, mines are mines, and he did a really good job microing on the water. And he also went 3 docks. I knew I was going to lose water, but I was hoping that I wouldn't lose out on the timing so much. And he did a really good play where he brought skirms out on the map to get the forward position, and then with the faster imp just shut me down, so I didn't really get time to get to a composition that I wanted.
Was there any last-ditch effort in your mind that you thought, okay, I'm going to do something crazy to snipe the king?
No, he had too much map control for that to be possible. So, and also I see he has his king on the top side. So even if I was trying to sneak on the bottom, the king wouldn't be there. So no, but those elephants are chunky. Yeah, but yeah, obviously he just put so much pressure. I got housed non-stop, and my farming economy was pretty much gone. So yeah, this was a rough game.
Yeah, like you said, Mayans are Mayans, and they're certainly Mayinging. I don't know what the verb would be, but it was really well played here from Vinchester. Moving into game number 4, Dravidians versus Hindustanis. I think this was maybe the game of the set. Run us through your thoughts here, how it developed.
I think he did really well to not take too much damage from my man-at-arms. He kind of shut it down with walls quite fast. And also, like, just shutting off one of my man-at-arms makes my push here or like the early aggression so much weaker. So he did a really good job there. And I took too long to take water back or like start my taking advantage of the water. And I thought I was going to be safe, but then those Hindustanis scouts just break through the walls and houses so fast. So it kind of snowballed from there. And yeah, once he got the Gulam spam going, I never felt comfortable here.
I don't think you saw the stable, if I recall correctly. Was that a little bit of a surprise for you?
No, I was expecting scouts at some point, but I was thinking that I could wall behind, but that was not the case.
So if you were replaying this one, what would you have done differently?
Stonewall. No, maybe a tower, like more house walls, maybe a tower, just so you cannot break. The palisade went down so fast, so I never had time to get the tower up. I mean, I had to do a tower anyway, right? So might as well just do a preemptive tower once I see the pressure coming.
Mm-hmm. Well, we're going to move into the game number 5, the creme de la creme here, I guess, for these kinds of series. TaToHs versus Incas. Did you pick TaToHs? Did Hera's TaToH pick influence you? Did you practice with him maybe on Arabia?
No, TaToHs is just a solid pick against Mezzo in general, I think. So, because you always have the option to go Lancer against Eagles, for example, and you have Cav Archers that are amazing as well against Mezzo. So it was just a counter to Incas, which I was expecting. I thought he might use Hindustanis. Oh, did he kill his boar with the TC?
He did. He did, which might kind of like Liereyy did last game. So
yeah, that definitely hurts. So yeah, that makes sense then that I could do so much early aggression without like him fighting back much. So
yeah, the llama, extra llama can only do so much, and the TaToH sheep lasting longer certainly added to your advantage. How did you feel about the Step Lancer raids?
It was nice. I got revenge from him breaking in the wall the previous game. So no, I mean, once you get in with Lancers and there's no town centers or defense, like villagers just fall like flies. And he had a really good pressure here. So like this could have been very tough if I didn't get the counter attack or counter damage in. So once this happened, I was very happy because I was getting really tired this game. I think as well towards the end I was housed probably for 5 minutes. I didn't even realize. It was brutal. But yeah, after I got that raid, I obviously felt very comfortable and that this game is mine.
Do you think that this game could have gone on even longer?
Not from after I had. I mean, like obviously he tried with what he had, but like once he loses what is like 20 bills, it's impossible to come back. I was also able to snipe 2 mangonels from him while this was happening. So yeah, I needed that because I don't think I would have done well if the game dragged on.
Do you think it was just the tiredness kicking in? Or do you think Vinchester could have regained a stronger position?
No, I mean, like if he keeps his pressure going from and doesn't have the counterattack happen, right, then he can definitely make something happen from the forward position. Especially if he can start adding some teases and boom behind it. So yeah, I needed the counterattack. Otherwise, I think it would have been tough for me. Although maybe I could have brought my Lancers back and taken a big fight and won a fight as well because I was devoted. So it's possible, but it's hard to say. Like we'll never know, unfortunately.
Well, we'll never know. But what we do know is that you played an amazing set, and you're going to be going into the last day, the final day of the group stage in a fairly good position. Do you have any maybe words for Devi? I know she's watching with the baby.
I think she's actually asleep now. But obviously, I missed those guys. It's very hard to be here and see photos and videos of the little guy. You know, I'm used to waking up with him, so it's a bit sad, but you know, it is what it is. Gotta make a living here.
Yeah, I know that Debbie and Viper are keeping the baby pictures private, but I've seen the little rascal, and if you take 50% Debbie and 50% Viper, you'll get that baby.
Not 50% me, no. Just like 10% me and most
well, maybe
of her.
now there's some pictures that look very much like you and some that look very much like Debbie. So we're taking the average.
Don't worry, he has her hairline. It's fine. Okay.
Well, congratulations,
Sorry, Dave.
Viper, once again.
Thank you.
We're gonna let you take a much-deserved break and a rest. And speaking of a break, we'll be right back.
And now, a word from our partners. The rise of modern technology takes its toll on all of us. Hours and hours at your desk leads to stiff necks, aching shoulders, sore lower backs. But there is a solution. Back Force. The Back Force 1 Plus doesn't just stand like a rock on the digital battlefield, it transforms the way you sit. With Gamer Pulse LED lighting lasting up to 20 hours, this chair is more than just a seat. It's a throne. Personalize it with patches for your nickname, clan tag, or any custom text. Because your chair should be as unique as you are. Every Backforce chair comes in a wide variation in colors, including this noble white and gold or black and gold colorway, and the GamerLegion Special Edition. Sit like a king with Backforce.
Ladies and gents, welcome back to Noble Apartment Cup. This has been a crazy day, and we have maybe the most competitive series left. TaToH versus Yo. With me is Memb. I'm sure you know him. Memb, it's going to be a long one, my friend.
People thought that the game was over, the day was over.
Yeah.
And we have TaToH and Mr. Yo in front of that after midnight. You know, late night stream, guys. It's going to be absolutely amazing. And you say competitive, but also probably the most crucial set for two of those high players. And, well, one of those was in the grand final, the last Nilis Apartment Cup, you know. Yeah. And TaToH can be 1-3. The loser
is 1-3. Yeah. And usually it's like that's the number you're looking to avoid, is you're looking to avoid 3 losses throughout these 5 days because you might be one of the bottom 4 and then knocked out. It would be otherworldly. It would be crazy to think before the tournament that Yo or TaToH would potentially be out of this tournament, but the chances are there. So we got a big series on our hands. So Yo is known as a big fighter, okay? hold on, Mem.
You know why I'm smiling, no? Yeah.
Okay,
Look at the game one.
Let me tell this. Okay.
No.
So, guys, obviously, Memb and I are obsessed with the game, right? But we knew that we were going to be the final cast of the day today.
Yeah.
And so, to start the day, which was like, what, 10 hours ago now?
Yeah, maybe, or more.
There was Dogao against Hart on Dry River Game 1. And Memb is just sitting there like, Tristan, we're not going to cast till 4 a.m.
And so now we have Dry River. No.
Now we're here past midnight in Germany, and Mem sees Dry River and is losing his mind.
Yeah, well.
Well, Mem, listen, I hope you're actually prepared for the length of this, because when I walked out to just go get some of my apple juice, you know, in between sets, Yo walked past me.
I thought it was something harder, but...
No, it's apple juice, all right?
Okay.
Yo walked past me, and he said, are you casting next one as well? I was like, yes. He goes, hope you're ready for a 3-hour set. That's what he said. That's what he said. So apparently Yo thinks this is going to be a long one, Memb, and I'm here for it. Let's go.
You know what he also told me? Just now, we were waiting because where was the interview, and he told me, Memb, do you know what? If I have to play tomorrow the first series, I'm fucked.
Yeah, because he's up so late.
In the week he said, you know, he said Chinese, and you see how he said the thing's so dry, and he said, and then he doesn't express anything with his face.
Yeah,
he said that. Sorry for the F word, guys. he said that.
Yeah.
Well, they will have considered. Don't worry. Don't think it's going to be the first. Might be. The second is fine. No.
Yeah.
Need to be later because this is insane.
Wow.
Anyway.
That's crazy. Well, it should be a good series here. Here's our draft. So we've got some interesting things here. First off, Dry River's a rather open map. Can lead to some long games, but also can lead to some very short ones. We've got Bypass and then Citadel on TaToH's side. So he's looking for more of the closed map with Bypass and then the hybrid approach with Citadel. And then Yo, Tide Pool, and Arabia. This is actually a very diverse map pool. I think the only thing we're missing is maybe a map with stone walls, because technically Citadel might have them. But we've got the hybrid of Citadel and Tide Pool. We have the standard map of Arabia, which has produced some good games, and I know you love. The craziness of Bypass.
Do you love it too?
And then we started all off with Dry River, which brings us some interesting.
Yeah, but I was talking with some players also where we were waiting, and Dry River can be super quick.
Yeah.
Or the game, the way it was in the morning, you know, because it can be very long. The key is if they go fight a lot for these shorefish, it might be more aggressive and probably potentially faster. You know, because it can be a lot more crazy, but in the morning, one of the players, Dogao, never went to contest for the short.
Correct.
He walled, he was Saracen, if I'm not mistaken. I think he was doing farmers, So let's see if now they're going to try to go for that one. I believe TaToH might go with Romance here. I'm checking those shifts. I think it's the most ideal in this one. I'm not sure, no? But I think so. I don't know sure about Mr. Yo.
I mean, I agree. I think I'm unsure on Yo. I think Yo is going to want a wall, so maybe he could just play into Cav Archers with Huns or with Berbers or Vietnamese or something. TaToH and other players have played Dravidians on Dry River and just spammed the middle with Man-at-Arms and Skirmishers and Spearmen. So the really aggressive approach, which we actually saw TaToH do, I think on day 1 against Dogao with Goths, which was Man-at-Arm and Skirm. That could be good for Dravidians. Anyways, we've got a 10-second countdown. I want to sincerely thank everyone for watching. We do not take this for granted. It has been a long day, but we have our biggest set coming up. Thank you, everybody. This has been so much fun. Thank you, chat, for mostly not making fun of us, but sometimes doing that as well to keep us in check. And we've got game number 1, final series here. Who is going to end up 1 win and 3 losses in sets, Mem? Somebody's going to.
But Burgundians. I see Romans, so we were right with Romans. I was suspecting Burgundians maybe for bypass, but we see Burgundians here. Yeah. It's not a fast civilization. Well, so it's going to be thinking to wall and go for the late game.
We talked about it, right? Some players love to take the shorefish and have a heavy focus on that, and then other players, they opt for the walls. And Yo, he's one of the players that's going to opt to sit back. So he'll probably take the shorefish a little bit, but I don't think he's going to be taking the risk that TaToH will take. TaToH on the other side, I guess you've got to be aggressive against this, right?
Yeah, but with the Roman civilization, 5% from the start, it's going to be the way to go. Be very aggressive. Look how fast it's going to go up. It's already with the 19 population doing the loom. It's going to go up. Mr. Yo did double attacks, and it's starting to wall.
Yeah.
So he's not going to contest to the middle. Doing the loom now. Now he will go up, but he's going to wall as well.
Yeah, you're going to probably be a little bit delayed. Oh, that's kind of nice to get those hits on TaToH Scout. But you are going to be a little bit delayed if you do get the double bit-axe upgrade. Here's the nice thing for TaToH, okay? Because I know Burgundians are dangerous, and Yo is dangerous if he walls, whatever. But you have a clear job here. There's no question. If your opponent's Burgundians on Dry River, they're not going to the middle. And if your opponent's Mr. Yo, you can't let him sit behind walls. So TaToH, it's not like he has to second-guess his decision-making here. I think we're going to see Man-at-Arms, and we might even see towers, man.
Yeah, let's see. He has 2 villages on gold. The militias are coming already. I mean, he has 2 villages on the shoreface, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Yo, which is not a lot, because if you see what Mr. Yo has, it's a lot more. It's like 6, 7 villages. And here we are with 2 villages, doing horse collar, doing all the upgrades. What is the approach?
He's just gonna leave. He's just gonna leave the fish.
No, we'll leave for sure. But
this was like the other day we had dinner here. Yo just left the fish. He didn't want it. He said, "I'm gonna go farm instead." Also, TaToH doesn't know about the mill.
Doesn't see it.
What?
Doesn't see it. But he's going forward, and he has the militias coming. He's going extremely forward. Well, he sees this civilization, and he feel invited by Mr. Yo for this kind of aggression.
Yeah, but now, where's Yo looking with his scout? Yo is probably paranoid about his fishermen on the front. He saw the barracks. He doesn't see the militia. Look, he thinks they're going to be attacked, Mem. He doesn't expect TaToH to be here right now.
Oh, wow. There you go. 2 villages. The militia is coming. And he's going to go back a little bit now. Mr. Yo need to send more villages. He's going to make a tower. He's going to force him to make a tower already. Wow, he's going to lose the lumberjack, and then the gold is up. He's also there. He's doing the palisade.
Oh, TaToH built a wall there.
Yeah.
TaToH built a wall there, now deleted it, so he blocked it. Man-at-Arms is going to be in soon, and the militia didn't receive any hits. This is going to be so bad for Yo if he doesn't get a wall down.
He need to wall. If he's not walling, it's going to be probably a quick game. We were talking, this map can be super, super long or just the opposite, but he took a villager. Villager for both. The Man-at-Arms are there. He walled now, but look at that lumberjack, how exposed it is right now.
Yikes.
Look at the tower he's doing on his face. He's going to make a counter tower, yes, but those villagers, no. Need to cancel it. Oh, man. Look.
This is incredible from TaToH. This is incredible. I mean, what did you see Yo do with Burgundians? He made his wood more efficient by researching the eco upgrade. That means nothing now. That means nothing. He has to build a tower there.
And he's hitting the tower already with that village. He has the 3 Man-at-Arms. He's doing the tower with 1 village. He should do more, TaToH.
I think TaToH can't complete his tower in time, so I think he needs to cancel his.
Where's the archery range? I didn't even see this. He has an archery range already.
Yeah, he does.
There you go.
Okay.
Well, we didn't see those buildings. Well, with all this mess, and he's able to build also the archery range. He has 3 farmers.
Mr. Yo, surprisingly, it's fine.
Yeah, maybe he is, but when we find a moment, I would just like Vodka to put the tower from Yo on the center of the screen. Just for a moment, because, like, that may be the most useless tower on this map.
Yeah.
It does protect the gold area and the wood, I guess, but, like, that...
Yeah, but he can bring a tower, is in behind, and then the tower is useless.
Yeah, and, like, the front of your base is wide open. It's really not a great tower.
Yeah, but the good thing here is that look at the population. After all this madness, all this start of this beautiful city that I'm sure is going to be, as you said, well, don't know if it's the most competitive, but an amazing city. Even if we are after midnight, you guys will not be able to go sleep. It's going to be impossible.
Yeah, stay up.
Literally impossible.
This is also good for people who don't typically get to watch these live because of things going offline. They get to witness this, so hello to you. Listen, couple things here. TaToH doesn't have enough stone for a tower. He deleted his towers enough times. He's at 121 stone.
Oh, man. 4
so
stone.
If he ever wants to build a tower, he's going to need to go mine that. And now TaToH behind this is going to start to make some skirmishers. But the resources collected, creeping ahead there for TaToH. He's the Roman, so the 5% extra efficiency.
And has the swordfish.
And the fish.
Has the
paid off.
swordfish. Has the swordfish right now. He's the Minotaur's still alive. At least 2 of them. No, he has 4. He keep doing it. We were talking the other day. Remember, if you go Minotaurs, you don't stop with 1 or 2.
Yeah.
You keep going aggressive. With Romans, you can do it.
Yeah.
And ideal civilization for that.
Yeah, because you get that extra armor. TaToH hasn't researched it yet, but if he gets the armor, skirms are already going to be doing 1 damage, but then the archers as well are just not going to be able to do as much damage.
Will be useless. Remember that will be double as T90 said. He doesn't have Blasmith yet, I believe. TaToH, he has the skirmishers. He's doing now. No, he's stable.
Yeah, he's going to go stable. I think Yo is just going to say, "You're Romans. You think I'm coming to kill you. I'm just going to fall back to my walls."
Yeah.
And Yo lost 1 Vil. He's getting the wood upgrade now for Castle Age, so he's like, okay, this is kind of where I wanted to be. This is why people play the Yo style, because it's actually, even though you don't have the shorefish, it is a lot safer, and you're not taking risks like TaToH is. TaToH's Vils are all over the map right now.
And if you think about that, even if he went forward TaToH, this was the initial plan for Yo. Yeah. Because he put 2 villas all in the shorefish, and he was walling. The problem is that he didn't expect TaToH to come that early.
Yeah.
But at the end, this was the initial plan for Mr. Yo. 100%.
100%.
100%.
Yeah.
And population right now is exactly the same. Resources are looking smooth, really smooth for TaToH. But I like that now Yo is not being that greedy. He's doing fletching and he's trying to do something else with his army.
And you have to think about it from Yo's perspective. You have to say, what would I do if I'm in TaToH's position? The answer is more men-at-arms and armor, or it's adding scouts. So I think Yo knew he needed to back away until he had some archers in the group.
Yeah.
Yo is going to lose his scout there, though. That was a bit weird. He was attacking the outpost, so now Yo won't have the vision to scout this ahead of time.
Yeah, I like a lot that he's doing also Tone Watch. He's coming with 3 archers, then he will need more than 1 scout to commit into that. He need to wall here. I like a lot that he has built his own stone too, but you need to wall. Yeah, stone wall is perfect.
He's fine.
It's perfect.
He's fine.
It's few skirmishes without fletching. He will wall, and that's all right.
Yep, army is moving forward now, and this is far enough away from his own base where he might not be able to get back home. TaToH's getting armor for the scouts now, so Yo's going to have to micro his heart out. Once that armor is in, this is going to be tough for Yo to engage. He only has 3 archers in the group.
Yeah, Roma's economy is insane, Tristan. You can see he has 4 men-at-arms, 3 scouts. He's doing even skill bar than armor, and then he's about to go up. Like, well, still need some more food, but floating over 500 resources. You can see those scouts. He's going to clean absolutely everything with those scouts, those skirmishes, and those archers. He prioritized the archers first, and now he can kill freely. The skirms are literally gone, and TaToH, in about 30 seconds or even less, there you go, it's on the way to Castle Age. So smooth play by the Spaniard.
That's sick. I mean, to make the scouts get the armor and still be Castle Age faster than your opponent is ridiculous.
Because of this.
And and the fish.
Yeah.
So here's my question to you, Meb.
Tell me.
What do you do economically for your TaToH? Do you stay out there because you already have a nice lead, or do you start to pull villagers home and maybe wall up? It's tough to say because you don't want to leave the middle. But also, how is Yo going to come back? He's going to snipe Vils. They're out there in the middle.
The problem is that since we see everything, I mean, see this situation, I will go forward siege right now.
Oh, okay.
Like, I will go here, this area, to keep him awake. He see that he's mining stone, and what Mr. Yo want to do is what he's usually doing with these civilizations. Burgundians, Lithuanians, what did come to your mind?
Unique units. He wants that castle. Yep.
And if he's doing the castle and doing the Custilier, he's going to be well defended at home, and then he's going to be able to raid a lot. We have mobility, and with those charge units, it's going to be sick. Mr. Yo is also floating resources. Very soon will go up, and I really believe that this is the plan. He's going to try to put the castle probably there, where the mining camp is and those archers are right now, and go from there. So is TaToH going to go aggressive and all to avoid that?
Feels like it. He's still dropping mills in the middle. We might see a villager come forward here. Now, TaToH won't know how far away Yo is from the castle. And as a player, you feel like adding a mangonel can be really risky if they build the castle right before your mangonel hits. Let's see. He's got the villager on this side. So he might want to pressure the gold area. But you're right. He does notice where the stone is. So the stone is actually on the other side here for TaToH.
Both stone. Both stone is in the same area. I believe he... can we check Vodka Fog of War if he see the stone? I believe he see the stone that he's mining, right?
I think he did.
Yes, he can see, but he doesn't know if he's mining. That's the issue. He didn't see the mining camp.
Yeah.
You know, because if he see the mining camp, he know, okay, I need to avoid this happening, because now he can go crossbows, cavalier. He's doing skill bar and armor, but it's very clear that he's gonna drop the castle.
Yeah.
And dropping the castle is gonna stop this push.
Well, we'll see if TaToH really piles on the aggression. He's actually going to open with a Scorpion, which is cheap for Romans, but I'm not in love with that because I think you'd want to be able to kill villagers and take out the town center.
Did you see that DC from TaToH? Not a single farm. He has everything on the shore
it's
face.
crazy.
Look at the economy. It's all in the shore face. That's why if he's doing Custodians and now sent to the shore face, what eco has TaToH?
Yeah. Like that's what Yo wants to do. Yo is going to send his first 2 units over there. I guarantee you that. TaToH needs to stop that castle. He's got more Scorpions. The light cap could break through him. He's really close to breaking through. He's really close.
Man. He need to wall there. He need to wall there. He need to wall there, or it's gonna be in a big problem. Now the castle is probably going to be at the back. He need to make it at the back, not in front. He's gonna be inside. He's doing the castle to protect the goal and protect his farming. If he's breaking in and he's not doing the castle, this can be the game. So Mr. Yo need to hold this position.
Yeah, he's bringing vills. He's gonna try and place more walls, but the Scorpions are hitting and the units are through. And this is what TaToH wants. Vills are gonna get. They're gonna be fine. And they get into the TC, and Yo drops gate after house, and he actually hasn't lost a vill to this yet.
Didn't lose anything. He's doing the castle. The castle is going to be up. Obviously, he's disturbing his economy, but the castle is up. He's going to start to lose the siege because the siege was very close. And let's see what Mr. Yo going to be able to do. He's creating now Custiliers. The first one incoming, but Mr. Yo has lost 7 villas in total, which is quite some. Check the population, Tristan.
Yeah, big population. In the end, TaToH got the damage he needed there, which is huge. That could have been GG if Yo didn't do a better job, but now the unit's going to break through anyways.
He's not walling, and now he's going to be raiding the lumberjacks. He's taking some villager, 1 villager at least. He's not walling. So 1, 2 villagers will be down. He has the archers, but that's not going to work. And Mr. Yo need to do some real big magic here to be able to come back in this game.
Yeah.
It's 9 villages, but the problem is not only that it's 9, 8 villages, which is not a lot. It's the presence in the map. He has 3 units, while his TaToH has 25 right now.
TaToH's also added some monks. He knows Yo's going to come to the middle, so he always has monks waiting, and he's just hanging out in Yo's base. TaToH has 11 knights. He's got 2 monks on the field. Yo's got 2 Custilier. Like, that is not enough for Yo to be able to really push back here.
Yeah, but don't lose now. Don't lose now units against the town center, because we have seen Mr. Yo in situations like this. Start to make Custiliers going 1 TC only, few monks, some conversions, and then you start to raid.
Yep.
And TaToH still does have like a huge boom. He's 11 villages ahead, not like 20, 30
Yo needs
yet.
to kill that. And he doesn't. He will probably get the kill. Does he not even kill the monk?
No, didn't kill it.
Wow.
It's an amazing position for TaToH right now. I'm just thinking, if this is going to be an oath for Mr. Yo, I mean, if he's doing monks and Custilier, it's so big advantage.
Every engagement needs to be perfect when you're in this position, and so far, it has just simply not worked. I love this energy from TaToH. He knew from the start that Yo was going to want to play like this when he saw the Civ at the loading screen, and he's just brought the energy every time. 3rd TC, look at that. He's expanding even further onto the fish now, TaToH.
Oh,
so
love that.
There's plenty of shore fish around the map for him to take. And he's also waiting. If we could see his Fog of War, I guarantee you he sees Yo is on the way. forward with these Custeliers. So there's going to be no surprises for TaToH.
Definitely not. He even deleted the archery range. Well, he doesn't need it anymore. He wanted to go as quick as possible with them. I don't know if he has husbandry and Mr. Yo with those Custelier.
I think he lost his stable.
Yeah,
so he
can't
actually get husbandry.
If he didn't do it, he will need another.
Yeah.
Now he's going to see that TC. He's going to be able to take some Valyria with the charge attack. He's not going. He's going away. But then, well, he's being chased by so many knights.
Yep.
He's not achieving anything with this one. At least he's away from his base. Coming away now with the monks, trying to convert something. And Mr. Yo still sit down on one tone center. He's going to try to reboom now. I mean, we all know Burgundy's economy is nice. But,
yeah, I think you just need a snowball. You need a big snowball engagement. Kill off as much as you can.
Yeah.
TaToH's playing it smart. TaToH has Lycav teched into, so he's going to look for those monks. And he's getting husbandry.
Yeah, so
this is actually huge.
So
Yo will not be able to outrun units unless he rebuilds a stable. You don't want to rebuild a stable at this stage of the game.
At this point, definitely not. But there is not possibility to snowball, because a snowball could happen with now TaToH to get confidence and start to boom only. He's still doing army. Look at the amount of knights. 15 knights already, 3 monks, 1 light gap. Still so many units, and he's doing the scorpions. Still doing the scorpions. Imagine if he's doing even ballistic now. For them, will be absolutely.
I think he's adding the scorpions to kill the monks.
And he did on the stable also, Mr. Yo. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah, I think you wouldn't normally see scorpions here, but TaToH says, why not? I'm Romans. He does lose his scorpions. He is going to lose some monks, but he's going to kill the monks from Yo as well. And still having the numbers here, still having decent upgrades, TaToH's going to win that fight.
Yeah, he need to go back. He lost the monks. There's only 1 monk now doing wheelbarrow. Sanity for those monks. Okay. They still have a lot of unique units. I don't know how he managed to do so many unique units when he lost a lot. Really, really a lot. But still, Mr. Joe is going to keep trying, that's for sure. Yeah. We know that we're going to have these cities after midnight. And
look at Yo. He finds a way, doesn't he? He converts that Vil, and now he's going to kill these 2 Vils and deny that TC. See, this is just tacked 10 minutes onto this game, Memb, because Yo is now filled with confidence. And now he's got husbandry, too. So there he goes running around. But it would have to be an awful blunder for TaToH to lose this from here, right? I mean, he's got TCs everywhere.
Yeah, but all the resources are unprotected. He has the TCs, okay, but he can't really raid there. He has to be careful to don't get conversions. He's raiding, as you can see on that one, but if he go raid to that TC in the south, he's going to take the monk. He's trying to find some damage, and the shorefish is completely exposed.
Yeah.
You know, you can't kill Valyrians, you know? And right now he's doing another TC on his stone, wood as well, and we'll try to get a second castle.
I'm laughing because somehow Yo finds himself in this position, even if you know what's coming, right? Yeah. Like, obviously, he's really far behind in Vils. But if you were wondering why Yo did this, it's because of this. It's because of the raiding potential and how good he is with these units. And he just falls back to another group, and TaToH's got a lot more work to do. This game is 5 times harder for TaToH because he has all the economy to manage and areas to protect.
Yeah, it's very, very complicated, you know, and wheelbarrow, horse collar, bozo. Look at the eco-upgrades for TaToH. Those 30 are not 30 farmers, are 30 in the shorefish.
Yeah,
if he get killed, he has to make the farmers, so his economy is not that safe.
Yeah, look. I mean, and the shorefish could run out at a moment where you're in the middle of a fight, and then suddenly you have like 5 on food, right? The only 5 farmers you have.
And 20 idols.
Yeah, this could be bad. Idols. I mean, I think if I was in TaToH's position, easily could throw this game because it's Mr. Yo on the other side. Yeah. He's got monks. He's got one of his favorite units. And what he'll do is he'll take this army here, and then he's going to have another group of 5 go somewhere else.
Look how TaToH, because TaToH is doing now a castle on between his 2 TCs on his base. He see that the game is still not that clear. He's a little bit afraid of Mr. Yo because he's so used to make these strategies. He play probably one of the best with these unique units, but TaToH has a lot of experience. He's trying to defend. Listen to this engagement. He's going to be able +1/+1 for TaToH. +1/+1 as well for Mr. Yo. But those unique units with the charge attack.
Yeah, but there's a bunch of different things happening here. I'm seeing blue all over the minimap. We got units there. Monks getting sniped. Scorpions could get sniped. TaToH does get 2 conversions, though, which is really good. So in the main fight, TaToH's defending, and he's kind of defending there.
There's more in the south. Just look, that was in the middle. That the other one is in the south. He's still killing more villagers. It's all over.
Yeah.
It is all over.
Yeah, and I mean, 30 villager difference is pretty significant, but this isn't a normal map. Yeah. And the villagers are on shorefish, and they're always for the taking. And Yo is slicing and dicing Vils. Yo has 20 units He's falling back to his monks. Can he do this, Memb?
Well, he's trying. Kokeri is now ahead, 17-12, doing ATC in the surface and keep attacking and attacking. He has 3 monks. This is insane. 22 army over 30, but now I prefer the military for Mr. Yo.
And the thing that the key difference to remember here is that Yo's eco can't be attacked. Now it can. He's coming to the middle now. But it's not like Yo has exposed villagers. So TaToH's just defending. That's a good economy for Yo. He can play a long time here.
Ooh, and with wheelbarrow, you know? So that's a definitely effective economy. It's going to keep going with more and more Custelier. Population is still a difference, you know? But there's no way that TaToH is going to go up to Imperial soon. Still doing knights. He has 21 knights, 21 Custelier. I prefer the Custelier.
Man. Well, I mean, the first
scary,
attack,
you know?
after the first attack is gone, the knights are actually a bit better. But that first attack has that charge damage on the Custelier. So they just completely shred. TaToH tried to go in there to snipe monks. Now his Like Ever gone. And Yo is just being as patient as can be. Gets to the hill. Boom.
Exactly.
Big attack. That is not an engagement TaToH is going to want to take.
Oh, man. Yeah, but you see, he hit, and then when the charge is gone, he's going away.
Yeah.
You know, to leave, to recover, and then going to attack again. Amazing. Check the stone now for Mr. Yo. He's going to have a castle soon. Where's he going to make it? He's going to make here to defense. He's going to go forward. What do you think, Tristan?
I think Yo might just want a second castle in the middle right now, just so he can make more units. We do see some conversions there from Yo, but TaToH has so many knights, Mem, and he just says, I don't care about your charge. I've got the better eco. I'm going to take the fight. Main base of TaToH near the castle. Yo dives again, but he doesn't have much remaining in that attack. TaToH has ballistics, so the castle snipe knows
and a couple of Custeliers as well. The castle is being defensive. He feels that he has to be defensive. But look at Mr. Yo economy with all the units he's still doing. 600 food, 500 gold. Obviously, he needs more gold, and he will need to keep raiding. Village is different. Is still, well, still there. 30 villages more.
So for those that weren't here right before this game, it's been a long day, and Yo said to me, are you ready for a 3-hour series?
He's ready.
It feels like this is going to be a 3-hour series. I mean, Yo will just never die. Yo is going to raid TaToH for 3 hours this game. Like, this is this is just insane.
And the problem here is that TaToH doesn't want to really, okay, I'm going to save resources to go to Imp. If he's doing that, Mr. Yo kill him.
Yeah, exactly.
Mr. Yo kill him, so he needs to keep doing army. In theory, he should be fine because he has the economy advantage. And right now, this is 32 knights. Like, he's not being greedy. He's doing more and more knights. This is a castle that he's doing in the middle of the map, and he's going to be able to do it. He has so many knights. He has monks as well. Look at that engagement. The knights are there. The knights has +1/+1, but it's so many units here, and TaToH is still having the advantage and playing so solid, Tristan.
I think the game plan from TaToH to drop castles where Yo's going to try and raid is perfect. Because with ballistics, and even Bodkin Arrow would be worth it, the units are just going to run into castle fire and really get weakened. And Yo, he is using the monks to heal up, but he's behind, so he can't really spend a lot of time doing that. Here's another example. We see him try and raid, he runs through, and then the castle chews up a bunch of units. I think Yo is also running into another castle there, and then TaToH is currently at Yo's base at the same time, denying a town center.
Oh, wow. The knights are going around. That is not yet going to be up. What happened? Why he went up way with those knights? He need to go and kill those villages. Damn it. Well, 43 army for TaToH. 43 army. And the level is doing horse collar now.
Horse collar.
Horse collar now. But with these upgrades he has, or he's missing, better say it, 6,000 resources more collected for TaToH.
I mean, he doesn't even have wheelbarrow or bow salt. There are techs that TaToH could get that's going to make his eco even stronger. So I think that's a good sign. If TaToH's getting these techs now, he's going to know he needs to check the other ones. And TaToH seems comfortable, finally, to stop producing army and click up to the Imperial Age, which he will do in a moment. Come on, TaToH.
You need to click it. Look at those resources. Don't let us. But look at Yo. What? It's up to Imperial.
I don't know how Yo is going to go Imp here. It's just insane.
How he's doing it? Well, he has all the upgrades. It's the difference. He has handcart. You know, he has Burgundian, and he's clicking up to Imperial in a moment, and will do the 30C. And now he's going to go pikes. But then he can go gunpowder units. He can go hand cannoneers with the Custeliers, and he still have a good economy. It's 100 villages. He will do more. You see Burgundians with 120 villages, and I'm thinking I'm fine.
Yeah.
With those.
Yo could be at 12 vills right now. and as long as he's walled with this unit, he would think he's fine. Like, Yo is obsessed with this position.
Oh.
Is that the MTC in the middle?
It will be lovely.
Oh, it's the wheelbarrow TC.
Well, it's not the same, but it's still.
Oh my goodness.
In mine was that one.
Oh,
yeah,
boy.
another castle. Look where he's doing the castles. How you gonna raid now, Mr. Yo?
Yeah, you won't raid
can't
it.
raid it.
You just have to survive. You have to somehow get ahead of him and hold the map control. TaToH has 5 relics, man. So that's going to be a big help. And here he is. He'll take the fight. TaToH switching into pikemen, which can be really good with the Romans. But man, are these units insane.
Yeah, so many units he still have there, Mr. Yo. He need to go back now, and he's taking so many fights. A lot of farming in the game. What I love from this game is that it's been aggressive from minute 1.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know how long it's going to keep going this game, but it's been aggressive for minute 1. Not like that passive booming game that then you have to wait for Imperial. We're waiting for Imp, but with a complete different approach. And this is 34 Custelier and 400 stone. Mr. Yo needs some castle forward to also make some damage. He cannot keep only going defensive because TaToH is 200 population.
Oh, that's another good engagement there for TaToH. It's another good engagement. I think TaToH should get the unique tech for the Romans here. It adds charge attack to your Cavalier. So you actually received a similar charge that the Custelier have on your Cavalier. He's got 41 of them. I think that's I really don't know how to say it, but I think it's common tenses.
Yeah.
Tech, whatever. That combined with Halb, with the extra armor from the Romans, might be enough to stop Mr. Yo here.
Yeah, but for now he's doing the halberdier upgrade, but then Mr. Yo is going to do chemistry right away, I believe. He's walling, so he's trying with those units. Mr. Yo surprisingly is in 160 population, but TaToH has an insane amount of army. Halberdiers will be there. The knights are gone. He's chasing now the Custelier. He needs to go to the castle. I don't know why he's... Well, he has another castle. Why he's coming here? He has another castle.
He has another castle. Of course he does. But this feels somewhat do or die for Yo because he does not have those relics and he isn't in a position to switch. TaToH's all over him right now. He will get elite, but I've been so impressed with TaToH. He always has an army tracking Mr. Yo. He's never surprised.
Yeah, well, still on 160 population. He's going away with those because he wants to wait for the upgrades. He has elite already, +4. He's taking 1 TC in the north with those elite Custelier. Chemistry is on the way. The problem is that if TaToH is not killing quick, the longer the game goes, don't you prefer Burgundians?
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, I prefer 6 relics as well, which TaToH does have, but I think that there are some big holes in the Roman tech tree. Yo just continues to run around and annoy TaToH, but for once, Yo is actually going to have to be forced into an engagement. Yo cannot lose his castles, so TaToH's Trebs will actually force Yo to come out to address that.
Yeah, I think... Don't remember if he got redemption. He's not going to break in. His wall. There is more Custelier raiding. The question here is that the upgrade you were asking for, and those are the Cavaliers going to defend. He will have bomber cannons in 25 seconds. With bomber cannons, if you stop the trebuchets, Mr. Yo is just fine.
Yeah.
But
So,
he needs to stop the traps.
Comment to tenses? Is that better, chat? I mean, a couple people were trying to help.
I'm not going to try, you know.
I got to practice on the flight home. But anyways, that isn't in yet. So it's Elite Custelier, and these Cavalier don't have that upgrade. I'm pretty sure Yo should win the fight, right?
No, he's not going to win the fight. He's going to destroy him here. I
well-
believe or not.
I guess not. And now the upgrade's in, so they should receive an immediate charge, and
man.
TaToH actually wins the fight. Well played.
Yeah, it's destroying my casting. Anyway, let's see if he's going to make now hand cannon. The bomber cannon is coming. He's going to go back with those. Man, those Cavaliers are much stronger than I expected.
Yeah, they're really good. They're really
it's
good.
elite Custelier, almost fully upgraded.
Yeah, I think there may be some weak ones in there because Yo has been running around the map, but still, TaToH still has the Trebs. TaToH defends his monks there. There's a bomber cannon now from Yo to snipe the Trebs, and TaToH is directly on top of it. TaToH is playing perfect here.
Yeah, he's paying attention. He's full focus. Population is still solid. Look at Mr. Yo now, 139 bullets. He might now Flemish Revolution.
Uh-oh. Mem. Ooh. For the first time in a long time, right after I said TaToH was playing perfect.
It's happening all the time. It's happening all the time. You see, I mean, whatever we say, opposite. It happened all the time. What you have seen, you know? I mean, he was going to win with the Custelier, lost it. TaToH is playing perfect. Now he loses all the villas. Let's go. 109, and look at the villas. Echo KD, 51 for Mr. Yo, 24 for TaToH. Losing so many. Look at the villas number, but who cares? Who needs the villas when you don't have
when your opponent don't have army, 17 army, reading a lot, taking the castle, and probably taking the game, well, it wasn't against older player, probably against Mr. Yo, he's gonna still coin.
Yeah, I think you were about to say he's taking the game, and then you saw Yo was swooping in there to snipe the trap. Nice job from Yo. I mean, Yo's got a 30 villager lead. He's Burgundians. That should be good, but the front of his base is too important, man.
Yeah, but he's moving. He's on the left. He's on the right as well. I mean, this is like 10 farmers. You know, he moved completely on the left. The map is huge, as we have seen, you know. He's having already a good amount of hand cannoneers. Those hand cannoneers are with +4 extra, if I'm not mistaken. They are the strongest in the game as well. So
TaToH, because he's been panicking, has 60 helps. So he's actually population capped with 60 of his army being helped. If Yo is primarily hand cannon,
the helps are useless.
Yeah, they're completely useless. Now they can, I guess, protect the trebs a little bit, but
yeah, but if you get now, look how many hand cannoneers he's having in the queue.
Yeah.
If you get in like 30, those helps will melt.
How does Yo do this? He's been so dead. I mean,
gonna find another relic.
It's incredible. I seriously,
I don't know.
I'm surprised every time. He's so impressive.
He's ahead in the score.
He's ahead in the score.
He's ahead in the score.
Which is going to give, it's Mr. Yo.
Well, it's going to give another 2-hour game, right?
Exactly. It's going to be another 2-hour game. You read my mind.
Okay.
Oh.
KD is in his favor by far. Resources collected is 2,000 score,
crazy.
2,000
Just
more,
crazy.
and it was 6K at some point more for TaToH. Now he's catching up,
also,
and he's having crazy army.
Man, TaToH's upgrades aren't great. Because he's just like, I've got to kill this guy. Yeah. He's missing a lot of upgrades. Now, that's before we even talk about the lacking tech tree of the Romans. They lack Bracer. They lack good skirmishers. This is a composition for Yo that absolutely devastates what TaToH has right now, except for maybe those Cavalier with the charge. Let's see.
Let's see, those Cavaliers are going to go into those hand cannoneers. The Custodian need to go. You have to be careful. He surrounded them, and then he's going to take everything. Ooh, TaToH is doing an amazing job. The Halbardists are going to support very well here because the Custodians are kind of useless. Light cap is not the armor that I was expecting to see. He lost the castle here on the right, and population is still okay for Yo, but TaToH keep pushing.
Yeah, I think there's also some raids from Yo in the north. We're not going anywhere, folks.
Oh, man.
Yo has found some openings in the north. See, TaToH just did a very good thing to take out that castle, but TaToH needs to castle his entire map to win this one. I think that whole area on the far side where he was just getting raided, he needs castles, man. Like 2, 3, 4 castles. Yo's just going to send units into his eco otherwise. And if you're just trying to chase Yo with halbs, Yo doesn't care. Yo's just going to send more units back there, and your halbs are going to be running around the map. So you got to get to defense, and then you also have to kill Yo. I don't know how you do that if Yo has 30 hand cannons.
Yeah, and he's doing stables on the top left in the screen to raid constantly with light caps.
Yeah.
And potentially Hussars soon, you know, they are also cheaper. He has 25 hand cannoneers with 20 hand cannoneers more in the queue, but I think that what Mr. Yo needs is 4 or 5 bomber cannons. He needs somehow to stop those trebuchets.
Yep.
And how many Cavaliers? It's still 22 Cavaliers. Finally, TaToH is doing the arbors. The castles you were talking, look, he's coming forward to that corner. Yeah, but he's...
That could be... I mean, I understand because TaToH feels like he has to win this fast, and he wants to take map control. But if he continues to take damage to raids, he might regret that. The Cavalier have their charge back. They go around, and they go through, and they go into the hand cannons. And these hand cannons, man, even the Burgundian hand cannons, I think should be killed off by those Cavalier.
Yeah, it's the second time that he's doing the same move here, Mr. Yo. He should be careful. The score, surprisingly, is still, well, it's getting more and more ahead for Yo. Those Cavaliers didn't have the +4, by the way. It's doing now. Yeah. That's surprising. Now he's going to be even more powerful. But Mr. Yo has 66 farmers.
Guys.
66
I think Yo
farmers.
is going to sneak some bills up there. Oh my goodness, what a game this is going to be. So TaToH is going to take the map control in the south and take that stone and gold. And Yo knows there's no castle from TaToH, so he's going to sneak some bills and try and do the same thing. It is 200 pop, and I must remind you guys that whoever loses this series is going to be 1-3 on the week, potentially out of the tournament ramifications. They are 2 legends of the game. We see a massive fight, man. I think the hand cannons are going to shred here for Yo.
Yeah, he's doing an amazing job with them. He has so many. Look at also in the pip there with those hussars raiding all over. Population is still now almost the same. 30 villains behind TaToH. 30 villains behind. You check resources in the bank and he's at the limit. Joe only have wood, but now gold and stone is gonna take in the corner. Yeah, unbelievable.
So he actually has had no stone and no gold. He must have just ran out here, Yo. So that is a really valuable find for him. And TaToH is gonna aim to defend with his trebs. Question for you, Mem. I know it's crazy, but does TaToH need something more here? Can he try Scorpions, maybe, with Siege Engineers? What he did against Viper on Arabia?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, but now he has no resources, he has no wood, he has no gold. I mean, he's at the limit and he's getting raided constantly all the time. If you lose those Cavaliers, it's only halves. He only have halberdiers. Now he's doing the Burgundian's Vineyard, so he's gonna get some gold for those with those farmers. He has so many, as you can see. Okay, and the Cavaliers are in danger. The Cavaliers are in danger. This is so many hand cannoneers. It's 39, 40, and now it's going to be so complicated. The halberdiers are going to disappear if it's going in that way.
That was amazing from Yo. Yo body blocked those Cavalier from getting in close, and Yo seems to realize now the Romans can't kill hand cannons, and they certainly can't kill Burgundian hand cannons, and TaToH certainly can't kill Yo, because Yo is going to live in the north on TaToH's land and even raid from there.
Can we check?
How are we here? How are we here?
Well, can we check Fog of War from TaToH? He probably doesn't know that gold and stone is in the corner.
Cavalier.
He doesn't even explore that area.
He doesn't know about it.
But look
Cavalier.
at this. No, they will die now. It's so many hand cannoneers.
It's too strong.
So many hand cannoneers. They are too many hand cannoneers right now. It's gonna take it or not, or I'm gonna fail again as before. I'm gonna fail, Tristan! Help me, man! I'm failing constantly! Remove this caster from the channel or from everything. My goodness!
It's okay.
Those Cavaliers are amazing!
They are amazing. I mean, they weren't amazing the other times we thought they were gonna be amazing. Wow, man, that's crazy. Yo at 30, they're now gone. And the only villagers he's going to have on gold is in the north. But now, Yo is coming in with hussars from the sneaky base, and TaToH doesn't have defense there.
I don't care.
What is this game?
I don't know. I don't say anything anymore. You keep going.
Oh, it's those 4 villagers actually on gold, which TaToH also didn't see.
76 farmers. I mean, look at the population dropping now for both, but this is still good for Yo.
I think so too, because his eco is safe. But if he loses this castle, if he loses those 2 relics, if he loses that bomber cannon,
if he loses everything,
this could be really bad for him. Absolute chaos here. TaToH still with the population lead. Yo with an army problem right now because he needs more hand cannons.
He's almost gone, but he's repairing just in time. The hand cannoneers are coming. He got a moment ago 40 hand cannoneers. He has 6.
Yeah, it's a problem. He needs a gold. That TC better start pumping out babies in the north. We need more villagers there on that gold and that stone. And still waiting to see if he's sending it to the gold or stones. Probably both. But TaToH also doesn't exactly have a lot of trebs. Yeah. But the 2 trebs are doing enough, I guess.
I don't know how TaToH is surviving now in this situation. 80 farmers for Yo. He has been killing so many. Those Cavaliers are surprisingly
They are really good. They are really good.
Really good. He's not able to kill it. Now he probably might be thinking, Yo, it wouldn't be bad to have halberdiers myself. But his economy now is 77 farmers. And with 77 farmers, the Chinese player has 0 food in the bank.
Yo has probably sunk 300, 400, 500, 600 stone into repairing this castle. But he's not done. More raids from him. He will take TaToH down below 100 villagers.
It's incredible, man. And how can TaToH keep these numbers with this amount of villagers?
TaToH is 1 defensive castle mem. 1.
Oh, wow.
Like, these
guys
are so much more.
The other is in the middle, but doesn't matter too much. There's not a lot of shorefish. He's raiding again with those farmers. There's still no hand card even for TaToH. The score is still ahead for Mr. Yo. This game is one of those long games, but crazy.
It's crazy.
Really crazy.
It's one of the best games of the tournament, really. And Yo might actually hold this. The hand cannon number's a bit higher. TaToH's low on gold and can't afford too many Cavalier. Yo may lose the castle, but I think Yo reclaims this position here. I really do. I mean, TaToH's down to 80 vills.
It's worth it. Losing even that castle is worth it right now for what he achieved in the other part of the map, really.
True.
I mean, I don't know. Obviously, the only problem for now, Mr. Yo, well, not the only problem, he needs to kill those trebuchets. You need to also get the relics back, but he's still raiding and raiding and raiding. 83, 82 villages, now dropping TaToH the military. Those Cavaliers are still alive, but there is not many Cavaliers anymore. 7 Cavaliers, Tristan, 7 Cavaliers.
Yo is
TaToH is out of out of everything.
He's out of everything.
Yeah.
He's out of time. He's out of map. He's probably out of patience because of these hand cannons and Mr.
Look at the
Yo.
population,
Yo's gonna
Tristan.
win.
200 population
I think
down to
Yo's done it.
124, and it's incredible game. I really believe that Mr. Yo is taking this. I don't even know how. He want to really keep in the tournament, and I thought he was calling it, but
I thought
it's
he
100
was
population.
dead.
It's
TaToH just. I think the look we just saw from TaToH was, I can't believe that just happened.
It's
Can't believe that
incredible.
just
It's
happened.
incredible.
GG call.
It's incredible.
GG
It's
called,
incredible. It's
right?
GG. It's GG call, and 1-0 for Mr. Yo in one of the most spectacular games in the tournament.
That
for
was
sure.
ridiculous. That was ridiculous. Like, Yo. Well, hold on. Let's listen.
I agree.
This is as silent as TaToH's farming economy was at the end because everyone was dead. Okay, so
And
not
this-
a lot of chatter
and
from
this
them.
game-
But Mem, I got it. I got it. That was
People
crazy.
in the stream has to only be grateful for staying in the stream at this time because this game. I mean, how we explain this game?
That's just Mr. Yo. If you ever see anyone, okay, questioning Yo, picking Burgundians or Lithuanians and trying to build a castle, saying it's greedy, you say,
And
"Dear
I almost,
person,
and I almost
look at
killed
this
him.
game.
And I
Look
almost
at this game.
And I almost killed him 3 or 4 times during the.
Yeah.
He was
I
killing all
just-
the Cavaliers. They was losing them all, and it's been incredible.
I would be also. Let's think about the mental aspect. TaToH dominated that entire game. It felt like
it has to be devastated now.
And then and he just like, how could you not feel frustrated? That could be a big mental thing. It is late here, very very late. It's been a long day. These players have been preparing, training, watching, and so I think the mental factor is biggest in this series because of the time we're playing and the long day, but also the fact that one of these players, if they lose, are going to go down to 1 series win and 3 losses. I still am not over that.
Yeah, and it's a best of 5 with the game. We have seen anything can happen. But TaToH, even if he's a great, incredible player, he might be thinking, what I have done in this game wrong?
Exactly. Yeah.
What I have done in this game
I think
wrong?
the one thing, so I actually can tell you what I feel very strongly about this. So remember that castle from TaToH in the south, okay? So the logic from TaToH was to control his golds and stones, okay?
Maybe in front in the middle to push from there.
What I prefer, TaToH needs to castle the north of his base to protect his own base, and you can still deny the stone and gold from Yo with army in the south. You didn't need a castle there.
Oh, well, now I remember what also have done wrong as well. You remember this morning, DauT, that Dogao and even Hart, there were wall.
Yeah, walls.
Never wall.
Yeah.
You have to wall when you have seen these situations, you know, at least if you don't wall from the start when you sin.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough, though, because when you feel as though if you don't kill somebody, your civ is worse, you don't want to wall because walling is a defensive measure. So I fully understand it from TaToH. That was just an incredible game. I am fully energized here, folks. Thank you for watching. We are here, game number 2. This is TaToH's choice, and we have some familiar civilizations and some not familiar civilizations. For TaToH, we've got the Dravidians, which we've seen dominate, very flexible water civ. Yo has gone for the Incas here, Memb.
Maybe he's going to ignore the water?
Maybe. Could make it interesting.
It could be. Let's see what is going to happen. Obviously, TaToH want to go into the water with Dravidians. He's sending the eagle forward to deny the dock.
He is. Also, look at this from TaToH. Brings his boar in nice and early because he didn't want to have that boar stolen either. So smart play from TaToH. Yo definitely knows a dock is going to come up because that's what you do on this map. And we'll see if he's able to deny.
Don't kill boars, because when I see that they kill boars, I saw in the previous series, man.
I know. I had to tell Vinchester. I mean, I was nice about it, but I said, Vinchester, please don't do that because I might scream. You know,
Yeah.
not
But-
exactly
yeah.
how I said it, but yeah, it was painful.
Anyway, it's incredible because it wasn't even the reason for the loss, right? But still, you can see how he made the dog now. He's taking the short fish. He used 2 villages, which is surprising. It's smart, but because he might be thinking, oh, if he's coming with the eagle, then with 2 villages, no problem. Definitely no problem. He has a dog in the north, Mr. Yo, as well. Very, very far.
Okay, so do you remember? Well, it's been a long week, but there was a game. Okay, it was TaToH Dogao first series of the whole tournament, I believe.
Yeah, I remember for sure.
Okay, well, anyways, it was a high tides game, and we saw Incas from TaToH, and it was a similar map, right, where you dock and you fish. and he opened on water, but he also added the barracks. And so he slowly added eagles as he went for Navy. And other civs can't really do that. Like if the Dravidian player wants to play with just barracks and Navy, it's more difficult because you have to research man-at-arms, and that costs more food, and it's not as good long-term. So,
are you suggesting this is going to happen now?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
I think Yo will actually play water quite heavily, like 2 docks, and then when he adds his barracks, just slowly make eagles. I mean, it's Yo. He loves eagles.
Yeah, I think he's going to be very aggressive because look where the lumbercamp it is for Yo. He could do at the back, on the left. It's so forward.
Oh, that is forward.
I mean, that lumbercamp is surprisingly forward.
Yeah.
When he has a lot of wood at the back, you can see 1, 2, 3. He's exploring now. Maybe he explored a little later. The second one is a lot more at the back, you know. Loom and both players going up exactly the same time and with the same population.
Look at Yo's dock position, too. I wonder if TaToH spotted that. That is very far away. So to dock that distance, yeah, TaToH probably looking for the barracks here, Mem, because he's paranoid about that. TaToH might not see that dock, so he might think that Yo is sneaking a villager. Just Incas is going to make TaToH's very large brain think more.
Yeah.
And maybe TaToH guesses incorrectly here because of all the mind games.
Yeah, let's see the fog of war from TaToH. I don't think he has explored. Yeah, he's exploring now, but well, we have seen how the players have been going for that kind of position more times, so he might be for now probably more chill and see what's going to happen. We see $3 on gold. He has the second lumberjack and he's pushing the deer, and I believe that TaToH might have the similar build order. Well,
yeah.
He has $3 on gold already for TaToH too, so
Now-
it's more or less the same.
Now, earlier today, we had man-at-arms from Viper, and it completely surprised Vinchester. And we said how that's the one civ that you should expect man-at-arms from, maybe Dravidians and Japanese. So Yo hasn't scouted. TaToH's just seen very open wood lines. TaToH's militia are coming forward. This could be some greed from Yo here. He might expect it, but he's going to have his quick walls ready here.
Yeah, Mr. Yo is well known but not going super quick walls, but he has to wall now. There you go.
Wow, that's crazy.
Very
that's
nice.
Crazy, and he opens with a range. Okay, so TaToH pretty much should know it can't be 2 docks from the Incan player now, and he drops his second dock.
2 dogs for the Dravidians. Remember that they get 200 wood for free right away. He's walling the gold. He's going to wall the wood, everything, doing the men-at-arms. But this is a very uncomfortable position now for Mr. Yo. You have to be really on point, and you can overchop at any moment.
Yeah.
He has, on both wood lines, almost just 1 tree, and then he's open. But he's focused on the goal. Interesting. The archers will be there in a moment. So for now, it's fine.
Sorry to jump in front here, but TaToH does not know how far away Yo's fish are. And this will be messy. So it's actually kind of possible here that TaToH's fire galleys get lost, and he may even assume that Yo doesn't have a dock. You would assume the fish are out there, but that's a long way to go. And Yo knows where TaToH's fish are, so his fire galley will find the correct destination.
Yeah, let's see if he's going to be able to if he's going to send it. I think Mr. Yo is going to stay for now defensive with that fire galley, at least with 1.
Yeah,
now it's going to make the mill here, and well, the good thing is that check TaToH map. He's full completely.
Smart.
So-
And the fire galleys will actually find each other here on water. So there they are. So now they should know. Can you do damage over top of the Gaia wall? Do you know? Like if you went to the corner? Kind of like you use your own
Yeah, like
dock
if
to
we're at a
block.
dock. I don't know. But they both are going to lose the galleys.
It's only fair. They're both so good.